I drove at a speed of 400 yards in the city, and instead of stopping me, the traffic police were very satisfied. I am an experienced driver, but I usually only dare to drive in first gear on the highway. Even so, I have been caught by the traffic police several times. It's because my car has 5 gears, and the lowest gear can reach a speed of 120 miles per hour. I have to step on the brake when starting normally. Just when I was feeling frustrated about where I could practice my driving skills, a beautiful woman in uniform came towards me. She was holding her identification with one hand and said, "Hello, I am Officer Lee Dongmi from Xinjiang Police, badge number 007. I have requisitioned your car, please cooperate." "What's wrong, officer? Are you catching a thief?" "My car is not an ordinary car." Just as I was about to refuse, the beautiful policewoman angrily slapped the car hood. "I'll say it again, I need to requisition your car to catch a spy. They have stolen our country's latest fighter jet technology and are transmitting it to foreign spies. The consequences will be severe if they succeed. Using this car to catch a thief would be a waste. Catching a spy requires the cooperation of the police and the people." The policewoman got into the passenger seat and pointed ahead. "Hurry! The spy is driving a Volvo. As long as we can stop them, please drive as fast as you can." Hearing her words, I immediately became excited. Since I got this car, I have never dared to accelerate easily. The precious engine has been gathering dust. Today, it finally has a chance to shine. I couldn't help but look at the red button in the middle that I had never used before. The beautiful policewoman urged anxiously, "Master, please drive faster. The spy has been running for a long time. Besides, his car is a Volvo sports car. It will be difficult to catch up if we don't speed up." As she spoke, she took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Calling headquarters, this is Lee Dongmi. The target has been lost. I have requisitioned a blue sports car from a resident. Please dispatch a helicopter to lock onto the target as soon as possible." Headquarters received. The target has been locked and is currently on the highway in front of you. Please drive them to an uninhabited area for further handling. The policewoman was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly a strong thrust almost suffocated her. "Who do you think you are looking down on?" I sneered. "What's so great about a Volvo sports car?" I decisively pressed the turbo mode button and stepped on the accelerator. Accompanied by the sound of the powerful engine, the whole car shot out like an arrow. The policewoman didn't have time to react. "Does this damn car have an ejection function?" When she saw the data on the dashboard showing 300, she was dumbfounded. "Starting at 300 yards? Are you crazy? Is this a car or a plane?" She only felt a terrifying force pushing her forward. The spectators around were shocked by the sudden roar. When they came back to their senses, there were only 4 crushed potholes on the ground. Instantly, both the cultured and the uncultured exclaimed, "Damn! Awesome!" At this time, the speed of the engine's heart had reached 400 yards. It only took a blink of an eye to pass a street, and we were already at the entrance of the highway, where there was a traffic jam several hundred meters long. The young policewoman felt like she was about to sacrifice herself. "Brake! How can a brake at 400 yards be effective?" I gently pressed the emergency mode button. With the voice of Subdragon, autopilot mode activated, the car suddenly made a lateral movement and flipped over using the momentum. Then it flew past the roadblock. The young policewoman's head suddenly felt dizzy. The strong sense of weightlessness made her feel like she was on a roller coaster. The drivers who witnessed this incredible maneuver were all dumbfounded. "What the hell? Blade overtaking? Is it a race car?" Just as they finished speaking, they saw the blue supercar near a landslide accelerating and overtaking. It performed several consecutive somersaults in the air. The originally congested traffic formed a long queue, nearly 300 to 400 meters long. But with one leap, it flew over the queue. What's even more incredible is that it landed safely. "Ah, who? Wife, wake up quickly, come out and see God." With the disbelief of the fellow riders, I finally returned to the highway. Then, allowing the autopilot to take over, I activated various overtaking modes. But at this moment, a strong smell of blood suddenly filled the car. Nervously, I turned my head and saw that the policewoman's arm was covered in blood. Without hesitation, I tore open my shirt and forcefully pulled out a piece of glass stuck in her arm, about the length of a finger. This sight was shocking. After all, the policewoman was a girl. How could she endure such pain? I was curious, but at that moment, the policewoman's painful groan interrupted me. Seeing that she was about to pass out again, I slapped her without hesitation. "Bastard! Why did you hit me?" The policewoman covered her left cheek in grievance. "You are bleeding heavily now, and I'm afraid you will faint. Who will tell me who we should catch then?" As a defense student about to report to the Defense Science and Technology University, my urgency to catch the spy is no less than yours. The policewoman looked surprised at my words. At this moment, there was another sound from the radio. "This is headquarters. Comrade Lee Dongmi, I order you to return to Jiang'an immediately. The target used a diversionary tactic before, and the real spy is escaping in the opposite direction. Please pursue at full speed. Understood. The policewoman almost gritted her teeth and said. She had just chased desperately to the other side, finally crossing the highway bridge, and now I told her that the spy was behind us. Master, please turn around. The policewoman sighed helplessly. However, I did not do as she said. Instead, I drove forward faster. Master, please cooperate with my work. The policewoman frowned involuntarily. Turning around could easily cause a bigger traffic accident. We can't turn around. But, the policewoman started to get nervous. Trust me, I have a way, I said firmly to her. At this moment, I switched back to autonomous driving and stepped on the accelerator, heading straight for the hundreds of meters wide river. Seeing my actions, the policewoman panicked. Master, don't be impulsive. I ignored her dissuasion. Instead of turning back, it's better to drive straight across the river with the heart of the engine. I stepped on the accelerator, and the roaring sound was like thunder. Then the car shot up from the spot. I only saw a purple light shooting out of the river, skimming across the water and reaching the other side. The policewoman almost vomited everything in her stomach. When she regained her senses and looked out of the car window, she realized that we had already reached the other side. Oh my God! The policewoman was shocked and surprised. Are you sure this is a supercar? What surprised her even more was the Volvo spy car that was running around. It was now within reach. Get ready to face my judgment, Volvo. I smiled, then stepped on the accelerator and accelerated to catch up. Meanwhile, in the target vehicle that was escaping at high speed, the agent Kevin sitting in the passenger seat found it hard to believe what had just happened. A sports car had directly crossed the entire river by skimming across the water, which was a distance of 300 meters. There was no retreat this time. A hint of madness flashed in Kevin's eyes, and he took out a pitch-black handgun from his pocket. The hacker in the back seat quickly rebuked, "Are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of firing a gun in Dragon Country? If we only steal secrets and destroy the evidence, Dragon Country cannot convict us. At most, we will be accused of violating traffic rules. In the end, our country will extradite us back in a dominant manner. If you shoot, there will be no room for turning back. Give me 3 more minutes, and I can transmit all the technical data back to our country." At that time, our great hero of the motherland. However, just at this moment, the car seemed to be hit by a huge object and accelerated out. Even the computer that was transmitting data was thrown out of the car window. Damn it! All the data was destroyed. Witnessing the helpless rage of the hacker, Kevin's eyes revealed a killing intent. "Since you are so desperate to chase after us, I'll send you to meet God." Kevin's eyes turned cold as he raised the gun in his hand and shot towards our driver's seat. The agent's marksmanship was indeed impeccable. A bullet hit the exact position of my driver's seat head, but before he could be happy, the bullet directly bounced off the car window. The car window was as bright as new, without a trace. Bang! 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 Kevin, unwilling to accept defeat, fired 5 more shots at the same position. Unfortunately, not even a tiny black dot was left by the 5 bullets. Damn it! Go to your mother's Dragon Kingdom glass. There's no other way. I can only drive desperately and destroy all the evidence by driving the car into the river. The young policewoman at this moment was already scared to the point of almost passing out. She had been a police officer for several years, but this was the first time someone had pointed a gun at her head. On the other hand, the young master beside her, who was even younger than herself, remained calm. Instantly, a sense of admiration and excitement arose in her heart. I adjusted the front of the car and quickly pursued. Suddenly, a white speedboat came quickly from the opposite side of the river. There was one person driving and another person carrying a PRG. It seems that the special agent from the other side has arrived for the rendezvous. At this time, our WZ-10 helicopter has arrived. I am from the Dragon Nation Air Force. You have illegally invaded Dragon Nation's territory. Please immediately surrender and disarm. However, what greeted him was a PRG rocket launcher. Boom! The rocket launcher, with a long trail of smoke, flew towards the WZ-10 helicopter. Fortunately, the WZ-10's fire control system was activated, and it aimed at the rocket launcher and fired a burst of bullets. The explosion occurred in mid-air. Before the WZ-10 could react, the opponent fired again. A Barrett bullet accurately hit the tail wing of the WZ-10, causing it to lose control and spiral down into the river. The opponent actually had a sniper? The female police officer in the car was shocked. She didn't know how the other party managed to smuggle these weapons of war into the heart of Dragon Nation. "Master, they jumped into the water," the female police officer exclaimed. I looked in the direction she pointed and saw the 3 people on the speedboat throwing away their weapons and jumping directly into the river. Are they willing to risk their lives like this? How could they possibly escape by swimming? No, they must have a submarine waiting underwater. Thinking of this, I became angry. How dare these bastards underestimate the people of Dragon Nation? They won't learn their lesson until they are beaten. Officer Lin. I'm afraid I have to handle the operation myself. Please get out of the car. As I said this, I parked the car on the side of the road and immediately pressed the red button, diving straight into the river. On the side of the road, the female police officer was dumbfounded. You actually drove into the river to catch a spy. She couldn't help but be amazed by my bold move. At the same time, 5 special agents who had infiltrated the water successfully docked with the rescue submarine. They put on their equipment and felt rejuvenated. Ha ha, the Dragon Nation's army is nothing. Speed up and head towards the harbor. However, shortly after they started driving, they saw a flash of blue light ahead. At first, they thought it was a searchlight from the Dragon Nation police. It wasn't until the light got closer that they gradually saw it clearly. The next second, they saw the most unbelievable scene of their lives. A blue and yellow mecha was holding a thunder dragon spear. Giant waves rolled behind it, and with the momentum of the world, it rushed towards them at the speed of light. Damn it! The people of Dragon Nation actually mastered the mecha technology of the Cybertron planet? At this moment, I was controlling the heart of the engine and blocking it in front of the submarine. I didn't expect this car to transform into a mecha form. The gun, like a thunderbolt, illuminated my courage and determination. Only with a fearless heart can one soar in the sky. Zhao Zilong is here. Through the yellow 1 million watt strong spotlight on the head of the heart of the engine, I can clearly see the submarine that the spies are riding in. Dare to invade my country's territory? You're seeking death. At the same time, I controlled the heart of the engine and wielded the dragon spear, showing off a gun flourish. The dragon spear, infused with the power of thunder, burned at the tip, shining with a cold, blue flame. The people on the submarine were extremely frightened at this moment. The dragon spear danced wildly, invincible against 10,000 enemies. With one shot, the submarine was cut in half. Damn it! Even though these spy agents have extremely high psychological resilience, encountering such a monster underwater, what other outcome could there be besides being brutally killed? I'm not used to it either, waving the dragon spear and killing indiscriminately. Anyway, Li Doni said that as long as we can stop the other party, it doesn't matter if we kill them. Of course, we also need to leave one alive and conveniently take that guy named Kevin with us. When I rushed out of the river and threw him onto the shore, this kid was already scared out of his wits and confessed everything before I even asked. Among them, there is some important information that made me shudder. They have set up 12 support submarines in key areas of the Dragon Nation's livelihood and economy. One of them has already been cut in half, and there is even an aircraft carrier hidden nearby as a backup. If this were during wartime, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those who violate our huaxia will be punished no matter how far they are. Watch as Zhao Zilong uses his spear to challenge the submarines. I once again dive into the river to search for their support submarines. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the new city police department, Chief Ma Goen slammed the table. Immediately, he joined forces with the Eastern Military Region to intercept the enemy's 7th Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, which was passing through the eastern waters under the pretext of visiting the Australian country, deliberately creating a spectacle to cover their spy operation. The Eastern Military Region has already deployed the 1st Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, forming a confrontational expulsion posture. First, we must block all port defenses to prevent the spies from escaping. Just then, the latest intelligence arrived. Report, Chief. At the moment of your speech, Officer Li Dongni successfully forced the spy into the Star River with the help of civilians, and a civilian driving a supercar directly jumped into the river to pursue them. What did you say? Ma Goen was completely stunned. A civilian driving a supercar jumped into the river? And the spy also jumped into the river? Indeed, according to Li Dongni's report, the other party seems to be a freshman from the Defense Technology University. Defense Technology University again? The school lost military secrets, and a freshman came to help recover them? He's going to his death. Hurry and go rescue them. 8 fully armed helicopters are ready on the bank of the Xinjiang River. Despite the injury on her arm, Officer Li Dongni points in the direction where the spy jumped off the boat. Quick! A college student has gone to the river to pursue. You need to go quickly to rescue, and almost no one knows about this. Inside the Xinjiang River, there is a tall and 100-meter-high mecha holding a large iron chain, and on the iron chain are 11 submarines connected in a series. Isn't it tiring? I set off from Xinjiang and passed through Longjiang, and all 11 submarines were not left behind. There were also resistances during the journey, but they were all easily defeated. And this final stop is under Lujiang, and further ahead is the mouth of the sea. 30 nautical miles away from the mouth of the sea is the so-called 7th Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of Eagle Sauce. At the same time, there are more than 30 armed police officers and soldiers on the bank of Xinjiang. Almost every 100 meters, you can see someone searching in the river with bare arms. But after 3 hours, there is still no result. At this time, Chief Ma Goen has also arrived at the riverside and immediately criticized Li Dongni. Comrade Li Dongni, I want to know how you, as a police officer, do your job. How could you let a newly arrived national defense student drive and jump into the river? Li Dongni's face was full of tears and grievances. Chief, I'm sorry. At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottom of the Xinjiang River. A blue and yellow giant rose into the sky, holding an iron chain, and on the iron chain were yellow capsule-like objects, similar to metal cabins, along with the splashing waves, sent flying on both sides. Immediately, a sentry shouted, "There's a situation, everyone be on high alert." The armed police soldiers responsible for guarding on the shore instantly picked up rifles or pistols, aiming at the river surface, forming 3 rows of upper, middle, and lower arrays, ready to open fire at any time. Chief Magoan also had to hide behind the portable shield held by the armed police to ensure safety. When the huge waves fell, everyone saw clearly what this giant thing was, and they were all shocked. Transformers. What they saw was actually the Transformers that can only be seen in movies. They were as tall as a 4-story building, and submarines? These connected iron chains are submarines, oh my god. This is Transformers. Could it be that the planet Cybertron really exists? Li Dongni found it hard to believe what was happening in front of her, but her sixth sense as a woman told her that she was familiar with this Transformer. Suddenly, she remembered that the national defense student who drove and jumped into the river before seemed to be driving a blue and yellow car. "Chief, don't shoot. He's one of us," Li Dongni instinctively shouted. Chief Magoan immediately gave the order, "No one is allowed to open fire without my command." In the astonishment of everyone present, I parked the mecha on the shore. "Officer Li, I have captured all the spies, but it's not fair for you to send so many people pointing guns at me, right?" Everyone present was confused. What's going on? When did Li Dongni get to know aliens? No way, could it be that science fiction has really become reality? "Captain Ma, hello, I am Lin Bei, a freshman at Defense Technology University. I'm not an alien, Your Excellency. You have a great sense of humor. Lin Bei must be the name you chose for the Dragon Kingdom, right?" Captain Ma Goen laughed. At this moment, Li Dongni couldn't help but speak up. "Captain Ma, he is the defense student I mentioned who drove into the river." Ma Goen was taken aback, then looked at the heart of the engine. The light of the engine disappeared, and the front window of the car turned transparent, revealing Lin Bei sitting inside. "Wow, he's really a person," Ma Goen exclaimed in surprise. "Hello, Lin Bei. Can you tell me if you really caught them all? What is the basis for your judgment? This is very important for our investigation. Please cooperate. Also, as a car person, you have to explain, right? Your level is not enough, I won't tell you. Call the military leaders," I calmly replied. "What do you mean by not enough level? Ma Goen is the chief of the new city police station, okay? If it were a normal situation, Ma Goen would definitely scold and complain. But the situation was special now, and he couldn't afford to make mistakes. Besides, he couldn't figure out Lin Bei's true intentions. But considering the situation in the eastern waters, where the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier fleet was in a standoff with the Eagle Sauce's 7th Carrier Battle Group, it was easy for things to escalate. Reporting the intelligence as soon as possible would be beneficial to the situation, Ma Goen said. "Okay, please wait a moment. I will report to the military superiors now. Eastern Military Region Staff Headquarters. What did you say? A defense student driving a car person caught all the spies under the Long River? Commander Chu, it's absolutely true. Our staff headquarters comrades never joke. They always report based on facts. Do you have any evidence? Commander Chu, please take a look. These are photos sent from the scene, as well as a comparison between the photos taken by high-definition reconnaissance satellites. The preliminary judgment is a perfect match." Commander Chu Yunfei took the photos handed over by Chief of Staff Zhao Gang and carefully compared them. He found a blue and yellow car person in the photos, just like that ugly bumblebee toy his grandson played with, exactly the same. Land racing car. Supersonic. The amount of information was too much, and Chu Yunfei found it hard to believe. Arrange for speed. I want to personally meet this young man. On the open sea, in the captain's room of the Eagle Sauce's 7th Carrier Battle Group, Admiral George, who was in his middle age, had a bewildered expression. It should be noted that 30 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom only had outdated battleships, old planes that were eliminated by the Big Brother, and main battle tanks that were nothing more than fragile ancient relics. In just 30 years, the Dragon Kingdom had grown to the point where even the Eagle Sauce had to avoid its edge. And this operation targeted the weakest points of the Dragon Kingdom. They caught them all? What a joke. It seems necessary to use nanobots. This will be the Dragon Kingdom's worst nightmare. George laughed disdainfully. Then he continued to move the Art of War in his hands, put both feet on a small stool, lay down and continued to read it leisurely, even thinking about how to take credit from the octagon later. He was unaware that his trip had become a complete and utter joke because of Lin Bei's presence. Star City. The bank of the Star River. After Sheriff Magoan reported the information from the scene to the military, a complete blockade was imposed here. Because, the military giants had arrived in person. All get out of my way. I'm the commander of the Eastern Military Region, Xu Yunxiao. Who dares to stop me? Xu Yunkai said angrily. In order to arrive here the quickest, he had come directly in his active fighter jet, Jet 20. As a result, you're telling me that a tiny soldier can stop him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, another cheerful laughter came. Ha ha ha, isn't this my Long Janya's good brother, Brother Chu? What, you were stopped by the guards? Come, let's brother and sister catch up. This comrade doesn't know any better, don't mind him, ha ha ha. Shuyan casings don't need to follow the sound to know, the visitor is his good comrade Long Janya in northwest Jinbei. At the same time to see Long Janya, can't help but pouring bitter water. The old dragon you this time the legs and feet are numb, I can be sinned against. I've come all the way here, but I've come up empty. That Lin Bei kid, I'm afraid he's already in your pocket, right? Aha, yeah, you have a point, I sympathize with you too. Long Janya nodded his head. This nodding, Xu Yunkai was sniffing out something fishy. No, old dragon, if you had gotten this great General Lin Bei, would you be in this state now? Early nose up to the sky. What? It can't be that he refused, right? Long Janya said, if I could do it, would I still be rejected? You're looking down on me too much, aren't you? Old Chu, I'll be honest with you. Today, even if we two military region commanders come, we have to step aside. Really? Who's so high-strung? I'm afraid it's not the King of Heaven who's coming? Chu Yunchao was surprised, however, immediately he came to his senses, and after looking left and right, he asked in a low voice, is it that person? Long Janya nodded. Xu Yunkai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If that's really the case, then the two of us have to keep an eye on it, there mustn't be any slip-ups. Well, although his old man is no longer in the military, his influence is too great, he is an actual military giant, so nothing must happen. In addition, this young man called Lin Bei can be favored by him, he also has a great future. Long Janya lamented. Xu Yunkai couldn't help but smile to himself. Originally, I thought that this young man would either be yours, Long Janya, or mine, Xu Yunkai, but it turned out that I never expected that it would instead be taken by his old man. Long Janya sniffed and was silent. Instead, he placed his gaze on the old man who was conversing with that blue and yellow automobile man not far away. There, the old man's hair was white, over 100 years old, but hale and hearty, his body was stooped, but that pair of eyes was extremely bright, a pair of big hands were even more weathered, the whole person had a kind of cloudy temperament, but when he saw the Autobot that was as high as 8 or 9 meters in front of him, he still couldn't help but be secretly surprised. After stabilizing his mind, the old man asked, you are the National Defense student Lin Bei who caught all the spies? You're at such a high level, you must have found out everything when you came here, why do you still need to ask me? Lin Bei asked back. While the old man was sizing up Lin Bei was also sizing up the other party. Although he didn't know what rank this old man was, but judging from the serious attitudes of the people around him, and the 2 points that the older he was, the more senior he was, ergo, he should be a big brother. Afterwards, he only saw the old man laugh, I'm halfway through, and my knowledge of you is limited to the files. But you're so smart, worthy of being the top student of this year's college entrance exam, and you're also willing to join the military academy, which shows that you even have a sincere patriotic heart. The old man feels very gratified now. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was immediately displeased and said, what is your purpose? What are you trying to do by putting such a high hat on me as soon as you come up? Shut up, bastard boy, how do you talk? At this time, the guard beside the old man scolded, and if he wasn't stopped by the old man, I'm afraid that he was really going to come up and fight with Lin Bei. Just, we are saying that sandbags as big as the fist, hard, sure to stand it? Xiao Zhang, don't mess around. He caught the spy, he's a hero. Is that how you call a hero? Quickly, apologize to others. The old man drank. Lin Bei, however, waved his hand and said, forget it, he's just doing his duty. Hearing this, the old man immediately looked at him twice, and then said, young comrade, you can address me as Tang Lao. Also, I'm already retired, and I'm not a big shot, so you can completely treat me as an ordinary person. And then, we also have a small doubt need to ask you to tell me, little comrade, that is, how did this Autobot that you can deform come from in the end? Before asking, Tang Lao envisioned all sorts of questions that Lin Bei might answer, such as built by himself, sent by aliens, prehistoric technology, blah blah blah. However, he was never expecting that Lin Bei would directly say, do you believe me when I say I can parse the black technology in the game? And as if he felt that he didn't believe it, he also added, it's to try out a game, and then in the process of constantly understanding it, I can simulate and calculate some kind of black tech technology in the middle of my brain. In short, it's as if my brain is a computer of the highest level in the universe. And this ability is not only limited to games, but also movies and TV shows, even anime and such, you know? It's very much like brainstorming, or you can understand it as me brainstorming a technology, and then after many times of brainstorming, I directly comprehended it. In this regard, Lin Bei naturally still had something to hide. There was no way he could say that he could parse it by moving his fingers, right? That would make it seem too easy to come by. Of course, if it was said to be like a supercomputer, then it could still be attributed to superpowers rather than a golden finger. If the other party didn't believe it, then he didn't have much to lose, because the real bottom line wasn't revealed. As long as there was a cell phone and a game, then he could still continue to parse. Moreover, he was now inside the heart of the engine, and his parents were now on vacation abroad and hadn't returned, so the big deal was that he could also just walk away. If we cooperate, we can win both, and if we don't cooperate, it is only a loss for the country. Parsing the black technology in the game? Is it superpower? Or is this little comrade making it up? After Tang Lao froze, he couldn't help but question, analyzing is analyzing, but it's not necessarily possible to build it, right? My family is open car factory, innate with the conditions to build a car, but the cost of 3 billion, the cost is also very high, right? And I have a license plate on this car, passed the security check, and there are no weapons of mass destruction, or guns and ammo or anything, you can't pin me down on this, Lin Bei said indifferently. As early as the beginning of his manufacturing, he had considered the day he would be exposed. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Tang Lao was so honorable, but also dared to come here to talk to him, obviously with the attitude of cooperation. Just do not know what chips will come out. If we are not satisfied, then it is better not to cooperate. But in the end, rather than against the state, it is better to use the power of the state, because there are a lot of technology if you rely solely on their own, that have to earn a lot of money, recruit a lot of people, but also TM worried about the roll-away technology to run away, directly to the state, the development of the country's black science and technology, which does not smell good. However, this engine heart cost us $3 billion, is definitely not handed over for nothing. And Tang Lao from Lin Bei's conversation and attitude can also be seen, both sides are willing to cooperate, which is naturally the best, but before that, he still have to confirm Lin Bei mouth of superpowers, in the end is true or false. Thinking about this, Tang Lao said, don't worry, young comrade, after catching the spy, you are a meritocracy, a hero, the country will not treat you badly. In addition, you are a national defense student who is still willing to come forward, your roots are right, and you are definitely patriotic. Now that you have this kind of ability, if you can cooperate with the country, I'm sure it will be a win-win situation, and a result we all want to see. But before that, I still want to confirm whether you possess such abilities. After all, this matter is of great importance and the situation is too special. Hearing this, Lin Bei was relieved. If the other party said so, then the probability was that he would not have to give up his dad and mom's belly to drift around alone. Subsequently, Lin Bei asked, to demonstrate in fact is also very simple, old man, you will play pesticide not? Pesticide? Killing game? No, it's a 5v5 competitive game, the background is based on the Three Kingdoms, how, jerk a hand? Does that mean playing a game? 3 Kingdoms? I'm familiar with it. Competitive, oh, are you talking about the power and strategy category? I'm familiar with this one too. Hearing Tang Lao's words, Lin Bei really wanted to ask, are you crossing over from ancient times? This generation gap doesn't come like this, right? Ancient people are linked to modern people? It's outrageous. Whatever, you come to my co-pilot, I'll download one for you, just you alone, I won't let anyone else, Lin Bei said. The guard wanted to stop it, but he was glared at by Elder Tang, so he immediately showed a very aggrieved expression. Subsequently, Lin Bei turned the heart of the engine into the appearance of a supercar, while Tang Lao came to the car, but pulled out his military satellite phone, Con. Don't worry, the smartphone has it, Tang Lao said without changing his face. Xiao Zhang, bring me a smartphone. Yes. Soon, Xiao Zhang sent the smartphone over. And Lin Bei also downloaded a king pesticide for Tang Lao and logged him into his trumpet. When Tang Lao logged in, he realized that the game wasn't the imagined power play or the so-called Three Kingdoms, but rather, it was a game similar to pushing towers. Moreover, he was surprised to find that the car Lin Bei drove wasn't exactly the one in there with the engine heart skin of Zilong that was sent with the first charge of $6. Good lord, could it be that this young man could really parse the black technology in the game? In that case, he had just seen a warplane skin in the latest shelves, and then asked, this black technology called Doomsday Warplane, can you analyze it? Although Lu Xiaobu was a slave of the third surname, his force value is extremely outstanding, so a warplane modeled after him should be quite powerful, right? And judging by the final effect of the engine heart you built, it might be comparable to a 6th generation machine, right? Well, that's right, I didn't expect that even though it's your first time touching it, you have a high talent, or rather, a higher rank, and you actually managed to understand it so thoroughly. Lin Bei slightly wiped his sweat and said, for the other party to be able to come to this position to retire, where would they be any good? Immediately after, Lin Bei added, I can parse this technique, but I need to play a few more games, and I must play this hero. If young comrade doesn't mind me, why don't the two of us jerk off, how about it? Tang Lao laughed. Well, okay, Lin Bei said indifferently. In fact, it was the same with him or without him. Afterwards, Lin Bei invited Lin Lao to open a game. This game match, Lin Bei naturally chose Liu Xiaobu's Doomsday Fighter, looked at the parsing progress. There are still more than 54 days left, because the summer vacation to build a car, these technologies are already in the middle of the parsing. Tang Lao, on the other hand, chose Zhuge Liang, because he especially liked this Three Kingdoms character role. The game started. Because Tang Lao was playing for the first time, Lin Bei instructed him to guard under the tower and just familiarize himself with the hero's skills first, while he himself was silently developing on the confrontation road. Tang Lao was a bit uncomfortable at first, and soon gave away a blood, and stayed in the spring for 3 minutes to study the skills and skill analysis, before coming to the middle road. This Lin Bei has already taken a blood, ready to go against the opposite side of the field, happened to meet the opposite side of the three people ambush, have no choice but to a big move to jump away, but did not expect, just crashed in the enemy rush to support the mage. Oh no! This situation, their skills are all empty, is very dangerous, died once, but to increase the pairing time, this can be trouble. Holy shit, it's not going to be gone, is it? Lin Bei was a little nervous. Just then, he saw a silhouette flash on the screen, then left 2 circles of light. 3 energy waves were sent out, plus a janky bomb hitting the enemy mage in full. Nice guy! It's the old man's Zhuge Liang. This set went down, and gave the opposite side dry blood. Look at my halberd. Lin Bei made an immediate decision to swing. The enemy hero has been killed. Double kill. A direct double kill was taken. Tang Lao, on the other hand, instantly went numb. Crap. You little comrade, why are you stealing my head? This move of mine is meant to be used for harvesting. Why don't you scrape her a few times first? Hitting more heads will speed up the pairing time, Lin Bei said indifferently. However, Tang Lao cast a skeptical gaze. In the next game, he even directly started the Gaga messy kill mode, crazily grabbing heads, resulting in this game, Lin Bei only killed 30, with an output of only 41%, while Tang Lao was able to kill 10 and still had 20% output. Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder, is this really your first time playing the game? Tang Lao laughed. Old man usually likes go, studies the art of war, familiarizes himself with the spring and autumn annals, and also knows some handicrafts, so it's probably the accumulation over a long period of time. Okay. Lin Bei said, in his heart, he was also searching, familiar with the spring and autumn annals? No wonder you still have a rosy complexion at such an old age, he. At this time, Tang Lao added, before today, I had never come into contact with the game, but after being exposed to it today, I realized that in addition to having requirements for hand speed, games also have high requirements for your logic, your reflexes, your energy, and playing games for a long period of time might make one smarter. Then why don't we make games a mandatory course for 9 years of compulsory education? Lin Bei laughed. That's not impossible, Tang Lao said thoughtfully. Good guy. Lin Bei really just called out good guy straight away. Are you really a retired old cadre? This, outrageous on. In the next few hours, Lin Bei gossiped little, and after a crunching mess of killing, he finally finished the Doomsday Fighter technology parsing time. Analysis can obtain technology, acoustic levitation technology, square sky painting halberd technology, bioenergy engine technology, photonic sword technology, quadruple wing drone accompanied by flying technology, honeycomb energy shield technology, laser cannon technology, intelligent combat technology. Congratulations, you have obtained all the technologies of the Doomsday Fighter, Star Epic Blue Mecha Skin, Mecha. Accompanied by the prompts from the dialogue box on the screen. Lin Bei only felt a warm current pass through his mind as well. Subsequently, the entire process of making the Doomsday Fighter machine emerged in his mind as much as possible, including from the initial drawing design, 3D modeling, manufacturing system output imaging, etc., to the alloy rehearsal equations and extractions during the material development process, etc., and then to the equipment manufacturing, machine tool design, etc., all of which emerged in his mind. And the various technologies contained herein, take out any one of them, are enough to hang any of the most advanced fighters in the current world. As expected, the Doomsday Fighter lived up to our expectations. Is that all we've got? At this time, Tang Lao beside him noticed Lin Bei's strange behavior and asked tentatively. Lin Bei nodded. Now that this technology has been parsed out by me, can you give me a computer? I'll put the technology in the computer, then you give the people from the research institute to test it out, and everything will soon come to fruition? Elder Tang nodded similarly, and then asked his guard, Xiao Zhang, to go and quickly fetch the laptop. Immediately afterward, he saw Lin Bei's fingers tapping back and forth like wild bees flying, and one after another technical drawings were sent out from his hands, and all of them were transmitted to the dean's mailbox of the Dragon Science Academy. Tang Lao felt a bit appalled just looking at the drawings and watching the process. He had been in the military for many years, and had been exposed to a lot of high-end technology, so he could tell at a glance that Lin Bei had gotten into something, and all of them were real. In other words, this little comrade in front of him can really analyze the black technology in the game? If that's the case, isn't China about to take off? If you can control this kind of ability then. Not. Absolutely not. After Tang Lao had this thought, he immediately cut it off. Because this ability cannot be guaranteed because of his or anyone's operation in failure, this phenomenon is not a lot of movie and television drama and reality? It's not good to work together peacefully, is it? It's not a play, there's no need for so much drama. As for going to be the slicing words, when Einstein's brain was taken to be sliced, scientists research out what? Apart from getting some XX indexes more than normal people, there is no effect at all, because there is no such thing as a second Einstein. Einstein was unique, and so was Lin Bei. Therefore, this secret would have to be set up as a state secret from him, never to be leaked except for a few 100% loyal people, and Lin Bei would have to be protected 100% to do so. Alright, all done, Lin Bei said with a sigh of relief. The stormy and woeful operation just now had exhausted him. Building something like a fighter jet was impossible to achieve in a short period of time without a military-industrial department to make it. In addition, even if this old man took the technology and flipped out, it wouldn't be a big loss for Lin Bei. Because all the technology was in his head, it could be recreated at any time. Moreover, losing him was also equivalent to losing an entire arsenal of black tech weapons. It was simply not worth the loss. All the technologies, all of them were sent to the Dragon Science Academy? Well, you just wait for the results from the Dragon Science Academy. Good. Tang Lao gulped and said. The email he had given, that was a military communication email that went straight to Xia Chang'an, the president of the Dragon Science Academy. Basically, if he sent it over, the other party would be aware of it and would respond in the fastest time possible. Only need to wait a moment, we'll know the final answer. And at the same time, Imperial Capital. Inside the Dragon Science Academy, Dean Xia Chang'an was preparing to hold a meeting on the organizational arrangements for the 2023 scientific research work. But at this critical moment, he received an encrypted email from Tang Lao. At that moment, he opened the email to check it out and found that the email was titled, 6th Generation Fighter, Doomsday Fighter Full Set of Technical Analysis. The 5th Generation Fighter is still being perfected, but is the theoretical technology of the 6th Generation Fighter already fully matured? Holding doubts, Xia Chang'an clicked in to look and found that the technologies on the catalog were all technologies that the Dragon Science Academy was currently breaking through, or would break through in the future, or even technologies that had never been envisioned before. For example, this acoustic levitation technology is one of the key technologies to realize containerless processing of materials underground in space conditions. Compared with electromagnetic levitation technology, it is not subject to the restriction of whether the material is conductive or not, and levitation and heating are controlled separately. This technology is mainly used for the separation of dirty substances on the walls of chemical containers, and in this mail, it is actually used to combine with photonic sword technology to realize the possibility of flying swords out of thin air? This vision is bold. The principle is feasible. After a preliminary judgment, Xia Chang'an immediately forwarded the relevant technology to the academician of the Sound Levitation Research Institute. Immediately afterward, he continued to check the next technology, and the name of the technology made him happy. Square Sky Painted Halberd Technology? Isn't this the weapon of the Three Kingdoms historical figure Lu Bu? Kind of interesting. Xia Chang'an clicked in to check it out, but he was stunned. This square heavenly painted halberd hid a 60-centimeter volume controllable nuclear energy device that could synchronize the release of the terrifying nuclear energy in it while waving it around, and its power was so great that it could directly shatter an extraterrestrial meteorite with a diameter of about 30 kilometers? If it was on the ground, it could easily destroy a mountain peak, an entire factory? Crazy. This is a modern city, not a sci-fi fantasy. However, it seems that this technology is also feasible. To hear, Xia Chang'an suddenly realized that this technology contains the fear is not really black technology, and in recent times, the Dragon Country Space Department has spread its tentacles to the back of the moon. Could it be that? Contacted the technology of the aliens? Xia Chang'an continued to check down. There are bioenergy engine technology, quadcopter drone companion technology, cellular energy shield technology, laser cannon technology and so on. If these technologies can be realized one by one, then not only in the field of 6th-generation aircraft will have a huge leap forward advantage, but also other related industries will be able to get a great progress. Without thinking about it, Xia Chang'an directly sent the technology to all the relevant research institutes and academicians. Soon after, he received a bombardment of information from the academicians of various research institutes. Crap! Dean Xia, where did you get this sound levitation technology? It surpasses current technology by at least 20 years. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There are only a few researchers in the field of bioenergy engines in the world, and they simply can't reach this level of maturity. Dean Xia, quickly tell me, did the Department of Space find alien technology on the back of the moon? Gosh, with this Fantasia technology, Dragon Kingdom is going to take off. The J2-0 is still only a single-seater, and it's developing in the direction of a double-seater, but as a result, you've directly gotten an intelligent combat system, and it's changed back to a single-seater, and the quadcopter drone companion technology is even more powerful. With this technology, a conservative estimate is that it will exceed the generation difference of the J20 by at least 20 years. At this moment, the entire Dragon Science Academy shook as a result, and Xia Chang'an counted these replies and thought that it was simply impossible to fake, as all of them were excited from the bottom of his heart. So, that is to say, Tang Lao's side really got the aliens' black technology? If this is really the case, then the time for the Dragon Kingdom to completely take off will be shortened by at least 10 years or more. And the specifics of how a satellite phone call over will know. Star City. Star River Bank. Brother Yunkai, is it really good for us to sneak in like this? I say, old dragon, when did you become so timid? When you were at the Taiyuan military exercise, you dared to hit the county with a single regiment, you didn't know how many levels you crossed, how many troops you mobilized around you, and you even became addicted to being a division commander. You can't have forgotten all about it, can you? Ha ha, a little bit of bad deeds, not enough to mention. In the end, we want to see how mysterious that Autobot is, but we're afraid that the old chief will blame us. Let's sneak around, don't shoot the gun. We can't have meat in our mouths and not be able to eat it or see it, right? This inside and take the cell phone, and take the computer, two curious people. Chu Yunkai blankly glanced at Long Zhanya, turned around and walked forward again. Right at this moment, a sudden bellowing came. All stand still. Without an order from Elder Tang, everyone is not allowed to enter. This could have startled Chu Yunkai, almost didn't pull out his gun, but luckily it was only when he finally saw that it was the guardsman Xiao Zhang that he breathed a sigh of relief. You this guard, nothing is so staggering, Tang Lao he can stand it? This burying the child. Chu Yunkai cursed and grinned. Over here, Long Zhanya directly picked the key point and said, Xiao Zhang let me ask you something. What exactly is Tang Lao doing in there? Even if it's a negotiation, it wouldn't take this long, right? He and I are both military region commanders. At our level, we shouldn't have to keep secrets, right? Sorry, military secrets, no comment. Xiao Zhang said with a determined attitude. Chu Yun cashed but was angry. Hey, I say you kid, why are you so stubborn? At this time, suddenly came Tang Lao's voice. Yunkai battlefield, you guys took advantage of my absence and bullied Xiao Zhang, didn't you? Elder Tang. You're here, Elder Tang. Long Zhanye and Chu Yunkai were instantly honest. However, perhaps being too curious, Chu Yunkai couldn't help but ask, Elder Tang, the two of us aren't outsiders, what's classified or not, if there's meat for everyone to eat together, you're eating the lion's share anyway, and we're drinking a little bit of soup, is it alright? Or, you tell me what the content of the negotiation is, okay? Tang Lao shook his head and said, You, Chu Yunkai, you're the commander of a military region, and you're still so full of energy, if only I had as much energy as you do. In fact, this content is very simple, I'm just afraid that you won't believe me when I say it. Is it so mysterious? Tang Lao, it's not that bad. Long Zhanya said. Tang Lao let out a faint smile and looked at the guard Xiao Zhang. You heard it at that time, tell the two commanders about it. Xiao Zhang said, that kid called Lin Bei who said he could parse the black technology in the game and had to drag Tang Lao to play the game with him, is a trooper. What? Snubbing old Tang to play games? Analyze the black technology in the game? He's so capable of bragging, why doesn't he say he's a future traveler? Why doesn't he say he's an alien? Chu Yunkai was speechless all of a sudden. Tang Lao, however, laughed mysteriously, just now I want him to analyze the 6th generation machine technology. The relevant drawings have been sent to the Dragon Science Academy. It is estimated that it won't take long to come back with news. DDT. At this time, the military satellite phone rang. No, speak of the devil and he's here. Tang Lao laughed. As for the three of them, Chu Yunkai, Long Zhanya, and the guard Xiao Zhang, each of them pricked up their ears to listen. They wanted to see how such a ridiculous thing was poked and prodded. However, by the time Tang Lao picked up the phone, the person on the other end of the line opened his mouth. Tang Lao, you're afraid that you haven't picked up the technology of the aliens on the back of the moon, right? This technology, which has been confirmed by a number of academicians from my Dragon Science Academy, surpasses current technology by at least 20 years. Upon hearing this, several people at the scene immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This is what the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy of the Dragon Kingdom himself said. Can it be false? But at this time, after all, the matter was important and one had to be cautious. Chang'an, are you sure it's at least 20 years beyond current technology? Elder Tang, I'm sure, as well as 100% sure. Tang Lao, just be honest. Where did this technology come from? You tell us, none of us are outsiders, did we really get the alien technology? Hearing this, Tang Lao couldn't help but laugh. Chang'an, you may not believe me when I say it. This technology was taken out by a freshman from the University of Defense Science and Technology. Moreover, it was exchanged by parsing the 6th-generation machine technology from the game. And on the other end of the phone, Xiao Chang'an obviously froze for a moment before saying, "Don't kid me, parsing black technology from a game? Is he analyzing it with his naked eyes, or is he analyzing it with access to the game's source code?" I'm more inclined to the latter, but since he was able to access the source code, it means that the game company possesses 6th-generation machine technology. But how is this possible? How can they get it from a game when none of the major advanced countries in the world have even researched it? So, I think it should be alien technology. It had to be said that Xiao Chang'an's analysis was justified, but the facts spoke louder than words. Tang Lao only said indifferently, "You now go online and search for the Azure mech skin of Liu Xiaobu's Doomsday mech, and see if it's exactly the same as the technical drawings I sent you." A few minutes later. Crap! Elder Tang, how is this possible? It's actually the same model. But the game that was only designed this way for the sake of being cool, there's no scientific basis to back it up at all. But after this technology is taken out, it can indeed be forced to assemble according to this, and it's still the optimal solution, this. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chang'an was shocked. Not only him, the scene including Long Zhenya, Chu Yunkai, and the guard Xiao Zhan, all of them were shocked. This was because it showed that the other party was actually really able to parse black technology from the game. This ability was simply unimaginable. Which of the black technologies in the game were not fantasy products that surpassed current technology by decades or even centuries? If this could all materialize, the combat power generated, the social productivity spawned, and all other aspects of the impact would be so huge as to be incalculable. Originally, if the Dragon Kingdom developed according to its current trajectory, it would be enough to become a super civilization that surpassed the 5,000 histories of the upper and lower reaches of China and the history of all mankind in 20 to 30 years' time in the future. And if with the black technology in the game will once again break through the peak, directly create an interstellar civilization, at that time, let's not talk about the great powers. One day, when I sit up from my deathbed, I will realize that the great powers are actually myself. Advance into space and seize the resources of vast alien planets. Interstellar colonization, creating the galactic empire of China. This is not a dream, but a series of lifetime Alright, Chang'an, you have to stop talking. Tang Lao took a deep breath, and then announced to the crowd in an extremely serious manner, "This matter is only known to the 5 of us present, and if half of the news leaks out, or if there is even the slightest rumor, I will not be merciful. Because today's matter is related to the prosperity of my Chinese nation, it will be classified as an SSS grade top secret file. Those who violate the regulations, no matter how high or low the position, no matter how big or small the contribution to the country, no matter how far away from the ends of the earth, will be executed for treason." The last sentence even brought with it the horrifying killing aura that only the slaughter of millions possessed. On the scene, the 3 of them were instantly silenced. Their bodies were ice cold, as if there was a cold dagger, silently drifting past the back of their heads. And separated from the netline of Xiao Chang'an, can also feel the scene of that bone-chilling cold killing intent, back to God before realizing that the forehead actually emerged dense beads of sweat. However, when Tang Lao finished, he once again resumed his smiling face. Of course, the secrecy regulations are known to everyone, and his loyalty to Huaxia is also unquestionable. Now, what we need to consider is how to retain a talent with superpowers like Lin Bei. Exactly what kind of conditions should be offered, or rather, just how big is his appetite and can we fulfill it? Several people looked at each other in disbelief, and then expressed their opinions. Besides, Lin Bei's side. After he had sent the technology to the Longku Academy through Tang Lao's email, he was in the mode of being ready to run at any time. The only thing that could give him a sense of security right now was the engine heart. It was said that university life was good, but now that the golden finger was exposed, he might not be able to go to university, but instead be pulled directly to a research institute, or the military to do what they do. Instead of that, it would be better to just run away to any country, such as the Fijian continent, to be a warlord. To be a chief, isn't that better than being in the military with all sorts of limitations? As for the report, this is what time, but also reported a hook 8-2, I'm afraid the commencement ceremony also passed, right? Really sad nah. Little comrade? Let you wait a long time. At this time, Tang Lao's voice came from the front of the car. Behind him, there were also 2 soldiers who were in their prime, with extraordinary temperament. Looking at the shoulder straps, one is a commander, the other one is also a commander. And after Tang Lao came to Lin Bei's heels, he directly opened the door and said, "Young comrade, today's matter, as far as we know in the presence, there is also Xiao Chang'an, the director of the Dragon Science Academy. This is Long Zhenya, the commander of the Central Military Region, and this is Chu Yunkai, the commander of the Eastern Military Region." If there is any leakage of information, these three people, you directly lift the knife to do, Tang Lao will never stop. Good guy, let me do the commander? This. Lin Bei's brain is a little confused. And Chu Yunkai's face changed greatly said, Tang Lao, just now you are not so guarantee we're at least commanders, you're just going to take me and brother Yun Kai like this? Long Zhanya was also anxious. Because if this order went down, the danger of the two of them being taken out, it was the responsibility that was even greater. It was the same as if Lin Bei stirred up some kind of mess in the future, the two of them would still have to wipe their asses. However, Tang Lao simply disregarded the views of the two and continued, in addition, because of your superpower in parsing the black technology in the game and currently parsing the 6th generation machine technology for the military, so I will report to the state to grant you the honor of the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter, enjoying analogous powers of a commander in the military, but without the actual position. I don't know if the young comrade is able to accept it? Lin Bei thought about it and then faintly said, what about the conditions? No matter what cooperation, there are always conditions, right? This time Long Zhanye and Chu Yunkai can be anxious, he meowed. They fought a lifetime of war to mix to this position today. You kid take a technology to get the equivalent position, but also to pick? But also to see how the conditions first? If it is them, cannot wait to accept. The conditions are not much, just two. One is in case the military or the Dragon Science Academy has any needs, or hope that you can help parse out some black tech out of the perspective of the overall situation. The other one is that I hope that the black tech that you have built out, don't give it to other countries to use. Well, it's best to abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, and safeguard the Dragon Kingdoms. Stop. I roughly understand. I just want to ask, as long as I don't violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, and don't betray the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, am I allowed to do whatever I want? Do whatever you want? Good guy. Long Zhanya and Chu Yunkai straight away called out good guy. The two of them, military region commanders, didn't even dare to mention this condition, but you, Lin Bei, are so good that you're even proposing the condition of doing whatever you want? Are you crazy? Who the hell could agree to that? Isn't this inviting a living ancestor to pop up on top of his head? However, Tang Lao said, it can be understood this way. The Dragon Kingdom will be your most solid backing. Truth be told, at this moment, Lin Bei admitted that he was excited. The Dragon Kingdom is our most solid backing? We can still do whatever we want? Ha. Elder Tang, when I say I want to be XX, can you let me be? Lin Bei said in a lion's mouth. Tang Lao nodded and said, yes, but you have to go through the formal way, in line with the Dragon Country laws. For example, you have to submit an application, go through the organization's assessment, then enter the grassroots level, and step by step, fight an upgrade, and it's probably okay to be in your 40s or 50s. Nimas, this is equivalent to all roads being given the green light, but one still has to go through this procedure. However, even so, this condition, it's still quite attractive, alright? Even the protagonist of a web novel doesn't have this kind of treatment and power, okay? It was almost like doing whatever you want. Lin Bei couldn't wait to post on Forced. When you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Kingdom, how should you do whatever you want? Waiting online, urgently do whatever he wants. However, Lin Bei didn't wait for the netizens to answer, but was the first to be rejected. Chu Yunkai, Elder Tang, I'm afraid that this matter is inappropriate. Elder Tang. Long Zhanya, yes Tang Lao, if he can do whatever he wants, what if he fools around? Elder Tang, I believe that you, comrade boy, have the right roots, you will never do anything wrong, right? Lin Bei, can you expel them first? Tang Lao, can't. Lin Bei. Nima. You're an immortal. Tang Lao, you have to be higher than both of them. So, you two take it easy. In the meantime, if you don't flatter your little comrades, you'll be fired after many years. Chu Yunkai. Long Zhanya. Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei sort of understood that Tang Lao was drawing the biggest pie for himself, and any person would have their appetite whetted, alright? And since it was a cooperation, it was inevitable to find a way to get what the most tangible benefits would be. At this time, Tang Lao added, Xiaobei na, I'm 60 years older than you, it's not too much to call you Xiaobei, right? Not too much. Lin Bei waved his hand and didn't mind saying. Tang Lao nodded, well, then regarding the 6th generation machine, that is, the doomsday fighter you parsed out, which military region are you going to deliver it to first? To be honest, Lin Bei hadn't thought about it yet. And at this time, smelling the crisis and opportunity coexist, Chu Yunxiao took the lead to open his mouth. Comrade Xiaobei, my eastern military region guards the territory are the most prosperous and wealthy coastal area of the Dragon Kingdom. Every year for the country to bring a considerable amount of tax revenue, commodities are sold overseas, earned a lot of foreign exchange, but if it comes to wartime, it is the enemy's troops to combat the first sequence of the enemy, cannot not be prevented also. My eastern military region has aircraft carriers, the latest destroyers, and the top-of-the-line conventionally powered nuclear submarines, but it lacks carrier aircraft. This doomsday fighter is the most suitable to be delivered to my eastern military region. Long Zhanye heard that in his heart. You were still blocking Lin Bei with him just now, and now Comrade Xiao Bei is shouting on? And brothers? This shit is even more excessive than a secret agent, right? Comrade Xiao Bei is a member of my central military region. Who are you, the commander of the eastern military region, to tell me what to do? Long Zhanye immediately cursed. What my central military region can give, can you eastern military region give? For example, military maneuvering grounds, such as military large-scale laboratories, such as a variety of nearby and high-quality and inexpensive raw materials. What, Comrade Xiao Bei, I checked, your family opened an automobile factory. I heard that there is also a gradual decline in earnings. Rest assured, I'm here on behalf of the military to give your family an order for 6 billion, directly doubled. How about it? In this regard, Lin Bei naturally chose to level the playing field. Meow, we lack a black technology? It's just a doomsday fighter. What's the point of robbing it? Well, you're right, Commander Long, I'll give the doomsday fighter to Commander Chu. Lin Bei said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, good. Chu Yunkai instantly beamed with joy. Comrade Xiao Bei, the door of the eastern military region will always be open for you. On the contrary, Long Zhanye's face instantly darkened, with a sense of sadness that was like a million miles of condensation. Lin Bei simply replied, I will definitely do it next time, and then said to Long Zhanye, General Long, I think the biggest need of the central military region is to fill the defense holes in the river basin first. It just so happens that I also know of a game skin of Jiangdong Xiaobao, the battleship of doom, which should be able to fulfill the needs in this regard. General Long, I don't know what you think. Is it on the same level as the doomsday warship? Long Zhanye said. Of course. The doomsday mecha was a series. When Long Zhanye heard this, he immediately laughed heartily and said, Good, good, good. Comrade Xiao Bei, don't worry, from now on, with me in the central military region, you'll walk sideways. I say so. Next time for sure, said Lin Bei arching his hand. Nima, instantly there are 2 more big brothers to help out. It's simply too good to be true. However, this is all about us paying, and we didn't get any substantial benefits. At this time, Tang Lao spoke up, you too, you've got a huge benefit, so you're just putting up empty shells, right? Ha! As soon as Tang Lao reminded him, Long Zhanye immediately patted his chest and said, how could I? Comrade Xiao Bei, with your merit, is directly take the special merit is no problem. But we deliberated before, your ability is special and can't be overly exposed, but you captured the spy, and this matter can't be hidden, so we decided to give you a first-class merit, which is jointly awarded by the Central Military Region and the Eastern Military Region. How's that? Good guy, first-class merit we can still see a lot, but the 2 military regions jointly awarded first-class merit, just ask who else? But, I heard that the spies are walking 500,000, I catch so many, this shall not reward me hundreds of millions? Lin Bei face does not change color, heart does not jump, said. Chu Yun Case was speechless at that time. You built an Autobot, have spent 3 billion, but also care about this money? Spies can only be counted as one. If others learn that you have captured several spies, will certainly be suspicious. If caused by the Eagle Sauce agents all kinds of assassinations, we can hardly protect you. This is not good. However, it's okay to give you $500,000 for 1 military region, and of course, how about calculating the rest of the money according to the pure profit of the order? Hey, it's okay. Lin Bei skimmed his lips and said, just think of it as saving something. Subsequently, he thought of an extremely racy and very substantial benefit, that is, 2 commanders. You see, I went to the opening of the university today to catch spies, didn't report to work, and also missed the opening ceremony. This year give me a solution, right? Long Zhanye laughed. Hey, I thought it was something big. Zhao Wumian, that dog thief, made such a big mistake as a spy. How dare he organize any opening ceremony? He's like an ant on a hot pan right now. No more. In any case, the opening ceremony is postponed. Report to what? A word of matter. Later I will make a phone call. All settled. Good guy, we're losing money here. The commencement ceremony was supposed to be postponed. Lin Bei thought about it and added, then I'll report to school and the army will open the way. That's reasonable, right? Long Zhanye's eyes were wide open. A stream of words was held in his throat, almost about to break out. That's impossible. But probably thinking of the possibility that Lin Bei had countless game black technology in him, and that he might have to continue to rely on him in the future, he agreed. Very reasonable. Don't worry, when you report later, the platoon will definitely pull out all the stops for you, Long Zhanye said. At this time, Elder Tang suddenly laughed, you little comrade, your skills are not small, and you also like the whole fame and fortune thing. Lin Bei, however, said, if a young man is not exuberant, is he still called a young man? If young people don't think about the future of the country, is there any future for the country? Elder Tang, you can't beat me on this. In fact, Lin Bei didn't even think about fame and fortune. The key was to say, pretend. There was such a good opportunity to pretend to be a bully in front of his roommate, in front of his classmates, in front of all the teachers and students of the school, and also in front of the passers-by. Whoever didn't pretend to be a bully was a fool. Well, can't say no to you. Tang Lao continued to laugh. In that case, then we'll prepare a mysterious gift for you at the opening ceremony. Oh, what is it? Lin Bei was curious. At this time, Long Zhanya said, I've already said that it's a mysterious gift. Why are you still asking? Won't you know by then? Commander Long, I suddenly feel that the river basins of the Dragon Kingdom should be self-reliant after this, right? Lin Bei said as if nothing had happened. Long Zhanya instantly became anxious. No, Comrade Xiao Bei. While Chu Yunkai saw the situation and said, the Eastern Military Region will never treat any of its meritorious officials poorly. Seeing this, Elder Tang hurriedly discouraged, Alright, Comrade Xiao Bei, just feel free to report for the opening ceremony. I promise, this will definitely be a great gift. You and wait patiently. Alright, since Elder Tang has said so, then this is how it will be for now, Lin Bei said. Subsequently, Long Zhanya began to deploy his troops to build up momentum for Lin Bei's opening report. And the scene was also quickly cleared under Chu Yunkai's command. As for Tang Lao, he once again sat on Lin Bei's co-pilot, ready to accompany him to report for school. However, Lin Bei felt that this old man actually just felt that sitting in our engine heart was very cool, that's all. Right, there seems to be a female police officer named Dong Nili. She was injured in a car accident in order to catch a spy, so she should be handled properly, right? Lin Bei suddenly asked. You know, if she didn't commandeer our car today, we might not have encountered the possibility of this opportunity yet, or it wasn't so fast and smooth, right? Tang Lao frowned slightly and said, Is that the policewoman with the injured arm? Well yes, my shirt is ripped off to bandage her, Lin Bei said. Tang Lao suddenly came to his senses and said, Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you were the kind of character that likes to show off your muscles. Cough cough, don't worry, she took a helicopter to the hospital. Scratch that. Lin Bei was never expecting this, but he was actually treated as an exhibitionist? It's good that it went to the hospital. Lin Bei sighed in relief. Then he thought that he was reporting for duty naked. Not too good, right? Here, Comrade Xiao Bei, just for the time being, I'll entrust you to wear this military uniform. After all, it's to report for duty, not to race on the highway, and also after all, it's to a military school. You still have to pay attention to your personal image, right? At this time, Long Zhanya walked over with his military uniform and said. Lin Bei nodded. His heart was aggravated. He did this in order to bandage Li Dongni's wounds, okay? But he was too lazy to explain so much. Just take it and wear it. Is the army all arranged? Tang Lao asked. Long Zhanya nodded, and said in a spirited manner, This battle, even if we look at the whole world, it's a very high standard. Not bad. Tang Lao said indifferently, Comrade Xiao Bei, do you think we can set off? Of course. Lin Bei said softly, so he started the heart of the engine, and then was driving very carefully. Originally, he could have driven fast, but since he chose the army to drive to, then naturally, he had to finish this pussy. At the same time, from the shores of Star City, the avenue that led straight to the University of Defense Science and Technology, all the vehicles were all cleared out. Traffic police were also arranged on both sides to maintain order. At first, the private car owners at the forefront, looking at the road being cleared, thought that there was some kind of mass casualty accident, such as a serial car accident or something, but no, there wasn't. Besides, today is just the day the school starts. It's not like it's a major holiday. Clearing the road? What kind of airplane is that? Immediately after, when they saw that even the municipal transportation, such as buses, city vehicles and whatnot, were all lined up here as well, that's when they noticed something strange. Combined with those gunshots on the side of the Star River today, and the explosions, crikey, it will not be Hollywood blockbusters in our Star City to start filming, right? In the past, we always saw Hollywood blockbusters easily pack a whole street. Is it really in the movie? One of the car owners in the local car group sent out the message, immediately caused other car owners in the same city hot discussion. I think it's highly likely that Transformers 7 is starting filming. I think I even saw a blurry Autobot online. It's just a shame the video was quickly blocked. Come on, I think it should be the 101st part of Fast and Furious starting filming. Think about it, Apollo supercars hitting the water across the Star River, only the movie dares to film it, okay? For a while, all kinds of news about the movie's start of shooting were rampant. However, the release of a live direct shot video immediately caused a furor. Only to see that in the video, a large number of heavily armed troops actually appeared. It also included all sorts of weaponry, military vehicles such as military pickup trucks, military combat vehicles, even military tanks. Crap. 99A? Driving into a municipal street? Dude, you're telling me this is a movie? No way, helicopter gunships are out? What the hell, there's even a missile truck. It's a military parade, isn't it? There seem to be many J-20s flying over in the sky, 7 at a time, a total of 49 times. Is it really a military parade? These weapons and equipment are enough to form a reinforced division. F***CK. The drone I put over was blown up by a single shot. Over $10,000. Are you stupid upstairs? This is the Army's active military equipment, how dare you shoot it right? I'm afraid you're not walking around with $500,000, are you? This big scene to see my scalp tingling lying hell. Just a pity it seems like the signal is blocked like, I ran to a block away before the signal. Just when everyone thought this was a military parade and not a movie, the sudden appearance of a blue Apollo supercar instantly attracted everyone's attention. And when the video of the blue Apollo supercar that was captured using the Warwick Lunar Camera Ultra Telephoto was released 3 blocks away, on the internet, it instantly exploded. Crap? Are you kidding me? A reinforced division of troops giving the supercar the boot? Brothers, I judged it. This road leads all the way to Defense Technology University. Today is the opening day of the Defense Science and Technology University. You guys don't think this army is opening the road for whoever is reporting for the opening of the university, right? Netizen A. Netizen B. Netizen C. Netizen 36D. Lin Bei at this time, do not even need to think about this army drive to escort their own to the university to start reporting. Absolutely TM on the hot search. Absolutely TM is today's explosive point, and the explosive point, not long, the national audience will know about this thing, and may even be on the news of foreign countries. Because this thing is simply can't hide, on the masses that I, Snow Bright as expected. Open the dormitory group, 3 Hulu waifu roommates hear crazy speculation. Inside the group, grandfather and his gourd children. Huang Zitao, big baby crap. Brothers, big news. Did you guys see those school leaders in front of the school? They're all wearing military uniforms, and they're all standing at attention. Yang Keiji, I saw it. Motherfucker, and next to the soldiers, a look at that equipment in the know is active elite Chen Yada, third child, there's more. You guys must have seen the internet. It seems like there is a reinforced division of troops escorting an Apollo supercar. Shit. The person on that supercar is definitely a big shot. Huang Zitao, you mean there's a big shot who's coming to our school, and it's the kind that the army drives straight to send? Yang Keiji, the big man in the army is as scary as this. Chen Yada, it's the Dozone powerhouse that's scary as hell, isn't it? That's what they call a dignified appearance. What do you mean by face? This is called a fucking face. Huang Zitao, if I can one day also can mix to this big brother this level, this life, enough. Seeing his roommates bragging, Lin Bei couldn't help but think, if he let them know that the person sitting in this supercar is him, Lin Bei, I don't know what these 3 gourd boys will think, hee. As he thought, Lin Bei shot a video of the main driver's point of view in the car. When the camera shot to the side of the old man Tang, he also cordial, with a smile on his face to say hello, maybe thinking that it is for our old man and mom to shoot it, but, what the hell? After shooting, Lin Bei sent it directly to the dormitory group. It is also in the moment of sending out. The 3 Halua roommates directly exploded. Huang Zitao, crap. Brother Bei, where did you reproduce the internal video from? Yang Keiji, this perspective, clearly first person, main driver? Apollo supercar, engine heart? I knock. Chen Yada, brother North. Quickly and honestly, is the person in that car you? Did you really build a mecha-type supercar? And the 6th generation machine, did you build it too? Brother North. Only 10 seconds, these 3 people sent more than 20 messages. This TM message brush screen, knock, there is no I to see, okay? Lin Bei backhandedly turned off his cell phone, ready to talk about it when he arrived at the school, and incidentally, he also turned off his cell phone ringer, so as not to call over and affect my driving After a period of driving, Lin Bei finally drove to the entrance of the University of Defense Technology. Here, a group of school leaders had long been waiting to get ready, and the surrounding area was also escorted by the military. And looking at the grandiose school gate like the Great Wall, Lin Bei's heart was full of emotions. In the past, he can only look outside from afar, fantasizing about what kind of scenery was inside. Now, he went in as the top student and national hero. I do not know what kind of wind and clouds will be stirred up, or can be a piece of scenery. Anyway, Defense Technology University, I'm coming. Comrade Xiaobei, since you have safely arrived at your destination, I will take my leave first. At this time, Tang Lao suddenly spoke. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Tang Lao, aren't you going in together? Tang Lao laughed. I'm an old bone, I don't want to show my face anymore, so that the outside world doesn't speculate and disturb the international order. Disturbing the international order? Nima, we give full marks to this fake but people do have this ability, and what they say is also the truth. In that case, thank you Elder Tang for seeing me off. Lin Bei arched his hand and said, Elder Tang, please take your time. Humph. Elder Tang nodded and couldn't help but urge again, when you arrive at the Defense Science University, even during the military training period, you have to contact this bad old man like me more often, otherwise I'll be too lonely as a lonely old man. Definitely. Lin Bei bristled, thinking, you that although retired, but the influence is here, still afraid of loneliness? Still afraid of loneliness? Can't it be that you can't stand the cold in high places? In a trance, Lin Bei seemed to see a trace of loneliness emerge on Tang Lao's face, but it was only a flash. At the moment, the school is still waiting for him, or first deal with the matter at hand. Big deal, I'll look for him to play a few more games later on, but I already have the contact information anyway. For now, Defense Technology University, here I come he. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. At this time, Tang Lao, who had already left, suddenly folded back again and said, Defense Technology University can graduate in 2 years at the earliest, and after graduation, you'll pick a military region at random according to your own preferences, and go to start as an officer. In addition, from today onwards, the country will send people to secretly protect you and your family, but rest assured, it won't disturb your normal life. At this point, I still hope you can understand. Understand. No problem. Lin Bei sweated. Shit, this little old man, why did he still kill a horse? Can't you finish your sentence at once? One more thing? Thinking that he was an old man. Defense Technology University, this time, I'm really here. Lin Bei muttered under his breath. Just after saying that he couldn't help but observe left and right again for a week, good thing was that Mr. Tang was sort of gone. Student Lin Bei, oops, you're finally here. At this time, another familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Lin Bei instantly became furious. Damn it, little old man, are you annoyed? Are you leaving or not? Shit. We didn't say anything about interrupting my brewing emotions twice, but it's not polite to do it again, is it? Lin Bei angrily looked at the past, but found that it is not Tang Lao, but the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology Zhao Wumian? Zhao Wumian was not angry at all. On the contrary, he even said in a peaceful voice, Lin Bei student, don't be angry, go, I'll go now. After saying that, he turned around and walked back in a grayish manner. Good guy, on the first day of school, scolded the principal, and as a result, the principal didn't dare to scold back. This, Principal Zhao you wait, I reported to come late today procedures to make up for all, Lin Bei said in a hurry. Zhao Wumian turned around again and said, Lin Bei, don't worry, I'll personally help you with the enrollment procedures. Then thank you for worrying about it. Lin Bei smiled embarrassedly, Principal Zhao, what happened just now is actually something Actually, you did it unintentionally, I understand. Good, that's good. In addition, today's matter of your bravery in catching spies, the commander of our central military region, Comrade Long Zhenya, can personally tell me, you are not only the top student of the college entrance exam, but also a remarkable hero. Not only will the military award you a first-class merit, the university will also award you a certificate as a Furong scholar. With you joining the Defense Science and Technology University, another colorful mark will be left in the school's history. Hearing Zhao Wumian's words, Lin Bei was like a good guy. Defense Science and Technology University is the leader of the 7 Sons of National Defense. It's an existence that will leave a name in history textbooks, and will leave a name in the school's history? Wouldn't that be an indirect way to stay in history? Hey. The Hibiscus Scholar is the school's greatest honor for a student's achievement, and is usually only given to the top 3 graduation designers, students who have won national or international gold medals, and doctoral students. We've just entered the school, and we've got the highest honor? And this is similar to just entering the acting industry and getting the best actor? And we're a movie star? It's simply unbeatable, isn't it? And then about the ability of my golden finger, Principal Zhao Wumian really didn't know about it either. Well done. Don't worry, Principal Zhao, I will continue to work hard, Lin Bei humbly said. Cheer up, I believe you can do it. After Zhao Wumian said a crowning remark, he asked in a low voice, did Elder Tang come with you just now? How come I didn't see his old man? Well, feelings that Elder Tang is the main event? Lin Bei frowned and said, he came with me in the car just now, however, when he reached the school entrance, he left. Did he say anything to you then? I mean, anything about me? Zhao Wumian blinked and said. In reality, as the principal, on such an important day as the opening ceremony, there was actually a major dereliction of duty in the form of military secrets being stolen by spies, and although this matter was not something he could control, it was indeed his responsibility. So at this moment, Zhao Wumian was very eager to know what kind of punishment he would receive. About you. Not really, but things have all been set right by me, Principal Zhao, just rest assured that nothing will happen. Lin Bei guaranteed. Before he entered the school in the first place, Zhao Wumian had paid a lot of attention to him, coming to his door many times to offer condolences, and even inviting him to speak at the opening ceremony. Even if this kind of thing hadn't happened, people had still been kind to them. Catching spies, it is considered to return a favor to others. In short, Principal Zhao, this person can handle it, simply bail him out. Good, so it's good. At this time, Zhao Wumian let out a sigh of relief and asked again, then, what's your relationship with old man Tang? Well, what kind of relationship is it? What kind of relationship? Lin Bei thought for a moment and said, just played a few games together, barely. Forgetful friends. Well, not bad, Lin Bei student has a bright future. Zhao Wumian said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was cursing. You dared to directly curse Tang Lao, and you're telling me that you're friends for life? I'm afraid that there is no blood relationship, right? It's hard to be a grandparent-grandson relationship? But one surname Tang, one surname Lin, say not good. What if Lin Bei is changing his last name, but his last name is actually Lin? This is not without precedent, crap. Then Lin Bei, not Tang Bei, or Lin Bei. Then Lin Bei this kid is not. Crap. This has to be well provided for, Principal Zhao, can I go in then? I still want to buy some toiletries and stuff to go to the dormitory. Lin Bei scratched his head and said, his 3 gourd roommates were still just online friends, and since they were going to be in the same class in the future, it was naturally better to meet them as early as possible. Immediately, Zhao Wumian even became a little respectful in his voice and said, that's fine, student Lin Bei. In addition, the opening ceremony has been postponed to tomorrow morning. At that time, you still need to speak on the stage, the specific matters, I will communicate with you later. Good. Principal Zhao, I'll take my leave then. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he didn't care what Zhao Wumian had to say, he directly stepped on the gas and drove towards the school entrance. Leaving Zhao Wumian in place, his face stunned, behind him, suddenly the figure of the Central Military Region Commander Long Zhanya appeared again, not knowing what he was talking about. As for Lin Bei, after entering the campus, he immediately purchased some toiletries and then came to the dormitory named 3602. Outside the 3602 dorm room. According to the guidelines of the school roster, this should be where I've been placed. Lin Bei reconfirmed once more before he was ready to push the door. At this time, a few very familiar voices rang out from within the dormitory. Brothers, a historic moment. Our school's wind and cloud ranking has actually changed. This was clearly Huang Zitao's voice, exactly the same as when he played the game and opened the mic. No, a mysterious freshman actually overshadowed my Defense Science and Technology University's renowned school beauty, Xia Evening Ching? The voice was Chen Yada's. However, this school flower, what's with this wind and cloud ranking? Lin Bei pushed open the door and realized that these 3 gourd girls all had their backs to themselves. What are they doing? Only to see Lin Bei quietly touch the past, found that the 3 are surrounded by a flat plate, but also the appearance of full attention. Just very outrageous, okay. Xia Evening Ching, that is the granddaughter of Long Science Academy Dean Xia Chanan, now in her junior year, but has already gotten the gold medal of the international tournament, is the hibiscus scholar, okay. And now also in the field of military satellite beta when the military launched a deep level of cooperation, no accident, will be the youngest female scientist in the history of the Dragon Country, who can overshadow her. This voice, hey, sure is young KG undoubtedly, this height. It's hard to say, the looks are okay. No, you guys see the official introduction of this freshman, today is the army to give him the way. Hell, this is not a strengthened division rumored on the internet? I thought it was a big brother from the army coming, but it turned out to be opening the way for this freshman? All the leaders of the school went to greet him? The moment Huang Zitao said this, the 3 roommates were all confused. The army opened the way, This background must be how hard, This row is also too explosive, right? Just ask the world, which new student can be this awesome? The top of the wind and cloud list, rightfully so. Even the school flower, Xia Evening Ching, couldn't even compare to this freshman. When Lin Bei went to look at the photo, he realized that the viewpoint seemed to be inside the school building, and was taken from a distance, and the people in the photo were us and Principal Zhao Wumian, weren't they? So this new student is myself? Let me ask, what is this wind and cloud ranking? Lin Bei faintly said. This question was immediately met with disdain from the 3 of them. Huang Zitao first questioned, no way bro, are you a student of our Defense Technology University? You don't even know about the wind and cloud ranking? At this time, Chen Yada waved his hand and immediately explained, let me say it, ahem, the meaning of this wind and cloud ranking is that whoever has the most popularity in the school can be on the list. You can understand it as a star in the campus, but the first thing we have in this wind and cloud ranking is the strength, and the second thing is the face value. Yang Keiji also chimed in, that's right, for example, this senior Ma Zhengtao who was ranked 3rd in the list of the wind and clouds, he is studying for a doctorate in aerodynamics, isn't he awesome? But this is not the reason for him to be on the list at all. The reason for him to be on the list is because he is a scientific researcher of the J20 aerodynamic test experiment, in which his role is not small, and contributes to the strength of my China's sharp edge. Of course, at the same time, he is also a Furong student of my Defense Technology University. Put it this way, you understand the gold content of this wind and cloud ranking, don't you? I see. Lin Bei nodded. It seemed that this thing was quite interesting, but it was to say, who took this picture? The picture quality is also too unclear, right? Huang Zitao immediately waved his hand and said, this is all circulated within our student body. It's not something the school officially does. It's impossible to give you back to upload your ID photo on it, right? Lin Bei touched his nose sheepishly and didn't say anything. In fact, if we uploaded our ID photo, it would be better than this blurry mosaic photo, right? Thinking like this, Lin Bei stared at the second place Xia Evening Cheng. Hey, she's really a beauty, generous, like a girl next door, and she's also a scientific research staff of Beidou, with a prominent family background. Not bad, not bad. But let's just say, this profile written above the high cold, do not enter, very bad temper and other labels, is it true? It doesn't look like it. At this time, roommate Yang Keiji made a new discovery. Look, that blue and yellow supercar, doesn't it look like that Apollo supercar rumored on the internet, that mecha skin of Zhao Yun's engine heart? With this reminder from him, the two of them, Huang Zitao and Chen Yada, instantly got energized, and, the more they looked at it, the more they felt like it. Brother K, when you say it like that, it seems like it's really true. No, I remember that Brother Bay seems to have just sent us a video, and the car in that video is this Apollo supercar. Crap. Army, supercar, reporting for duty. It seems like it can really match up. So Bay is the new student who was sent by the army today? I knock. My roommate Lin Bei is the #1 person on the Fomyun ranking? Such awesome news should definitely be sent to Brother Bei to let him know. Accompanied by Huang Zitao's roar, the three of them pulled out their own cell phones at the speed of light as if they had won $5 million, then frantically sent out messages within the group, frantically etching Lin Bei. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Hearing this incessant ringing cell phone, the three of them coincidentally looked at each other. Tao, do you usually turn on the sound on your cell phone? I don't turn it on. Ki, do you guys turn it on? We don't turn it on either. Yeah, I don't turn it on either. Then this sound. We send one, it just happens to ring one, doesn't it mean? The three of them again coincidentally placed their eyes on Lin Bei, who was smiling badly. Lin Bei felt the gaze of the three people and said without changing his face, you guys continue to send, don't mind me. I'll just take a look and not say anything. Although he said it plainly, the three of them, Huang Zitao, could directly explode. Crap. Brother North. Brother North, you came without saying a word. I'll knock. Brother North, you old hiding in the back to listen to us talk about you so you can catch us in the act, right? Humph. It's a good thing we said good things about you. Brother North, that's not very nice of you. Yeah, you sent the video and then turned off your cell phone. You don't care about us good buddies anymore? Facing his roommate's trio's chain of questions, Lin Bei didn't panic at all and just said lightly, you're Huang Zitao, you're Chinyata, and you're Yang Keiji. Just now I knew that it was you guys just by listening to your voices outside. But what about you guys? You only know how to look at the wind and clouds list. I have uttered a word and you all didn't realize it. Who's being generous and who's not? Moreover, do you guys think that the video I posted is something that can be posted online? It's only you guys that I posted it, alright. With these words, the roommate trio was instantly shamed. Yes, just now Brother North was right in front of them, but they didn't recognize it. Of course, boys don't love to post selfies, except for the narcissistic ones, but they didn't hear it just by listening to the voice, which really can't be said. That Brother North, count us wrong, you just don't mind. Huang Zitao said. And as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Bei waved his hand and said, it's okay, I didn't blame you guys in the first place, after all, who let you guys be my good oldest child? I knock? Brother Bei, who are you calling a good dyer? Yang Keiji instantly became angry. Lin Bei took a look, Huang Zitao, and Chen Yada too. Good guy, these three gourd children still have anti-bones. What? Not convinced? Not convinced? Let's walk through the canyon? Lin Bei laughed. Upon hearing this, the three roommates quickly threw away their armor. Brother Bei, you're not obviously bullying people? The three of us can't beat you in a game. However, what's going on with this army opening the road today? Lin Bei said indifferently, want to know? The three of them nodded in unison. Lin Bei added, then you guys call me Dad. I'll. Dad. Dad. Pro-Dad. Lin Bei words have not yet finished. These three gourd children cannot wait to open their mouths, all grabbing to be our good big son. But why do we always feel that we have lost? After thinking about it, oh, he meow, is the generation lowered? Shit. These three little cuties, directly from grandson to son. Forget it, I'm fine with it. Is Lin Bei someone who can't afford to play? Subsequently, Lin Bei added fuel to the fire and told all the things that happened just now. For example, how he was brave and heroic to catch spies, what 7 into 7 out, overturning the river, what injured police flowers, ambiguous bandages, what to give a slap, and so on. Another example is in the highway wild car racing, directly hit the water across the Star River or something, and finally got acquainted with the military big brother. The other side found us bully, directly on his knees to recognize the ancestors, and then we do not recognize, collected him as a little brother, and then the other side of the direct military open road, blah 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 blah, blah blah blah. This can be the three-gored child listening to the flavor. Lin Bei himself also feel that this bully blowing, not bully, is the fact that so well. Huang Zidao, Brother North, if you really caught the spy, took the first-class merit, then tomorrow's opening ceremony will be your award ceremony. You're just like Zhou Dong, the night song, on stage to receive the award. Lin Bei, that's not true. Brother is brother. If you don't love brother, just pull down. Want brother's pecs for you to lean on? Hey, have to add money. Yang Keiji, Brother North, you're just blowing it. You must be a direct relative of a big brother in the military. How about, the military will really army open road because you caught a spy? Lin Bei, if you don't believe me, pull back. Chenyata, Brother Bei, did you really drive an Apollo supercar and hit the water across the Star River? Lin Bei, I repeat, it's the heart of the engine alright. After blowing the bullskin, Lin Bei realized that these three gourd girls actually didn't believe it. It's very outrageous, especially Tang Lao there, the most TM true, okay? As for how the truth, tomorrow at the opening ceremony can see the difference. This is not, the school just happened to send a notice over. To all students and faculty, I am Zhao Wumian, the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology, and the commencement ceremony originally scheduled for today will begin at 10 a.m. Tomorrow at the athletic field. The commencement ceremony will open the whole network live broadcast way, then there will be military region important personage to appear on the scene to deliver a speech. At the same time, we'll also vigorously commend our school of freshmen who just entered the school won the first-class merit. In addition, all teachers and students of the school, regardless of grade, except those engaged in special tasks, must all be present. Zhao Wumian personally presents. X time, X day, X month, 2202. Once this notice came out, the roommate unsurprisingly blew up, and the entire school's faculty and students also fucking blew up. Just enrolled in school and got a first-class merit? Is this treating first-class honors like cabbage? It's hard to get a first-class merit, okay? In the past, when my father told me about his experiences in the army, he always told me that 9 of the first-class merits were martyrs, 1 was lying down, and his old man with a limp leg only took a second-class merit, so it can be seen that trying to take a first-class merit is really very difficult. That's why I'm curious to know what this freshman actually did to take a first-class merit in the era of peace. Huang Zitao said with a face full of incredulity. Lin Bei was a little surprised. This Huang Zitao was actually still a descendant of a meritorious service. He had to give him credit for that. However, is it really that hard to take first-class merit in the age of peace? If it's a captured spy, it should be able to get first-class merit, right? Lin Bei said curiously. But he was immediately rebutted by Chenyata. No, Brother Bei, catching a spy can only be considered a second-class merit according to national laws. And that's regardless of quality, regardless of quantity, it's only second-class merit. In that case, fine. Lin Bei bristled. The reason why he took the first-class merit, in fact, he still relied on the ability to parse the game's black technology and downgraded it from a special class merit to a first-class merit, but in the eyes of the public, we've upgraded it to a first-class merit, and it's just watered down? There are a billion points outrageous. At this time, Yang Keiji added, North brother, so we think you bragging. Because you catch spies, how can be awarded first-class merit? Also here I also need to popularize it. In fact, the difficulty of obtaining a first-class merit nowadays has decreased. For example, if you can win a gold medal for the country in an international military event, you can get first-class merit, and in addition to that, you have to make significant progress in the field of scientific research. But for us ordinary people, it's actually still as hard as heaven. Lin Bei also nodded, but we really didn't brag, okay? Wait until tomorrow and everything will naturally be revealed. Good lord, once this notice came out, not surprisingly, the freshman group all exploded. At this time, Huang Zitao was full of excitement on his cell phone. While Chenyata laughed, Tao, not only the freshman group like the veteran group, teacher group, and whatnot, all blew up, okay? After all, this is a first-class merit. Is to be written into the genealogy of the first page, recorded into the local county history. Hey, not to mention the first-class merit, if I can get a second-class merit in my lifetime, no, third-class merit, I feel that the merit is complete. Yang Keiji couldn't help but lament as well. Lin Bei smiled faintly, but was unimpressed. If his roommate really wanted merit, he could get merit for any black technology he took out here, right? But the risk is too great. Even if they do not have the possibility of collaborating with the enemy, there is no guarantee that other people will not have such thoughts, so it is just. Then, Lin Bei came to his own bunk, is close to the door on this side, because when he came, he drove a heart of the engine, the other did not bring anything, and now the hand is also just to go to the supermarket to buy toiletries, so we have very few things. And the military school's bed quilt or brought, is to fold square tofu block, which is very annoying silver ah. Ding dong. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Lin Bei took it out and muted it. In the past, we were one person in a room, but now we're 4 people in a room, so we still have to consider our roommates' feelings. When Lin Bei opened his cell phone to see, but found that it is not who sent us a message, but someone to add us, click on the header image to see, ooh, not wrong, right? Isn't this Xia Evening Ching, who is ranked no. 1, no. 2 in the wind and cloud ranking? Why did she add us? How did she get our contact info? This is very strange. Lin Bei thought about it and clicked through, then clicked on the other party's circle of friends. It was all about research, reading, and daily life, completely unlike a girl's circle of friends, right? Returning to the chat interface, the other party was the first to send a message. Sunset, hello, my name is Xia Evening Ching. Lin Bei also sent a message back. All the way to the north, hello school sister, my name is Lin Bei. Then there was no then, after waiting for a full 10 minutes, there was actually no afterward? It is also really high cold ah. Lin Bei, what do you want me to do? Xia Evening Clear, others let me add you. If you delete me, then delete me. Just sauce. Lin Bei. Strange, this day chat is outrageous ah. Lin Bei was speechless for a while. And when Chen Yada, who was next to him, was preparing to go to bed, he accidentally glanced at Lin Bei's cell phone and was directly stunned. Crap. Brother Bei, you actually have sister Xia Evening Ching's contact information, awesome. What? Xia Evening Ching's contact information? Yang Keiji, who heard this, was also shocked and immediately stuck to Lin Bei's side like a follower. Brother Bei, how did you do this? Can you send it to me so that I can add it too? Shit. Brother K, you're the one with a girlfriend, and you're still thinking of having a foot in 2 boats? Huang Zitao was furious, and if there's this opportunity, surely it's not your turn? Can you take out an Apollo supercar like Brother North? This must be worth tens of millions of dollars at least, right Brother North? Don't you think so? Ha. Pretty much. Lin Bei blinked and said, if he were to say that the cost of this engine heart was $3 billion, I'm sure that these 3 gourd girls wouldn't believe him, right? I just don't know if Dad knows about it. This little heart can't take it. Ah, right, almost forgot about this, have to think of a way to muddle through at Dad's place. However, we are now in the military school, he won't come to cut us with a sword, right? Well, let's wait until after the opening ceremony tomorrow. We've won the first class merit, so we can offset our anger, right? With this in mind, Lin Bei went to bed early. 3 minutes later. Okay. Can't sleep. I feel restless all over. Is it because of the commencement ceremony tomorrow? Are we the kind of people who've never seen a big event before? Sleep. Go to sleep. I can't sleep. It's night. Star City Airport. In a direct flight from the imperial capital, at least 34 gray-haired, gentle-looking middle-aged and elderly people walked out. Some of them were still wearing their white coats, some were suffering from hunger before they could eat dinner, and some were even holding their calculations and deducing them over and over again. And the person at the head of them was Xia Chang'an, the famous president of the Dragon Science Academy. These old men, almost all of them were the top research academicians of the Dragon Science Academy. The purpose of their trip was precisely for Lin Bei's Generation 6 technology. Among the receivers, there was another woman with a beautiful appearance, like a fairy coming out of an ancient poem or painting. Even if she was wearing a tightly wrapped military uniform, it was still hard to hide her amazing curves and slenderness. And she was precisely Xia Evening Cheng, who had just added Lin Bei's contact information. Grandpa, why do you have to ask me to add that Lin Bei's contact information? He's just a freshman. Even if he's the top student of the college entrance exam, even if he has a great future, it's not worth it for you to just sell me to him, right? Xia Evening Cheng frowned, very unhappy, and said, if you continue to be like this, Evening Cheng won't be picking up the airplane for you. Oh. Xia Chang'an sniffed, but he was stunned. Eunice, what are you babbling about? Grandpa, I love you the most, how could I sell you out? But, there is no but. Halfway through Xia Evening Cheng's words, Xia Chang'an interrupted, Evening Cheng, sometimes things are not as simple as you think. Too many things I can't reveal to you, but if you can marry this newborn named Lin Bei, then you will definitely be famous in the future for ages to come. Xia Evening Cheng's tiny face had big doubts written on it. Frowning and gazing for a moment, she added, Grandpa, can't my achievements today prove myself? At this time, I am still not inferior to many female heroes in ancient and modern times, and in time, I will have a place in the world's scientific research community, so why do I need to rely on a man in order to make my name in history? Xia Chang'an sighed, it's not about being famous in history, in short, everything depends on fate. Since you still listen to Grandpa now, then try to find a place. If you truly don't like it, Grandpa won't force you. And then take a step back, Grandpa can't harm you, right? Well, that's true, Xia Evening Ching said with some small bereavement. Xia Chang'an immediately smiled in relief. Good, good, worthy of being Grandpa's good granddaughter. Tomorrow at the opening ceremony, you'll follow me around, and at that time, that latter named Lin Bei will also be present. Him? He will also be present? Xia Evening Ching was surprised. Tonight, the principal Zhao Wumian had sent out a notice that tomorrow, he would honor a new student who had received a first-class merit on entering the school to the entire school at the opening ceremony. Could it be Lin Bei? The first-class merit, ah. She Xia Evening Chang wanna get can not get. But she Xia Evening Chang will get it sooner or later, it's just a matter of sooner or later. And if it's just like this, then it's still far from being worthy of being her Xia Evening Ching's man. Tomorrow, is the opening ceremony, just let me also will let you this although outstanding, but not up to my standard of school brother. Xia Evening Ching muttered. Subsequently, time flew by. After leaving her grandfather and the rest of the group to stay in the hotel next to the Defense Technology University, Xia Evening Ching consciously returned to school and went back to her dormitory. Only, the night was beautiful tonight, and among the insomniacs, there was also her, Xia Evening Ching. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Lin Bei was quietly called up by the dormitory attendant, put on his clothes, and after a simple wash, he went to the podium where the opening ceremony was about to start. Here, the commander of the Central Military Region, Long Zhanye, had already been waiting in readiness. The first time Long Zhanye saw Lin Bei arrive, he enthusiastically embraced him and said, "Comrade Xiao Bei, have you eaten breakfast yet? Did you sleep well last night?" "This, Long Commander, look at my dark circles under my eyes, and then look at my little belly that is so thin that I only have 8-pack abs. What do you think?" Lin Bei said somewhat helplessly. This point, it is estimated to be around 7 o'clock. It was also in the military school. If it was at home, he could at least sleep until sunrise and then get up. Come, here in the warming box there are still uneaten buns, saucy pancakes, donuts and eggs. You quickly, eat some while it's hot to pad down your stomach. Later there's still a lot of work for you to do. Long Zhanye laughed. Lin Bei is a little confused. Long Commander, I'm not just going on stage today to make a speech. How come I have to be busy? Long Zhanye looked left and right to confirm that no one was there, then said in a low voice, I, Tang Lao, and Xu Junkai 3 people, yesterday did not say to you, to give you a mysterious gift? Now, I'll be able to tell you. First of all, today, we have invited a number of media outlets such as Sheep Frequency and other media outlets within to broadcast the whole thing live. Secondly, we are going to focus on honoring you at the commencement ceremony, and lastly, it is me who will make a simple announcement to you. That is, the country is going to cultivate you into a leader of the young generation, and to make the hundreds of millions of teenagers in the entire Dragon Kingdom pay more attention to you, instead of focusing too much on celebrities, entertainment, and other pastimes, or even on things that poison the mind. If you still do not understand, then I will change another way of saying, in ancient times, since Huazai Diao sealed the wolf Jushu, drinking horsebass sea, Lishur Yenran, is my China for thousands of years, countless military generals dreamed of the highest honor. For this reason, it has inspired many martial generals to work hard in this direction, to make constant breakthroughs. And you are to become the existence that all young people in today's China can only dream of. Me, going to be Huazai Wei? Historically, Huazai Wei was young in age amount. What, are you kids still not satisfied? Long Zhanye said with a bit of huff when he saw Lin Bei's bland demeanor. Lin Bei, however, still not salty, satisfied, of course satisfied. How can I not be satisfied when I become the gold standard of the national team? How can I not be satisfied when the country is supporting me? After saying that, Lin Bei can clearly see, Long Zhanye forehead, more a big well word. Good guy, are all the commanders so grumpy? However, we have the backing of Tang Lao, afraid of a hammer? I know you're worried that if you become the leader of the younger generation, you'll lose your freedom of movement and speech. Don't worry about anything you say, whether it's criticizing, or exposing, whether it's praising, or belittling. In short, the country is at your disposal. The state gives you the floor. There is only one requirement, and that is to be bold and creative. Speak boldly. Act boldly. Bold innovation? Speak up. Bold action? And the state will back me up? I'm not just excited. I can do whatever I want. When it's my turn to speak, I can say whatever I want. Lin Bei asked tentatively. Long Zhanye nodded and said, of course you can. Then can I say that you're stupid? Hey, I said, insulting a senior general of the Dragon Kingdom is illegal, it's against the law. Gotta have it. You're the one who said to open your mouth boldly, and you're playing dumb? I forgot to tell you, being bold doesn't mean you can disobey the law. You old six. This wave, Lin Bei is really speechless, said that the boldness to open the mouth, the result of cursing 2 sentences cannot be outrageous. And Long Zhanye was also brewing his emotions for a while before he calmly said, the president of the Dragon Science Academy, Xiao Chanan, is also a knowledgeable person. He will come over today to butt heads with you about scientific research. If you have anything to research and develop or produce in the future, just throw it all to them for help. Good. Thank you, Commander Long. Lin Bei immediately thanked him. You know, the world's high-quality scientific research talents are basically in each country's scientific research institute, and the Dragon Science Institute is naturally a place that gathers all of the high-end scientific and technological talents of the Dragon Kingdom. With the Dragon Science Institute as our home, we no longer need to produce an engine heart in more than a month in the future. With all the black technology we have in our hands, it will definitely be a blowout. Good man, turn around. We'll go to the game library again to take a look around, see what other awesome game black science and technology there is. I'll give him to materialize into reality, okay? Goo goo. Okay, I'm hungry, let's eat first. 1 egg, 1 cup of milk, and some buns. This meat filling still tastes good. After eating, Lin Bei sat high on the podium and watched the students enter. And it was easy to recognize which places were new students and which places were old students. Because the new students' uniforms were brand new, and they were new to the country, they would all come earlier, and they were all scattered one or two of a kind, and when they arrived at the place, they didn't dare to talk too much. Older students are late. Once they come as a group of people embracing the group, to the place began to chat. Right now, time is slowly moving, sheep frequency and other channels also gradually enter. The entire athletic field that was large enough to hold more than 30,000 people also appeared at this time with unmanned aerial cameras, various photographers, and even the broadcasting truck next to the podium and so on. Student Lin Bei, you got up early. Commander Long, you're also early. At this moment, Principal Zhao Wumian came over to greet him with a smile. Hello, Principal Zhao. Old Zhao, you're finally here. Lin Bei and Long Zhanya briefly exchanged greetings. Afterwards, he realized that there was also a female MC following behind Zhao Wumian, thinking that it should be for us to issue the Hibiscus Scholar's certificate. And in Zhao Wumian came soon after. Another have had a meeting with the police chief Magoan also came. He and Long Zhanya and other people greetings, straight to Lin Bei in front, arching his hand and smiled. Lin Bei students, in view of you in the process of the vehicle was commandeered to capture spies, very cooperative police, defiant for the country, and ultimately succeeded in the capture of spies' outstanding contribution and performance. I will later on behalf of the police for you, to award 5-star good citizenship and performance. Present you with a 5-star good citizen's honor banner on behalf of the police to thank you for your contribution to the country's long-lasting peace and security. Good lord, I've only heard of 5-star wanted, I haven't heard of 5-star good citizen yet. Isn't this a purely unexpected pleasure? Thank you Sergeant Ma, I'll continue to work hard. Lin Bei returned to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. And not waiting for him to react, behind the podium came another 30 to 40 gray-haired old men, of which the one who was obviously at the head was smiling at us. But the key is that the girl behind her, I knock, isn't that Xia Evening Ching? She's at the podium too? No, isn't she still a student? At this moment, Xiao Chang'an opened his mouth and smiled. Lin Bei, please allow me to introduce myself, Xiao Chang'an, the Dean of the Longkou Academy. Behind me, all of them are fellow academicians from various fields of the Dragon Science Academy. The one behind me is my granddaughter, her name is Xia Evening Ching. Xia Evening Ching also obediently raised her small chin and said, hello, this. Your sister, do you want to be so cold and arrogant, thinking that if you look pretty, everyone is your licking dog? Hello Dean Xia, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Bei backhandedly rushed Xiao Chanan, and Xia Evening Ching, who realized that she had been ignored, instantly stared at Lin Bei with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. However, before she could snap, the staff urged, there's still 5 minutes left in the countdown to the opening ceremony, all personnel please prepare quickly. Lin Bei naturally skipped right away. It's hard not to wait for this stupid girl to arrogantly come to the door and say, why did you ignore me just now? Come on, have you read too many internet novels? Reality is not like this. Wait, why did you ignore me just now? At this time, Xia Evening Ching suddenly called out to Lin Bei and said. Lin Bei sniffed, directly a string of question marks. He said, I don't know why you ignored me just now. Oh, good for you too, senior sister. Lin Bei said indifferently, and after saying that, he immediately left without looking back. Are you kidding me? Talking to this stupid girl for a few more sentences would make you feel like you're losing your mind, okay? Besides, women? Oh, it will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Lin Bei then came to the side next to the podium. There was a screen placed here, which was used to connect to the live broadcast screen, so that you could see in real time the pop-ups from netizens, the number of people watching the live broadcast, and how many media outlets there were. Of course, the brush gift function was turned off, and at best, you could brush little hearts, click likes, and so on. Now there are still 3 minutes left before the opening ceremony. The number of viewers has already reached more than 300,000. and the closer it gets to the beginning, the more people come in to watch. This is not, in the blink of an eye, it becomes more than 600,000, almost doubled. And by the time the commencement ceremony officially started, the number of online viewers had already exceeded 7 million. The netizens' pop-ups were even popping up like a drenching rain. Pop-up screen, do you guys think there's something else big going on at the University of Science and Technology Defense today? Pop-up, I think so. After all, the army opened the way yesterday, there must be a big shot coming to the school, and the opening ceremony that was obviously placed yesterday has been delayed until today. Pop-up, it's not possible that there is a military mutiny, right? Yesterday that gunfire and explosions I heard, Fidelity, absolutely real. Bouncer, no way, right? I saw General Long, the commander of our central military region, on the podium. Pop-ups, good man, the commander of the military region is here for the opening ceremony? Pop-up, more than that, look at the other side of the podium. That's clearly academician Jean Deming, the supervisor of my doctoral thesis. And his side, it is estimated that a huge swath. Pop-ups, look, as if there are police people. God, this is what happened to the big event? Military, school, police, and our dear research academician, all there are. Pop-up, and this whole track and field, are standing full. At least there are 30,000 people to start, right? Or sheep frequency debut. The first time I've ever seen this, I've never seen it again. And Lin Bei was amazed to see the netizens with this big broken brain, too. Even the military change has come up with it? Then I'm still oddly changing and symbolically looking at the quadrant O. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone rang with a few more vibrations. Lin Bei opened it to see that there was a message from his roommate group. Huang Zitao, Brother Bei, where are you? I've been looking for you for half a day near my dorm room. Where are you? At Lin Bei. Yang Keiji, there are still a few minutes before the commencement ceremony starts. I knock. You're not there? At Lin Bei. Chen Yada, I didn't see Bei on the road either. No way, the commencement ceremony is about to start and Bei is gone? Where are you, Bei? At Lin Bei. Good lord, Lin Bei didn't expect these three gored children to be so righteous. This is risking being late to find us. Lin Bei, I'm already here, you guys hurry up. Huang Zitao, it's good to be here. Yang Keiji, no, Brother Bei, you're in the right class, right? Our class 1 is in the F2 sequence. Chen Yada, now the instructor is going to call the roll. Brother North, don't worry, I'll ventriloquize an answer for you later. You sneak back quickly. Seeing this, Lin Bei was crying and laughing. Chen Yada, for us to ventriloquize instead of revealing, right? Lin Bei, I'm at the podium. You guys forget? I still have to speak on stage. Chen Yada, I knock, almost forgot. Brother North is the top student in the college entrance examination. Yang Keiji, good guy, that's a relief. Huang Zitao, I'm not relieved. There's still a minute left. The commencement ceremony will start soon. I just can't make it even if I'm a scud. I'll knock. Brother, I can only make it up to you some other time. Because right now, the commencement ceremony has begun. Hello, dear teachers, dear students, and all of you in front of your cell phone screens. I am the president of the Defense Technology University, Zhao Wengyan. Today I am holding this opening ceremony for all of you, firstly, to motivate the new students to look up to the old students, and the old students to look up to the benchmark, and secondly, to once again promote the tenet of the Defense Science and Technology University, which is the 8 words, thick virtue and profound learning, and strong military and prosperous nation. On the podium, Zhao Wengyan spoke eloquently. Speaking of these contents may be cliched, but for Lin Bei, these freshmen, it is a brand new experience, pulling up the vision of looking at the world, clarifying the goal and motivation to move forward, and igniting everyone's pride in being a national defense student. And after the speech, Zhao Wengyan also received applause from everyone in the room, including the internet. But the next thing he spoke about was out of everyone's expectation. Yesterday, in Star City, and on the internet, there was an incident that was making a lot of noise and opinions. Today, I feel the need to tell everyone what's going on. It's actually very simple. That is, there is a group of foreign spies who utilized blasting methods to forcibly steal the core flight control technology of my China's strongest fighter jet, the J-2-0. The moment Zhao Wengyan said this, the entire room was in an uproar. No way? This foreign spy is too arrogant, isn't he? That's the cutting-edge technology of the J-20. This is the hinterland of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the Dragon National Defense Science University. TNND, if I had known that there were spies, I wouldn't have risked my life yesterday. I would have gone to catch them, not for the sake of merit badges or $500,000, but just for the sake of letting off steam. Rely. Do you really think I have no men in China? Some people were angry, some were terrified, and some analyzed. So that explosion yesterday was actually spies stealing military secrets? I thought it was a lab explosion. Oh my god, the danger is so close to me? In that case, then yesterday's gunfire by the Star River, the chase, the helicopter gunships, and the RPG explosions and whatnot were actually catching spies? Crap. Then the army opening up behind us, it couldn't have been to capture the technology and send it back to the school, right? That is to say, this matter alerted the military region commander? Then the military region commander directly sent a reinforcement division? At this moment, not only the scene, but also the internet had a heated discussion. The netizens had access to more and more mixed information, but it also meant that it was more comprehensive. Immediately, someone pointed out, it can't be the military. What I saw at the time was a blue Apollo supercar catching spies. Moreover, in the end, the military escorted this supercar all right. At once, everyone's hearts were clouded with suspicion. Seeing this, Zhao Wumian took a deep breath and continued, but all is fortunate. I, Zhao Wumian, am fortunate. Fortunately for the Defense Science University. Long Wei is fortunate. At this critical moment, my Defense Science University freshman stepped forward, even though he was driving a valuable supercar, even though he would miss the time to report to school and participate in the opening ceremony, even though he risked drowning in the river with his car, he still fought to catch the spy. A fight to the death with the spy. In the end, he not only succeeded in capturing the spy, but even managed to find out from the spy the location of the rest of the spies and the code word for the joint. And with the cooperation of the military, police, and fishermen's organizations, all the spies were eliminated in one fell swoop. All in one battle. For this battle, the military will award him a plaque from the House of First-Class Merit, the police will award him a 5-star Good Citizen banner, and the school will award him the Hibiscus Scholar, which symbolizes the school's highest honor. At the same time, he is also the top scholar of this year's college entrance exam. The first record breaker in the history of our Dragon Kingdom to join a military school as a top student. His name is freshman of the 2202nd class of the University of Defense Science and Technology, Lin Bei. Zhao Wumian finished his sentence. The entire room was silent. It was because every single person's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Lin Bei. Lin Bei. If this freshman can afford to drive a supercar, his family must be worth at least $100 million, right? Obviously, he can enjoy glory and wealth, but he is willing to stand up when the country suffers from foreign theft, willing to fight to the death to protect the secrets. And if he keeps the secrets, it is the same as keeping the J-20, the cutting-edge blade of national defense that guards thousands of families. Open the supercar drifting across the Star River, open the supercar catching spies willing to throw themselves into the river. In the capture of the spy also tortured the bottom of the other spies. Each of these things, individually taken out of the very crazy, can be accomplished one of them or people feel incredible. But this freshman named Lin Bei actually did all of them. Oh, I forgot, he's still the top student in the college entrance exams. Although there are better choices, but resolutely chose to devote themselves to national defense, this body to guard millions of families, such pattern, really admirable. Then recall his age, freshman, just entered the university, I'm afraid just adulted? As for the possibility of faking this? I'm sorry, no one feels that at all. Because this is the sheep frequency in the live broadcast, the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology personally said, in his side is a military commander sitting, and the police. In this instant, a flame was ignited in the hearts of almost everyone. Every single person's heart also coincidentally recalled the phrase, that is, since ancient times, heroes have been born out of youths. Next, we will proceed to the awards session. First of all, we would like to invite Lin Bei to the stage. At this moment, Zhao Wumian finally opened the awards session. And at this moment, as soon as the music started, Lin Bei was about to go on stage to receive the award. Everyone on the scene couldn't help but hold their breath and stare. They all wanted to see what kind of appearance the person who had won this award had been born with. For example, Lin Bei's 3 gourd girl roommates, the moment they heard the name, they were stunned, shocked, simply unbelievable, and very much wanted to find out the truth. For example, Dong Neely, who heard Lin Bei's name through the live broadcast at the hospital, she was even so excited at the moment that she forgot that her arm had only just been bandaged and spiked with blood again. Another example was Tang Lao, who was silently observing the scene from afar, with a rare look of pride on his face. And more than that, it was still the faces that were at the scene, on the screen, waiting with bated breath. They could be you, could be me, or could be him. Comrade Xiao Bei, it's your turn. Beside him, the military region commander Long Zhanya reminded. Oh, okay. Lin Bei then snapped back to his senses and stood up, because he realized that the person who won the award was ourselves, not someone else. In the past, he was used to seeing other people winning awards, so how did he give himself a lack of confidence? Hey! Now you're looking at General Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region, joining forces with the Eastern Military Region to present Lin Bei with the honor of being the country's first-ranked hero. Along with the host's words falling, 32 salutes rang out in unison at the scene. One row, another row, 7 consecutive blasts. And the Army Symphony Orchestra began to impassionately interpret the magnificent music that only belonged to the heroes at the scene. The eyes of everyone in the audience, at this moment, were all focused on the young man standing high on the podium, as well as the commander of the military region beside him, who was holding a medal. The conductor also put the live picture on the big screen at the right time. And when everyone got a good look at Lin Bei's face for the first time, everyone froze. He looks just like you and me, right? To say it's different, he's just a bit taller, there's 1.8 meters, well. His features are more three-dimensional, and he's still more handsome, right? His family is so rich, I thought he would be wearing some famous brand. But what he is wearing is actually a military uniform, the same as what we are wearing. Wow, look, he's blushing. If it were me, I would be blushing too. I probably wouldn't be able to speak, I'd be shaking all over. Come to think of it, he's really brave, facing so many people at once. Indeed, some battle heroes are valiant on the battlefield, but when they go on stage, they can't even speak. He at least seems to be quite generous and comfortable, not bad, I quite appreciate him, hee. In addition to the comments from the crowd of teachers and students at the scene, on the internet, the comments about Lin Bei were even more heated. They came from different groups of people. There were old people, middle-aged people, young people, students who were still studying, young people who had just entered society, young people who had already been crawling and rolling around in society for many years, young people who had already succeeded or were still failing, in a word, all kinds of people. Their speeches were all kinds of different, but they were all about Lin Bei. At this moment, none of them were proud. But when they saw Lin Bei's true face, none of them were surprised. This Lin Bei looks really young, he even has a hint of tenderness. It's hard to imagine that he dared to go up in the face of such a dangerous situation in the first place. Oh yeah, that foreign spy still has a gun, right? Oh, my god. This kid is really something. At such a young age, he's already a first-class hero, worthy of being a young man of China. If everyone in China is like Lin Bei, then why do we still need to be discriminated against and even humiliated by the great powers? In the future, if Lin Bei is here, who will dare to say that our young generation is rotten to the core? What happened to Lin Bei yesterday? Which one of our Chinese teenagers would be scared? Of course, we may end up spilling blood and throwing away our heads, but we must never doubt our courage to sacrifice for our country. Go Lin Bei, you are good. We are all good, we are all good. Line to middle-aged, still muddle-headed. Today I was shocked to hear that my Huaxia teenage boy first-class prestige, looking back, only to find that so bad, wasted years, red cherries, green bananas, time is easy to throw people. Think back then, I also like Lin Bei general splendor, precisely scholarly spirit, waving Thursday, I want to seal the sky, wolf Jushu, drinking horse, cherry blossom Beijing, Le Shur Yen Ran, beautiful all. Now it is into the dung of the year Wan Ho Ho, thighs and flesh, hey, contempt. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can do it. At this time, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 10 million, and the pop-ups that popped up every second were in the hundreds. However, Lin Bei couldn't see it because he had just received the medal symbolizing first-class merit from Long Zhanya. Immediately after that, there was the 5-star good citizen banner from the police sergeant Ma Goen himself, and then there was the certificate of hibiscus scholar from the principal Zhao Wumian himself. At this moment, on the podium, Lin Bei stood in the center of the room holding the three-party honor, undoubtedly the most shining light in the room. And at such a glorious moment, Lin Bei suddenly stood up in a military posture and rushed towards everyone, giving a military salute. It was only then that the crowd remembered Lin Bei's identity. He was a national defense student. He was also a soldier. It was said that a soldier's vocation was to obey orders, but the prerequisite for obeying orders was that the orders must be for the protection of the family and the defense of the country. National defense students were born for this reason. Yes, the scene did not know who took the lead and roared out this sentence. Subsequently, the entire audience applauded thunderously. Voices rose and fell, roaring from all directions, unceasingly. It lasted for a full minute or so. On the podium, Lin Bei could hear that every single clap was solid and completely unrehearsed. Although the applause was messy, it was also like the rushing waves of the ocean, wave after wave. Even Zhao Wumian tried to press it down several times, but failed to do so. Alright, I believe that student Lin Bei has already felt everyone's enthusiasm. Now, let's invite student Lin Bei to give us his acceptance speech. After Zhao Wumian forced his way through the transitions, the scene instantly became silent again. At this moment, even the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room were rarely empty. It was because their much-anticipated teenage hero, Lin Bei, was finally going to open his mouth and speak to everyone. This was undoubtedly a most exciting moment. Ahem. Hey. Lin Bei softly adjusted his microphone. And everyone was grabbed by his full attention. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Bei. To be honest, I wasn't thinking of what to say about today's award-winning feelings. But this morning, our Central Military Region's Commander Long told me to speak boldly and say whatever I want. So I'll stop pretending, show my cards, and prepare to tell you all some truth. Such as how the whole process yesterday really went, such as what kind of a plan I'll have next and so on. In short, no falsehoods, all real goods. Lin Bei took the microphone and spoke eloquently to the more than 30,000 teachers and students on the stage, to the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast on the entire internet. At first, everyone thought that Lin Bei was just joking to attract everyone's attention. After all, bold speech? Speaking the truth? There would be more or less some made-up elements, right? However, wrong, they were all wrong. Didn't a lot of people see a blue Apollo supercar hitting the water across the Star River on the internet yesterday? I can tell you all responsibly, this is not a special effect. This is a scene that I personally operated during my capture of the spy. The one who was sitting in my co-pilot at that time was none other than Officer Dongmi. You can look for her to ask for proof later. Then how did I manage to fight my way across the Star River? Mecha flying car. Yes, the mecha speeder. You heard right. If everyone has played the game Pesticide, you would have realized that the supercar I drove was actually the same model as Zhao Yun's engine heart skin. That is to say, I built a mecha supercar of the same model of engine heart. The land speed can reach a staggering 1,000 kilometers per hour. It can also fly. And this car is the result of the joint efforts of all the scientific researchers in the Tianxiang automobile factory run by my father during my summer vacation, spending $3 billion to build a Need for Speed car. Lin Bei said this. The entire room could be said to be in an uproar. The first one was Long Zhanya, who had never thought that this Lin Bei would really dare to say it. The reason why he assured Lin Bei that he could speak boldly was because Tang Lao felt that Lin Bei was too young and might cower when he got on the stage, which was why he took the next step. But don't really say something so important out loud. But when he secretly contacted Tang Lao, who was observing in the shadows, to ask for advice, Tang Lao gave the reply, let him speak. This sheepish cold sweat immediately broke out on Long Zhanya's forehead. On the other hand, Xia Chang'an, the dean of the Longko Academy on the side, was dumbfounded. What the hell? In addition to the Doomsday Fighter technology, there was a mecha supercar that could fly? The key is that it's even built? Why didn't you tell him? How valuable this is for research. At this moment, Sheriff Magoan was looking at Long Zhanya with some weakness. He was there to see the Autobots. He wasn't sure if this could be said, but when he saw Long Zhanya's steeply gloomy face, his little heart instantly skipped a beat. Lin Bei, this is really bold speech. Only the principal Zhao Wumian, who didn't know anything about it, and Xia Evening Ching, who was sulking, all thought Lin Bei had gotten the script wrong. Isn't this acceptance speech about thanking someone or something and telling the story and feelings at the time? Why did he get involved with this? The audience at the scene, as well as the viewers on the internet, felt cheated. I was promised a hero, but you tell me it's a mouth breather? A flying mecha? How could this be possible with the current technology? But if Lin Bei said that the speed of the car was extreme, or how thrilling the process was, everyone could still accept it. But you told me that the mecha car cost $3 billion? Crazy. First of all, Lin Bei's father will not agree to take $3 billion to build a car, right? This was a civilian enterprise, not a military enterprise. How could he build a product with such an expensive unit price? However, in the next second, the crowd only heard a sudden roar above the sky. Woo! Woo! The sound was so loud that it was like an airplane turbine engine roaring. The sound was so high that it almost shook everyone's eardrums. Subsequently, a blue and yellow supercar came out of the podium and landed in the middle of the sky with a swift momentum. In the middle of the sky. And at this moment, the entire audience was shocked. Crap, am I fucking dreaming? How can this be possible? Someone actually built the Need for Speed? The more than 30,000 teachers and students present simply couldn't believe their eyes. However, the flying car circling around the whole field above their heads was real. Even when the car flew past their heads, they were afraid that it would suddenly fall and hit them. This feeling is incredibly real. There's no mistaking it. There would be no fake at all. And when they recalled Lin Bei's words, that's when they realized that the appearance of this flying car was like a thunderbolt, shattering all the dark doubts and ruthlessly hitting them in the face. But, this face, the beating was a real nasty one. Flying car. This is a flying car. Lin Bei actually said the truth. And I just questioned him? I'm such a fucking asshole. Crap. My Dragon Kingdom is actually leading the world in building flying cars? I haven't even touched my driver's license yet, and I've already entered the flying car era? With this kind of technology, just ask Eagle Sauce, Little Daybreak, and the Little Calling Empire if any of you can do it. Lin Bei is awesome. At this moment, all rise, salute the scientific research big brother. The scene instantly erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. The shouts of tens of thousands of people, at this moment, resounded through the sky and echoed between this part of the world of the athletic field. Just like being in the World Cup scene, the adrenaline in any person's body would soar. And the network, thousands of netizens shock, than the scene to be more. Because today there is not only a teenage hero, but also an unparalleled scientific genius. I thought he was good enough to fight spies, but you're telling me he built a flying car? This is pure Muskoka. If you're capable of building a flying car, you can do it too. Damn it. Great, this year my country has a flying car demon. This technology, many foreign companies with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars cannot do it, right? Even Eagle Sauce can't do it, right? Flying car? This motherfucker only have the black technology in the science fiction movie I Knock. After the shock, more people joined in the imagination of the future of the flying car. Although the cost of $3 billion is expensive, but change a flat version, for the rich to use, and then wait a few years, out of a civilian version, that is not we can use it? I knock. I'm knocking. Driving a flying car. It's exciting to think about it, right? Suggest that the state immediately enact a transportation law for flying cars. Build a transportation infrastructure for flying cars. Improve the system of training institutions for flying cars. Good guy, the thought of the entire city, no, the entire Dragon State is full of flying cars, the future of the city full of sense. Brothers, I'm asking you, do you have any? This kind of technology should never be given to foreign countries, but we should use it ourselves first, and then give the worst version to foreign countries after we've used it. Everyone, listen to me, I'm announcing something. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom has completely entered the era of mecha vehicles. Who dares to disagree? Me. No objections. Funny. JPG. I XXX real name raise my hand. But I have no objections. Bad smile. JPG. Looking at the pop-ups in the live room like a tidal wave, and the number of people on the air even once exceeded the 20 million mark. In Lin Bei's heart, he was more or less proud. You see, the opening ceremony of the school only 10 million viewers, we announced a thing, instantly another 10 million people to watch, a person top a school and so many people watch, such a good opportunity, that naturally have to be our yesterday's glorious deeds, to brag, or, to truthfully say cough. Lin Bei again a light cough, also not waiting for everyone to quiet down, but to take advantage of this moment of enthusiasm, let this fire burn a little more exuberant. I think yesterday, I then drove this engine heart to report for duty, and on the way, I happened to encounter the police commandeering my car to catch spies. At first I refused. Why? Because don't spies want to lose face? If I caught them in a couple of tries, wouldn't their years of training have been wasted? But why did the police come to me? Hey, it's simple, because I'm damn good looking. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter, but there were also girls who screamed, "You are indeed handsome." At that moment, that smile on Lin Bei's face was so bright. It was like a blossom. That girl just now wait, I'm going to add your contact information after the commencement ceremony. Lin Bei's joking words immediately attracted the girls on the scene to scream repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Bei was afraid that it had become a large stargazing scene, so he hurriedly added, "Okay, no more jokes." Next we continue to talk about how I was in Longjiang at that time, 7 in 7 out, hand up, hand down, see how I caught spies. Crap, where's the sound of my microphone? What the hell? Who the hell turned off my microphone? At this time, only to see Long Zhanya standing out with the microphone to everyone. Sorry everyone, Lin Bei's microphone is broken, we're urgently repairing it. There was an instant sigh of relief on the scene. And the netizens were instantly happy. What kind of mic is broken and needs to be repaired? You're afraid that Lin Bei will reveal all the secrets, right? Ha ha ha. God TM mic is broken, really broken. You change let Lin Bei continue to say Hey, this Lin Bei is really capable, and he has the guts to say what he wants to say. This is really the most interesting acceptance speech I've ever heard, although it doesn't have much substance, but it's full of explosive points. I like to listen to this. And at this time, the presidential podium. Lin Bei is very dissatisfied with the matter of Long Zhanya shutting down his own mic. General Long, said bold speech, why do you this and that do not allow me to say still shut down my mic Long Zhanya coughed awkwardly and said, it's like this, the disclosure of the details inside is not convenient for our army to fight against the 7th Carrier Battle Group of Eagle Sauce. According to the latest news, the 7th Carrier Battle Group is going to hold a 1-month military exercise in the open sea area of our eastern waters, and its purpose is self-evident. It definitely wants to go up against the Dragon River and check out the reality. Alright, General Long, please also let me finish my last point. Lin Bei put away his playfulness from earlier and said. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall that when he had rushed all the way to the mouth of the Dragon River, it seemed like he had also seen a carrier. So was this carrier belonging to the 7th Carrier Battle Group? It can be. When our giant mechs are built, the first one will take you and cut you up. 1 month is a bit tight, but if we hurry, we can still build it, right? And this doomsday ship, we also need to hurry up, because we don't know when Eagle Sauce will send out another submarine, and we can't keep an eye on the Dragon River all the time. Well, you say it. At this time, Long Zhanya reminded. Lin Bei nodded, then looked at the tens of thousands of pairs of eyes under the podium that were full of big expectations. They could all be the backbone of guarding the world's oldest civilization together in the future. Everyone, there was a bit of a problem with the mic just now. But it's fixed now. But because of time, I can't tell you all anything more. In that moment just now, I thought of ending with a phrase, which is to set up a heart for heaven and earth, to set up a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all times. It's the famous 4 lines of the Hanku in China. I thought about it later, the old ancestors' things are good, but while we inherit them, can't we innovate a little? So, next I think I'll use my own epiphany to make an ending to my acceptance speech. Speaking of this, Lin Bei paused his body, then spoke eloquently. Some people say that the furry bears are a fighting nation, but I'd like to say that the furry bears are, at best, a hands-on nation. The real fighting nation is actually us. Our ancestors started from the Yellow River Basin, so small a place to fight to the present more than 9.6 million square kilometers. During the period of thousands of years, the land area is still ranked 3rd in the world. You tell me, this is to rely on the mouth to say back? Is it by money? Did you get it by alms from others? No. It is our fathers and forefathers martyrs and millions of Chinese sons and daughters of blood and blood for back. But it is not enough for us to have brains, we also need to have wisdom. We must know how to learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians, we must know how to innovate, push the envelope, reform and innovation, and we must not forget the original intention. As they say, first-class merit lying take, but I live to take, I not only take, I want to get more. You ask me why? Because the military merit is a flesh and blood of the Dragon State. People love the motherland's greatest performance. My acceptance speech is over. Thank you all. After his speech, Lin Bei bowed and thanked him. However, everyone at the scene was confused. To be precise, at this moment, it should be scalp numbness. Because they usually said that the Mao Bear was the fighting nation, but today, Lin Bei took out the actual evidence and told them that we, Huaxia, were the real fighting nation. But the shock is not only that. In front of this peer, this young man on the screen, he used his own personal practice to tell everyone, what is the meaning of the first-class merit? That is the greatest expression of love for the motherland. Military merit, first military, then merit. As a soldier to have a deep awareness of protecting the country, and have this awareness will inevitably defy to win the merit, because to get the merit is the greatest performance of their patriotism, and won the recognition. Snap. Snap. It was not known on the spot who took the lead and applauded tentatively. Subsequently, the applause thundered. Even though the person in question, Lin Bei, had already retreated from the stage, the applause still hadn't stopped because the shock Lin Bei had left them with still hadn't stopped either. At the same time, on the internet of the Dragon Kingdom, countless netizens who had watched the opening ceremony, frantically retweeted and commented. On this day, a teenager named Lin Bei walked into the screens of thousands of households, and even more into the hearts of thousands of people in the Dragon Kingdom. P.S. The new book I Can Suffer This Aggravation? I've just transformed into an Emperor Warrior is being hot serialized. Interested parties can click on my homepage to check it out. The protagonist has an item upgrade panel, builds Imperial armor in the beginning, encounters a robber at a comic show, and directly Imperial armor combined. Gaga Chaotic Kill, the worldview on the line will be pulled up, is a book with surprises. In the highly developed internet at the moment, about the opening ceremony of the Defense Science and Technology University, about Lin Bei glory of all sorts of things, are difficult to image the speed of the exponential surge and the speed of the spread. Star City University of Technology. Inside the student dormitory. Crap, have you guys watched the Defense Science and Technology University's opening ceremony? It was simply explosive. Zhang Qi, who had watched the entire commencement ceremony, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, his roommate didn't buy it. No way? What's so great about the opening ceremony? Isn't it all the same? What leaders' speeches, what advanced commendations, blah blah blah, what can be new? At most, the principle is more powerful, such as the opening speech is only 3 sentences, and then there is no opening speech. In fact, it's all the same. Right, if you have this free time, you might as well play a few more games. Come on, Zhang Qi, you've been watching for an hour, it's time to start messing around, right? Hearing this, Zhang Qi immediately became anxious. No, it's not what you guys think at all. If you guys don't watch this opening ceremony, you will 100% regret it. And I dare to conclude that as long as you guys open your cell phones right now, you'll be able to see hot searches about Defense Science University and about Lin Bei. The kind that's all over the place. I, Zhang Qi, am willing to guarantee that I'll be single for the next 20 years. Nice guy. Swearing such a cruel oath? That's not funny. Why don't we take a look at? The 3 roommates opened their cell phones with the intention of giving it a try. Then they realized that the hot searches have actually been dominated. Hot search top 1, hashtag Defense University freshman Lin Bei built a flying car to announce that mankind has entered the era of flying cars. Hashtag. Hot top 2, hashtag Defense University freshman Lin Bei won the first class merit. The commander of the Eastern Military Region Long Zhanya personally issued a medal. Hashtag. Hot search top 3, hashtag the strongest acceptance speech in history. high school top student Lin Bei lovingly explains what is the fighting nation. What is military honor? Hashtag. Hot Top 4, hashtag Defense Science and Technology University. Yesterday by the spy theft of military top secret technology, and capture the spy is actually a freshman Lin Bei. Hashtag. Hot Topic 5, hashtag this freshman can place, there are words are really said. Inventory published sentiments were closed microphone moments. Hashtag. Hot Topic 6, hashtag Defense Science and Technology University opening ceremony viewers broke 10 million. Hashtag. Hot Search Top 7, hashtag freshman of the University of Defense Science and Technology at the same time won the first class merit, 5-star good citizens, Furong students 3 honors. Hashtag. Hot Search Top 8, hashtag directly hit the opening ceremony site tens of thousands of people applauded and praised the moment. Hashtag. From the first of the hot searches, all the way to the 50th, the keywords about the University of Defense Science and Technology and Lin Bei directly dominated 42 articles. This spectacle could only be seen on the Penguin music charts, at a large conference, at a shocking melon, or at a shocking news. This Lin Bei could now be said to be a well-deserved top stream. But the point is to say, we're all equally freshmen, what makes them so awesome? He built a flying car? He's just enrolled in school, and he's got a first-class merit? A 5-star good citizen and a hibiscus student? Caught a foreign spy? How dare you say something? And he was applauded and praised by 10,000 people and watched by tens of millions of people? Is this possible? With confusion, the three of them clicked into a random video. Afterwards, they heard a burst of engine roar, the same as the sound of a TM airplane taking off, and immediately after, they saw a blue and yellow supercar Apollo coming out of the sky. Not only that, but also around the whole field everywhere. And there wasn't any VR equipment around here, which means, crap, really built a flying car? And then look at the statement of the person in question, Lin Bei, the factory at home, costing $3 billion, joint military research and development, I knock. This first hot search just made my scalp numb. Numb nuts, flying car. I can't believe it's really a flying car. I just got my driver's license and you're telling me I'm already in the era of flying cars? Hearing his roommate trios crouching, Zhang Qi's heart couldn't be happier. I told you. There are hot searches all over the place, you'll regret if you don't watch it, right? What's more, you guys keep looking back. The award scene there, damn, it's fantastic. And Lin Bei's salute, I'm a guy and I think he's handsome. At this moment, he was like a person who had been given a treasure, as if he was counting his treasures and desperately wanting to share with his roommates what he had seen, what he was shocked by, what he was amazed by. And the roommates were numb, really numb, when they received this powerful news. Every single one of them had a tingling scalp, their heads were empty, and they just felt confused, and they just felt damn especially bullish. This assertion about the fighting nation is really the first time to see, bullish. In the future, I saw the foreign friends in the school, especially the friends of the big Mao country. I must say to them, China is the real fighting nation, you Mao Z is just a hands-on nation, And this mastering the barbarians to control the barbarians, reforming the old to bring in the new, what a heart. It's obviously words that we all know, but the combination of them seems to have a magical power. Moreover, he meowed, this Lin Bei is also too crazy, right? Even if you live to take the first-class merit, you still want to take more. Just because taking military honors is the greatest sign of love for the country? I want to throw my head in blood for my country too, but the spies outside the country won't give me the chance. This Lin Bei, just like the ancient Han dynasty's Huazaodong, at that time it was Emperor Wu of Han dynasty who promoted him. Of course, he did give strength. At the age of 18 he led 800 cavalrymen deep into the desert as a plagiarized Yao lieutenant. Twice he won the whole army, and was awarded the title of Marquis of Champion. At the age of 19, he was promoted to General of Hussar, commanded the Battle of Heshi twice, annihilated and recruited and surrendered nearly 100,000 Xiongnu and Heshi, captured the Xiongnu sacrifice to the sky in gold, and took the Chilean mountains. Later, he and Wei Qing led the army deep into the north of the desert, eliminated the main force of Xiongnu's was Xianwang in the Battle of the North of the Desert with more than 70,000 people, and pursued the Xiongnu army up to the Wolfjushu mountain and the Goyen mountain, and then sacrificed to the heaven and the earth, and returned to the Hansi. This battle made the Xiongnu far away and no royal court in the south of the desert. It is simply the highest ideal of the men of the ancient dragon kingdom from time immemorial. I have a hunch, this Lin Bei just enrolled in school and took the first-class merit, and gained great popularity, and also built a flying car. In time, it is likely to be the Huazaiwei of our Huaxia today. Hiss. His roommate's statement caused Zhang Qi, as well as the other two roommates, to inhale a breath of cool air, and his mind was shaken. Because if it was really like what he said, then when Lin Bei took power, he would definitely reuse a bunch of young people and so on, and at that time, wouldn't all those corpses and householders be driven down, and then let the younger, more energetic, and more thoughtful new youths ascend the stage of history? At this moment, almost everyone's hearts were overwhelmed with excitement. And this kind of excitement was not just at Star City Polytechnic University, but the universities in South City, the universities in Jiang City, the universities in Gan City, the universities in Hanchang, the universities in Chuan City, the universities in the Imperial Capital, the universities in the Magic Capital, etc. And not just at the universities either, but all over the entire Star City, the entire Star Province, and all over the entire Dragon Nation, with all kinds of organizations, all kinds of groups, and all kinds of areas blossoming everywhere. Lin Bei's name had become famous in the world since today, especially amongst the student body under the heavens. It was like a thunderclap. However, at this moment, Lin Bei was in trouble. What? This rebellious son even spent $3 billion of my money to build a sports car? Zhang Lingyun, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on him? You must give me an explanation today. Tianxiang Automobile Factory. Inside the chairman's office, Lin Tianxiang, who had just returned from his honeymoon in Bali, had originally felt guilty for not being able to catch up with his son Lin Bei's school check-in, not being able to personally send him to college, not being able to personally buy him a few oranges. But this kind of guilt has only continued until now. Just now, he learned from his secretary, Zhang Lingyun, that Lin Bei, during his summer vacation in charge of the automobile factory, had mentioned the $30 million of research and development funding to $300 million. If that was the case, it was still within the range of affordability, but the truth was far more than that. Lin Bei in the research building behind closed doors for more than a month, before and after the expenses, a total of, there are $3 billion. You know, last year the company's annual revenue was less than $1 billion, Lin Bei so engaged in, but directly to the company's entire cash flow have been drained. Not only that, the 30 million meter debt that he had raised from abroad to ensure the company's operation could not be repaid as scheduled, which meant that the credit would go bankrupt. Without money to buy raw materials, there is no way to reach an order. Without orders there is no income. Without income there is no way to pay wages to employees, which also means that Tianxiang Automobile Factory is on the verge of closure at this moment. At this moment, in Lin Tianxiang's eyes, Lin Bei was simply a rebellious son, a great rebellious son. Chairman Dong, you listen to me, Lin Bei, he built a sports car that can fly. I saw it with my own eyes, it can fly. Not to mention in the Dragon Kingdom, even if the world can fly the car, there is simply no chairman. There's a huge commercial value behind this. Secretary Zhang Lingyun was drumming in his heart, but with the technology that Lin Bei had handed over before he left, he still braced himself. However, Lin Tianxiang didn't believe it at all. Flying cars? I'll fly a damn car. What are you pulling with me? What's wrong with you? Do you really think that Lin Tianxiang is not a meatloaf? I know every black technology and new invention in the current automobile industry like a mirror. Flying car? Do you know how difficult it is? Alright, old Zhang, you don't need to say more. Lin Tianxiang suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I'm clear about this rebellious son's character. I gave him the power to act as the chairman, but for him to be able to do something like this is simply, asshole. What kind of sports car needs to spend $3 billion? This is clearly being cheated alright. Zhang Lingyun couldn't help but let out a light sigh when he heard this. Sure enough, the matter of the flying car was still too shocking. Lin Bei, did he drive to Defense Science University? At this time, Lin Tianxiang asked again. Zhang Lingyun nodded his head and said, yes, built it, put on the license plate, and drove straight to the school after passing the security check. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Lin Tianxiang rubbed his temples and said. He now only felt that his trident nerves were hurting. It was too painful. Even though this rebellious son had done such a treacherous thing and was still in the military academy and he couldn't get in, this matter had to be resolved after all. For today's solution, the only way was to sell the car that Lin Bei had built. Even if the price is inflated, but can enter the eyes of Lin Bei, certainly is also the real thing, so sell can still change a few money, back to the blood, so that their own decades of operation of the factory and the cause of the salvation. I thought of this. Lin Tianxiang dialed Lin Bei's phone. How dare this TM not answer the phone for so long? At the same time, inside the conference room of the University of Defense Technology, Lin Bei is discussing the next plan with Xiao Chang'an, the president of the Dragon Science Institute, and Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region, and the discussion is in full swing, and as a result, you're telling me that the phone call is coming? Shit, don't answer it. Come, Dean Xia, Commander Long, you two listen to me. I think that the postnatal care of Mech should start from. However, Lin Bei had just gotten halfway through his speech, and the phone rang again. Student Lin Bei, why don't you answer the phone first? It looks like there's some kind of emergency. At this time, Xiao Chanan advised. Fine. Lin Bei faintly said, then this time he opened his cell phone and looked. I knock. It was Dad Lin Tianxiang's call. He's here to ask for his life? Bah, it's to teach us a lesson. Comrade Xiao Bei, why don't you answer the phone? It says Dad on the phone, it must be your father, right? Why, such a big man, still afraid of your dad? Long Zhanya laughed. Lin Bei immediately disliked. How is that possible? At home, I'm the family disciple position. Family disciple position? Yeah, you kid is quite self-aware. Long Zhanya laughed even more. Lin Bei was too lazy to break it up with him and instantly picked up the phone to prove it to him. Hey, Dad. You're back, ah? Well, you still know how to answer Dad's calls, right? Dad, I think you should take a look at the shares of Tianxiang Group before you say the next words, and then look at what the internet is saying about me, otherwise, I won't give you the supercar no matter what I say. On the other side of the phone, Lin Tianxiang was confused when he heard Lin Bei's words, because this Lin Bei actually predicted his prediction and knew that he was going to lose his temper? But what does it mean to look at the shares and what does it mean to look at the evaluation? What's all this and what's all this? It was clearly stalling for time. What should come, will always come. Lin Tianxiang sulked at the rising anger in his heart and was just about to curse. But at this time, bang! The office door opened. Lin Tianxiang's angry eyes just wanted to open the killing ring, but found that it was Zhang Lingyun who walked in flustered, with a joyful look on his face. Chairman! Great news! Our Tianxiang Group's shares have skyrocketed by 270%, Zhang Lingyun said with joy. However, Lin Tianxiang froze. What the hell, a 270% surge? Isn't that a direct change from tens of billions to a market capitalization of hundreds of billions? Crap! Old Zhang, are you telling the truth? Really? Chairman, won't you know if you open your stock market? Good. I'll take a look. Lin Tianxiang immediately switched the stock market. Take a look. Good guy, Tianxiang Group, market capitalization 102 billion. A month ago, it was only 32.7 billion, but now, it's 101.2 billion. Really just doubled a full 3 times. Ah. Old Zhang, what the hell is going on here? Lin Tianxiang asked in a hurry. Zhang Lingyun was however a bit worried. Chairman, this I don't know, the first time I got this news, I hoofed it to you, should I go check again? At this moment, Lin Bei spoke on the other end of the phone. Alright, Uncle Zhang, there's no need to check, let me tell you directly. That is to say, I, Lin Bei, built a flying car and reached a cooperation with the military, and then the market value skyrocketed. It's that simple? Lin Tianxiang said. Then what? Dad, no way, the stock price has skyrocketed and you still think I'm lying to you? Lin Bei said breathlessly. And at that moment, another voice came from the other end of the phone. Your Excellency must be Lin Bei's father, right? Greetings. I am Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region. It's a pleasure to meet you. In addition, what your son said just now is true. Not only does he have cooperation with the military, at this moment, he has also long since made his name known to the entire Dragon Kingdom. You really have given birth to a dragon and phoenix amongst men. Greetings, Commander Long. Tiger father and dog son, I'm sorry to make you laugh. At this moment, Lin Tianxiang couldn't figure out whether the other party was real or not, whether it was an act, or whether there was such a thing, so he could only pretend to be modest and said. However, a loud shout from Zhang Lingyun beside him caused him to be completely shocked and excited. Crap! Lin Bei he took the first-class merit when he enrolled in school. The reason was for maneuvering a flying car to catch an overseas spy who stole military secrets. There's also a 5-star good citizen banner from the police, as well as a certificate of hibiscus scholar from the fire department. What did you say? Lin Tianxiang's entire body was confused when he heard Zhang Lingyun's outburst. Right away, he grabbed Zhang Lingyun's cell phone to take a look, and crikey. From the first on the hot search list, to the 50th, 80 to 90% of them were all about Lin Bei, and the Defense Science University. First-class merit. That is enough to honor the existence of the ancestors. In the family tree, it could be written on the first page, right? In my hometown, it could be written on the first page of the county record, right? And this hibiscus scholar is the highest honor for students of the University of Science and Technology, right? And Lin Bei got it so easily? Impossible, right? Just took a first-class merit. Ah. Lin Tianxiang continued to read on, only to realize that the foreign spies had stolen the military secrets of the University of Defense Science and Technology, and Lin Bei had helped the University of Defense Science and Technology get back the secrets. To say that this foreign spies are also good guts, even dare to blatantly steal my China's top fighter jet J-20 military technology. Luckily, our great filial son was so powerful that he caught it for you directly. And look at Lin Bei's capture of the spy. Good lord, first he was commandeered by the police? Ha! The cop looks pretty, but she's older than Lin Bei, so she's not suitable as a daughter-in-law. And then he went straight to showing off his car skills, playing blade overtaking and tumbling on the highway? Crazy. If you're not careful and get into a car accident, it's a double death. Lin Bei, this rebellious son, dares to play with anything. However, what made Lin Tianxiang's heart skip a beat was yet to come. Driving a supercar across the Star River. The width of the river is 200 to 300 meters, right? Crap. My son. Don't be reckless. Ouch. 9 shallow, 1 deep, 18 epileptic? Over. Good boy. I hit a spy in the back. No, shit, what are you doing? Driving a car into the river? Hoo, me fuck. Lin Tianxiang was really surprised that he could still be thrilled to this extent by watching a video, as if he was the one who drove the car and threw himself into the river. No, wasn't that Lin Bei? Wasn't that his Lin Tianxiang's son? Just to catch a spy, driving a car and throwing himself into the river? Lin Bei, don't be so reckless next time. Dad knows that you love your country very much, but you must also love your own life. What do you ask me and your mom to do in case you have a shortcoming? Lin Tianxiang forced back his tears and said. On the other end of the phone, Lin Bei wanted to say, we're driving an engine heart, it's very safe, right? But when he heard the choking sound in his dad's words, he couldn't help but hold back. Dad, I know, there won't be a next time, don't worry. Good. So good. Lin Tianxiang was finally relieved. Next, he saw that at the opening ceremony, Lin Bei was in high spirits, waving his hands like a new generation leader, and that old face, at some point, burst into tears. But he knew that these were tears of happiness, tears of joy, tears of relief. Son, you've grown up. Dad is very happy. Your mom, when she finds out, she will also be very happy. Lin Tianxiang said from the bottom of his heart. Lin Bei couldn't take it anymore. Dad, don't act like you're dying, okay? Your body and bones are still very healthy, at least you can borrow from the sky for another 500 years. In his heart, Lin Bei also said, because there is the ability to analyze the game's black technology, and the game is not lacking in some technology that can prolong the lifespan. Borrow another 500 years from the sky, perhaps it is not so difficult. Silly child, people will die, some people are lighter than a feather, some people are heavier than a mintai. Lin Tianxiang is over half 100 years old, no great ambition, just hope you can do your own, shine, for our family, for Tianxiang Automobile Factory, for your school, for our people, our country, and even the whole of mankind, to make your contribution. Lin Tianxiang impassionedly said. Good, you are giving me the great pressure of the sky and leaving the relaxation to yourself. Lin Bei bristled. Lin Tianxiang laughed loudly. Child, there is a saying that says, your energy is beyond your imagination. If you don't try it, how do you know if it works or not? Therefore, Dad, I decided, in the future, the position of chairman of Tianxiang Group is officially delivered to you. As for me, I'll just give you some assistance, and wait for you to give me old age, so that I can enjoy my happiness. Hearing this, Lin Bei was numb. I still have to train, build a lot of mechs, and play with a lot of black technology, and you're telling me to go home and inherit billions of dollars? What do we know about business? No, absolutely not. We have to let Dad continue to work hard. We don't want to retire, we want to continue to live in our old age. At most, we'll give Dad policies and technology, but Dad still has to work for us. Dad, I think taking over the family business is just the right thing for me right now. Lin Bei said lightly, but the corner of his mouth quietly curved up a beautiful arc. On the other end of the phone, Lin Tianxiang was surprised. Really? I thought you would just reject me. This is great. With you running the company in the future, then I can relax. There were some words that Lin Tianxiang didn't say in the open, and that was that ever since he went on vacation with his wife to Bali, he had started to enjoy this happy life of leisure and wealth freedom. After all, our fucking billionaire, achievement is also to the top, not enjoy this can do? Besides, from frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality is difficult. Lin Tianxiang has been addicted to this kind of rich people's happiness. You tell him to continue to worry about the company? How can that be? Now that he has Lin Bei to back him up, he still needs to worry about this? Ha. However, in the next second, Lin Tianxiang's heart instantly turned from beautiful to bitter. But Dad, I'm going to military training. During military training, you can't let me return to the company to preside over the big picture, right? During military training, you can't let me train during the day and work at night, right? Even if I have a lot of energy, the staff can't stand it. Speaking of this, the smile in Lin Bei's mouth became even more intense. So during the military training period, it's still necessary for you, Dad, to help me continue to be the chairman of the board of directors. Look, it's only for a month or so, right? Lin Tianxiang hesitated for a moment, finally still soft. Indeed, like you said, child, good military training. During this period of time I will continue to preside over the company. After the military training, you come. Hey. Okay, first this way, I hang up. Okay, Dad. Lin Bei directly hung up the phone without saying anything. Seeing this, Xiao Chang'an on the side said with some concern, after the military training, you'll go back to inherit the family fortune, then what about your ability, your black technology? In response, Lin Bei only smiled lightly. Instead, Long Zhanya looked at Lin Bei with a bad smile on his face and said, Brother Chang'an, this kid is so sneaky, are you still worried about him? I'm afraid he has already thought about how to refuse after the military training, just like when my grandfather owed the 358th Regiment of the National Army that a battalion of supplies. You ask me when to pay back? Oh, the devils are sweeping here. Some other time, some other day. When the devils are done, when will I pay them back? I've just expanded by 1 battalion. Let's wait a bit longer. When the Civil War breaks out, there'll be no return. When Comrade Xiao Bei's career is complete, what's the point of being chairman? Right? I see. Mr. Lin Bei's move is high. It's a straw hat with no sides, only the top left. Xia Chang'an suddenly realized, and at the same time, he couldn't help but think about it, but Lin Bei, you're fooling your own father like this. Is this really good? It's okay. After all, it's my own father. It's impossible to shoot me, right? Lin Bei blinked sheepishly and said. In reality, he was still scared in his heart. If he hadn't gotten the company's market value up to 100 billion just now, I'm afraid that his dad would have killed the school with a knife. After all, we have spent 3 billion, all the company's cash flow loss. It seems that dad also engaged in a rice yuan debt, right? That's what we found out later. However, the rice dollar in oil is eagle sauce binding the world. Let the world for him to pay, for him to transfuse the link. This thing in the hands of the other side is far better to control in their own hands. Oil will run out one day, and controlled fusion is the ultimate inexhaustible energy source for mankind. This technology, mankind has always said it's still 50 years away, but 50 years have passed and there's still 50 years to go. Good thing we now have the ability to analyze the black technology in the game. We must get this controlled fusion technology out. For one thing, diesel fuel is too expensive for megamechs, and for another, the equipment that can dominate deep space and interstellar battleships such as star destroyers, aircraft carriers, and so on, can't work without nuclear fusion. The last point is, after having nuclear fusion, the Dragon Kingdom will really have the strength to colonize the interstellar world, and within the Blue Planet, as long as it is given a few years, it will be enough to dominate the Blue Planet. The reason was simple. At present, the whole blue star is still subject to the limitation of fossil resources such as oil. If the Dragon Country breaks through this limitation, then the productivity of the society will have a great enhancement, and science and technology is the first productive force. The Dragon Country science and technology will be the only one in the world, and general science and technology is from the military to civilian use, so the Dragon Country's military will be unrivaled in the world. Unrivaled in the world. This is the true underlying logic of nuclear fusion development. At present, Lin Bei knew that there were many games with nuclear fusion, such as Iron Man's micro-controllable nuclear fusion technology, such as the Star Destroyer in the Endless Lagrange, etc. In fact, about the ultimate energy source, there were a lot of games with nuclear fusion. In fact, regarding the ultimate energy source, there is also the Allspark in Transformers, Krypton in Superman, the alien ship in Independence Day, the Tesseract, and so on. As long as we are given enough time to analyze them, they will all be in our pocket. He. Lin Bei student, right now the surrounding area is empty, and no one is disturbing us anymore, so next, can you show me your ability with your own eyes? At this time, Xia Chang'an suddenly said seriously. For this question, his heart was incomparably looking forward to knowing the answer. Because as a scientific researcher, the ideas or experience or lessons that he had been exposed to since he was a child were all telling him that science was the source of all the workings of this world. But now you suddenly told him that there is such a thing as superpowers. Isn't that something that novel authors or movie scriptwriters come up with in their wildest imagination? How can this be realized? However, whether it was the previous Doomsday Fighter, which was a 6th-generation machine, or the Engine Heart, a mecha supercar that had just been introduced at the opening ceremony, the black technology contained therein was simply not something that could be achieved in this current era. The explanation given so far was that all the technology, all of it, came from Lin Bei, a young man with special superpowers. For this reason, he, Xia Chang'an, felt the need to personally seek some proof, rather than simply just hearing about it on the satellite call. It's possible, Dean Xia. You know about this ability of mine. It's very simple. It's the ability to parse the black technology in the game when playing the game, and the better I play, the faster I can parse it. Lin Bei said indifferently, then took out his cell phone again and opened King Pesticide. Today, he was going to parse several mechs at once, all of them, of course. The first one to parse was naturally Sun Test's Doomsday Warship. According to what Long Zhanya said, Eagle Jam's 7th Carrier Battle Group is going to start a military maneuver, and he just opened the news to see that not only is it a maneuver, but also united with a small day, a small stick, and a small barbarian. This shit, Eagle Jam in order to lurk in the Dragon River under the spy is really at all costs, but these spies can all be we like catching pigs to catch cackle, and the back dare to come to the Dragon River of these spies, also to give them all the catch. Then we will rely on this Doomsday ship technology. He came to the interface for selecting heroes. Lin Bei immediately pulled to the Sun Test here. As expected, this little gold dot is still there, click on it, and 2 dialog boxes instantly surfaced on the screen.
Doomsday Warship, Jiangdong Overlord Mecha Technology Analysis Technology and they. Parsing available technologies, dual-purpose warship technology, exoskeleton mecha technology, turbocharging technology, particle energy shield technology, particle light energy battle axe technology, intelligent combat glasses technology, active phase control radar technology, human ship optical link technology, nanomachine body repair technology. Current remaining parsing time, 49 days, 12 hours, and 32 minutes. 49 days of time, just need to play 2 games, easily over a god can be taken. And Lin Bei just opened the ranked interface, and realized that his trumpet is actually online too. Ouch I go, it's not a hell of a thing. Ding! Your friend, all the way to the south, Trumpet, has sent you an invitation to team up. Good guy, actually dare to invite me? Lin Bei clicked in right away, then heard Tang Lao's voice. Comrade Xiao Bei, coincidentally, the whole two? Tang Lao laughed. And Long Zhanye and Xia Chanan shuddered when they heard his voice. Tang Lao, why are you playing a game? On the other end of the voice, Tang Lao explained, that's not because Comrade Xiao Bei developed my talent in gaming. I found that playing games for the elderly can effectively prevent dementia, and the release of emotions is also beneficial to physical and mental health. Besides, the elderly cannot do physical work, that is, mental work is also very harmful to the body. The only game to combine work and rest, just good. The elderly should play more games, you say right? I suggest that you can play more games in the future. Comrade Xiao Bei, do you have any more numbers? Quickly, to the war Wild and Chang'an are arranged on. Good man. What the hell? You think I'm a seller of numbers, don't you? However, holding a military region commander and a scientific research institute director hostage in the games pit, how does this sound like a bully? Tang Lao, you wait a moment, I'll arrange it right now. Lin Bei said excitedly. Then he backhanded within the roommate group and asked his roommate for a number. Within the group, Grandpa and his gourd children. Lin Bei, gourd bearers, quick, lend me your numbers. Just come with 2. Huang Zitao, crap. Brother Bei. You're my god. You're finally online. Yang Keiji, big news. Brother North, the #1 person in Defense Science University, actually took the initiative to send a group message today. Chen Yada, I'm afraid you don't know, Brother North, but I heard that all the boys in the whole building are looking for you to worship. In addition, today our dormitory received love letters, flowers and so on, from the first floor of the dormitory piled up to the 6th floor. The whole damn is a girl to send you off. And I also heard that there are a lot of off-campus girls. Cowardly class. Rub. It's really true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Lin Bei, I'll give you all these if you want. Don't talk so much first, lend me 2 numbers. Hurry. Huang Zitao, Brother Bei, why do you need numbers? You're famous, you're a war hero, you're a big shot, and you're still playing games? Chen Yada, little brother, you don't understand, do you? Fame is only a side business of North Brother. North Brother main business is still playing games, right North Brother? Yang Keiji, account number XXXX, password XXXX. Brother North, am I your good brother? Lin Bei, roll. You want to add another generation, right? Lin Bei, but I took the account number. Huang Zitao, account number XXXX, password XXXX. KG you old 6, no martial arts. Chen Yada, good lord, you two are real lickers. Shame on you. Chen Yada, Grandpa, will you look at my number? Account number XXXX, password XXXX. Huang Zitao, Yang Keiji. What the hell? How one has no lower limit than the other I go. Lin Bei, your brothers, I thank you on behalf of the commander of the Central Military Region as well as the director of the Dragon Science Institute. Huang Zitao, crap. Yang Keiji, Brother Bei is awesome. Chen Yada, if it was before I really didn't believe it, but now I believe whatever you say, Brother North. The commander of the military region and the dean of the Dragon Science Academy, are you hacking with them, Brother North? Geez. This is the social ceiling, isn't it? Lin Bei, come back and wait for me to elaborate. Right now I'm hacking first. Huang Zitao, Brother Bei, you must come back. Yang Keiji, Brother Bei, even though we've only slept together for 1 night, have you ever heard of a day's brotherhood? Chen Yada, yes, 1 day. 100 days. Grace, right? Lin Bei. Good guy. Seeing this, Lin Bei decisively quit the group chat. If we keep chatting, I don't know what other 18 forbidden words will come out. He, Lin, is a person who doesn't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. General Long, Dean Xia, this account password is there, you guys also have a whole hand? Lin Bei said. And Xia Chanan was obviously still a bit overwhelmed, thinking about it, after all, this game and all, he probably never played it before, and would only feel like wasting his time. However, to Lin Bei's surprise, in the next second, Xia Chanan immediately agreed again, good. Student Lin Bei, since you and old man Tang have invited me, wouldn't it be disrespectful if I don't come? Moreover, I also want to see your superpower, and since it is to verify, then surely the same to play the game so that the verification is deeper, right? Good. Gaia. Lin Bei said with slight surprise, so that's how it is. At this time, Long Zhanyi also said, since we all play games, then why don't we go together? Elder Tang, Comrade Xiao Bei, what are we playing? Lin Bei suggested, General Long, you and Dean Xia are both newbies, not suitable for playing ranked. Why don't we play entertainment mode? Long Zhanyi and Xia Chanan just wanted to nod, but unexpectedly, Tang Lao refused, no way. What entertainment mode? A real man needs to play hardcore ranked. Comrade Xiao Bei, you're not afraid, are you? This Nima. You think I'm a dog? I'm scared. Ha 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 ha. Lin Bei said vainly, the four of us are playing ranked, isn't this still one person short? Because of this game lost dropped stars, dropped but the roommates, although they will not say anything, but we are still a little over it. But Tang Lao is obviously a stubborn donkey, one person short of a match. What's the point of not playing ranked? Alright. Lin Bei slightly sighed. It seems that in the end, he still has to rely on his 500 stars of glory to save the world. Big deal, just play more seriously. Subsequently, Lin Bei and the others quickly entered the game and were randomly matched with a passerby. The first game began. Lin Bei played Sun Test naturally. Tang Lao, on the other hand, continued to play Zhuge Liang, and also filled up money to buy the skin of the Wuling Immortal Monarch. It looked like he took this hero as his life. Looking at Long Zhanyi, picking a bull. The reason is that the bull's voice is very much to his liking, bullish, pure man. Ergo, I hope that in real life he is also a pure man, not a pure bull. Ahem, obey the law, obey the law. This side of the words, Xia Chang'an is the choice of many players abhorred, and many players as the life of the Bailey Ruyao. Maybe that this hero with a sniper rifle also thought that you can conduct ballistic, wind, air humidity and other tests, right? But the key is to say, this is not FPS class game, just MOBA class hand game, is hand game Finally, it is a random match of a passerby, playing the cold letter to play the field. This hero in our hands, that is the existence of the 13 shots of life. For example, the first shot, long lovesickness, long memories, short lovesickness, endless lovesickness. And then the second shot, how much love for one night, the corner of the world is not long, broken heart. And then again and again, such as the eyes to see is false, the heart to hear is true, the third shot blind dragon. Then, the game started, so no more blowing smoke. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield, crush them. In this game, the opposite side's lineup was Lu Xiaobu on top, Monkey on the field, Xiao Qiao in the middle, Xiaoming assisting, and Halogen Egg Shooter. While Sun Test played Lubu with 73 open, I7, his skull cracked open. This is not? The opening 3 minutes, Lin Bei directly with flash, rose to level 4, a Moss triangular kill, move control over, then flash to catch a skill control, swinging a refrigerator so big tomahawk is Duong. Enemy hero Lu Xiaobu has been killed. First blood. A direct first blood was taken. Then they started rolling up the economy. Everything was going well on Lin Bei's side, but that wasn't the case with his teammates. For example, Cold Xian had an interesting ID name, Moster Wound, and at first glance, he was a fan of teacher Mo Tier. This player also inherited the temper of most Tiers. For example, the opening of the game said lie down, this hand I take the fly. Then, directly by Tang Lao's Zhu Guoliang anger take a blue. Mo Tier directly sprayed, meow, are you on purpose? Cold letter no blue you told me to play with feet? In this regard, we have to give people a thumbs up. Who is Tang Lao? Who is Donald? How dare you scold him? And Tang Lao is also a violent temper, directly dislike, I take blue in the middle of the road. What's wrong? You play a cold letter do not go to the anti-field, do not go to the anti-blue, shelves their own wild blind wandering, what kind of ability? And you're a flyer? If you're capable, go take the opposite side's blue. This can be refreshing Lin Bei's perception of Tang Lao, said the elderly manners, said the elegant and easygoing it. How to enter the game has become a spray And this time, Mo Tears directly do not say anything, the other monkey is the same blue open, he took what counter? There is no way, after brushing around of the wild even level 4 did not rise to the back of the red because there is no blue, almost skills cannot be released, almost killed by the red, can only go back to the city. And cold letter this hero itself needs economic development, the opening day collapse, this is estimated to be very difficult to get up. Then look at the Dragon War Wild Play Bull, in the middle of the road to see the enemy, immediately after it 2 skills rushed over, see Xiao Qiao retreated, meow, a word, dry. This can put in the middle of the road back and forth pulling Tang Lao see blinded, War Wild, you crazy? Charge directly into the tower? Long Zhanyi, life and death is not a matter of concern, if you don't want to do it, then do it. Then, our hero bull has been killed. Lin Bei, Tang Lao, Han Xin, Xia Chang'an, why is this hero's movement speed so slow? Why don't I have a scope when I shoot? I tapped my second skill but fired a bullet and then it was gone? Oh, so the first skill is inserting eyes to gain vision. I see. Good guy. Lin Bei was straight up calling out good guy ah. He saw Xiao Chanan's speech and then noticed, meow, you're still testing your skills in the spring, right? Dean Xia, hurry up and get online when you've almost figured it out. The opposing halogen egg is going to demolish the tower.
This game is essentially a tower demolition game.
Lin Bei kindly reminded. Xiao Chanan, on the other hand, as if he had opened his heavenly cap, instantly figured it out, a tower demolition game? Didn't say so earlier. This is so much better.
Subsequently, Xiao Chang'an directly stuck to the wall all the way to the
forehead, the middle. Biu bang. Bio bang.
Tang Lao maneuvered Zhuge Liang's 1 and 2 skills to jump back and forth, pressing the blood of the minions down to just a sliver, and as a result, all of them were taken away by Xiao Chang'an for the last time.
Tang Lao, Chang'an, what are you meowing about robbing my pawn line for? Xiao Chang'an, Tang Lao, I want to develop. Tang Lao, if you want to develop, you should go to the bottom lane. Why did you go to my middle lane?
Xiao Chang'an, because the middle road is the shortest, it's faster to develop.
Tang Lao, Lin Bei, Han Xin, Long Zhanya, good job. Old Xia, you finally fucking excelled for once, you even dared to talk back to Tang Lao, ha ha ha. Xiao Chang'an, Tang Lao, I'm doing all this for the ultimate victory. Tang Lao stopped talking and just silently came to the lower road.
When Lin Bei saw this scene, he couldn't help but lightly suck in a breath of cool air.
This meow, Long Zhanya entered the game with the same violent temper, but when Xiao Chang'an entered the game, he directly became a big brother, even Tang Lao couldn't control him up. And, bang, bang, bang.
Xiao Chang'an next 3 shots, guns all hit the enemy Xiao Qiao, and because of the high 90% slowdown, Xiao Qiao was simply with the same as the original penalty. Moreover, Xiao Chang'an these 3 shots are not how to aim, is directly aimed at Xiao Qiao, and then his 2 skills, all hit. The last is a direct flashover, and then lightly a gun flat A, directly take.
Long Zhanya, crap. Old Xia, how so powerful? Then only see Xiao Chang'an lightly said, powerful? It's just a matter of having hands.
Don't look at this second skill aiming up slower, but in fact there is a law feasible. For example, after opening the second skill, the muzzle will extend a red line, and when aiming, there will be 2 auxiliary line gradually to 1, U if the red line and the left side of the auxiliary line align with the enemy heroes, and then 15 degrees of the arc of the correct, you can shoot in advance.
Of course, if you ask me what to do if the enemy hero repeatedly jumps horizontally left and right, it is very simple. You only need to be based on the other side of the repeated horizontal jump amplitude and frequency of a calculation, so that you can determine every how many seconds will pass through the center of an overlap. You look at the timing of the direct shooting is. Another about the enemy left the field of view, will run to where to go. This involves the judgment of human nature, the need for statistical analysis and generalization of big data, from the enemy's speed of movement, to build a blind field of vision sniper enemy player's model, as long as in accordance with this model, basically 100 shots. Long Zhanya, all of this was drummed up by you just now by hanging up in the spring? Xiao Chang'an, what else? How do you think I became the director of the Dragon Science Academy in the first place? It's all because of my extraordinary math talent, right? Hiss. Those who can enter the Dragon Academy are all monsters, and those who can become the dean are even more monsters among monsters, right? Just play a game. You also give me the whole data model out? Lin Bei was surprised on the spot. Not only him, even Mo Tears was also subdued. But unknowingly he directly questioned, Your Excellency must be talking nonsense, right? Even if you were lucky enough to be shot 3 times in a row, what kind of data modeling is this? How is this possible? Good man, brother, do you realize that you're questioning the dean of our Dragon Science Academy? Well, you don't know. But I'll make sure you know what we're capable of. Lin Bei, Dean Xia, are you sure about maneuvering and shooting on my ship?
Xiao Chang'an, for motorized firing, you need to build new underlying logic on top of the original data model, and this is a huge amount of work, so without a supercomputer, it's still hard for me to do it just by my own personal thoughts. However, I can try with my own feelings and luck. After all, this is just a game, there is a margin for error. That's a good feeling. It looked like it was really feasible. In that case, let's set sail, set sail. Lin Bei directly turned on his big move at that moment, and without letting go of the arrow keys, he pressed back to the city in place, jamming the screen all the way to the middle. At this time, Xiao Chang'an also clicked onto the ship in the same direction, then pressed down the second skill, aiming the bullet once again at the already frightened Xiao Qiao. This was followed by a shot. Biu. Bang. Good guy. It's a hit. Bingo. Crap, this Xiao Chang'an is afraid that he's really a math demon. Enemy hero Xiao Qiao has been killed. 2 for the price of 1. What? Did we hear the voiceover right? What's with the words tiger and wolf? I've got 5 sons. Lin Bei couldn't help but spit in his heart. Long Zhanya, who witnessed the whole process, directly looked dumbfounded. Crap, old Xia, there really is you. This shit can also hit.
Xiao Chanan, a fluke, a fluke. However, before he could be happy for 2 seconds, the pesticide official sent a message. We have detected that you may be using a physical plugin, and the system will automatically shut down your control in threes. Xiao Chanan was instantly confused. I didn't hang up. Xiao Chanan, did not hang up. 3, 2, 1.
Xiao Chanan realized that once the countdown was up, no matter how much he swiped his phone, he could no longer control the hero Bailey Ruyo.
Long Zhanya laughed out loud. Old Xia, the system officially says you're hanging. You're a big bull this time, haha. Tang Lao, I told you how you're so accurate. Are you really open? Xiao Chanan, injustice Tang Lao. This is really what I calculated. It's not that I'm hung up. At this time, Lin Bei didn't mind saying, Dean Xia, if you still want to continue playing, you can directly make a phone call to the pesticide official to let him directly give you the authority. As the dean of the Dragon Science Academy, you wouldn't even have this power, right? The Long Zhanye at the side was stunned. If you can't beat them, you'll beat the official? This damn good idea. Why didn't I think of it? That said, this plundering of players' power to play the game for no reason. Does this pesticide official planner have a hole in his brain? I also think it needs to be sanctioned. Xiao Chanan recognized. Tang Lao, on the other hand, took a deep breath, and then faintly said, that's right, these days I play the game. There are a lot of elementary school students in it, moving to shatter the darkness with thunder, and then take a look at the record of 0 to 5, playing poorly is actually nothing. The age and talent is placed here, there is no way. But I have talked to a few elementary school students, found that they are playing games every day, asked if they wear glasses? Those lenses are almost as thick as a little thumb. If there is no restriction on the time minors can play games, it will definitely have a great impact on their physical and mental health. The unscrupulousness of game manufacturers such as Pesticide is thus evident. So it's going to introduce a 2-hour healthy gaming protection hour for minors? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Tang Lao froze and laughed. That's right, just as you said. Chang and you immediately go and inform the people from the relevant departments so that they can immediately come up with a set of programs and make appointments with pesticides and other manufacturers. The youth are the future of our country. The future of our country belongs to the youth, so it's imperative that it be implemented as soon as possible. Yes, Elder Tang. I promise to complete the task. After Xiao Chang'an received the order, he went straight to make contact, as he was blocked anyway. On the other hand, Lin Bei on the side was greatly shocked in his heart. It's a good thing that old me is an adult. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play happily. Also, the majority of elementary school students who grow up do not blame me, because this decree has nothing to do with me, really do not have half a penny relationship, all is Tang Lao's idea. When you grow up in the future, the big deal is to take me as an idol. The most important thing is to wait for me to build a good mecha popularization to open up, let you play for real. Hey, our damn desire to survive. Okay, the game continues. There's only 4 of us left, and there's 5 on the other side. But as the saying goes, even if you're outnumbered, even if you're weak, don't be shy about ravaging them. Crush them. Comrade Xiao Bei, is the big move CD ready yet? This Xiao Xiao is always waving a red cloth in front of my eyes. She has managed to get my attention. At this moment, Long Zhanya roared out as he maneuvered Nyo. Lin Bei's mini-map switched to take a look. This Xiao Xiao was using the Tone Your Heart skin, which was indeed a red garnet skirt. But that means, Long Zhanya, you're a military commander, not some bull warrior, right? Moreover, this Xiao Xiao was walking back and forth in the dragon area bushes, obviously looking at the field of view, that is to say, the opposite side is opening the dragon. This was a good opportunity. I'm coming. Set sail. This wave that goes on forever. Lin Bei directly turned on his big move, and the Jiangdong overlord sailed on this. Long Zhanya, on the other hand, maneuvered Nyo onto the ship, and when he was about to reach the grass in the dragon zone, he directly aimed a move at Xiao Xiao to start building up his power. The way of the beast of burst. Charge their formation. The bull is big. Pure man. However, just as he was about to hit the grass where little Xiao was, he realized that the grass had directly crossed over. Long Zhanya was instantly confused. Not there? Immediately afterward, he saw that his opponent was fighting the dragon in the dragon area, but Lin Bei's ship would obviously hit the wall and couldn't turn around at all. Oh no. Well, right then, he only saw Lin Bei play the power of his active equipment, Sang Dome, and directly cross the wall of the dragon pit. Nyo's move then connected. Bang! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 enemy players were sent flying by Bull's move. Afterwards, Lin Bei swung his refrigerator-sized axe and just chopped furiously. Duong! Bang! Master! I want to be quiet. Lord Zhouyu! Alas! Don't go back to the darkness. All 5 of the enemy fell, and a special voice broadcast was inspired. 1 break crouching dragon out. Double company 1 battle. 3 in a row the world is astonished. 4th company invincible in the world. 5 in a row, exterminate heaven and earth. The dragon pit had 5 kills and took them directly, incidentally taking another storm dragon king. Long Zhanya, crap. You kid is awesome. Tang Lao, awesome. Mo Tear, enemy monkey, can't afford to play, making sneak attacks? Enemy Xiaoming, this dude is operational. Enemy Lu Ban, don't come over here. Enemy Lu Xiaobu, that's 5 kills? Awesome. And at this moment, the dialogue box surfaced again. Current parsing progress, 0. Congratulations, you have successfully analyzed all the technologies of the Doomsday Warship, Jiangdong Overlord Mecha. Ship form. Human form. Immediately afterward, all the technologies of the Doomsday ship, the entire process, the entire production line, and so on, instantly appeared in his mind, and all of them were turned into a stream of warmth that passed by. When he came back to his senses again, Lin Bei already had 100% of the technology. Doomsday Warship, it's here, Lin Bei said indifferently. This excited Xia Chanan, who had just finished contacting the relevant departments on the side. Student Lin Bei, after analyzing it, what are you going to do next? Xia Chanan asked. Lin Bei took out the laptop he had prepared long ago, and then began to operate it. The next step is naturally to draw out all the relevant technical principles, information, drawings, and whatnot. Good. I'll watch from the side, Xia Chanan said excitedly. And at this time, Long Zhanya and Tang Lao were also cooperating with the Dragon King, finally taking the game and gathered around together. On this side, Lin Bei's hands were as fast as lightning, in a frantic transmission. On the other side, Mo Tier, who was a big game anchor, had suffered an epic live streaming accident, which the fans called Mo Tier's Waterloo. Brothers, my fucking mind is broken. Inside the live broadcast room, pesticide god Mo Tiers was crying without tears at the moment. He just told his friends, when I develop well, I can show up brothers. Subsequently, this game Sun Test and Bull directly with a wave of heaven show operation, perfect match, and Sun Test is like the god of heaven, handsome take 5 kills. This makes him a top skill anchor, how can he be embarrassed? But even so, he can still have the opportunity to show up, but the problem is that his teammates simply did not give him the opportunity to take the Storm Dragon King directly pushed the tower. The teammates TM just as if they had never won, and they were frantically pointing the tower there. I'm so sick of it. In fact, it's no wonder that Mo Tears is pouring out his bitterness so much, because at the beginning, he was taken a blue by Zhuge Liang's rage, followed by Bull with a bronze like directly sending the tower, while the shooter is playing with mud in the spring? This kind of sky collapse opening, you tell me, you let him a cold letter how to play? Who else can fly? That Sun Test player on the upper road with the ID of, all the way to the north, seems to be really okay. This is embarrassing He Mo Tears, then the operation, show but a road player. With the middle of the road against the spray, but also be sprayed to dare not say anything. In the end, all of the lofty words that were said have become big words. Mo Tears at this moment point to open the live room to see, good guy, he is not only the mentality of the collapse, persona also TM collapse. I've always thought that Mo Tear was a technical expert. I've always thought that Mo Tear is a technical anchor, but today I realized that he's actually an entertainment anchor. I feel so funny when I see Mr. Mo Tear is so miserable. It's the same as Star's sad but nonsensical comedy of the underclass. That said, back then, does Sienna Hand Under the Moon Unlimited even, is also the top operation, right? Nowadays, he has gained tons of weight and has become an entertainment anchor. I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. So the end of all technical anchors is Decien? Even Mo Tear can't be an exception? Smile. JPG, male celebrities in the entertainment industry are gradually becoming Tengenized, and male anchors in the gaming industry are gradually becoming Daxianized? Hiss. Fine thinking, not impossible Mo Tears behind also see someone directly issued Mo Tears after the appearance of Blessing, with the big fairy really not only similar to the shape, but also fucking similar, which in the end is which PS God's masterpiece Finished, barbecue I Mo Tear a world of fame, is it going to be destroyed in the hands of the Sun Test players? Send. Mo Tear felt that at this moment, he should be matched with an extremely sad song, such as the famous Era song, Step by Step. You can search and listen to it, it's very sad. However, before he had time to brew his emotions, another call from a pesticide insider completely bungled him. Mr. Mo Tear, it's bad, the relevant department has interviewed our Goose Factory, it seems to say it's because of that game you just played. The insider said. Mo Tear man was directly dumbfounded, he recalled half a day, there wasn't any abnormality it's hard not to be. Is it that player who plays Bailey Ruyo who hangs up? No, I'm not too clear, in short. It is to say that game has a very above the leadership mentioned you, said that now the quality of the game anchor is generally low, such as a player called Mo Tears, always like to question others, like to spray others, to change. In addition to also want to limit the game time of minors to 2 hours, this wave, you can say that it is the fish in the pond fish in the calamity Nice guy. Pain, too much pain. He mo tears how did not think, just now that game, he sprayed, actually is this kind of big shot? Although he couldn't figure out why the big shot would be playing pesticide, but according to the description of the insiders, it wouldn't be wrong at all. It's impossible for people to make a special phone call to trick people, right? Also, why is the underage game time limit tied to him? Those schoolchildren do not care who is the mastermind. Here his Motir's name appeared in the rectification of the interview, it will inevitably think that it is his send. This time is really male. It's not even a matter of career and anchor careers collapsing. At this time, Lin Bei does not know, because of his sentence interruptions, actually triggered a human tragedy. Now, all he could think about was how to upload the technology as soon as possible, because this was the doomsday warship technology. Inside there are a lot of technology-specific use and operation are in his head. As long as you can build it, this performance, this operation, can be said to be not the slightest loss of color in the heart of the engine and the doomsday war machine. On the other hand, Xia Chang'an, who was observing from the side, was completely shocked. For example, what Lin Bei had just entered into his hands was exoskeleton mecha technology. Regardless of the technical process, purely from the parameters, can enhance the armor of 200, which means that ordinary guns and ammunition simply cannot break the defense, hit on the same as the egg hit the blue star. The egg is diluted, the blue star does not have a bird thing. There is also the increase in the strength of the joints. The current value of the exoskeleton is generally in the 70 kilograms or so, and the self-weight is less than 5 kilograms. If it is the rescue workers wear it, you can additionally carry 3 boxes of mineral water. If it is the troop transport soldiers wear it, you can additionally carry 9 boxes of bullets. But this existing exoskeleton mecha was simply the difference between a modern man and a primitive man compared to what Lin Bei had in his hands. The exoskeleton mech that matched the Doomsday warship could do a 300 kilograms power increase while still being able to move flexibly and freely. What does this mean? It means that even if an ordinary warrior wears this exoskeleton mech, he can obtain the attack power of a boxing champion and a mech coat that is invulnerable to swords and spears. If it could be installed on a large scale, wouldn't it be possible to create an army of exoskeleton mechs? That scene was really a bit of StarCraft. If the exoskeleton mecha technology was just an upgrade on the existing technology, then the nanobody repair technology could be called an evolved divine technology. To know, in the eyes of the public perception, a land and sea warship so big an iron lump, once where knocked, touched, is very difficult to repair. And if it is in the Dragon River so turbulent environment, once damaged, then the river will soon be manipulated to swallow. There is no opportunity to go ashore to repair. However, now with this nanobody repair technology, the Doomsday warship would be able to heal itself like a human body. Yes, you heard right. For example, if a person makes a small cut on their arm, blood will seep out to form a scab, and then it will repair itself. Let's analogize this process to a Doomsday ship, which is sailing in the bottom of a river, bumps into an underwater mountain, or encounters an enemy artillery attack, and then cuts a gash in the Doomsday ship. So can it heal itself? On the surface, it is an inorganic thing, but in fact, because the shell of the Doomsday fighter is carbon fiber winding, in the winding process, if you put many small capsule particles between the layers, and the capsule particles are divided into two kinds, one kind of capsule puts a type of gel in the capsule, and the other kind puts B type of gel in the capsule, then they exist independently when they are a liquid, and once they are scratched, the gel flow of the two types of gel is intertwined together and it's solidified, and this scab is formed, in which case it is the same as healing this wound. This can guarantee the life of the manipulator at critical moments. It could also ensure the operation of the body at critical moments, thus accomplishing impossible tasks. This technology was the first time Xia Chang'an, had ever stumbled upon it, and the evaluation he gave was strong and invincible. With this apocalyptic warship, the Dragon Country east, west, south, north and south so many river basins, is simply solid as gold, right? And at the same time, after Lin Bei uploaded these technologies, he would also pass them directly to the Dragon Science Academy's dedicated scientific research intranet. They are first concentrated in the imperial capital Longkou, followed by universities, research institutes, large laboratories and military research institutes across the country, and so on, while a separate part of the elite is as well as accompanied by Xia Chang'an directly from the imperial capital came to the Star City, and at the moment, they are in the Shenwei supercomputer computers in the University of Science and Technology, calculating and analyzing the technology Lin Bei passed over. It didn't matter if they didn't analyze it, once they analyzed it, almost everyone was numb. Because this black technology was fidelity, to fidelity. My student's doctoral research team seems to be researching this exoskeleton mecha technology, which is the most advanced in the world, but compared to this technology, it's simply a heavenly and an underground. No, I have to call off my student and apply with the leadership to let their team take over this project immediately. If this nanobody repair technology can be used on aviation spacecraft,
it can definitely greatly improve the progress of China's aerospace research and greatly reduce maintenance costs. You know, outer space is regularly crossed by meteorite fragments, and once they hit the spacecraft, the astronauts have to spend a lot of time on repairs, because the astronauts' food is limited, and the scientific research tasks are heavy, so this will greatly reduce the progress of the scientific research, and every time the transportation of supplies and spacecraft will cost a huge amount of money. Now with this technology, it's like dozing off and sending in a pillow, a long-time drought is suddenly rained upon. And this particle light energy battle axe technology, good guy, I thought the future must be the world of laser cannons, but the result is a particle light energy battle axe. A single chop can erupt an energy beam similar to the sun's pulse, and its power is more than 10 times stronger than that of a laser cannon of the same energy level, and its energy operation and transmission is much more efficient. The team of academicians from the Dragon Science Academy let out a burst of exclamations of surprise, and after they had done so, they immediately began to contact scientific research teams across the country that were able to correspond with it, and the generic template for the contact was, "Please stop the scientific research work at hand immediately because a young man named Lin Bei has come up with even more advanced technology for you to manufacture." That's right. It's to eat it up and manufacture it. And almost all of the members of the scientific research team working on the relevant project were confused when they heard this. What's the situation? The technical difficulties that they had worked so hard to research for several years on 10 years, or even decades, that young man called Lin Bei had taken care of it with a single sentence, and not only that, but he had also come up with an even more awesome and advanced black technology? How could this be possible? And when the technology descended into their hands, after delving into the technology therein, each and every one of them boiled over. Crap! If we had this technology earlier, why would we still be stuck with eagle sauce? Comrades, eat up the technology and build harder. This time, let's directly lift off the chessboard and start a counterattack, in turn strangling eagle sauce and a bunch of other powers by their necks. Charge! Inside the internal group, a young scientific researcher had the feeling to send out, only after sending out realized that he was on the head. This is the internal scientific research group. This is an internal research group, is not it the end of the world? However, what he did not expect is that this speech, but unexpectedly got the recognition and support of all colleagues and academicians seniors of the Lunka Academy, including Xia Chang'an. Longko Academy up and down, immediately as if playing chicken blood generally began to frantically take over the technology sent over by Lin Bei. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the team that had previously researched the Doomsday Fighter, because of the technological relevance that existed, so they had also been assigned a new task. But that is to say, the Doomsday Fighter, a 6th-generation machine, hasn't even been eaten through yet, and your Doomsday Fighter ship comes out? This TM, simply fantastic. There is black technology despite smashing over like an animal. The 6th-generation machine research team is desperately, all night, crazy like to do, also want to build it at the fastest speed. Because they have experienced the millennium of the eagle sauce was a lot of bullying era, because they in 100 years ago that was trampled by the world powers of the countless compatriots, former martyrs, humane people and aspiring people feel the same way. You can say they are childish and crazy, but you can never say they don't love their country. Inside the Defense Science University, Lin Bei was finally all done after a few long hours of technical output, so he could take a rest session. He thought he could get a hard work from Long Zhanye or Xia Chanan, but you're telling me that these two people are talking nonsense there? Long Zhanye, good guy, I thought that all of you in the Dragon Academy are elm brains. I did not expect that there is such a bloody scientific researchers. In front of everyone in the internal research group, leading the charge. He also wants to remove the chessboard and strangle the necks of the great powers. I can't give this good boy to my central military region? Let him build military industries, he's definitely good at it. This, next time for sure. Xia Chang'an said with a wink, such a good seedling, how could he let go? Let's just see if Mr. Lin Bei's technique has finished transmitting first. I've been watching him work on it all afternoon, but it's left me dumbfounded. I really didn't think that there are really people in this world who can parse the black technology in the game, play a few games, and then snap out a whole bunch of technology that surpasses the current technology by an unknown amount of money. It's too unbelievable. Hearing this, Long Zhanye couldn't help but laugh. Dean Xia, don't you always say that you are a staunch materialist? Then how are you going to explain this kind of thing? Xia Chang'an froze slightly for a moment and immediately added, whether it is theology, metaphysics, teleology, or materialistic dialectic, in the final analysis, as long as it is beneficial to my dragon kingdom, it is all good learning. I am a staunch materialist, but first and foremost, I am a devoted nationalist. I love my country. As long as it's a doctrine that can make my country prosperous, I believe in it. Brother Chang'an, your awareness is really high. This is something I want to learn from you. Long Zhanye said sincerely. Lin Bei on the side couldn't help but respect Xia Chang'an a little more. Such a Dragon Science Academy dean is the good dean of our dragon kingdom.
And these words of his also made us think of Prime Minister Guojia's declaration of love for his wife's unswerving love. I have been an unswerving materialist all my life, and you are the only one. I hope to have a life in the afterlife. Prime Minister Guojia loved his wife so much that he wished very much for this fictional doctrine of reincarnation, and so did Xiao Chang'an, except that our ability to do so made it not a wish, but just a fact. If we can make China full of mechs, and lead China to the starry sea that all human beings dream of, then, I think we can also tell our predecessors and martyrs that the world is as you wish, and everyone in China is like a dragon nowadays, right? Mr. Lin Bei? You've worked hard. Quickly, please sit down. Quickly, old dragon, pour a cup of tea for Mr. Lin Bei. At this time, Xiao Chang'an noticed Lin Bei who was still frothing. He was instantly beaming with joy and yelled at once. Long Zhanya was also delighted. Ha ha, that's great. Xu Yunkai has a doomsday warplane. I, Long Zhanya, also have a doomsday warship, and of course, what's even more crucial is that in the future, the river basins of my dragon country will no longer be threatened by enemy countries. This wave, Comrade Xiao Bei takes great credit. Hee, overpraise. Lin Bei laughed embarrassedly. It's easy for me to get this technology out, and it's just channeling down the technology. The ones who are really working long hours every day and going forward to build it, are actually still our most adorable scientific researchers. They're the ones who are not easy to work with. Xiao Chang'an sniffed, tears suddenly wetting his eyes. Fellow student Lin Bei, you mustn't neglect your role. Without your technology, without this light of yours, this lighthouse, to guide us forward, I'm afraid it will take us decades, even centuries, before we can realize these black technologies, so you're the one who deserves the most credit. Now, Lin Bei didn't know how to reply, he just felt honored. Comrade Xiao Bei, look at this technology. Parsing out is just 2 games of time, but to transmit it out, it will still take several hours, guessing that at most 2 technologies will be transmitted in a day, and you'll have to have military training next. There's no way for us to force you to just parse out the technology every day, and then transmit it out. But I think we can discuss the direction of the next technology parsing. How exactly should we choose? At this time, Long Zhanya made a very strategic suggestion. Lin Bei couldn't help but think deeply as well, and then said, according to my personal preferences, I definitely want to build giant mechs, and I also want to build more mechs of all types, because mechs are a romance that belongs solely to men. But according to the reality, I think we should take controlled nuclear fusion technology as the axis and develop it in 2 stages. Oh, what is the explanation for this? Xiao Chang'an asked with raised eyebrows. Lin Bei took a deep breath, then spoke eloquently. Before having controlled nuclear fusion technology, in fact, the biggest hidden danger we are facing is that the black technology is exposed. Once it is exposed, it is bound to be besieged. The reasoning of the piker is not guilty of a crime, everyone understands. No one will allow a country with a population of over 1 billion to become powerful. The consequences would be horrific. Therefore, our main goal is to build mechs. To form a mech army or even multiple mech armies. To build a mecha combat system that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. This way we can have the strength to crush the nations when the worst comes to the worst. At the same time, we must also vigorously develop our future infrastructure, build a flying car system, build a future city system, to bring the countryside into the city and the city into the countryside. What does this mean? First of all, the countryside into the city refers to let the rural vegetable gardens, cattle and sheep pens are equal to the integration of urban buildings, usually or wartime. Our Chinese city residents cannot rely on the rural areas and self-sufficiency. Even in the event of a nuclear war, they can hide in underground bases or shelters to survive. And let the city into the countryside, is to let the countryside enjoy the economic dividends brought by the development of the city and to realize the scientific and technological empowerment in the vast countryside in order not to sacrifice the mountains of gold and silver in the case of the construction of a large number of military bases, so that even if all the cities are nuked after the fall of the countryside, our compatriots left behind in the countryside will still have the power of resistance and development. And those who survive will still be able to rely on these backup military industries and technologies to travel to foreign lands and establish new kingdoms, rekindling the sacred fire of manhwa. After the words, both Xiao Chang'an and Long Zhanya fell silent. This was because what Lin Bei had just said was completely something they had never come across before. For example, the mecha core, the mecha combat system, for example, letting the countryside into the city, letting the city into the countryside. The words were very clear, but if you wanted to deeply understand the meaning of it, it was very difficult. And there was no history to refer to, or Lin Bei was engaging in a big event that transcended history. Like this kind of event, for example, how to realize the mecha army. Just mass produce them? Build them and then just blindly check them off? Tactical actions are also needed, as well as battles to go along with the strategy. For example, now, although the Dragon country built domestic aircraft carriers, but the relevant military personnel need a lot of time to cultivate, to train, to practice, to fail, to succeed, need a lot of time and energy costs in order to form a combat force.
Aircraft carriers are built, but are faced with the dilemma of insufficient manpower, which is simply not a short-term solution.
This matter, or need to consult Elder Tang, Brother Chang'an, what do you think?
Long Zhanye said with a condensed brow.
Xia Chang'an pondered for a moment and finally sighed, ask for instructions. This matter, we can't make the decision. Nor can we make a decision.
Long Zhanye nodded, then contacted Elder Tang and repeated Lin Bei's original words from earlier.
And after listening to it, Tang Lao only asked, Comrade Xiao Bei, I want to know what happens after having controlled nuclear fusion.
Lin Bei replied, after nuclear fusion is realized, air and space motherships, celestial weapons, space bridges, star battleships, star annihilators, and moon bases will be realized one by one, and Blue Star will no longer be able to satisfy Huaxia's needs at all.
At that time, it will not be possible to talk about the same day. China will be the dominant power of the blue planet, the leader of all mankind, a pioneer in colonizing the stars. He may not believe what others say, but if it's what Lin Bei says, then it's basically achievable. Why? Because he could parse the black technology in the game. Blue Star Overlord? The leader of all mankind? Colonial interstellar pioneer?
Not to mention my great China up and down 5,000 years no one to do, is to look at the whole of mankind is also impossible to find the second, only Lin Bei.
Only Lin Bei. Kai. This is good.
On the other end of the phone, Tang Lao immediately slammed the table and praised, I hope that you all will be able to fulfill Lin Bei's wishes, and join forces for the future of Huaxia. Perhaps feeling that this was not enough to express his excitement, Tang Lao also announced, from today onwards, Lin Bei will inherit my position in the field of military scientific research, and will hold the sword for the future of Huaxia. However, before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Long Zhanye and Xia Chang'an. Tang Lao.
Can't. Don't Tang Lao. Nice guy.
When Lin Bei saw this scene, he directly straightly called out good guy.
Sword of Huaxia? Crap. The atmosphere is all the way here, you two. Actually dare to stop my sword position.
Ahem, what I'm saying is that the Dragon Science Academy and the military will have to fully cooperate with Comrade Lin Bei's plans in the future, just like you guys cooperated with me in the beginning, got it? Tang Lao came back to his senses, and after slowing down, he immediately changed his words. Only then did Long Zhanye say with a look of shocked aftermath, okay, no problem. Xia Chang'an, have no problem with it either. Both of them had no problem, only Lin Bei had a problem.
Meow, sword position, that's a sword position. It's gone just like that? Forget it, it's fine to have the Dragon Science Academy and the military fully cooperating.
Lin Bei said indifferently, in that case, thank you, Elder Tang, thank you both. Hearing Lin Bei's words, only then did Long Zhanye and Xia Chang'an feel relieved in their hearts. The two of them were afraid that Lin Bei would have to say that he wanted to execute this sword once he got on top of it.
Then, do you think they would agree? Fortunately, it was good that Lin Bei finally withdrew this amazing ambition. Mr.
Lin Bei, since Elder Tang has spoken, then Xia Chang'an, have nothing to hide.
Xia Chang'an suddenly said seriously.
This caused Lin Bei to be shaken.
Hidden? This was about to tell him state secrets? Comrade Xiao Bei, no, Comrade Lin Bei.
At this time, Long Zhanye also said extremely seriously, the next thing we're going to talk to you about is very important.
It concerns the survival and prosperity of the country.
Therefore, please make sure that you abide by the relevant confidentiality regulations. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious.
You guys go ahead.
I'll abide by the confidentiality agreement. Lin Bei was excited when he heard this. After all, this was a state secret.
Who the hell would be able to hear it from ordinary people?
Afterwards, Long Zhanye and Xia Chang'an looked at each other and nodded their respective heads, so they took out a stack of pamphlets filled with numbers from the black box they were carrying behind them. Lin Bei sneaked a glance. Meow, it's really fucking full of numbers, just like a heavenly book. Is this a state secret? Lin Bei student, this is a language text programmed with a special code. As a top student in the college entrance exam, your learning ability must be very strong. Now, we need you to learn this language and text on the spot and read the entire text, not requiring it to be written silently, but requiring it to be memorized in its entirety. Xia Chang'an handed Lin Bei a manual and said, while behind him, there were two large boxes of such booklets. Lin Bei took the manual and found that the content written on it was very detailed, such as what partials a certain letter represents, different intervals and collocations make up a variety of words, and some of the out-of-the-way words and phrases use the unit memorization method, which is very complicated, but it's just that it's going to be so complicated to make it more difficult to decipher. But that is to say, we are the top student of the college entrance examination because I know the answer to the college entrance examination question, and we do not have this strength. This TM looks, brain buzzing okay. And it's also very hypnotizing to read, it makes you want to sleep. Learning my ass. That Dean Xia, I'm suddenly backtracking, can I not learn? Lin Bei confessed.
Hearing this, Long Zhanye at the side was not going to do it. That won't do. You've read the manual and you still want to run? What a joke. When he, Long Zhanye, had memorized this thing, it had taken him 7 days and 7 nights, and he almost didn't go crazy before he memorized it. It took another 2 years to be able to memorize the entire text alright. Lin Bei also quit. Commander Long, this is something I can't get rid of, and I don't understand it. Why do you want me to waste my time? Why do you want me to waste my time? Why don't I ask you directly if I have the time? Wouldn't you guys still not say anything? At this time, Xia Chang'an revealed a hint of bad smile. Lin Bei students, don't be afraid of difficulties. Mencius said, well, the sky descends on the people, must first suffer their heart and mind, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body and skin, line whisks what they do, so move their heart and mind to endure the nature of the people, had benefited from what they can't. It is a blessing to suffer. Usually more suffering, use not shed tears. Ah, good guy. This hand CPU, KTV, ICU is to play really Nima 6 ah. But we are saying, I don't believe you, you old man is very bad. This is to think that we have not suffered want to make us suffer. Lin Bei had an idea and said, that Dean Xia, you remembered this ancient poem wrong. I remembered that it is clearly a man, not a man of the world. Impossible. It's clearly Siren too. Xia Chang'an immediately refused, but he remembered Lin Bei's identity as the top student of the college entrance exam. He couldn't help but ask Long Zhanye again, old Long, which one did you remember? Me? Long Zhanye was a bit confused. It's the same for me if it's a human being or a siren, it doesn't mean that anyway. At this time, Lin Bei interjected, could it be the Mandela effect? Dean Xia, do you still remember the double-slit interference experiment? Our memories may have been tampered with, or perhaps this world is actually fake. It's actually nothing more than a simulation by aliens from a higher dimension. Fake? No, that's impossible. Xia Chang'an immediately argued, he was a materialist, how could this world be fake? However, he had heard of the Mandela effect, and the double-slit interference experiment. The presence of an observer could indeed affect the results of the experiment, and crap, Brother Chang'an, that Lin Bei kid has escaped. At this moment, Long Zhanye suddenly roared. Xia Chang'an snapped back to his senses and couldn't help but cry out in his heart, crap, this kid was blackmailing him with this. To put it bluntly, it's actually not wanting to recite state secrets. Alright, Warfield, Chang'an, let Comrade Lin Bei run away. There's no way this ruse you guys are pulling is going to make him suffer. At this time, Tang Lao, who had never hung up the call, said. Only then did Long Zhanye and Xia Chang'an give up the idea of pursuing him, and couldn't help but sigh, Elder Tang, it's good that Lin Bei is young and wild, but if he can't be allowed to try out the taste of failure, it could easily evolve into pride in one's accomplishments. You can't see that the historical overlord, after letting Liu Bang go several times, ended up cutting his own throat in the Wujiang River. Jun did not see the history of the martial arts saint, flooding 7 army, mighty China, but careless did not flash, lost Jingzhou, and finally ended up a defeat in the city of wheat. Jun not see. Can. Chang'an, what you said, I understand. Tang Lao hurriedly interrupted, but let Lin Bei suffer a bit this matter, still need to think long and hard, after all, he is the key to the prosperity of our Huaxia's national fortunes, his growth, these old guys of us must worry more. Hey! Xia Chang'an looked at the empty doorway and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Lin Bei, who had just gotten out of the clutches of Xia Chang'an and Long Zhanye, had a heart that was so free and easy. Still the same sentence, learning? Learn my ass. This what cattle and horses difficult to memorize the state secrets, memorized instead still fearful, not memorized instead fella relaxed and easy. Hey. Along the way, Lin Bei took a dejected small steps, that call a nobody, that call a familiar. And when the girls around him saw him, many of them were surprised. That pair of eyes, staring at us, cannot stop staring, pretty face slightly red, still snickering, there are a few together with the girl Shida directly surrounded by the pretense of playing the phone, there are directly turned his back to go, and then turned back, found that we are looking at her, directly cover the face of the death of shame ha. However, for the funniest, or a solo girl saw us, we sucked all the attention, and then accidentally bumped into a street lamp on the side. Thunk sound, almost did not make us laugh out loud. It's not that we're handsome, in fact, still very handsome, the key is that we've got a first-class merit, or the existence of the whole dragon country people praise, fame, integrity, rely on the connotation to win, which is not better than many flow stars? And wearing a military uniform, all righteous, talented, 8-pack abs, this is not better than the chicken. Kuan. Than some of the Coldstream stars? To say a word that is not narcissistic, we are the stars that the young people of Huaxia should be chasing after. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was that the boys were the same, which is a bit taut. For example, we now came to the door of the dormitory, and immediately heard someone roar, crap, our Defense Science University's shoulder is back. Quickly, All of you come out and welcome the son of the Defense University back to the dormitory. Without waiting for Lin Bei to react, he heard the sound of drumming. Knock. 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 The sound of the drums was just one by one at first, but it became faster and faster at the back. It was quite exciting, but where did they get drums in a military school? Immediately after, Lin Bei saw 2 rows of boys coming out of the dormitory door, all wearing military uniforms. One by one, they came to our side, and then lined up in 2 lines, half squatting on the ground. That means many of them are seniors, right? Lin Bei was immediately confused. What the hell shit? The Dragon King storyline? Greeting the return of the Dragon King? Too messed up, right? Also, Brother Bei. No. Your Highness, you're finally here. We've waited so hard for you. At this time, 3 more extremely familiar voices came from the dormitory. Just by listening to this voice, Lin Bei knew that it was Huang Zitao, Yang Keiji, and Chen Yada, the 3 gourd children. So this Dragon King's return row was a joint effort by them? NEI, everyone please get up quickly. I, Lin Bei, am a freshman, so please be merciful and stop playing with us, ha. Lin Bei arched his hand and laughed. While his roommate trio came to his side, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, what the hell is going on here? Huang Zitao immediately patted Lin Bei's shoulder with a joyful smile and said, Brother Bei, don't be modest about this. You weren't as introverted as you are now during the commencement ceremony. At least you were the kind of maniac that the contemporary Hua Zedong was. Beside him, Chen Yada also teased, Brother Bei, you just entered the school and directly took the first place in the wind and cloud ranking, and you have pushed down Xia Evening Cheng, which has helped all the male students of the University of Defense Science and Technology to win a lot of popularity. You know, we are a military school. This is a man's paradise, but letting a woman take the first place, it's a loss of dignity. I'm knocking, that's not what you said yesterday. Who brainwashed you? And not waiting for Lin Bei to exclaim, Yang Keiji said something that made him feel even more outrageous. Brother Bei, you don't know, ever since the opening ceremony, the boys in the whole building all ran to our dormitory. At first, I thought they came to look for trouble with you. After all, you made a big splash at the opening ceremony. You're a first-class merit, a hibiscus student, a 5-star good citizen or something, and you even got the contact information of Sister Xia Evening Cheng. You know, almost none of the boys on the Wind and Clouds list have her contact information. Almost we thought they were jealous again. As a result, it turns out that all of them are going to worship you as the bearer to come. This dare not be more outrageous, ah? At this time, a few more people came out behind the roommate trio, the leader of which, a dragon walker, looked instrumental, but as soon as he saw Lin Bei, he also said humbly, How are you, Senior Lin, my humble self, Ma Zhengtao, it's an honor to meet you. Hello Senior Ma, nice to meet you. Lin Bei shook hands and said, in his heart, he also quickly recalled this name, Ma Zhengtao, isn't that the 3rd person on the Wind and Cloud ranking, a doctorate in aerodynamics? It seems that he is also a scientific researcher of the J20 aerodynamic test experiment. Cowardly ah. However, what he didn't expect was that such an awesome person would actually lick him directly. Ma Zhengtao, just after entering the school, student Lin took a grand slam of all the honors that a student can take, and he deserves to be the first person on the Defense Science and Technology University's list of the Wind and Clouds. In addition, my humble self, because I have engaged in the work of J2Z, but also contacted a little information in the internal group last night, the heart of the admiration for Lin's younger brother, is from the inside out, the same as the table. It just so happens that the school wants me to take up the position of president of the school student union, but I feel that Lin's ability is 100 times better than mine, so I confessed with a group of followers that I would like to honor you as the head of the University of Science and Technology Defense. Good lord, so that's how it is. This senior Ma had actually gotten in touch with the internal group of the Dragon Science Academy, and only this afternoon he had transmitted higher-end techniques in the group, so people had given us a fold? Bearer, look, this is my statement within the group. Ma Zhengtao took out his cell phone and covered it with his hand to show only Lin Bei. Lin Bei took a look and cursed. This kid is fierce. Dare to command all people including Xia Chang'an in the internal scientific research group of the Dragon Science Academy, let them cheer up and do it, the great powers stuck our necks? Directly strangled his girl. Good guy, the original Long Zhanye and Xia Chang'an pulling calf, pulling is also his ah. In this regard, Lin Bei had mixed feelings in his heart, and he also felt honored to be the bearer of the Defense Science University, and in the end, 1,000 words only turned into one sentence, 1 word, 2 words, and that is, crap. Bearer, what's wrong? Ma Zhengtao frowned when he heard Lin Bei's expletive. Nothing. Lin Bei waved his hand and said, he couldn't say that it's our first time to be a bearer and we're not quite familiar with it yet, right? However, the word bearer always sounds a little bit not quite right, turn around and change it. The words in front of me. That naturally is to thank the crowd for their support. Ahem. Since everyone insists on recognizing me as a bearer, then I naturally have to be a bit of a bearer of manners. Let's do it this way. Tonight, I'm going to treat all of you at the venue to a dry meal. Lin Bei said with a wave of his hand. After all, there were only a few dozens of people at the scene, and with his monthly pocket money of 20,000, it was still more than enough to treat a meal. Not the most expensive, not the worst, just the kind that tasted just right and delicious. No, Brother North, this is a military school, we can't go out, we can't go to the restaurant, how are you going to treat us to dinner? At this time, the unintelligent young Keiji asked. And before Lin Bei could answer, Huang Zito immediately disliked him. Brother Keiji, are you stupid? The cafeteria Our military school's canteen, that's a regular army cook cooks to make meals. It's to be a ruthless person who can still quickly fry sugar colors after a 10-kilometer hasty march, but also TM need to go out to eat Oh right. Look at my brain, hey. Yang Keiji said with a sudden realization. Lin Bei also couldn't help but give Huang Zitao a thumbs up. Yeah, eat at the cafeteria. It's inexpensive and delicious. Beside him, Ma Zhengtao asked again, Bearer, care for wine? I am addicted to alcohol, if I don't drink for a day, I feel sick all over. Lin Bei immediately replied, yes. Unexpectedly, this pipe directly blew up the boys in the whole building. I don't know who started it, a ghost screamed, hoo, and then from the first floor to the 6th floor of the boys' dormitory, Jiao Yahu. Subsequently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meow, followed into the mountain of flowers and fruits like, out of a group of monkeys and monkeys have wood? This damn, at least hundreds of people, right? Even if one person $20, that would have to. Seems to be $2,000 Ha. Not a big problem. Good. I don't mind if there are too many brothers, come one and count one. Today, I'll pay for the whole place. Now, towards the cafeteria, set off. Lin Bei gave the order, and hundreds of people marched behind him. This situation was just like going to war. Even if it's not a war, it's still like a bunch of stragglers, meow, although there's a lot of people, but it's basically just marching in a scattered manner, not like they came out of a military academy, but rather like a pseudo-military, damn it. We walk in the front, make us like a traitor head, bad luck. Instead of that, it would be better to make it look like marching on foot, but also have more momentum. Brothers, whoever is the first to run to the cafeteria, Lin Bei, will treat him to a big meal and toast him. Lin Bei immediately roared. This roar is not to say, our face is really big now. This is not, the crowd nimbly, on the run up. Huang Zitao, brothers, I'm sorry. Yang Keiji, damn. You old six. Don't run. Chen Yada, you still have time to talk? I ran 100 meters away a long time ago. However, Chen Yada wasn't happy for long, but was immediately overtaken by the seniors. These trained seniors, that physical fitness, each and every one of them as strong as an ox, running faster than a horse. Basically, all the freshmen arrived at the cafeteria at the back of the line, while almost all of the older students had already arrived. But there was an exception, like Ma Zhengtao. Lin Bei, Senior Ma, how come you can't catch your breath when you run? Only to see Ma Zhengtao took out a small round box from his pocket, took out a pill, put it in his mouth, and took out a small bottle of Longjiu from his pocket, drank a mouthful, swallowed it, and only then opened his mouth. I'm not good at running. Good guy, this pocket bottles and cans can be really many. Lin Bei even suspected that his pocket was a small warehouse, there might be cigarettes, just did not take them out. Senior Ma, you're a military student, you're not good at running? Funny isn't it? Lin Bei said. Ma Zhengtao sniffed and immediately explained, my humble self choked on wolf smoke for half an hour during military training back then in order to win the team, which didn't leave a bane. This Ma Zhengtao is really a tough guy, bloodthirsty Lin Bei also asked, Senior won the military training, what kind of can and I say not? I'm going to military training tomorrow, just to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengtao was instantly energized, and immediately said, this you can ask the right person. When my humble self was in military training, I was recognized as the standard bearer and advanced individual. At that time, the military training of our Defense Science University was the envy of all other schools. First of all, we could touch real guns. For example, our Dragon Independent Research and Development of the 95 type automatic rifle, at that time there was a subject is to complete the disassembly and installation of the 95 type in 5 minutes. I'm not talented, it only took 3 minutes. Took first place he. But another live fire subject, not so lucky, because of a 1-point difference, I lost to Xia Evening Ching. She took a good score of 10 out of 10 rings, and I only 9 got 10 out of 10 rings. Hey, so I and Xia Evening clear gap. Let her take the first position of the wind and clouds list. Then later we again to 12 people as a unit, 300 meters obstacle run 5 kilometers march, to say the most enjoyable, or the last class confrontation. At that time, I was in the 1 class, and Xia Evening Ching were the 3 class to play. We in the pre-war very careful observation and research, counted each person's strengths and weaknesses, and targeted out of the solution. But Xia Eveningqing is, after all, a proud daughter of heaven, able to jump to the Defense Science University at an age of 2 years younger than her peers, and gave a genius counterattack program, personally sent a sharp knife team to insert from directly behind our army, stirring up the sky, the sun, and the moon. My humble self, I am not talented, and in the end was also captured. Hey. Her appearance made me realize that the battlefield is not just data simulated on a sand table, but is ever-changing and requires improvisation. Hiss. After listening to Ma Jingtao's words, to be honest, Lin Bei was quite looking forward to the next military training, and can touch the real gun, and can really go to the fight, to play tactics, play strategy, play confrontation, play psychology. This fucking is the national defense students should have military training. Of course, Ma Jingtao's senior real tragedy, obviously strength so excellent, but it is out of Xia Eveningqing this demon, steady pressure on his head, let him be the oldest too for 10,000 years. Good thing we are here, he does not have to be the second, can rest assured as the third. However, if we can use those mechs we play with during military training, it would be more interesting, such as the iron harness, such as the Gundam, such as the nano troopers, and during the parade, we can directly use a mech version of the iron torrent, which doesn't smell good, doesn't it? It's a pity that we don't have that power yet, otherwise, humph. And Lin Bei saw Ma Jingtao's sad face, he couldn't help but push his back and said, Senior Ma is still very good, however, today's matter doesn't lie here, heroes don't mention the past, let's go in and drink. It's okay, drink. Ma Jingtao drank. Afterwards, Lin Bei spent a very hearty dinner with a group of freshmen as well as the seniors. That being said, friendship between boys was actually really simple, a simple little favor, a passing treat, a simple greeting, all of which could easily establish a father-son relationship. Hey, just kidding. But if so many people are eating our food, aren't they our good sons? We still have to feed them. It's outrageous. In the end, a total of 19,998 yuan spent Lin Bei. Do not ask why more than 2,000 so much, ask is this group of livestock one more than one can drink, made. The next day, after sobering up, is the official military training? Lin Bei and roommates got up early in the morning, put on the uniform, simple wash, then go to eat a breakfast together, and then come to the track and field. Here, there were already quite a few freshmen who had arrived early. When Lin Bei saw this, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who was looking forward to the military training of the University of Defense Science and Technology. However, the truth was not what Lin Bei thought. Instead, it was even worse. Brother Bei, look at this, it's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't the instructor come yet? Beside him, Huang Zitao complained. Wait a little longer. Lin Bei looked at his cell phone clock and couldn't help but sigh as well. They came to the athletic field at 7:20 and waited until now. At least they had waited for almost 2.5 hours, right? Hey, it's too outrageous. One of my classmates from Qingbei University told me that they started a long time ago, and, on the first day of military training today, their school directly tanks drove into the school gate. At this time, Chenyata, who had been playing with her cell phone, spat out. On the first day of military training, tanks drove into the school gate? Hearing this, Yang Keiji instantly bungport-lived, immediately stood up. You know, even our Defense Science University military training in previous years is only more than other schools subject complete. The battlefield realism is higher only, far less than the degree of the tanks into the school door, right? Not only that, it's still an active 99A type tank. Saying that, Chenyata took out her cell phone again and showed it to the crowd. Lin Bei and his two roommates went over to have a look. Ooh, good guy, it's really true. And Yang Keiji even couldn't help but sour. This is too outrageous. On what grounds? Qingbei University is not a military college, much less a national defense college. Upon hearing this, Chenyata instantly became energized. You don't know, this year, the military training of our Longhua colleges and universities rolled up. Look at others. Guangzhou University, since ancient times is the wolf soldiers. Every year military training will be on the hot search. This year, although not as good as the Qingbei tanks into the campus, but they also have the subject of launching bazooka. Okay. Look at the video people sent over, a gun down. Although the range is not far, there is no explosion produced by the flame, but at least the recoil, weight, style and operation are consistent with the real rocket launcher. Nima. A straight hand rubbed RPG, that's pretty good alright. However, even more surprising was yet to come. You guys look at this Xiamen University again, military helicopters are all arranged. Although it is used for medical assistance, does not involve the real military, but also shows that people have strong financial resources and very sincere military training exercise subjects, right? And Zhahai University, engaged in 30 air cushion landing ship, although it is a castrated version, cannot really walk on land, but that is also a beach landing, right? A lot of people up, very much the atmosphere of the Normandy landings. That's called real military training, right? Ma, heard Chenyata's introduction, not to mention Yang Keiji, Huang Zidao too, even we also feel envious. You see, people, this is the real military training with characteristics, right? But, As a National Defense Academy, we should have a more advanced military training, right? Duh, you're so well informed. Do you know about the contents of the military training of the Seven Sons of Defense? Lin Bei asked. And this question of his immediately caught the attention of the people around him. Because all along, the defense section had been the leader of the Dragon Country's defense institutes, and the Seven Sons of Defense. Guess why there was the name Sun in this name? In addition to being the children of the Dragon Country, or our Defense Science and Technology University. Cough cough, here will not lead to war, understand all understand. And defense Seven Sons of the military training level how, will also indirectly determine the defense of the military training level how, always have to be a little higher, right? This is not. At the same time someone could not hold back and asked, yes, brother, you tell us about the military training of the Harvard University. There are 2 Harbin Engineering University, you 2 speak, and then add another, and the North and South Airlines, in short, you speak it. Yes, we all want to know, so why don't you just say it? Chen Yada saw that everyone came to ask questions, and was instantly filled with red light. Not just talk about military training, how simple it is. I'm not afraid to tell you guys a joke. This year, our defense Seven Sons, such as that the Northern and Southern Airlines, a drive on the J2-0, another, drive on the J3-5. Hiss. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Nima. This is the kind of military training equipment that a national defense student should have. The J-20 which was the strongest air-to-air fighter. J-35, that's the carrier aircraft that will be boarded in the future. There's still a lot of room for improvement in performance, and it won't be inferior to the J2-0, they're all damn good guys. Of course, this involves absolute confidentiality, I can only hear about it from hearsay, there are no photos, much less videos, but we should see it on the news later. Said this, Chen Yada and paused his body to continue. In addition, there are 2 hit, a simulation of military training after a nuclear war, this you should know, right? After all, people that is the world's only university with nuclear strike capability. The other hit, on the other hand, directly began to simulate urban street battles, which is the most brutal place in future wars. It's also a crucial place. Why? It's simple, we all understand the reasoning. Once the enemy country invaded my China, it must be caught in the big city to fight. It's the same when we fight an enemy country, so the street battle after the city is destroyed is especially important. There is also the Western University of Technology and the Northern Polytechnic is not bad. Directly to the freshman national defense students are all thrown into the active duty troops to drill. This is called what? This is called a step to the stomach. The crowd heard the words, all feel numbness in the scalp. The mind is empty, only one word, volume, 2 volume. Nowadays, the military training of colleges and universities are all rolled to this extent? Well, as the leader of national defense colleges and universities, they have to have all 3 armies, the army, the land, the sea and the air, right? Oh yes, the rocket army can't be forgotten. All of them must be supported. Almost instantly, everyone's mind floated out of their own beautiful fantasies about military training. However, before they could show them one by one, a loud shout was heard. This student, what's your name? Which class? The crowd followed the sound and looked. Good lord, it was the instructor who had come. And it's not just one, it's all the instructors that have come. Then the one who spoke must be the chief instructor. Chen Yada, on the other hand, had a jolt of surprise, thinking to himself, did he think that he had a lot of influence and had a crush on him? Or did he mistake him for Brother North? But no matter what, the chief instructor has seen this wave of big hair. If he could also be evaluated as a standard bearer and advanced individual or something, then he would be innately one step ahead of others. Report instructor. Chen Yada first made an effort to give a military salute, and then exclaimed, I'm a freshman from class 1 of the computer science major of the Defense Science University. My name is Chen Yada. Class 1? Chen Yada, right? Good, I'll remember you kid. The chief instructor nodded, then yelled at the top of his voice, Class 1 instructor Chen Yuming step forward. I order you to immediately supervise classmate Chen Yada to run 10 laps around the athletic field. When Chen Yada heard this, he was confused. What the hell is this, 10 laps? This wouldn't kill him? Instructor, why? When the instructor heard this, he was instantly happy. There's no reason, this is an order. Chen Yuming, present. 30 laps. No eating until you finish. Yes. Afterwards, Chen Yada was dragged by instructor Chen Yuming to run laps. This damn, look at his sad face, 30 laps, at least 12,000 meters, right? Hiss. If this can run through, wait until the time of the games, we'll certainly be able to get a gold medal, right? Moreover, if you are a real man, you should run 10,000 meters. We are cheering for him in our hearts, he. After this little episode, no one dared to disobey the chief instructor's order, and everyone quickly stood in formation. Immediately afterward, the chief instructor began his first lecture. Hello everyone, I am your chief instructor Qin Ming. For the next month-long period of time, you will all be my soldiers. Here, I will give you all 3 requirements. First, obey orders. Second, obey orders. Third, damn it, still damn it to obey orders. Whoever fucking disobeys orders, just like Chenyata from class 1, when the time comes, I won't let you guys run 30 laps, but 50 laps. Lin Bei heard this and said, you really don't treat us like human beings, do you? You really don't treat us like human beings, do you? Obey Nima's order. At the bottom, Lin Bei almost wanted to rush up and beat up this instructor, but he knew that this was just the usual routine of military training instructors. The purpose was to cultivate the military mindset, as well as more convenient military training, and the instructor could not really let you do some suffocating or very downward maneuvers. Then next, I'll tell you the subjects of this military training. Before that, let me be ugly. Because the Defense Science University experienced a case of espionage theft on the opening day of the school year, as well as the fact that there are academicians from the Dragon Science Academy conducting particularly important scientific research in the Shunwei Supercomputer Laboratory, the original electronic countermeasures exercise site has been changed to a computer room, and this military training will not be equipped with any dangerous weapons. Instead, it will focus on fortifications and the teaching of skills. Alright, all hands, attention, at ease. After Qin Ming finished his speech on the podium, he immediately arranged for a group of instructors to distribute the guns. Although the group of freshmen were feeling lost about not being able to go to the supercomputer lab for the exercise, but there were academicians from the Dragon Science Academy working on scientific research, so that was still understandable. In addition, because there was a spy theft case, so strengthening the training and defense was also understandable. After all, learning it might be able to save their lives in critical times. But this to-hand distribution of firearms, you fucking tell me is plastic, is a model gun, this cannot be said Not to mention, first of all, as a national defense student, even if stupid, but also know that the gun cannot be used against people. The gun is dangerous, so be careful storage and use it. The most basic common sense and military literacy that still have it. Furthermore, the Defense University military training has never used a model gun, all the real thing. But this year with a model gun, this fucking look down on Hua? Other schools' tanks are driving into the campus, bazooka are playing to the crotch of the day to go, even the defense of the 7 sons of the military training are used in the advanced goods. What nuclear warfare, street fighting, and fighter jets are used out? UTM Defense Science University to this? I can go to your code. Refund. Protest. We want to use real guns. Who are you looking down on by giving us model guns? Why is it that other schools are rolled into dogs in military training, but our defense university is lying flat? I kind of know why Chenyata to run 50 laps, also know why the instructor to come so late, is incompetent. Nuts, even the real gun cannot apply. I can go to your grandfather. For a time, the group was furious. And the thing that the instructor group was most worried about finally happened. Because for the national defense students, military training without real guns was touching their bottom line. They are not afraid of receiving gunshot wounds during military training, not to mention the blood, sweat and tears, but they are afraid of not being able to learn good military skills and not being able to better protect their country. But right now, what can be done about it? Everyone stop arguing and listen to my advice. I can understand your desire to use real guns. Before I became a soldier, I also longed for real guns and ammunition, and I also know that the gun, it's a romance that belongs only to us men. But this time the situation is very special. I hope everyone can abide by the school rules. Qin Ming forced himself to calm down. He had thought that by giving the entire freshman a downward spiral, he would be able to deter them. However, this time, the touchdown was so strong that he didn't even dare to forcefully pressure everyone to obey the order. Because the consequence of such an iron-blooded suppression would only be to usher in an even fiercer resistance from the students, and these could all be national defense students. When they were first enrolled, each one of them passed the standard of the army screening, and when they started to fight, these instructor groups could not grasp it. And there are too many people almost tens of thousands of people Well, at the critical moment, someone among the students suddenly shouted, "Hello instructor, we know that you can't make the decision on this, so please also call the person who can make the decision over to us. We'll go with him to interfere." Immediately after that, someone else shouted, "Right. Instructor, we can understand about you, the vocation of the military is to obey orders, but this matter of military training is especially important to us, the national defense students, so please just call over the person who can make the decision. Let's talk to him." "Yes, instructor, why don't you just call out the principal directly?" The pressure from one after another made Qin Ming feel very tricky. How old of an officer was he? Principal Zhao Wumian, that was the principal of the Defense Science University, although it was the youngest in history, but at least it was a military-level figure. How could he command a regimental commander? And just as Qin Ming was in a difficult situation, he suddenly heard a sigh and turned his head to see, Zhao Jun. "Oh no, Principal Zhao, you're here? Zhao Wumian said with a saddened face, Instructor Qin, why don't you rest aside for a few moments, and I'll take care of the next matter. After all, this is my decision. Qin Ming faintly said, yes, and then leaned to the side. The students under the podium also stopped clamoring when they saw Zhao Wumian arrive. The reason why many of them chose the University of Science and Technology Prevention was because of Zhao Wumian's personal charm. A man who could say in international communication, strength is always the basis for upholding justice, and national defense is the real backing of diplomacy. Dignity is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only within the range of cannons. This kind of man, ask which hot-blooded man will not boil when he hears it, and inspired, uplifted and worshipped for it? A man who can say, it is better to bear the curses of a lifetime than to let future generations enjoy the blessings, which is called sin in the present time, but merit in the 1,000 years. Who knows how much suffering and guilt he has borne for the sake of thousands of future generations in China? They could protest against the crotch-pulling of military training, but in no way could they protest against Mr. Zhao Wumian, the eternal president of the University of Defense Science and Technology. Classmates, I am your principal, Zhao Wumian. At this time, the principal, Mr. Zhao Wumian, took over the microphone and once again faced all the new students, delivering a most sincere speech. Earlier on, we have already met at the opening ceremony. We are considered an acquaintance and half friends. Why half? Because I don't know you all well enough. You may be more familiar with me, and will still affectionately call me a hawk. But in my opinion, I am not a hawkish faction, nor a dove faction. I am the Huaxia faction. The faction of the general public. You ask me the poor and the rich, to whom do I turn? I must be toward the poor, because I myself am poor. You ask me the officials and the people, to whom do I turn? I must be toward the people. Even though I am an official of China, and as long as I am an official of China I will not have a conflict of interest with the people. You ask me about the Dragon Kingdom and foreign countries, who do I turn toward? I will definitely look toward the Dragon Kingdom, because I am a proud dragon countryman. It is the descendant of Yan Huang. It's the Chinese orthodoxy. Saying this, Zhao Wumian eased his breath. He briefly scanned the freshmen present with his eyes, realizing that each and every one of them were looking at him alone with wide eyes, and each and every one of them agreed that a trace of pride had flashed across their faces, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Then he added, today, if you ask me who I would turn toward, the students or the instructors, I will definitely turn toward the students, because you are the underprivileged, and I am your principal. Because of this, that's why I came up with this idea of handing out model guns for military training. You guys must be thinking that we're not little kids who don't know any better. We're in college, we're all adults now, and we're also national defense students, so surely we need to train with real guns and bullets, right? But this time is really special. Our school's defense system made a big mistake. Spies arrogantly took away military secrets from our defense university's gate only yesterday. If it wasn't for Lin Bei's forceful efforts to save the day, God knows if our National Defense College would have been subjected to an even more horrific terrorist attack. You are the flowers of the motherland, all of you will be the pillars of the country in the future, and every single one of you who went out from my National Defense University has almost always been committed to the great cause of defending the country. Your lives, I value more than my own. Your growth, I value more than the sky. But the spies are here, and I can't possibly stand in front of all of you at all times. Therefore, the only way is for all of you to learn defensive means of self-preservation, so that this is a long-term solution. I don't know if everyone agrees or disagrees with these words. If you're against it, you can speak it out in person, and I'll discuss what to do with you all. What do you think? Zhao Wumian finished his speech. The people present could not be said to be not uplifted. No one did not feel very touching, and the attitude was extremely sincere. There is such a very valued students of the principal, you as his students, and how to make it difficult for him? And the reason has been chewed up, to understand, because of the hidden danger of spies, is for their personal safety, and then back a million steps, even if they were laughed at, the most painful, suffered the most harm, or he was the principal of the They are just experiencing a seemingly crotch-pulling military training, but the maintenance is the reputation of the principal, is the long-term stability of the University of Science and Technology, and to a greater extent, is the future of the country. From this point of view, Zhao Wumian had indeed been practicing the 8 words of the sin in the present, merit in the 1,000 years. Principal Zhao, you spoke very well. We also feel that it is like this. Don't worry. We'll have a good military training. At this time, suddenly someone from the crowd shouted out, making their attitude clear. And after the first person took a stand, more people also took a stand. Basically, they were all responding to him and expressing their support for this kind of military training. When Zhao Wumian saw this situation, half of the stone hanging in his heart finally fell, and the other half, it was up to Lin Bei. Last night, he had argued with Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region, and argued so hard that he almost didn't TM a fight. Just because he was worried about Lin Bei's life, he didn't even send bullets? Not only that, but they also disarmed their guns, saying that it was for the safety of the students, but in the final analysis, it was not for the safety of Lin Bei? Zhao Wumian couldn't figure out how Lin Bei hadn't just built a flying car, caught a spy, won a first-class merit, and gained Tang Lao's favor. How did he become so important that he could even ignore the needs of so many students? But the good thing was that the students were finally pacified, hee. In the following time, although everyone was very reluctant, but since the principal Zhao Wumian had so much, what else could be done? They could only do as they were told. In this way, after practicing the drill for a day, the passion in almost everyone's heart had already receded, and was replaced by endless difficulties. Because after the military training, their high school classmates, junior high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates, are in the circle of friends forwarding today's military training brought shock. Even the major media are forwarding so-and-so college today's military training is how hot-blooded, how burned, how close to the war, with what awesome equipment and so on. At least now, they can still stabilize their minds not to collapse, continue military training, but after a long time, there will always be someone who can't hold on. Defense Science University. Inside the male dormitory 3602. The three roommates returned to the dormitory after the end of the military training, just looking one and all listless. Even our first-class merit medal, Hibiscus Scholar Certificate of Honor, as well as 5-star Good Citizen banner and whatnot, hanging there, were just barely congratulating themselves. Of course, the plaque about the House of First-Class Merit would not be handed out until after military training, as it was tradition to return home with the honor in person. Lin Bei had been happily playing with pesticides, thinking that the next one would first straighten out Xiang Xiang's doomsday locomotive. After all, today, Principal Zhao was right, the safety of the school's students was important, and spies had to be prevented. Before the police lead Dongni in order to chase spies, direct car or driving over, but not because she is a female driver to say that she is not good at technology. In fact, at that time, a group of pursuing police all were thrown off, only she drove to the last moment, and so seriously injured, but also able to hold on. It is not easy. However, if something similar happens in the future, it's impossible for there to be countless of us to help. Then this doomsday mech will play a role, assuming that let Li Dongni drive on the doomsday mech, and then a set of fragrant pink combat clothes. This scene. Sleeper. Wouldn't that make her a Star City policewoman? He. Good big boys, playing games, or not? Lin Bei asked with great interest. He kind of found out today that if he played by himself, the pairing hours would be halved, and if he was in a team together, it was a plus, and today it just so happened that Tang Lao and Long Zhanye were busy, so he had to invite his roommates. But that is to say, one of them is not very interested. It is difficult to top. For example, Chen Yada looked at us with a pair of eyes, wanting to say something. And Yang Keiji also waved his hand and said, North brother, today cannot, hey, today. Hey, a word is hard to say. Lin Bei also know because of the military training thing, but the principal Zhao Wumian said is indeed right, safety is the most important, but if you can, if I let me to engage in this military training, will it be different? But this doesn't seem to be realistic, at the very least, it doesn't conform to Tang Lao's so-called process, right? Hey. Lin Bei moved his body position, decided to continue to play Xiang Xiang, alone open ranked. That is to say, Xiang Xiang's voice lines seems to have 100 million points of connotation, such as the serious and arrogant version of the misarrived, all out of the way. I don't give a damn about ladies. Are you, too, a fan of my lady? I'll give you a great exit to thank her for her great kindness. The innocent version would be, want a bullet? I'll give it to you. I have nothing else to say to you but shells. I'm hungry, damn it. Poor guy wandering around in the field, all he can get is gunfire. A fine taste. Hiss. That's why we like to play with Xiang Xiang so much. It turns out that when she develops, she can't be beat. This is not, 3, 2, 1, boom. This shot 10,000 explosions of damage, that is, the tank cannot carry. Easily take 3 kills. Boom is not too happy. But these 3 kills are only half of the original parse time. If we win this game, it'll take another 32 days to finish the parse. How troublesome is that? I'll have to drag my roommate into the game. Just say it and do it. Lin Bei immediately put down his cell phone and set his eyes on his roommate. And at this time, Huang Zidao, who had been holding back all this time, suddenly exploded, only to see him get up with a swish and say, that's right, today is a shame, not because of the military training to issue model guns, but because we, as students of the University of Defense Science and Technology, are one step slower than the other national defense students in terms of the start. As the saying goes, one slow step, one slow step. And it's also detrimental to the prestige of our defense university. My father once told me, as a soldier, sometimes it's okay to humiliate yourself, but you must not dishonor the reputation of the army. And not to dishonor our country. Now that I'm a national defense student, I can't let my school be shamed by outsiders. I don't want to go out and hear whoever said that this year's military training at the University of Defense Science and Technology is all flowery and fake. Or even saying that Defense Science University is no longer working or something. Right, that's right. At this time, Chenyata also stood up and said with a few grievances, I, Chenyata, have studied for more than 10 years, and the education I received makes it intolerable for me to tolerate my alma mater being shamed. I, for one, am a person of character, a person who knows honor and shame. But things have come to this, what else can we do? Cool it? Yang Keiji spread his hands and said helplessly, I think it's better for us not to be too paranoid, honestly do what we need to do. Cooperate with the school to complete this military training. This is not a shame, but rather it's an honor because we bear the social pressure on behalf of the University of Defense Science and Technology. Do you guys think that the pressure President Zhao is carrying over his head will be less than us? Yang Keiji's words hit the nail on the head. Saying 1,000, saying 10,000, when the sky collapsed, it had to be President Zhao Wumian who was the first to hold the head. In the face of the community's questioning, and even the provocation and humiliation of foreigners, the most resentful is actually still him. But this kind of military training, even without expectations, is it what everyone wants to see? Lin Bei didn't want it either, but he couldn't change the status quo. Brother Bei, what do you think about this wave? Huang Zitao asked again. The two of them, Yang Keiji and Chenyata, swished their eyes all over Lin Bei. One must know that on the day Lin Bei started school, it was an army opening, and he was bound to be a direct relative of a big shot in the army, so if he could use this relationship, then maybe he could even send active duty troops over for military training, right? Although it is still not as good as the Seven Sons of Defense, but this is even better than a model gun, right? Actually, this kind of military training isn't what I want either. But I would say that we still can't defy Principal Zhao's decision, he's still doing a good job as a teacher. Lin Bei confessed, he was not expecting these three to try to pull him down. And when the three heard this, the disappointment in their eyes really couldn't be hidden. After all, even someone as wild and most powerful as us had said so what else could be done? But then, if I'm a master teacher, it's not too much to be a master teacher, right? I mean, with tens of thousands of freshmen, we're almost a division. If I'm the division commander, then you, Huang Zitao, will be the deputy division commander, Chenyata will be our chief of staff, and Yang Keiji, if you, will go as a full brigade commander leading the charge. And then, don't other schools play RPGs? Then we'll play electromagnetic artillery. Don't other schools have tanks driving into the campus? Then we have Batmobiles driving into the school gates. That makes sense, right? What's more, other schools have J-20s, J-3-5S, and helicopters, but can't we just have doomsday fighters? Not to mention, if I'm the division commander, I'll give everyone an iron harness, and at that time, I'll directly form an army of mechs, and I'll also engage in joint military drills with other schools, so that they'll know who's the ceiling of military training, and who's the leader of the national defense colleges and universities. What do you guys think? Lin Bei said impassionately and painted a cake there in a serious manner. And after the roommate three heard this, to be honest, in their hearts that was still a little surprised and excited. After all, it was an electromagnetic cannon. Although the Dragon Country currently researched, but that is installed in the ship, or installed in the foundation of the ground, with TM tanks as big, how can build handheld? Like what Bat Chariot, Doomsday Fighter, an iron harness or whatever, it's even more impossible. And the iron harness? Who wouldn't want an iron harness? Even if it's a sword, you'd want one. But is that realistic? It's not realistic. Brother North, just blow it off. Yang Keiji covered his face and laughed helplessly. I'm afraid you don't think we're too emotionally drained and are purposely saying it for our benefit. Chenyata also tried her best to suppress the longing in her heart and said, Huang Zitao, on the other hand, directly stated Lin Bei's true inner thoughts. Brother Bei is clearly trying to paint us a cake and lull us into lifting our spirits, and then with the atmosphere all the way here, not playing two games? Hey, that's fine, who wouldn't want to start a mecha? But it's impossible. You can't do it either. Okay, let's not talk about that. Brother North, we don't want to play Pesticide today. Can we play Titanfall today? Or any other game will do. Preferably one that simulates combat. Since we can't experience the most awesome military training in reality, we can always experience it in the game, right? Once Lin Bei heard this, he immediately became a bit unable to sit still. He could be questioned about his words, but he could never be questioned about his strength. Who the hell said I'm painting a cake? I can build the engine heart, can't iron harness or something? Can't I build the Bat Chariot? I was hoping that you guys would join me in playing Pesticide, but one thing is another. With my current authority, as long as I want to be the principal, can the state still not let me be the principal? But we're not the kind of people who don't know what's going on. At critical moments, or when it comes to right and wrong, I still know what's right and what's wrong, right? Now, since you don't believe me, I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards. In fact, my engine heart can be transformed like in the game. It's an Autobot, but I prefer to call it a mecha. Mecha? Engine heart? Crap. Brother North is awesome. Really? Huang Zitao, Yang Keiji, and Chen Yada were instantly stunned. However, in the next second, Lin Bei said, "Fake. I say, you guys don't really believe it, do you? Ha 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 ha." 10,000 grass mud horses ran through the hearts of the three roommates. Cut. Phew. Ha. Hearing the three gored children longing for a sigh, Lin Bei laughed even more happily, and put his arm around the three people. "Good big boys, why don't we play 2 pesticides first, and then open punch Titan fall?" Yang Kg, pesticide? A Yang Kg is jumping from here, that is, hand-chopped, are not playing. Chen Yada, and Titan? Dogs don't even play. UTM still knife me. Huang Zitao, orcs are never slaves. I, Huang Zitao, am an orc and will never call myself a child. However, the next second. Crap. Brother Bay save me. Crap. Brother North help me. Crap. Brother North protects me. Crap. Crap. Ah. You little hot chick, you can't afford to play, you engage in sneak attacks, why do you love Hi-Yo? I'm dead. Good guy. Lin Bei was straight up calling out good guy ah. Just now, these three people also ironclad not to play pesticide, not to play Titan. The result is not only played pesticide, but also played Titan, and also just went into the Titan, was killed by the people, lost helmets, fled, fart. Fart is not. So, it's really good, isn't it? We have to turn into light to save the world. For example, this Yang Kg is a soulless chicken, although the chicken also has spring. In the beginning of the cat in the corner of the wall is the old 6, a kick to the opposite side of the MVP to fly, but then, he was targeted by the enemy MVP, was beaten, that is the wailing ah. Another example is this Huang Zitao, a clipper sniper rifle, want to play sliding wall instantaneous sniping, however, it is the sunset red shot, the gun traced. Seemingly positioned sassy, the reality is nothing, impact on the enemy camp, directly beaten by the group, send. Resurrected and then surrounded, on the rope, and then, no more? To say the most tawdry, that also has to belong to Chen Yada, manipulating the iron harness, open the Emperor Titan, learn Huang Zitao's, a sliding wall directly to the enemy leaning on the body, thought it was to send to death, did not expect to really send to death, directly open the nuclear explosion button, in situ ascension. But it is in mid-air above, by the enemy's fierce artillery attack. Although the gun does not hit, but the gun is in fear. Called that is a heartbreaking ah. And now, what are you three hiding for? Let's go. Fuck. Lin Bei could not help but curse out at that moment. After the roommate three were abused, they simply hung up directly in place. Bah, just wimpy, simply did not dare to go on okay. Huang Zitao, brother North, you line you on, don't be ah. Yang Kg, yes, we have seen you stroll around the map. I'm afraid that you Vanguard level Titan did not get, but is the first crazy right? Chen Yada, charge north. We're behind you, we're behind you, behind you. Support you? Nima. Roll ah. Stupid OU do. Lin Bei boarded and vomited. This Chen Yada is really disgusting ah crouch up. However, losing the game would increase the parse length, and the only way to speed up the parse was to get a win. Originally, it was 5 against 7, 2 teammates dropped out in the opening, and then another one dropped out in the back, presumably all because of the VPN. Now it's me 1 against 7, the enemy army has an absolute advantage in numbers, it's like a black cloud pressing down on the city to destroy the city in general, and even made a provocative remark on the public screen. But this, and what is there to fear? At this moment, Lin Bei's mind cannot help but think of a certain elementary school student's sentence than Boyan's roar, that is, when the darkness envelopes everything, I will be the last dawn in the darkness, with the thunder, shattering the darkness. After roaring in his heart, Lin Bei then violently controlled the Vanguard-class Titan Ion and charged out. It was important to know that Iron Harness was the top killer, flexible, fast, elegant, but destructive. In front of Iron Harness, there was no such thing as an absolute defense, while Titan was the most powerful weapon of Iron Harness, and Vanguard-class Titan was the leader of the pack. And the reason why he opened the game until now, is to go all over the map to find the sword core ah. Besides, with the sword core, who the hell would use a gun? Directly holding a sword. In addition, this world's Titanfall is not the same as the previous world, more emphasis on multiplayer mode. The game studio has not been sanctioned by EDN, so this multiplayer mode finally played out his huge advantage. The so-called sword core is actually the equipment of a lightweight Titan Ronin, and if it is equipped to a Vanguard level Titan, it is equivalent to the nuclear bomb in Call of Duty. The conditions for obtaining a Call of Duty nuke require 5 chickens in a row, along with maybe 3 elements, and more than that, you'll be besieged by players all over the map. Titanfall's difficulty is a little lower, but also need to collect enough elements. To be honest, if it is not the 3 gourds attracted fire to him, I'm afraid it is not so smooth. So next, this is my hunting ground. So, hunting moment. Baird. Bang. Baird slippery. Bang bang. Boom. On the battlefield, Lin Bei was seen maneuvering the iron harness into a staggering shadow, hard controlling the enemy's bullets, while the Titan Ion also sent a voice broadcast, attacked by multiple Titans, suggesting sustained and violent return fire. This was followed by a direct instant kill. 1 kill. 2 kills. 3 kills. Still no end. Still no stop. The 3 roommates were all TM stunned to see this scene. Crap. This wave of Norths, it's making my scalp numb. Ma, Ion can still play as a prodigal son? Ion is a sword core? That's horrible. This is not resisting pressure, it's clearly a crazy killing spree. No, it's directly turning on seizure mode. This wave, that is to say, no iron harness can maintain their sanity after the sword core is ready. Shocked, Huang Zitao also did not forget to sneak a glance at Lin Bei, and found that TM, crikey, Lin Bei directly red-eyed. This is really on the head completely crazy ah. Subsequently, this game is not unexpected to Lin Bei chaotic kill end. Victory! Accompanied by this voice of victory. Lin Bei's taut nerves were finally loosened. And along with it, there was also the dialogue box prompt of successful resolution. Congratulations on obtaining all the technologies of the Vanguard-class Titan Ion mech. Acquired technologies parsed, projectile missile technology, neural connection technology, energy light shield technology, sliding wall propulsion device technology, weak point identification technology, laser jet technology, smart pistol technology, turbine acceleration technology, directional turret technology, sword core technology. The previous ones were all possessed by the Ion Titan itself, while the last sword core technology, which Lin Bei had never expected, was actually parsed out as well. Wasn't this a pleasant surprise? It seems that next time, we have to see which technologies we can parse first. We can't be too sloppy. In addition, the Doomsday locomotive technology has also been analyzed, which must not be looked at carefully. Congratulations, you've successfully analyzed the Doomsday locomotive future mecha technology. You have obtained the following technologies: nano mecha combat suit, heavy-duty electromagnetic cannon, magnetic levitation, magnetic power engine, intelligent assisted combat, side pistol, and biotracking and positioning. Nano mecha combat suit, same appearance as the one of Lu Xiaobu, but different functions. This combat suit can be automatically adjusted according to the user's body size, and at critical moments, it can also be bulletproof, and even be used as a glider, which is indeed suitable for locomotives. Then there's the electromagnetic cannon technology. Isn't this the ultimate handheld RPG that we can't build? Lastly, this biotracking and localization technology, Xiang built it to arrest Lu Xiaobu's Doomsday fighter, so it makes sense to have this technology, and it's also very appropriate to use it on the police. Tip: all black technologies analyzed by non-hosts can be restricted by intention, and cannot be used unless the permission is activated again. Good guy. ITM direct straight call good guy. Doesn't this mean that if the whole world is using our analyzed technology, we can control everything? And even if the technology is leaked, it won't matter, because the other side won't be able to use it if we think about it. What if, that is to say, in case the domestic production capacity is not enough, can we sneak the technology to foreign countries and let them help us build it? Ahem, this is not exactly what the great man said: no guns, no cannons, the enemy builds them for us? However, this dialogue box cannot be fully believed. Technology cannot be given casually, in case the opposite side of the genius with this technology to get inspired. Wouldn't that be a big loss? Brother North, really? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, you want to play pesticide and then go to bed? At this time, Yang Keiji suddenly touched behind Lin Bei and said. Huang Zitao also couldn't help but spit out. It's only Brother Bei who has a lot of energy. If we were to put it aside, we definitely wouldn't be able to carry it. Hey, brothers, 8 said, I've only finished running more than 10,000 meters, 50 laps. I've only completed 10,000 meters and 50 laps. My legs are all soft now. People are numb and need rest the most, okay? Chen Yada also chimed in. Lin Bei couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. I say, are you guys still young people? Why can't you even stay up all night? It's not like you're doing anything else, playing games. We're playing a game. Back in the day, we made all-nighters a routine, but we're still alive and well. Brother North, you're lucky you didn't die suddenly. Yang Keiji couldn't help but say, since I was a kid, I've been going to bed at 9 o'clock and getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. That is, to the university, with you guys playing games, or the first time to sleep so late. Brother Ka, it's a new era now, it's not ancient times, sleeping at 9 o'clock? Wake up at 4 o'clock? I'm afraid you still smell the chicken, right? Chen Yada put his hand on Yang Keiji's shoulder and flirted. Unexpectedly, Yang Keiji slapped his thigh and drank. Crap. Brother De, you understand me. I really do smell the chicken. I get up in the morning and practice. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a disciple of the master of the mixed forms Tai Chi sect, and my father is the master. My kung fu, if I can have iron harness equipment, if I can manipulate a titan, it's bound to be just as crunchy and messy as base kills. Even if it's a VR helmet, or a somatosensory capsule or something, I'll be fine. It's just a shame that currently our gaming industry even sucks as bad as Ollie giving VR helmets, let alone building mechs. Chen Yada froze at his words, and then couldn't help but laugh. Brother K, just blow it off. Mixed Yuan Xingyi Taiji sect? I remember that his old man seemed to have been KO'd by a human youngster back then, right? Being able to be knocked out by a messy punch, your sect isn't much better. Duh, you better keep your mouth clean. Yang Keiji's face suddenly changed dramatically. You weren't clear about the situation back then. That young man in his 30s came up with a left jab, a right whip leg, and at the same time a left positive stomp. My dad was covering his eyes, he was careless at the time, he didn't flash, laugh a little, he suddenly attacked my dad, sneak attack. Suddenly, he attacked my dad, a sneak attack. A right whip kick. Snap. A left stomp. Snap. 5 whips in a row. My dad was not prepared for that. He saved his hands. He didn't hit him. He advised him to use the rat's tail juice. But that kid, he's not a martial artist, he's got a fracture. A broken bone. A fracture. A spondylosis. Snap. A catching ankle strangulation. Luckily, my dad catches chemical hair, punches like lightning, a lightning 5-lash whip. Defeated the opposite side. Won the match. But after the match, that bastard slandered my dad as a loser. My dad suffered the loss of not being able to speak. That's what caused my Tai Chi sect to go down in flames. What the hell? This is too much bullshit, right? However, looking at Yang Keiji's angry appearance, he was afraid that it wasn't true. Lin Bei immediately stopped Shenyata, who wanted to continue provoking. If you really practiced martial arts since you were young, and still practiced real kung fu, then you give us a show? Brother Bei, please note that this is not a performance. Rather, it's a killing technique. Yang Keiji said seriously, then, turned around, rushed at the aluminum staircase in front of him, lucked out, and fired. Bang! 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 Just see Yang Keiji click 2 or 3 times, the aluminum stairs directly fall apart, clang sound, pop, is dang bang sound, fell to the ground. When we saw the scene, we were stunned. Meow, Yang Keiji's hand is obviously real kung fu so he is really a disciple of the master of the Tai Chi sect of the mixed elements? Was his dad really attacked and smeared? Bullish Ahem, not bad. I, Lin Bei, would like to call you, Yang Keiji, the strongest pile driver in Defense Science University. In the future, if I build an iron harness and a titan, the first one to give it to you to use, you're born to manipulate titans by nature, you're born to manipulate titans, Lin Bei appreciated. When Yang Keiji heard this, he immediately smiled and said, do you hear me? Pass it down. If Brother Bei builds a mecha in the future, he'll be the first to give it to us. Pass it on? When Huang Zitao heard this, he was instantly happy, and immediately opened the bearer Lin Bei and his Liangshan Heroes group, and directly ate all the members said, pass it on. Brother Bei has built a Titan mecha army, and he wants Yang Keiji to be the vanguard. Shenyata took a look at his cell phone. Hey, good guy directly will be in the group said, pass it down. North Brother has taken out the technology to build the heart of the engine to build a Titan mecha legion, want to let Yang Keiji as our vanguard leader, the first to kill his mother's hair model gun instructor core. At this time, Yang Keiji also found the sound of the phone. Open a look, Nima. This rumor is too outrageous, right? We must talk to Brother North. Brother North seems to be not in the group. This is their boys built the support group. At that time originally wanted to add Lin Bei at night, the results of the drink to go, on the head, forget, then think of, but obviously it is already too late You can't say, Brother Bei, all the boys built a group, but we didn't add you, now let's add one, right? How embarrassing would that be? The only way was to create a new group. In order to avoid the expansion of the situation, Yang Keiji immediately wanted to stifle the rumors, however, because of excessive tension, as well as just a few, plus stay up all night, actually let him drop a drop of sweat. That sweat drops on the cell phone screen, TM, even directly replaced the fingerprint automatic typing. Yang Keiji, pass it down. Brother North built the Titan mecha army, and I will lead the charge, take the lead in taking the principal's position for Brother North, and help him command the entire year of Defense Science University, and in a few days, I will be pointing my sword at Star City. I knock. There is sick of this cell phone. When Yang Keiji saw this, he was confused. He's still pointing the sword at Star City? Crazy. Crazy. When Shenyata and Huang Zitao saw Yang Keiji's statement, they both looked at Yang Keiji with a face of oh yo, ignoring Yang Keiji's constipated expression that made it difficult for him to defend himself, and even the more Yang Keiji gave explanations, the more excited they became. This meow, what riddle are you three playing? What are you looking at? Show me too? Lin Bei said curiously. However, the three of them immediately turned pale upon hearing this, and hurriedly shook their heads, nothing. Lin Bei skimmed his mouth and decided not to pay any more attention to them. If we don't give the word, we won't listen, directly, what can you do to me? Sleep. Meow, I've been playing games until 2 or 3 a.m. today, I'm sleepy. Thinking like this, Lin Bei quickly fell asleep. And aside from the roommate, 3 people have not had time to exclaim Lin Bei fall asleep fast, was another faster thing to the whole confused. Only to see within the group chat, carrying Lin Bei and his Liangshan heroes. Ma Zhangtao, what? Brother North is going to hit Star City and fuck over the principal? Pass it down, Brother Bay is going to be the division commander tomorrow and attack Star City. Zhang San, what? Defense Science University Freshman Division Commander Lin Bei has embraced the army and is going to be the division commander, and is going to attack Star City in 3 hours with the Engine Armor Corps? Li Si, what? Brother Bei is going to take advantage of his military training to become a division commander, hold a big parade to review the Mecha Legions, and then launch an attack to take down Star City within an hour? Wang Wu, what? Brother North is outraged because he saw that a certain female Firewire Crossing player with an IP address of Star City, whose boyfriend is fighting 5-1 in Area A, and she herself can't even defend B, is going to attack Star City and put a citywide manhunt on that female player. Similar speeches, a full 2,000 or 3,000 of them. The rumors are spreading too far. How else can we explain this to Brother North? Yang Keiji, Huang Zitao and Chen Yada looked at each other and couldn't help but have a crazy thought in their minds. Let him be the principal. Let him be the division commander. Make him an emperor. Ha! Yang Keiji and Chen Yada both froze for a moment. What the hell is this Huang Zitao talking about, and an emperor? Crazy, right? Seeing this, Huang Zitao explained, think about it, this is nothing but a farce in itself. If you let him be the principal or division head, wouldn't it really be a creation of that? But what if he becomes an emperor? Emperors are already in the past, how can we turn back history? So we might as well just put a yellow robe on Brother North. Say he's going to ascend the throne. Then Brother North will say in front of everyone that he's going to take the throne, get lost. Then wouldn't this matter be resolved without a fight? Crap. Fantastic. Chen Yada and Yang Keiji looked at each other, revealing smiles that knew what they were talking about. But where did this yellow robe come from? At this time, Yang Keiji asked again. And the one who answered him was Chen Yada, you're stupid. Our school has that drama club. The drama club got the drums for the last opening ceremony, and the yellow robes too. Why don't we just steal it in the middle of the night? And if you ask me where I know that, hey, who am I? I'm a socialite. Yang Keiji gave a thumbs up and said, then let's hurry up and go to bed and get up early tomorrow? Then we'll go to the drama club first, and then put it on Bay? Nah, go now. Chen Yada said. Yang Keiji then didn't understand. Why? Because you fucking demolished the stairs for Laozienda. We're taking our lives to go up there and sleep. Fuck. Hurry up. Huang Zitao denounced. Yang Keiji wanted to laugh out loud, but had to hold it in, not to let Bei find out. Afterwards, the three of them took advantage of the night to go, and returned while the night was still young. Because they couldn't resist the drowsiness, the three of them crowded in Yang Keiji's bed. At this time, Yang Keiji realized that he was digging himself a big hole. Either left or right as male, or male on male, this is really hard for him. Fuck. When it came to the next day, Lin Bei was still sleeping when he was suddenly lifted up and given clothes to put on. Crap. Brother Bei, it's too late. Hurry up and get dressed. Quick, let's go to military training. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. He wasn't even awake yet, he was in a daze. That is to say, we're being forced to turn on by the three gourd children? Before Lin Bei could react, Yang Keiji immediately carried Lin Bei all the way north towards the athletic field. Along the way, the people around called Lin Bei Lin Tiandi good. Lin Bei was so confused. Lin Tiandi? He was in the city, not in fantasy, not to mention cultivating immortality. Luckily, Yang Keiji's bumpy ride woke us up, and by now we had already arrived at the athletic field, which was empty. Only the early instructor Chen Yuming saw us, immediately froze. Crap. Lin Bei, you're wearing a yellow robe for military training. What do you want to do? Wearing a yellow robe? Lin Bei grabbed the robe on his body to take a look. I knock. You sister You guys are really harming us Roommate 3 people heard this. I don't know how, the ghost of God, all kneel down. Instructor Chen Yuming saw that as a blank stare. What is the situation? I'm afraid that these 3 people aren't going to shout long live the emperor, right? Lin Bei was really going to become the emperor? Besides, Lin Bei at this moment, in his heart, it is called a MMP. Let's talk to Tang Lao. According to the program, when a free general, how do you want to create how to create, so not fragrant? And then wait for decades to build, seniority is almost, then we also play enough, to close the heart, and then honestly to the country as the most important, this is a problem? No problem. After all, we're all for the country now. We're just being a bit presumptuous. We're a bit young and exuberant. But if we're not, are we still young? But these 3 gourd girls shouldn't have put the yellow robe on us. Are we like Chen Yuliang? We're like Zhu Yuanzhang. He begged Zhu Sheng to give him a 9-word strategy, which is to cast a wide net, harvest more, and eventually break the net. The last line is slow to claim the throne, right? Slowly claiming the throne. Chen Yuliang was too early to become king, of course, this is not the reason why he was destroyed by Zhu Yuanzhang. Anyway, this yellow robe cannot be worn. Lin Bei is going to rip off this yellow robe at the moment, but why does the hand suddenly have no strength? Why are the corners of my mouth, actually curved up and smiled? I'm not.
So, this temptation of claiming the title of king, there really aren't many people who can stand up to it.
Student Lin Bei, I'm sorry.
At this time, the instructor Chen Yuming gulped softly, reached out and ripped off the yellow robe on Lin Bei saying, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors and whatnot, they are all old remnants of feudalism. Classmate Lin Bei, as a national defense student, you shouldn't make such a mistake.
I order you to come with me to the chief instructor's place and let the chief instructor decide on your punishment. Come with me.
Yes, Lin Bei said in a loud voice. This mistake, although he didn't make it of his own accord, but after all, it was out of his body. We're adults now, we won't make that kind of dead face problem.
You do not see let the bullets fly in the small sick son was slandered that ate 2 bowls of ice powder, the results of people in a fit of anger, directly with a knife to cut open their own stomachs, in order to prove that they did not eat 2 bowls of ice powder. Of course, if it is according to our temperament, we should let the other party to cut out the eyes, throw our stomach to see whether it is a bowl, or 2 bowls. As for the 3 Hollywood words, hey, why we were so thoughtless in the first place. Directly dry wall, ashes to ashes is not good? Forget it, I'll clean up the 3 of them later. After a few minutes of rushing, on the podium,
Chen Yuming succinctly explained the situation to Chief Instructor Qin Ming.
Qin Ming was instantly shocked. What? You're telling me that he's going to ascend to the throne and become an emperor? Good, I've got it.
Chen Yuming, you go back to military training first, I'll handle student Lin Bei's punishment. Lin Bei, on the other hand, had thought about it before he came. The big deal was that he would be punished for 10,000 meters. How big a deal?
But it's just legs running broken. People run numb. As a result,
Qin Ming, student Lin Bei, please come with me.
Lin Bei? What's going on here? After a few more minutes of rushing, principal's office. What? You're telling me that Lin Bei he's going to ascend to the throne and become emperor? Good, I know.
That Qin Ming you did the right thing with this, you should have notified me in the first place. Now it will be me personally educating him, you go back first, don't delay the progress of the military training.
Yes.
Qin Ming briefly recapitulated the situation to Headmaster Zhao Wumian. Lin Bei had thought that he was going to be persuaded bitterly by Zhao Wumian for a while, and might even have to be disciplined.
As a result,
Zhao Wumian, student Lin Bei, please come with me.
Lin Bei? You're just going to go crazy with me? After a few minutes of rushing again, inside the Xinwei Supercomputer Laboratory of the Defense Science University, Zhao Wumian presented Qin Ming's statement to Xiao Chang'an once again.
When Xiao Chang'an heard this, he was so scared that his eyes fell out.
What? Lin Bei is going to ascend to the throne as emperor?
However, it was good that he had been in a high position for a long time and quickly pretended to cough and regained his composure. Ahem, that old Zhao, you did the right thing with this, you should have notified me in the first place. I will educate Lin Bei here, you go back to your office first, don't delay your official duties.
Okay, Dean Xia, I'm counting on you. Scientific research is important, but your health is also important.
Zhao Wumian cared for a couple of sentences, and then withdrew as well. Leaving Lin Bei in place, he felt outrageous. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the 4 corners, Lin Bei couldn't help but ask, Dean Xia, you don't think you want to tell me, student Lin Bei, please come with me, right?
Xiao Chang'an froze and raised his eyebrows, you can still read minds? Lin Bei.
Xiao Chang'an, Lin Bei student, please come with me. Lin Bei, I'll go your sister or go.
I'm not going. Do what you like. I, Lin Bei, will be crowned emperor today, so what? If you want to punish me, I'll gladly accept it. There's no need to play with me, is there? Xiao Chang'an looked at us with surprise and said, how could that be? If you want to claim the title of emperor, Tang Lao will be more than happy. Lin Bei.
Lin Bei, Dean Xia, last time when Tang Lao said he wanted me to hold the sword, you didn't have this attitude.
Xiao Chang'an smiled at his words, Lin Bei student, have you seen 3 bodies?
The sword bearer in it is the gravitational wave deterrence system controller, the significance of which is to maintain the strategic balance between the 2 civilizations.
You mean to say that Tang Lao controls the gravitational wave deterrence system?
Lin Bei was horrified in his heart.
Xiao Chang'an quickly waved his hand and said, no, Tang Lao is the one who controls all the military weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, which includes nuclear weapons. But once nuclear weapons break out, wouldn't the entire globe be turned into scorched earth?
Therefore, what Tang Lao is in control of is the sharp blade of nuclear weapons.
Lin Bei nodded.
This makes sense why when Tang Lao asked us to wield the sword, Xiao Chang'an and Long Zhanya both refused. Because with our temperament, at the drop of a hat, whoever we don't see eye to eye with, damn it, we'll just nuke them out.
But this round of nuclear bombs down, that's not good enough?
The other countries don't care, as long as someone is using nuclear weapons, they will all be activated. Of course, if we put up to seed in the neutron disruptor hole out, directly let the enemy country's nuclear fission disabled, then, want to put the eagle sauce as a dough pinch, do not put the eagle sauce as a person. Want to ride the Maoists like hairy bears, don't give them vodka. Want to take the small days cannot be and small stick, numbnuts, or fine dogs, with nuclear weapons is too bullying, direct use of hydrogen bombs hee. Returning to his senses, Lin Bei added, then how come you don't object to my ascension to the throne as emperor? It still looks so happy? Xia Chanan laughed, don't you know if you ask Tang Lao?
Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly.
Next second. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lao, what? Lin Bei, your kid is going to ascend to the throne and become an emperor? OMG, that's great.
My son Tang Tang has the qualifications of a great emperor, even though he is still only the prime minister, he is still worried every day and sleeps from morning to night. Damn, this international storm is treacherous and he hasn't slept well for more than 3 months. If Lin Bei is going to claim the throne, then you can take care of all these things. Xia Chanan. Hearing this, Lin Bei's heart was half-cooled. Dare I say that this emperor position is actually a disciple position, right?
It's a public servant, right? If you really want to learn these things, then your brain won't explode? It's all about power and scheming and playing with people's hearts, so how tiring would it be? The key to engage in the purpose of these is only to let a variety of ill-intentioned people can be in the right position, and all toward a goal, that is, to make the revival of China again. ITM play black technology to make China revival is not happy? ITM win a hammer empire No, we have to think of a way to do it. Lin Bei, Tang Lao in fact, I want to be the commander-in-chief of military training
Upon hearing this, the two people, Tang Lao and Xia Chang'an, who were originally excited, immediately stopped, just like a deflated leather ball.
Comrade Lin Bei, you're being unkind. You're the man who's going to be the emperor. At the very least, it has to be the man who will be the modern Huazaiwei, right? Commander-in-chief of military training? Too unambitious, right? Tang Lao teased Lin Bei on the phone.
If Lin Bei hadn't been looking at Tang Lao's high moral standing, its respect for the old and love for the young, he would have cursed him long ago, right?
When Huadaizi's man, it should be said that it was the contemporary Huadaizi.
I temporarily just want to be the military training commander-in-chief, this yellow robe or whatever, but it is my 3 naive roommates deliberately set on me, and also deliberately carry me to the track and field. Rumors stop at the wise. Tang Lao, you're so smart and experienced, you won't fail to see it, right? Lin Bei said indifferently. Tang Lao sniffed and pondered for a moment. There are national laws in this country, and there are family rules. For you, a student, to be the commander-in-chief of military training, I'm afraid this is not appropriate, right? Lin Bei's inner monologue, I also know it's not appropriate, just know it's not appropriate to say so, right? In fact, just now, we were in a hurry, but came up with a crooked idea. Students as the commander-in-chief of military training, since ancient times has not been, right? That's one thing. Secondly, students have no experience at all in commanding military training, so it's very likely that they'll make a mess. Thirdly, if that's the case, Tang Lao might still agree with us. After all, he had personally said that he wanted to train us to be like Huazaiwei, so Huazaiwei naturally had to lead the troops to war. Therefore, Lin Bei also had to exaggerate, expand, and make things crazy. Thus, Lin Bei cleared his throat and then opened his mouth to say, what's so inappropriate about this? When the god of war, Huazaodi, was only 17 years old, he was appointed by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty as a Phyllis Colonel, and then he took command of the army and went on a campaign to fight the Xiongnu with Wei Qing in the south of the desert, and at the age of 18, he was crowned a Marquis of the Battle of the Bulge. I'm 18 now, and I started a year later than him. Now there is no war. How can you teach me to build a career? Moreover, without giving me a commanding military training, how will you know about my military talent? Tang Lao was silent. And when Xia Chanan, who was on the side, heard this, he immediately asked, then what do you understand by military? Lin Bei spoke eloquently, a force that can defeat 10, the world's martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is unbreakable. If I am in charge of the military, certainly to set up a mech army, the front battlefield, with the unparalleled attack power of the mechs and that is considerable defensive power, in order to positively combine, learn Wei Qing, learn Li Jing, fight as Su Su Tu Ji, fight as the battle of the destruction of the country. At the same time, I also want to set up a lightweight special forces, to win by surprise, as the saying goes, the army is precious, the speed of God. This lightweight special forces will be straight into the Yellow Dragon, playing Blitzkrieg, not to mention the 5 days to destroy 6 countries, then 18 countries, also through to him strangled. But we don't have such a troop now, nor do we have such experience, Xia Chanan said in disbelief. However, Lin Bei only replied, my lord, times have changed. Times have changed? Xia Chang'an's heart was jolted. Yes. Times had changed. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom didn't have a character like Lin Bei who could come up with black technology, but now there was. Or rather, since the day of the opening ceremony, Lin Bei said in front of the whole world that the era of mecha vehicles has come, the future has come, the times have really changed. If the Dragon Country can really create mecha army, such as the existing Doomsday Fighter Magic God Mecha, can completely press the air force of various countries to fight, such as the existing Doomsday warship Jiangdong Overlord, not to mention put in the river basin, or even put into the sea to dry ships, that is also have the power of a battle. There is also the heart of the engine, Lin Bei personally said, the speed can be supersonic, blitzkrieg? Before that can only be called rapid warfare, Lin Bei this is called the real blitzkrieg. Just, what does this have to do with you commanding military training? Xia Chanan asked. What I just said is all about the combat system, think about it, I'll just engage in this within the Defense Science University, is it meaningful? There's no point. It's all my own people. But what if I fight other schools? A joint military training exercise with other schools, a simulated national defense military training experiment. First of all, what's the point of having a military training confrontation between schools, with each school as a combatant? Think about it, in case there's another spy invasion, or the enemy TM has already hit our country internally, what do? Relying on the crowd's excitement? Rely on bloodshed? Fill the gap between our strengths with our lives? No, we need military exercises. Sweat more in peacetime, less bloodshed in wartime, this is the troops have been passed down from time to time the maxim. Secondly, joint military training exercises in colleges and universities is a historical choice and a general trend. Not only will the students be very interested, but also can greatly stimulate their patriotic fervor, enhance national cohesion. Why? Look at the color evolution of Eagle sauce over the years, it's pervasive. You look at Hollywood blockbusters and the male protagonist, tall, powerful, muscular, intelligent double. You look at our domestic blockbusters and the male lead, take the Mordor Fortress, my domestic sci-fi blockbuster's door was just opened by the wandering blue star, immediately he closed the door, but also welded the door, is because the director's superstitious pussy flow. Now the general public is not buying it, okay? Engaging in joint military exercises can make my huaxia more robust, rekindle the masculinity of my Chinese men. That in itself is the meaning of military training, isn't it? Lin Bei's words were deafening and spoke in the hearts of both of them. However, this matter was of great importance, and he, Xia Chanan, was only the dean of the Longku Academy, unable to make a choice at all, and could only ask Tang Lao, how do you think about what Lin Bei's students said? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was instantly relieved. How could he possibly agree when he had said so much, so deviantly? Although this is all our true feelings, but what kind of person is Tang Lao? Other than playing games, he's very stable, right? Where would he be so impassioned? However, just as Lin Bei thought of this, he heard a loud yes. Only to see that on the other end of the phone, Tang Lao slammed the table and immediately drank. Well said. My Chinese children have been the most masculine under the sky since ancient times. If it is not the Qing dynasty pursues this so-called 33 Tails of Silver national policy, my Chinese children how will be life broken waste? How could we have groveled and been enslaved for hundreds of years? But even so, I still have a spine to hold up the never-ending flag of China. But even today, there are still people who are ambitious, wanting to poison my Chinese children, kill my Chinese soul, bend my Chinese waist, and keep me from being happy all day long. And now Lin Bei you proposed a multi-college joint military exercises, to rekindle my Chinese children's masculinity. My heart is very comforting. If my Chinese children everyone like a dragon, 100 years later, I will be honored to face the ancestors as well as countless predecessors martyrs. Good guy, Lin Bei is really good guy. This little old man, how then we still crazy, I knock. Could it be that when he was young, he was just like us? No way, I'm much more handsome than him. The so-called 33 Tails of Silver state policy said that a middle-income family's normal income was 33 taels of silver a year, while the rigid expenditure was 36 taels. This is still a difference of 3-2. In order to make ends meet, the people either borrow money, or loans, or even more desperate to work, both so, then who still think of revolted? But then natural and man-made disasters, the ancient Chinese land suddenly came to a boat of blonde-beard children. From then on, the entire Central Plains, life and suffering. Of course, this is history, but we still have to bear in mind, this point, we are still doing a good job. Oh yes, Tang Lao said as the children, I said as the male too, we this pattern or to open a little more, to really equal treatment only. In addition, then again, Tang Lao so excited, so recognized, that is to recognize us? Let us really be the commander-in-chief of the military training? This is not good. However, it's not a bad idea, I'm knocking. What kind of military training is this, and we're even given simulated guns? Can't I just change it to an electromagnetic rifle? To engage in, you have to engage in a big Tang Lao, take care of your health, take care of your health. At this time, Xia Chang'an said with concern, in addition, that, Tang Lao Lin Bei's proposal. You see you are. Granted. Tang Lao couldn't be bothered to cough and said, the matter of the joint college military exercise, Long Zhanye of the Central Military Region will be solely responsible for it, so we'll use Star City as a pilot, so that the freshmen of each school will be transformed into an army, and finally have a joint confrontation. Good lord, it's really agreed. Lin Bei immediately asked tentatively, Elder Tang, you must be well. Back to you, I'll show you whether to engage in some technology that enhances physical fitness or lifespan. In addition, I also have a few suggestions, that is to say, this military training will be conducted by the students of each school, how about it? The location of the school will be in our Star City's university town, how about that? This joint military exercise adopts a survival elimination system, and the one who survives to the end is the winner, how about it? At this question, before Tang Lao could answer, Xia Chanan directly exploded. No, I don't agree with this proposal. Xia Chanan immediately took a step up to block it. The military training is handed over to you, and there is still a certain amount of reasoning, letting students from other schools organize the military training. Then what else do we need the instructor corps for? Also, the joint military training location was chosen in Star City University Town. The location itself is unreasonable. First of all, this is the main city center. Secondly, it's full of skyscrapers, all kinds of roads and highways. How can you tell me how to fight? How can we seal off the city? And how should we judge the damage this causes? I'm not against the survival elimination system, but I'm firmly against the first two. Elder Tang, you must reconsider a bit more. To be honest, what Xia Chanan said was all very logical and reasonable, but since military training can now be directed by us, we won't be polite with you. Lin Bei decisively pulled out his cell phone and said, Elder Tang, Dean Xia, I think that what Dean Xia just said can be resolved through current means. First of all, let's bring the map of Star City directly to see. Tang Lao, you look at the cell phone map. Dean Xia, I'll show you. Wait, okay, well, look. P.S. The black circle is the scope of the military training exercise. Although the University of Defense Science and Technology is isolated from other universities for about 10 kilometers, but overall, it is still connected, naturally has the geographical atmosphere of the Warring States era, can be spread across the board, combined, to form a pattern of competition with each other, and you have me, I have you, itself also has the advantage of 100 flowers, 100 schools of thought. At the same time, the university city is at the foot of Fushan, the left side of Fushan is Peach Hill, and the right side is on the edge of the Xinjiang River, which naturally possesses the basis for beach landing, mountain sniper warfare, field guerrilla warfare, urban offensive and defensive warfare, and urban alley warfare. We carry out some large-scale operations, and we don't have to worry about the impact on the situation around us, or even the business of the vendors at all. After all, our final military exercises are set to last just for 3 days. During that time, they cannot go out, and they may also suffer from some noises during the raids, so we have to give adequate compensation. As for how to compensate? It's simple, open a live broadcast, earn broadcasting fees, and subsidize the residents in the neighborhood by steps. For the neighboring residents, they can experience the scene of the joint military training up close and at the same time get a high subsidy, for example, $1,000 a day for one person, for 3 days that's $3,000, I don't think there's anyone who won't agree to that. And the live broadcast? Then there is no need to worry about no one to watch. The last time I watched our opening ceremony, there are 20 million people to watch. If it is to collect gifts, this must not earn a few million, or even more? That's more than enough, isn't it? Besides, this joint military training not only induces the trend of martial arts in the society, but also enhances the cohesion of the nation. Where can you find such a cost-effective deal? After Lin Bei's words, Xia Chanan directly fell into deep thought. He didn't even need to ask to know. For example, what does the instructor corps do? Of course it was to train students in these combat subjects. But there wasn't enough manpower. Not enough manpower? Let the military region send people to do it. In short, Xia Chang'an realized that at this moment, the only one who could stop Lin Bei was Tang Lao. Tang Lao, what do you think about what Lin Bei said? Xia Chang'an asked. After thinking deeply, Tang Lao decided, I think that regarding military matters, especially within the jurisdiction of the Central Military Region, we should still listen to Long Zhanye's advice. Elder Tang, you're obviously favoring fellow student Lin Bei. Old Long, he's a hawk, he definitely thinks it can be messed with, while I'm a dove, this doesn't convince me. Xia Chanan stubbornly said. Elder Tang heard this, but he laughed and said, in that case, why don't we just do what Lin Bei said? Chang and sometimes, the thinking of us old guys may not be able to keep up with young people like Lin Bei. For example, this live-streaming military drill, and this joint university military drill itself, is simply not within the thinking of us old guys. Of course, Long Zhanye is the commander of the military region, and this matter, still needs to be decided by him. Comrade Xiao Bei? Yes, Elder Tang, how about I contact Commander Long? Lin Bei answered. Tang Lao nodded. Afterwards, Lin Bei used the satellite talk phone they had sent us to communicate briefly with Long Zhanye. Once Long Zhanya heard it, he instantly became energized. Motherfucker, you kid is a fucking genius. Such a good idea, why didn't I think of it? There is also this live broadcast or something. This program can be much stronger than those in our logistics department who only know how to say that they are doing official business and contributing to the construction of the country. Instead of moral abduction, give a little small compensation. It's better to directly open the live broadcast, give big compensation, that way to get up the people and cooperate, and there will be no complaints. Do you see how good this is? Hee. Commander Long really shares the same opinion as us. Lin Bei laughed lightly, then, he placed his gaze on Xia Chang'an. Xia Chang'an sighed extremely reluctantly and said, that's fine, after all, this matter is the military's decision. I, Long Science Academy, am mainly responsible for scientific research and don't have any say in this. Lin Bei immediately reminded, Dean Xia, you don't think that this military training will have nothing to do with Long Ku Academy, right? Xia Chang'an froze, somewhat confused. Lin Bei explained, for this military training, I think we should get an artificial intelligence system, a drone patrol recognition system, a helmet that can already recognize whether a bullet, shell or laser shot hits or not, as well as a tracing point system, and this is categorically impossible without the cooperation of the Long Ku Academy. You see, it's actually the kind of system similar to the real-life CS. The military has better systems, but if it's the black technology that I parsed out, with the AI it's possible to achieve a higher range, the function will be stronger and more advanced. Xia Chang'an sighed slightly, but still nodded and said, good, this system is also useful for national defense. Since that's the case, then let's build it. However, I, Xia Chang'an, still maintain my personal opinion. At this time, Tang Lao followed and said, well, Comrade Lin Bei has a good point, go ahead. This time, you will lead the Defense Science University to participate in the joint military exercise. Whether or not you can win the top prize depends on your ability. In addition, about this joint military exercise I also have a few suggestions. First, you should participate boldly. What do you mean? Since we have to engage in, it is necessary to let go to engage in, the first time, there is nothing to lose or not to lose face, is to continue to trial and error, there will be a real success. Second, be bold and innovative. Previously, the method of warfare, are based on the field, air, sea joint operations, urban offense and defense, urban street fighting has been in the theory, has been in the drill ground, this time I seize this opportunity, will be placed in the real city under the body. It is necessary to boldly go to the innovative thinking, innovative method of warfare. Third, to boldly judge, here you need to battlefield, you want to elect a military jury committee, dedicated to tracking the scene of each student troops in combat, combat policy, etc. To summarize, and in the live broadcast of the time, bold judgment, bold prediction of the outcome of the battle. In addition, if there is a suitable candidate, he or she will be selected and asked about his or her willingness to serve. And corresponding to each school, their instructor corps will have to form a combat staff corps, to give bold judgment to the student leaders, not to shy away from it. After Tang Lao's words, Xia Chang'an and Long Zhanya both immediately went up to pat their asses, to which Lin Bei naturally also patted his ass. After all, what is the core focus of Tang Lao's 3-point speech? That is to be bold. Then to talk about boldness, that we can be excited. In fact, if the artificial intelligence system, then he can take out the mech to fight. Why? Who the hell can fire without our authorization? What about military leaks? I'm sorry, it's just a drill. No, it's a military show. If it's a show, it makes sense that I'd bring in some sci-fi, right? What? Why do you think it flies? Special effects. It's special effects. Hey. Moreover, now that we have the Dragon Academy to help us out, we'll get the Iron Harness, Titan, and Doomsday locomotives and directly install them in our own troops. Goodness, when I think of a platoon of Titans attacking, and our opponents are just students from other schools with burning sticks, how can we fight this battle? It's pretty damn good, isn't it? Elder Tang, Commander Long, Dean Xia, I'll go get ready first, farewell. Lin Bei said goodbye on the spot. And when Lin Bei left, Xia Chang'an couldn't help but say, Elder Tang, you know Lin Bei's nature, you asked for boldness, he'll definitely take out his mecha. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? At this moment, Long Zhanya laughed, Brother Chang'an, you're underestimating the strength of my central military region here. What do you mean by that? War Neglect Bureau, understand? This is actually true? Xia Chang'an's entire body was confused. The Negligence of War Bureau was a mysterious organization that could exterminate an F-22 production line and 29 destroyers of Eagle Sauce with just a single mouth. I thought it was a rumor on the internet, but you're telling me that it's true? At this time, Tang Lao also laughed, Chang'an, do you know what the method to stimulate a person's greatest motivation is? That is to give him a liberalization of restrictions. If you can control the risk to a manageable level after liberalizing the restrictions, then it's a blood money maker. Release the restrictions? Control the risk? Blood money? This Could it be the imperial power technique that Tang Lao talked about? Hiss. When it is really horrible like this Xia Chanan could not help but respect Tang Lao even more in his heart. Subsequently, after Long Zhanye talked within the military region, he conveyed the order of the joint military training exercise to all the schools in Star City University City, followed by the announcement of this heavy news to the entire society. And the moment this news came out, the entire nation was shocked. It was also almost the same moment the nation's major media captured this announcement from the central military region of the Dragon Kingdom. 1. Receiving instructions from the higher-ups, all the colleges and universities in the southwestern part of Star City, including the Defense University, Central South University, Lake Teachers University, Forestry University, etc., will carry out a 3-day joint military training exercise special operation at the end of this month, 28th to 31st. 2. The scope of the special operation is shown in the map below. Map. JPG. During the period, all social vehicles are prohibited, all electronic followers are prohibited, including but not limited to drones and other equipment, local residents are prohibited from going out, the network is interrupted for 3 days, and after the incident, the compensation rate is 1,000 yuan/day/person, see the attachment for details. 3. The action by the sheep frequency live broadcast, the cost of compensation in addition to all used for the public welfare of Star City and open and transparent. 4. This special action combat instructions will be online artificial intelligence real-time no dead angle monitoring system, as well as a new generation of military exercises special combat equipment system. Technology is too advanced to show. 5. The purpose of this joint military exercise is to carry forward the Chinese martial arts tradition, practice, and dig the modernization of the war in our military urban combat and alley combat weaknesses, to strengthen the Star City newborn military skills and literacy training, and to achieve the ultimate goal of cohesion of the entire community cohesion. 6. The combat participating schools, a total of 32, will take the form of survival elimination tournament, with each school as the starting point, to the principal was captured or the student military training team lost combat power, excluding surrender, for elimination. During the period, there will be a military chief of staff anonymous variant of connecting the whole broadcast and guidance. 7. The team that wins the top spot in the military training will be given the opportunity to have a live combat confrontation with an active duty unit, and afterwards will receive a bonus of 10% of the net profit from the live broadcast, and will be credited with a merit badge once in their file. Conversely, the rest of those eliminated will be the losers, and will be punished by doubling the amount of lessons, homework, and physical energy for 1 month. Central Military Region Spokesperson, Zhang Jun. Time X month X day of 2202. And their first reaction upon seeing the announcement was, how is this possible? And a joint military training exercise for colleges and universities? I'm afraid it's not someone's prank, right? It wasn't until after Sheep Frequency forwarded the announcement. The rest of the media then reacted, crap. This is amazing news. Quickly. Grab the broadcast immediately. Meow. Joint military training exercises for colleges and universities. This is a historic event, a historic moment. Because throughout the ages, there has never been a country, a nation, at any time in history, that has come to engage in a one-of-a-kind joint college military training exercise. ICU Shock Department, shocker. The Central Military Region will conduct a joint college military exercise at the end of the month. Scarf, currently the highest heat. Explosion. New. The joint college military drill will be held in Star City at the end of the month. Jitterbug, confirmed. Southwestern colleges in Star City will conduct a joint military exercise under the command of the Central Military Region. Tomorrow's headline, historic moment. The Central Military Region made an announcement that it will conduct a joint military exercise for colleges and universities. Slowhand, a global first. Dragon Kingdom Star City will hold the first joint college military drill. Pushy, assuming that colleges and universities conduct joint military exercises amongst themselves? No, this time it's no longer hypothetical, it's reality. For a while, a hurricane called Joint Military Exercise of Colleges and Universities blew across the internet, sweeping through the cities of the Dragon Kingdom, and even extending its tentacles to the 3rd and 4th tier cities and rural areas. And the people all over the country, after learning this news, all numb. Motherfucker, if it wasn't for the fact that the entire network was broadcasting this news, I would have thought it was fake. Me too, shit, really, a student military training exercise, even the military region has intervened, this makes it look like there's going to be a war. I've been to school all my life, I've never seen such a big battle. And after the hemp, the country's various layers, mixed composition of experts will open a variety of suggestions. For example, the first and foremost is the recommendation not to engage in joint military training exercises, because they were not engaged in the first place. There is also the suggestion to immediately spread to the whole country, or a few more pilots. There is also a proposal to directly across provinces, across the region, cross-country joint military training exercises for colleges and universities.
In this regard, most of the more sensible netizens believe that it should be suggested that experts do not suggest. And those students' parents who belong to the category of joint military training exercises for colleges and universities, one by one, they got excited.
What? My family's good old son is at the University of Defense Science and Technology? About to participate in a military training exercise? He'll be on TV? He'll be recognized by the bigwigs in the military?
Immediately send all my years of treasured Sun Tzu's Art of War, Wu Chi's Art of War, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and various military writings that I was planning to pass on to the next generation.
No more, I'll move to the neighborhood near the school. Damn, $1,000 a day, and I can still see my children participate in the military exercises. It's not more lively than the northwest of Jean back in the day?
And those major colleges and universities that originally stole the limelight in the military training boom, one by one, they are all dumbfounded.
Southern Airline, I thought that my school's J-20 had taken the lead, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than me. Whose ministry is this? Beihang, goodbye mom, I'm going to sail away tonight. I'm going to Star City.
Harbin University of Technology, motherfucker, I just did a simulated urban street battle, but you went straight to a joint university military exercise, not only in the city, but even mountain field battles, beach landings and whatnot, all of it?
Another hit. Oh, it is the National Defense Colleges and Universities and the bearer of the Defense Science and Technology University to lead, then I'm fine. A few seconds later, no. Nuke me.
The original military training ceiling that everyone thought, at this moment, was once again broken by the Star City colleges and universities. For a while, almost the whole country's eyes were focused on the 1,800 acres and 32 points of land in the southwestern university town of Star City.
At the same time,
inside the military training track and field of the Defense Science University, the tens of thousands of freshmen were not boiling as expected after learning the news, but instead, they were caught in the midst of self-doubt.
The reason is simple, because they are issued with analog guns, and the most awesome electronic warfare because academicians in the use of supercomputers and cannot be used, the light of a Beidou satellite positioning and navigation, there is a what use? Build spaceships to space to build space-based weapons, direct God's staff? Or take a burning stick to fight with others? Unrealistic, too unrealistic
However, Defense Science University's military command skills were definitely at full point, but as a strong school it would definitely be besieged and even chased.
When I think of the 31 colleges' student military training teams by then, counting only 5,000 people from one school, that's still 155,000 people 10,000 against 155,000, how to fight? Beat the shit out of it. And the rules are brutal. If you can't take first place, you all have to double your homework, double your course load, double your physical fitness. It's going to scare the shit out of people. Although some people always say it's impossible to be so punitive in the end, it's not good for the reputation just to spread the word. You can't even win the championship as a defense university? Or, if the punishment is halved, or the time is halved or something, that would still be very abrasive, right? Hey, how about we find a way to find a few farther away allies, dismantle them from the inside, and then combine our efforts to hold back the nearest student army? The method is feasible, but it will be troublesome. Honestly, I feel that this joint military training is more unpredictable than TM World Cup. It's Zhuge Liang who came. I feel that the homework will have to be doubled. Why don't we ask Bei? He is the leader of the boys of our Defense Science University. Naturally he deserves to be the commander-in-chief of the military training. Lin Bei, who had just arrived at the athletic field, heard someone talking about himself and immediately said, "What do you want to ask me? About the joint military exercise?" That freshman heard this sound and immediately turned around to take a look. Good lord, Brother Bei, crikey, Brother North is really you. Crap, I've met my idol. You calm down first. Lin Bei said. Ahem, sorry, I got too excited. That is, we're worried that the joint military exercise will be under siege because all the colleges except the first will have to double their homework or something, so we don't think there's much of an advantage and it'll be hard to eat chicken. That freshman said after calming down. When Lin Bei heard this, he was happy and immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Siege is good, I'm still afraid that they won't come to siege us." The new student was puzzled, and his companion was also puzzled. And at this moment, the surrounding crowd, too, had all gathered around. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. We're all about to have a joint military exercise, why are we still moping? Is it because you think we can't beat the other schools? Nah, even if we meet each other on a narrow path, then only the brave will win. If we don't have the determination to win, how can we win the championship? On what grounds? Because we're the leader of the defense schools? No, we, the freshmen, have earned it by our hard work. Without us, defense will not be the leader. But with us, as long as we work hard, the university will always be number one. The crowd was doubly energized when they heard this impassioned speech from Lin Bei. However, what energized them even more was yet to come. Just now, I've already met with Dean Xia of the Dragon Science Academy, and he told me that the Dragon Science Academy is going to take the lead in applying the most advanced technology, that is, equipment such as the Iron Harness Battlesuit, the Titan Mecha, the Electromagnetic Cannon, the Doomsday Battleship, and the Doomsday Battleplane, to the freshman students of our defense university, and is going to make us stand out on the battlefield at the end of the month. If you guys don't believe me, then take a look at this. Saying that, Lin Bei lightly snapped his fingers in front of everyone. Afterwards, the engine heart flew from the air, transformed into an Autobot form, and landed on the athletic field. Especially the blue and yellow lance, which catalyzed a rolling heat that even created ripples in the surrounding air. And the phrase arriving at the finish line, Zhao Zilong, see you. It made the whole place boil. Crap! The engine heart can actually transform into an Autobot. This is a real mecha. Bullshit. Crap, I can't believe I can only describe this shocking scene as bull. Did you guys see that dragon gun? I don't have the slightest doubt that it came over with one shot, only TM directly ashes off. And right at this moment, Lin Bei also gave a speech in front of everyone to declare his preparation for war. Brothers, before the end of the month, we will form a large army equipped by Titan mechs. Those of you who pass the selection will become iron harnesses. And those who cannot pass the selection, do not be discouraged, for there are still unmanned mechs, namely the Endless Starmine, and other types of mechs waiting for you. Now then, with such powerful weaponry, do we not have the determination to win? Are we still afraid of the siege from the other colleges' armies? Nah. In the face of absolute strength, they are nothing more than a bunch of vegetable chickens. And we will take the final victory as if we were cutting up melons and chopping vegetables, handily. But, is this fun? It's too easy to win, isn't it? Moreover, since we're going to fight, why not fight a beautiful battle? Why not fight a battle that makes everyone tremble? So, we will carry only 1 day's worth of military rations, we're going to pour out on the first day, we're just going to take out all the college armies on the first day, and we're going to tell everyone that we, the University of Defense Science and Technology, will always be the bearer of the national defense colleges, not afraid of challenges, and never fear any challenge, able to fight and win battles. Brothers, remember our declaration of readiness. The first battle will be the decisive battle, and one battle will determine the outcome. The first battle is the decisive battle? One battle to rule them all? Tough. Too damn tough. But if we really have the equipment, Lin Bei said, it would really be a massacre. It's just a crush. As the saying goes, the greatest respect for your opponent is to give it your best shot. That's why it said that the first battle is the decisive battle. And with a powerful killer weapon in hand, it is natural to settle the matter in one battle, lest the back of the tiger into the wolves, were each falling apart. Of course, from the current point of view, this is completely impossible, okay? And as Lin Bei said, our Defense Science University can fight and win the war. This battle, we will win. That's right, we're the leader of the national defense colleges. When the time comes, all the colleges and universities will come together, we won't be afraid at all. I can't wait to pass the test to become an iron harness warrior and control the Titan mecha across the battlefield. I can't beat you guys physically, but I have a lot of lung capacity, and I'm pretty good at whistling or musical instruments, so when the time comes, I'm going to learn a handful of charging horns, so that the other schools will get the chills just listening to them. I can't sleep when I hear it, and I feel fidgety when I hear it. The enthusiasm of the tens of thousands of freshmen on the scene was almost completely ignited by Lin Bei. Qin Ming, the chief instructor who was watching the scene from the side, however, couldn't help but sigh. Lin Bei's move was undoubtedly a waste of him as the chief instructor. He was never expecting that just because Lin Bei wore a yellow robe to be enthroned, he sent it to the principal's office, and as a result he came back to a change in the sky. Not only did he not have any punishment, but instead he became the chief commander of military training. Outrageous. It's outrageous. However, if Lin Bei could really make a mech, he, the chief instructor, really wanted to try commanding a mech army in battle. Even General Long, the commander of the Central Military Region, hasn't tried it before, right? Moreover, the first battle is the decisive battle, a battle to determine the end of the world. Too damn powerful, right? He had been in the military for many years, but he had never heard such a blood-boiling declaration of war preparation. Instructor Qin, the announcement issued by the military region, must have seen it, right? At this moment, Lin Bei came and said. Qin Ming took a deep breath and said with a straight face, I've seen it. Student Lin Bei, now, you're the commander-in-chief of the Defense Science University's freshman military training, so our instructor corps, naturally, has become your staff corps. Say, what do you need us to do to cooperate with you? Lin Bei froze. He really didn't expect that this chief instructor Qin Ming was actually so open-minded. We thought he would be arrogant, but I didn't expect that he was still a real man. Lin Bei immediately arched his hand and said, I'll take care of Instructor Chin in the future. Just now, we also said that we need to set up a mech army, but we can't equip everyone, so we need to go through all aspects of the selection process. The approximate standard is to follow the selection standard of the elite and special forces in the army. Of course, you just uniformly tell them that it's fine if they pass. Qin Ming nodded, instantly realizing what Lin Bei intended with this move. That was to get another special soldier out of the Mecha Legion. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. The other thing I want to ask is whether our instructor corps is qualified to drive a mecha as well? Qin Ming asked shyly. Lin Bei, yes, of course. You guys are officers yourselves. When the time comes, you definitely have to lead the charge. Good. This is going to choose people for you. Qin Ming immediately started organizing the selection after saying that. Lin Bei fell back on his laurels, however, he still had more difficult tasks, such as how to materialize these techniques at the fastest speed and such. Brother Bei, Brother North. At this moment, 3 familiar voices suddenly came from behind him. Lin Bei was slightly relieved and turned around to see, sure enough, it was the roommates, these 3 good big kids, just nifty off the mark, looking for me for something? Huang Zidao, Yang Keiji and Shen Yada heard this tone and instantly screamed and begged for forgiveness. Yang Keiji was even more blunt. Brother Bei, the 3 of us are really sorry for you. We shouldn't have spread rumors about you in the group last night, and the group hasn't added you. How embarrassing must this be for you? However, before he could finish his change, he was kicked away by Huang Zidao. Brother Bei, listen to my explanation. Yang Keiji, he can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. The matter is like this, is that night we did not drink to go, so we didn't pull you into the group, and when we pulled you into the group later, we felt it was too embarrassing. In short, it means that we shouldn't have spread rumors about you last night. Lin Bei was speechless for a moment. Wasn't this also still not clear? Rumors? What rumors? Brother Bei, look, this is it. Chen Yada stretched out her cell phone and said. Lin Bei poked his head over to take a look. Nima, there are 2,000 to 3,000 people in this group. All of them are talented, right? Didn't we just say that if we build a mecha army, we'll let Yang Keiji be the vanguard? How did it become I want to build? Is to ascend to the throne as the emperor? Next, Chen Yada and Lin Bei recapitulated the cause of last night's theft of yellow robes, as well as the embarrassing scene on the bed of men on top of men, and expressed a sincere apology. In response, what else did Lin Bei have to say? You're all my good big sons, Daddy, I'll forgive you this time. Lin Bei crossed his arms and sighed. Huang Zitao, yay! Great! Chen Yada, wow ho! Brother Bei, you're my real daddy. Yang Keiji, so can I continue to be your pioneer? Roll. Lin Bei backhanded a catching hair. Meow, gave you face, didn't he? This will not happen again. When it comes to the official military drill, you must always charge at the front of the line as a way to redeem your sins, otherwise, I'll disown you as a brother. Good. Brother Bei. It's a deal. Don't you worry. Yang Keiji, will do what I say. Yang Keiji clenched his fist and said. Lin Bei looked up at the sky and waved his hand. Go, all of you, take part in the selection and then become my helpers. Afterwards, the 3 good elder children went off to participate in the selection. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel very emotional in his heart as he walked alone on his way to the supercomputing lab. He had thought that he had cultivated his emotions to the point of invulnerability, but as a result, he still had a soft heart. But mercy is not in the hands of a soldier. Wait until the military training. If his roommate really drops the ball, he will no longer be polite. During the time that Lin Bei was transmitting his technology, Star City's major colleges and universities have also been informed through various channels of Lin Bei's declaration of preparedness at the Defense Science University, and there are quite a few colleges and universities that are really just shocked out of a cold sweat. The University of Defense Science and Technology was the current leader of the national defense colleges. Tens of thousands of freshmen, every one of them is to meet the standard of military service. In the student body, the students of the University of Defense Science and Technology is the regular army, while other colleges and universities, at best, they are considered pseudo-military? Of course, the strength of some double first-class prestigious schools will be a little closer to the Defense Science and Technology University. But no matter which way the university meets the Defense Science and Technology University, that will certainly not die also have to take off layers of skin. You see what they say? The first battle is the final battle. A battle to determine the end of the world is to be in the first day of all colleges and universities all dry down, and only carry a day's rations. Obviously want to go for broke. Obviously not to military training exercises but TMs to fight. Facing such a strong brigade, many smaller colleges, and colleges with more people but weaker, basically collapsed at the first blow. How can this be? The old double first-class schools are not afraid. That's because they are too strong, and backed by the Foothill City and Peach Hill Dangerous Land. Into the attack, retreat can be defended. The rest of the strength of the big difference, that would be a disaster. in this regard, has always been sensitive to the media, will not be absent, immediately organized special experts to analyze. For example, why does the University of Science and Technology dare to be so arrogant? Is in possession of any weapon of God? Or just in the mystery? Or just in a broken boat? Among them, one of the most convincing argument for the people is, this is a strategy of the University of Defense Science and Technology, that is, instead of becoming a besieged elephant, it is better to be a tiger that will eat people. From the momentum of preemptive strike, take advantage of the chaos to occupy the vulnerable colleges and universities are located on the opposite bank of the Xinjiang River, and then by virtue of the danger of the Xinjiang River in double first-class schools Star City cut off the situation. The other double first-class schools are basically very difficult to hinder the defense university to achieve this strategic goal. Of course, the final situation and results of the exercise is still uncertain. But what is certain is that those weak schools will have a hard time gaining a foothold. However, just as this statement was gaining popularity and acceptance among the general public, one person, with lightning speed, consolidated 18 colleges and universities labeled by the world as underdogs, forming the Lightfoot Alliance, which means barefoot is not afraid of the one who wears the shoes. Its primary strategic goal was to take down the University of Defense Science and Technology. This person is Jiang Jieshi, the principal of Star City Whampoa Military Vocational Technical School, a decorated veteran of the barbarian monkey counterattack, a war hero. He's been through life and death on the battlefield. He has a wealth of experience in battlefield micromanagement and command and an iron fist. His declaration of preparation for war is even more opposite to the defense university. The first battle is the decisive battle? The first battle will be the decisive battle? Our Barefoot Alliance will let him get boxed in one battle. In order to argue their own point of view, Jiang Jieshi also came up with a set of very fine battle system, of course, did not publish the algorithm, but directly give data analysis. Lightfoot Alliance Army total 160,000, each person's battle is 5, the total battle force of 800,000, and the total number of Defense Science and Technology University is 10,000, even if I give him 10 times the combat power of each person, counting 60. That's 800,000 versus 600,000, the advantage is with me. What's more, after the alliance of my 18 colleges and universities, I will firmly occupy the Star River's heavenly peril, and form a pincer movement with the dual first-class University of Lushan and Taoshan. At that time, the University of Defense Science will have no dangers to defend, and be surrounded by enemies, but it's just a turtle in a jar. Occupying the danger of the Star River to form a pincer movement? 800,000 versus 600,000, the advantage to kill me? Inside the Shinwei supercomputer laboratory of the Defense Science University, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile after receiving the news delivered by his roommate, Chen Yada. This principal called Jiang Jieshi, to be honest, still had some skills, but not much. Why? Because he met us. In front of our mecha army, 600,000 against 800,000, is a pot of sandwich rice. Raw food can also eat him down. Chen Yada also sent this message to spit and tease, so Lin Bei didn't pay attention to it anymore and chose to concentrate on transmitting the technology. Iron Harness Battlesuit, Titan Mech, and Doomsday Locomotive. The three technologies together will take at least 18 hours, an average of 6 hours a. Hey, when have we ever been so diligent? If only we could speed things up. Lin Bei thought, suddenly, only to see the computer in front of him appeared a light golden dialog box. Please ask if you want to turn on the one-click transfer function? Yes. Ding. The Ion Titan Mecha Technology and Doomsday Locomotive Future Mecha Technology have been transferred. Motherfucker. Playing with me, huh? Lin Bei at this moment was surprised and happy. If I'd known that I could transfer it with a single click, what would I have done with my hands? Saving 18 hours of time at once, this is a great way to instantly free your hands. On top of the surprise, Lin Bei realized another important thing. That is, this Goldfinger is afraid that there are other uses, just that we did not realize it? Since games can be analyzed faster through high-end operations, what if I watch anime? Like, Nanocore? Lin Bei muttered in his mouth. Action, that is also said to do, immediately opened a certain cloud, and then watch was officially shelved collection. As expected, just after opening the cover, he saw a small golden-colored dot. Lin Bei let her hand a little. Detected Nanotrooper Bader GA-17 Mecha Technology. Parsing available technologies: Nanocell Epidermal Armorization Technology, Nanocell Active Weaponization Technology, AI Stormform Subconscious Combat Technology, Plasma Jet Flight Technology, Endoskeleton Armor Increase Technology, Plasma Beam Technology, High Heat Ray Technology, Plasma Shield Technology. Current remaining parse time, 1000 days. One more look at the handsome shape of the Nanospike Batter GA-17, well, parsed. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Current remaining parse time, 999 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 59 seconds. Lin Bei's real life was numb. At this rate of parsing, it would take at least 3 years to start, right? At this time, a game advertisement for Shanhaijing suddenly surfaced on the screen. Up came a chicken that turned into a durian chicken because it devoured a durian, and also laid a basketball egg. Immediately after that, there was the game's voiceover. It said that we make CGs with our hearts and games with our feet. But it's been 2,202 years now. Why don't you try our new RPG handbook, True Mountain and Sea Scripture? This is a new version of the ship you've never seen before. If you're a brother, come gnaw on me. Let's evolve together. In response, Lin Bei said, what a great guy. Nima. It's definitely another brainless kryptonite game. Ha! Lin Bei backhandedly clicked an X, and then, he was surprised to find that the resolution length was reduced by 1 day. However, you think we're just going to go crazy with the ads? No. Let's just turn on the grid and turn on 2x speed. Doesn't it smell good? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Lin Bei immediately took out his cell phone and the roommate group private chat. Chenyata said, in the VI-50, I charge a certain cloud member. Chenyata quickly messaged back, crap, no way, brother Bei, you're actually a certain cloud user too? Lin Bei, yes, I usually treasure some more valuable videos. Chenyata, he, get it, brother North, we get it. Chenyata has transferred $300 by Vmail. Chenyata, brother North, I'll transfer 300 to you directly. Don't need to return it, you're not bad, but it's urgent now, also count a little apology from my brother. Lin Bei, good man. Touched. Chenyata, brother Bei, I recently got a new game that cost me $200 of ocean, do you want to try it? Chenyata has forwarded 3D Maria's X thing. Zip. Lin Bei, I'll try it. After sending this message, Lin Bei downloaded and unzipped the game. Looking at the name, honestly, it shouldn't be anything related to black technology, but it could be worth $200 of ocean, so it was better to take a look at it. Maybe there would be some technology or something to parse as well. Immediately after, Lin Bei opened the game's homepage. Good guy, this? With The Sims, this kind of management of the game is similar. Afraid to play is not exciting at all, not at all black technology, right? It's not as good as Crackdown 3. Lin Bei decisively X off, big deal. Back to the roommate asked us to say something delayed, and as soon as possible to resolve the mech is really a big deal. Subsequently, Lin Bei directly charged $25 to obtain a month of VIP. Immediately after, directly opened 5 times the speed. Current remaining parse time, 197 days, 8 hours, 20 minutes and 23 seconds. Good guy. Really directly doubled 5 times. However, there are still nearly 200 days to go. What else can we do? Lin Bei left and right to think about it, decided to go to the internet to shop around, search for how to speed up the video playback progress. There are several answers. For example, you can open a membership to speed up, but this we have already used. Another example is that you can download the video, then speed up the editing, adjust to the form of watchable, and then multiply the speed of playback. This speed, is not it can directly ascend to heaven? I knock. Lin Bei immediately downloaded the entire nano core to the computer, because it is borrowed from the supercomputer's network. The network speed in 1G/s, the download speed directly fly, a few minutes on the next good. Then open the PR video editing software, the internet search the acceleration operation, and then directly to the adjustment to 1000 times the speed? Tip, the video is too fast to cause the naked eye cannot be recognized will not be able to parse. Scratch that. It looks like there is no way to unlimited acceleration. However, the dialog box doesn't indicate that you can't accelerate, so we're kind of stuck with a system bug, right? Haha, that's great. What if it's 10x speed, and then 5x speed for the video player? I'm going to do it. Lin Bei a flurry of operation down, directly to the video accelerated editing completed, and then exported, and then play. Current parsing time, 3s, 2s, 1s. Parsing complete. Congratulations on acquiring all the technology of the Nano Trooper Bader GA-17 mech. I'm knocking. It's unbeatable, isn't it? Isn't this faster than playing a game or something? As long as your mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Originally, Lin Bei was worried that the Titan mecha's target was too large. But now with this nanospike technology, there was absolutely no need to worry about it, right? Because the nanotip troopers used extremely malleable nanocells, in plain English, they could be transformed into various weapon shapes according to what they thought, just like Green Lantern, but not as exaggerated as Green Lantern. Of course, in order to avoid some people's lack of imagination, the nanocells also had some base manipulation weapons built in. Before there were nanospikes, Lin Bei envisioned taking out the Titans to crush them on the front battlefield, and sending out an army of Iron Man to strike on the back battlefield. But Iron Man's core is cold fusion technology. This thing can take nearly 50 years to analyze, whether it is stealth or mobility, in the local battlefield, are far inferior to the nanospike. The defects of the nano soldiers are also there, that is, they can't run long distance, even the middle distance is very difficult to run, suitable for the enemy to engage in covert action, find the target, and then carry out large-scale destruction. The use of the right as a sharp blade can go straight into the heart of the enemy. On the other hand, because the newborn or flesh and blood people cannot catalyze the nanocells from the origin of life, so that they become completely composed of nanocells subhuman, but the manufacture of nanocells to fully attach to the surface of the body, or can be done, and does not affect the combat effectiveness in the slightest. Right now, we have nanites, iron titans, and a doomsday locomotive, so we need to find a way to materialize them as fast as possible, and then get them into our military training team, so that when the military exercises start, we can just GAGA and kill them. The heart of the engine has been built, the Doomsday War Machine Magic God Mecha and Doomsday Warship Jiangdong Overlord ship has been in the construction of the sequence. This must not find a way to get to the installation a bit? For example, directly get Xiao Chang'an's Dragon Science Academy over here? It seems to be very good. Dragon Science Academy Hospital has a total of 12 branches, more than 150 research institutes, 5 universities, more than 150 national key laboratories and engineering centers, 88 national field observation and research stations, 30 national science and technology resources sharing service platform, to undertake the construction and operation of more than 40 national major scientific and technological infrastructure, more than 96,000 official employees, more than 97,000 postgraduate students in the study, and the relevant military factories, heavy industry factories, large dockyard factories, etc. Together, there are even hundreds of millions of workers. After removing some of the existing key areas, and then removing some non-technology related, and finally removing some thousands of kilometers away, in the end, there are almost 20,000 employees, 30,000 graduate students and more than 10 million workers can be put into the ranks of mecha research and development. Isn't this faster than just doing R&D in a research institute? In the past, we didn't know that there were systematic limitations on the technology, but now that the dialog box has given us this reminder that we can't use it unless we agree to do so, what's there to be afraid of? If you have the guts, you can leak it, and if you do, we can get rid of the traitor. Or take this thing to phishing law enforcement, seems to be also possible. However, before that, we still have to find a way to fool Xiao Chanan, so that he gave us the authority, at the same time, cannot expose the system limitations. Otherwise, if we let them know that all the things that we have created are controlled by us alone, won't we be in a great panic? At the same time, inside the National Big Data Security Center, which was 3 kilometers away from the University of Science and Technology Prevention, Elder Tang and Xiao Chanhan were watching Lin Bei's every move through the screen in front of them. When he saw that Lin Bei had parsed 3 major technologies at once in a short period of time, Xiao Chanhan's heart was incomparably shocked. One had to know that each of these techniques would have required time for a meditation-like viewing and parsing before this, and then a great deal of time for transmission. Now, Lin Bei was able to complete the transmission just by moving his fingers. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Bei had more than one hidden card in his hand. To have this kind of speed and yet to hide it, to have built the engine heart without any guns or ammunition, it was obviously just a substitute tool. Or maybe he actually secretly had a black tech base long ago, or lurking under the sea, or even right on top of the moon. This if one day fall back to the other side, that is not. Xiao Chanan couldn't help but feel fearful and said, Elder Tang, regarding Lin Bei, are we going to? However, only halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Tang Lao, no. Seeing that Xiao Chang'an didn't understand, Tang Lao explained, if you read through all 5,000 years of manhwa's history, you will understand how foolish your current behavior is. As the great biologist Lu Huaxiang famously said, when you doubt whether a melon is a raw melon egg, the melon is no longer kept ripe in your heart. Similarly, when you begin to doubt whether a person is loyal to the country, this person is already disloyal in your heart. So since we use people, we should be skeptical and use them without doubt. We should trust Lin Bei unconditionally. But, in case Elder Tang, in case Lin Bei wants to plot against us, then what should we do? Xiao Chanan panicked. You really want to know? Elder Tang, if you really have the answer, then please tell me. Looking at Xiao Chanan's sincere and thirsty eyes, Elder Tang hesitated for a moment before finally confessing, the answer may disappoint you if I tell you. However, the truth is that there is no country in this world that can fight against Lin Bei. On that day, once the cooperation fails, Lin Bei will take the engine heart and hide abroad, and if he falls back to foreign countries, then China will die. If he made himself king, the world would die. But he chose manhwa. Doesn't that show his loyalty? To take a step back, didn't you see his declaration of war preparation? The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle will determine the outcome. This declaration does not guarantee absolute victory, but it is undoubtedly playing with the opponent. In a chess game there are losers and winners, you can go back and forth. But if someone comes up with a sword, and the result is either your death or mine, What kind of chess game is that, and what kind of winners and losers? Oh Chang'an, we should be glad that Lin Bei is on our side, that our enemies are the same as Comrade Lin Bei's enemies, and we must never, ever, become his enemy.
When Xia Chang'an heard Tang Lao's words, his heart could be said to be very shocked, as if he had turned over a river, and he could not stop himself for a long time. Until a phone call, he realized that he had subconsciously forgotten to breathe, at this moment back to God, then gasping for air, wiped his forehead, but also fell into a hand of cold sweat. It is really mediocre Hey!
Xia Chang'an sighed a long sigh, followed by pulling out his cell phone and almost didn't scare him into cardiac arrest.
Elder Tang, Lin Bei's call.
Should I answer it? Xia Chang'an asked. Without even thinking, Tang Lao said, answer it. It must be answered. Good. Xia Chang'an gulped, then picked up the phone.
On the other end of the phone, Lin Bei said in a nonchalant manner, Dean Xia, what do you think is the most basic thing between people?
What is it? Between people. The most basic, isn't that trust?
Xia Chang'an's heart was a little beat up, subconsciously glancing at Tang Lao, while Tang Lao gave him an affirmative nod. Only then he slightly braced himself and said, Student Lin Bei, what are you asking about this for?
Oh, nothing, I just want to confirm whether Dean Xia trusts me or not.
Before Lin Bei could finish, Xia Chang'an opened his mouth and said, trust.
Absolute trust. Even if you didn't trust before, you are guaranteed to trust now. Then you lend me the authority of the Dean of Longku Academy for a month? That's impossible.
Xia Chang'an was furious. The position of the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy needs to be responsible for tens of millions of scientific research workers all over the country. Scientific research is the most important weapon of the country's major event, related to the happiness and well-being of millions of people in the country of the dragon and the safety of life and property, and even more related to the revitalization of my China once again the great mission. How can it
be allowed to be a child's play? But after saying that, Xia Chang'an fell into regret and chagrin. Is he not crazy?
Just now, Elder Tang had finished saying that he couldn't be Lin Bei's enemy.
However, on the other end of the phone, Lin Bei didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he was still promising. How about this, Dean Xia, you give me a month's time, and I'll give you a brand new Longko Academy. How about that?
It's the kind of technology that can hang all countries if you take it out at random. And this technology, I will first get TM10 out, not only military, but also civilian.
To be honest, Xia Chang'an's heart is actually refused, but he looked at Tang Lao, found Tang Lao nodded again, the heart wandering between, ultimately your reason is better, good. I accept your promise. But regardless of whether you can do it or not, it will not be repeated. Moreover, all orders issued must go through my account and port. Okay, no problem.
After saying that, Lin Bei hung up the phone.
And Tang Lao laughed at this time. Chang'an, you finally made your choice. Believe me, this will definitely be the best decision you've ever made in your life. Xia Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. Tang Lao, don't tease me. I just hope that he won't make any big mess.
Also, it would be good if I could still be as optimistic and cheerful and calm as you when I reach your age. After saying that, Xia Chang'an also took his leave, preparing to go back and give the relevant permissions to Lin Bei. As for Lin Bei's side, he was never expecting that he was just a flat A, and as a result, Xia Chang'an directly opened up a big, direct output, but fortunately, in the end, he still agreed to lend the permissions to us.
You know, this is the authority of the Dean of the Dragon Academy. What can't be done? And all in the name of Xia Chang'an. He's still responsible for anything that goes wrong. He.
A smile of excitement appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth.
Then, it was night. After gaining access,
a command was sent out from his hands. Through the internet, it had been transmitted in an instant to the major military factories as well as scientific research institutes located in the 6 provinces and cities with the Star Province as the core. Lin Bei's goal was that before the military exercises began, all personnel would go all out and make sure to create 1,000 Ion Titan mechs, 20 sets of Nano Tipster battlesuits, and 1 Doomsday locomotive. The explosive soldier program was launched, and the prelude to the arms race of the major universities was thus kicked off. At the same time, Chu Yunxiao, who had been located in the Eastern Military Region overseeing the construction of the Doomsday Fighter Demon God Mecha number, had also received happy news. Within a certain anonymous military internal encryption group, Chu Yunchai, good news. After the unremitting efforts and day and night struggles of my Eastern Military Region's military industrial researchers, the world's first 6th generation machine, the Demon God Mecha, has been released.
Chu Yunkai, this is the picture, you guys. Picture of the Demon God Mecha. JPG.
Lin Bei, who had just finished sending out instructions, saw the picture of the Demon God Mecha transmitted by Chu Yunkai in the military satellite cell phone. It had to be said that the appearance of this white and blue skin, with its sci-fi feel, was damn handsome. Here, Lin Bei couldn't help but open the original skin of the Demon God Mecha number again.
From the appearance, it was indeed worthy of the name of Doomsday, worthy of the name of the Demon God. Of course, according to Lin Bei's conception, for this doomsday fighter, he should keep the sci-fi one, that is, the azure blue mech, for himself, and leave the demon god style one, that is, the doomsday mech with the original skin, for the enemy. At this time, a new message was also sent from the group. Long Janya, ha 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 ha, brother Chu, you were an ace pilot when you were fighting Young, last time you J2-0 didn't hold back and flew it over personally, this time with a 6th generation machine you still can't hold back? I'm afraid it's not already on the way to fly here, right? Chu Yunkai, put your mother's ass. Chu Yunkai elegant and easygoing, plan and then move, calm, control the mouth, open legs, is not a big old man you can speculate? Chu Yunkai, at Lin Bei comrade Xiao Bei, can I ask why the crew and researchers were unable to test the demon god mecha? Long Zhanye. Seeing this, Lin Bei suddenly recalled the previous hint from the system that no one could use these technologies in mechs except for us giving permission. But this had to be hidden. After thinking about it, Lin Bei replied like this. Lin Bei, all mechs will add a string of secret keys into them when the technology is developed and manufactured. The purpose is to prevent the technology from leaking, and because the mechs are too strong, so they can't be activated after causing it, so naturally they can't be tested. Lin Bei, you personally drive the live stream to the demon god mecha now. I will tell you the secret key again, you can unlock the driving mode by inputting it. Chu Yunkai, so that's how it is. I'm in the cockpit of the fighter jet right now, I opened the video and then I'll trouble you to tell me. Lin Bei murmured in his mind about granting permission. Of course, the message still replied like this. Lin Bei, the secret key is a password. Chu Yunkai, open sesame? Lin Bei, no, it's mish mish, flowers don't pull a few, if you can't pull a few, I can't mish. Long Janya, isn't that a line from Lazy and Fei Tai Lang? Lin Bei, Commander Long, you watch animation too? Long Janya, my good grandson likes to watch it. That's when I saw this segment last time I went home to visit my family. Lin Bei, I see. Generally the families of military region commanders were well guarded. But in normal times, their children also lived as normal people, and when the military region commander left the military region, the army or other departments, they would behave no differently from ordinary people. Like Long Janya this age, this level, the national affairs are busy, even if it is accompanied by a good grandson to watch animation is also considered a rare heavenly happiness. At this time, another message came from the group. Chu Yunkai, ha 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 ha, I've activated the demon god mecha. Chu Yunkai, a great man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? Chu Yunkai, I'm now going to fly the demon god mecha above the 9 heavens. Good guy, you're a military commander, why are you so excited like a child getting a new toy? And this is my mecha, only you guys help me build it. The first test of the first experience is still for me to come okay. Why don't you shut down his access in mid-air? Air, not good, in case of a heart attack cannot be good. Chu Yunkais, why cannot transform into a mech? Where is my god of war Lubu's square heavenly painted halberd? And this laser cannon technology, why can't I activate it even though I press the button? Lin Bei, the permissions aren't open. I suggest coming to Star City and I'll open them for you one by one. Long Janya, ha, brother Chu, see clearly? This is someone else's comrade Xiao Bei's 6th generation airplane. You just take a battalion's equipment to exchange it and you can't even exchange it, right? You're still thinking of whoring it out? His kid must have gotten you some kind of restriction, hee. It's better to honestly come to my central military region to test it. Long Janya, in addition, my central military region's military researchers are not sloppy. The doomsday warship Jiangdong Overlord is already in the finishing stages, and will be ready in a matter of days. At that time, I would also like to invite Brother Chu to observe it together, would you? Of course, we still need Comrade Xiao Bei to provide the secret key. Lin Bei, it can be done. He was not expecting that today was really happy news one after another nah. Also, that large-scale ancient warship ruins of the 3 kingdoms lurking under the Dragon River, isn't it possible to fish it up while we have the chance? That is an indispensable wealth of spiritual civilization for China. Other modern equipment can't do it, but the Jiangdong Overlord is definitely possible alright. After ending the call, Lin Bei then moved to the parking lot and found the heart of the engine of his sweat-blooded horse, the Apollo supercar appearance. Of course, because he didn't have flight privileges or overdrive privileges yet, Lin Bei could only drive slowly. But when he drove halfway, Lin Bei saw that no one was around, not even the red light cameras, meow, and directly stepped on the gas. Boom! The heart of the engine ejected in place and took off. This is what it feels like to fly. And at the same time, inside the Central Military Region Command, reporting to the chief, an uninstructed supersonic vehicle has been found in the low-altitude field of Star City. Due to the inability to warn with electronic communication, the airborne interceptor missiles have locked on. Please instruct the chief. Reporting to the chief, an urgent call has been sent from the Eastern Military Region Command. The call states that the Eastern Military Region's newly developed craft will be landing at our region's airport. Please instruct the chief. Long Zhanya had just finished chatting and was about to invite Tang Lao and Xiao Chang'an to come over for a visit, when these two communication soldiers immediately barged in, less than a few seconds apart. Damn, these two people are really fast. However, for the sake of caution, it was still necessary to recognize the first uninstructed supersonic vehicle. The second one is allowed to land and give me the welcome reception of a valued guest. Can the first one be mobilized for military reconnaissance satellites to distinguish? Long Zhanya said. Reporting to the chief, what the satellites can see through the advanced prediction is only a dotted line. On the active phased evidence radar the target speed still maintains a high speed. The target's advance is exactly my central military region. The situation is urgent. Please instruct the chief. Upon hearing this, Long Zhanya pondered for a moment and decisively said, immediately get ready for battle and send out helicopter gunships for early interception. Have the scouts give me a naked eye observation to see if it's a blue and yellow flying machine. In addition to anti-aircraft missiles, melee bazookas, and anti-aircraft guns, get them ready for me, and at the same time, immediately have the surrounding troops get ready for air defense. After saying that, he thought of asking in the group if Lin Bei was getting excited again. But he had just opened his cell phone when he heard a very familiar voice suddenly come from outside the door. Commander Long, inside, I forgot to report to you. Is it too late to report now? Long Zhanya was startled. It was Lin Bei. This Nemo was really as fast as the wind and as swift as lightning. However, Lin Bei was already a person who had access to state secrets, so reporting? Report, my ass. Not only that, because of its special nature, it should also be given a special license and flight permit marking, 1 for safety, 2 for peace of mind. Otherwise, there's no telling where this kid might suddenly go. Putting these 2 points aside, Lin Bei being able to come to the central military region, he, Long Zhanya, was quite happy, and immediately laughed out loud. Reporting my ass, in the future, you'll be free to come and go in the central military region. I, Long Zhanya, will welcome you with both hands and both feet. Come on, Comrade Xiao Bei, quickly take a seat. You guys withdraw first. Guard, serve tea. Serve good tea. And just as Long Zhanya was preparing to welcome Lin Bei, the voice of another old acquaintance also came. Old Long, why are you only entertaining someone else, Lin Bei, but not me, your old comrade? Is it because you think that I, Chu, can't bring you any cutting-edge black technology? Commander Chu, you're here. Hearing the two of them talking, Long Zhanya's heart was so happy that he couldn't help but directly seize the door. Brother Chu, your words are a disgrace to me, Long Zhanya. Also, I can understand if Comrade Lin Bei can arrive so quickly. You are far away in the eastern military region. How did you manage to be so fast as well? Long Zhanya couldn't help but be curious. Chu Yunkai sniffed and subconsciously raised his head and said, the speed of the demon god mecha number, it exceeded Mach 10. A speed of Mach 10? Brother Chu, you're so damn lucky to have survived. Long Zhanya was surprised. This was because the highest flight speed that human pilots could currently withstand was only Mach 3. 2, which was achieved by the previous Big Brother pilots maneuvering the MiG-25. The higher the Mach number, the greater the corresponding gravitational acceleration. An ordinary pilot can withstand up to 9g, and then 10 to 12g with special training. But that's only Mach 3 to 4 at best, and at Mach 10, it has to be at least doubled, right? Wouldn't this just become puree? That's not all, the speed of the demon god mecha can be even faster. But at that time, when I accelerated, my heart was also panicking, because this speed is really too fast, I'm afraid that I can't grasp it, and all of a sudden, I flew from the east to the west. That would be a big trouble. It's a good thing that the demon god mecha has excellent performance and can resist gravitational acceleration. Of course, the other functions are only more powerful, Chu Yunkai said with palpitations. Lin Bei, however, didn't understand. Why is flying to the western military region a big trouble? Chu Yunkai sighed. Because other than the central military region, the other 4 military regions guard the national boundaries. You can't even step into the air defense identification zone, let alone within the national boundaries. And the first principle of stepping into it is to shoot it down unconditionally. Good lord, I didn't expect to be so overbearing. However, overbearing is right. Those who commit crimes against my Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. And those who dare to break into the country's gates will be killed without amnesty. Brother Chu, Comrade Xiao Bei, since you're all here, then I'll call on Elder Tang and also Xiao Chang'an to join me now, and we'll jointly test this latest weapon? At this moment, Long Zhanya said. Judging from the movement of his hand tapping the screen, he should have already sent the message. Lin Bei said indifferently, it's possible, but, Commander Chu, later on, this demon god mecha will have to be controlled by me. The first time you drive it, I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it. Chu Yun cashed his eyes swished and glared, Comrade Xiao Bei, this demon god mecha was built by my eastern military region. Are you trying to steal the fruits of victory? Lin Bei laughed, Commander Chu, you don't want the 6th generation to suddenly run out of power halfway through the flight, right? Good guy, Chu Yunkai straight away called out good guy. He was the commander of the eastern military region of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare Lin Bei threaten him? Alright old Shu, without Comrade Xiao Bei you don't even talk about flying a 6th generation plane, you don't even have a chance to fly a J-20. A military region commander always thinks of flying a fighter jet, which is too bad. Last time if it wasn't for Tang Lao helping you with the army disciplinary committee, you would have lost your face. At this time, Long Zhanya hurriedly pulled Chu Yunkai back and said, knowing that he was being unreasonable, Chu Yunkai stopped speaking, only looking blearily at the demon god mecha hovering in midair. That's right, hovering in midair. Because the demon god mecha used sound levitation technology, the sound was ultrasonic, the human ear could not perceive it, so it was still silent and could be levitated, so even the scaffolding was saved. However, this was a mecha. Demon god mecha number, show yourself. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Afterwards, only the demon god mecha number in its warplane form shone with a burst of blue-white light. Immediately afterward, the disdainful voice rang out. No longer human, naturally superior. War was born for me. I am the nightmare of this world. The darkness in my heart swells. Take it, demonic vengeance. God kills God. Accompanied by a terrifying aura that shook the earth and mountains, the demon god mecha finally revealed his true form. A square sky painting halberd that could cut through all the sharpness in the world. The huge 13-meter-tall body was already standing tall just by standing. The 2 flying swords cast from the pheasant plume on the top of the head, even more powerful and domineering. What's even more frightening is that its heavy fuselage of nearly 50 tons, which is more than twice as much as the J2-0, can easily hover on the ground, as if the next moment, it will kill in front of him. The body is already broken, but the brain has not yet reacted. Is this what it's like to be dominated? Long Zhanya, Chu Yunkai, and the soldiers on duty, who were on the sidelines, were simply stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that our military's technology has reached this level? It's terrifying. What in the world are we supposed to defeat such a mecha behemoth with? But he should be ours, right? That's really fortunate. The soldiers around them were already like this, and the duo of Long Zhanye and Chu Yunkai, even though they had seen the Heart of Engine earlier, at this moment, they were still shaken. Because, the Heart of Engine was a BMW, a good horse, despite its strong performance, its aura was more introverted. On the other hand, this demon god mecha is specially made for the battlefield, to kill to prove the Tao, to achieve the name of the demon god. Wait a minute. Why did the heart of the engine automatically turn into a mecha? Why is it showing an offensive stance? Why would a mecha still rebel? Lin Bei looked at the engine heart that had also transformed into a mecha form, and couldn't help but recall the background of the pesticide's doggerel story. In real history, Lubu and Sable Cicada is CP, but in the background of the pesticide, Sable Xiaochan is Zilong brother. Even if the sky is different, the little cicada is still. Isn't this barbecue? On top of our demon god's head, it's not a pheasant plume, it's a straw hat made of some kind of unknown green plant. It seems that Sable Xiaochan's voice of dreams is also a mecha, so we have to build it to see how they play poker? Playing poker between mechs, this. Cough cough, the landlord should be Sable Xiaochan, right? And, it seems, might be more interesting hee. Go back and build it for him. Comrade Xiao Bei, are you going to use this demon god mecha to fight Engine Heart one-on-one? At this moment, Tang Lao, who had hurriedly arrived from the helicopter, asked excitedly. Lin Bei turned to look. Behind him, Xia Chanan was also following in, and that shocked look on his face was no less than these 2 military region commanders But, Tang Lao, in history, Lubu and Zhao Yun have never fought. Even now, it is not comparable. After all, the tonnage of the demon god mecha is placed here. This one Fong Tianhua halberd swings down. The heart of the engine will hardly be able to resist Lin Bei faintly said. Oh, Tang Lao immediately became interested and said, then if Guan Yu, Liu Bei, and Zhang Fei were all built, wouldn't it be possible to have a whole mecha version of the three-ing battle of Lubu? However, beside him, Xia Chang'an reminded, Tang Lao, I remember that Guan Yu has a red shadow blaster mech, and Zhang Fei is about to go online with a sizzling red lotus mech, but Liu Bei doesn't have one. Tang Lao cold eyebrow pair, faintly said, pesticide official what to eat? Interview their chairman again, limited to 2 weeks, be sure to give me all the mechs of the skin all out again. Good guy. Lin Bei was straight up calling out good guy. It turns out that Tang Lao, you're the one who really understands the king Ahem, Tang Lao, this is a bit of an abuse of power. Let's test the mecha first. Lin Bei proposed. Tang Lao was stunned, but still nodded and said, Comrade Lin Bei's opinion shall prevail. Lin Bei took a deep breath. Next, he would be formally manipulating this demon god mecha. When he first manipulated the engine heart, he was very stifled. This time, he would have to have a good time. Oh no, it's a test on the demon god mecha. Lin Bei carefully reviewed the technologies on the mech. such as the sound levitation technology, the Fontion painting halberd technology, the bioenergy engine technology, the photonic sword technology, the quadcopter drone companion technology, the honeycomb energy shield technology, the laser cannon technology, the intelligent combat technology, and so on. Those were all black technologies. However, what happened to the promised quadcopter drone accompanying flight technology? Only the main body? This is not a discount for us. Comrade Lin Bei, the area suitable for testing has been sent to the mainframe of the Demon God Mecha. You're the creator of the Demon God Mecha, but this should be the first time you've ever piloted a fighter, right? Please also pay attention to safety. In the communication, Chu Yun-kai said as such. Lin Bei took a deep breath and said, "Will do, Commander Chu." After saying that, Lin Bei placed his gaze on the cockpit instruments of the Demon God Mecha. The console of a normal fighter jet was mainly divided into three parts, namely the throttle stick, the driver's stick, and the stirrups, and the Demon God Mecha was no exception, corresponding to the devices on the cockpit. Pushing the throttle lever forward was to accelerate, and pushing it backward was to decelerate. The cockpit stick controls the movement of the plane in the air. Push forward and the plane dives low, pull back and the plane pulls up, press left and the plane rolls to the left, press right and the plane rolls to the right. Finally, there are the stirrups, which control the movement of the airplane on the ground. With the left foot forward, the airplane turns to the left. With the right foot forward, the airplane turns to the right. On the ground, the stirrups have another function, both feet at the same time, the airplane brakes. As for some instrument panels and so on, Lin Bei is too lazy to look at. The reason is very simple. Are the end of the war machine, there are intelligent combat technology, can be neural links, idea manipulation, black science and technology multi-billion point. This is very reasonable, right? And it seems that this technology Chu Yun-kai actually do not use. Simply wasteful, okay. At the same time, armed helicopter tarmac. The four of them, Elder Tang, Long Zhanya, Xiao Chang'an, and Chu Yun-kai, would check out the test across the sky after Lin Bei took off. Before Chu Yun-kai gave the order, Xiao Chang'an couldn't help but worry once again. Commander Chu, Lin Bei, he's never maneuvered a fighter jet before, will he be able to do it when he takes to the sky? However, Chu Yun-kai said with a look of regret, "Hey, this Demon God Mecha is different from ordinary fighters. Even if it crashes directly into the ground, it can still chisel through the ground, and nothing will ever happen to the controller." That's something that you'll know when I tell you that I arrived at Mach 10. Mach 10? And it's still not a pulp? If this gravity-fighting black technology was applied to rocket launches, wouldn't that greatly reduce the flight time, thus reducing the possible safety hazards? Xiao Chang'an was surprised. So we shouldn't be worried about Lin Bei, instead we should be worried that he's getting on top of it, a blind operation, in case he folds back and crashes into a few of us, then it's a real mess. Chu Yun-kai patted Xiao Chang'an's shoulder and said, "This." Xiao Chang'an hesitated for a moment and said, "I still think I should trust Lin Bei." "Trust your own judgment." Chu Yun-kai froze. This wasn't like him, Xiao Chang'an. However, with the test coming up, there was no need to dwell on these details. At that moment, Chu Yun-kai pulled out his walkie-talkie and said with a straight face, "Demon God Mecha number, this is the temporary terminal of the Central Military Region. The tower has granted permission to take off." "Roger." Lin Bei took a deep breath and said, then a blue helmet automatically wrapped around his head, and with a thought, the icy voice of the Demon God Mecha's machinery echoed in his ears. "Ding! Nerve link successful. Body instrumentation in detection. Engine system detection is normal. Laser system detection is normal. Combat system detection is normal. Radar system checking normal. All body functions are normal. Ready for takeoff. Throttle lever auto propulsion is accelerating. The Demon Mecha will take off in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Accompanied by a roar of engine sounds. The Demon God Mecha ejected and took off. In just once, it had already disappeared from the ground, and when he looked up, it had already become a small black dot. This kind of terrifying takeoff speed, even bullets can't reach it, right? Tang Lao was shocked in his heart. Xiao Chang'an, who was observing with binoculars, did a popularization. The speed of a bullet is 1,200 meters per second, which is almost Mach 3, and the ejection takeoff is a direct sonic boom, which is really the first time I've seen it. The Long Zhanya on the side couldn't help but poke Chu Yun-kai with his arm. "Did you take off that fast then too?" I was taking off from the runway. Maybe Lin Bei is more familiar with the Demon God Mecha than I am. But as far as maneuvering fighters go, this I'm definitely at the Ace Air Force level. However, Chu Yun-kai had just finished speaking when he saw Lin Bei directly displaying a top-notch stunt in the air, the falling leaf float. Only to see Lin Bei maneuvering the Demon God Mecha instantly pushing the full throttle stick, the entire tip of the fuselage sharply facing upwards, while the wings were performing a regular pendulum motion, and when it reached the highest point of the vertical state, it lowered the throttle, and then slid forward by inertia, stepping out of a serpentine route. And the fighter jet looked like a falling leaf in the wind during the whole process. Chu Yunkai was stunned on the spot. This is impossible. Unless Lin Bei had been learning flying skills from his mother's womb, otherwise, it was categorically impossible for him to learn the move of falling leaves floating. Moreover, he was born as a commoner, from a wealthy family, but has never traveled abroad. It's simply impossible for him to come into contact with a fighter. In response, Long Zhanye alluded for half a day and could only give a comment. Maybe Lin Bei is really a fucking flying genius? Chu Yunxiao fell silent. And in the hearts of Elder Tang and Xiao Chanan, who had had in-depth discussions and exchanges with Lin Bei, their offer Lin Bei had gone up another level. It was because Lin Bei had probably piloted similar mecha-type fighters more than once long before this, otherwise, this wouldn't explain why people would be able to do it as soon as they got their hands on it. However, at this moment, inside the demon god mecha. Crap! It's so damn handsome. I didn't realize that the demon god mecha actually had built-in high-flying skills in its combat system. Falling leaf floats, clockwork maneuvers, half-somersault rolls, Pugachev's cobra, and whatnot, operations that could only be seen in airshows or even historical materials in the past. Now with this Neuralink technology, I can easily accomplish it myself. It's simply awesome, right? Of course, as excited as Lin Bei was, he also knew that this was still far from satisfying the requirements of the test. Because the demon god mecha could be used as a fighter, but it could also be used as a mecha to juggle. Since you're a demon god born for the battlefield, let the world see the world-destroying energy contained within you. Lin Bei rubbed his fists and said. Although this was a very middle-of-the-road remark, at this moment of burning passion and surging blood, one should unleash oneself to the fullest. Subsequently, under the control of Lin Bei's mind, the demon god mecha once again transformed into its mecha form and headed towards the lofty mountain peaks filled with large trees in front of him. And the self-contained voice also broadcasted at this moment. The heavens are unkind, so I'll teach them to be merciful. Reveling in imaginary victories, those who manipulate you are nothing more than children. Ha! Together! Exterminate this earth! Then, only to see the demon god mecha holding a halberd, a blue-white flame called rage gradually emerged on its body, and in a moment, it was already burning, with flames in the sky. The next second, then wielded with the momentum of pouring the sky of the square sky painting halberd chopped out a length and width of more than 100 feet thick halo half-moon chopping instantly penetrate the mountains in front of him, and go long. And only this strike will make the mountains and rivers broken. The earth was also cracked. The scorching sun burned the heart, but the demon god mecha used his massive body to cover the sky and sun, holding the square heavenly painted halberd, levitating upwards and issuing the strongest voice of judgment to this heaven and earth. From this moment onwards, the battlefield is dominated by me alone. Unable to obtain it, then destroy him completely. It's not enough. It's not enough to kill. One strike, and it blew up a mountain? The power of the laser cannon device used on top of this Fantasia halberd is truly terrifying. If converted into TNT equivalent, it must be at least 600 tons, right? You have to know that tactical bombers can usually carry 3 to 5 tons of bombs, battle bombers can carry 5 to 10 tons of bombs, and strategic bombers can carry 10 to 30 tons of bombs. Just one strike from the demon god mecha is equivalent to the combined equivalent of at least 20 boom fighters. But he's still just a fighter. This can no longer be considered a 6th generation machine. It's not too much to say it's a 16th generation machine. On the ground, Xiao Chang'an, who had witnessed Lin Bei's control of the demon god mecha launching a destructive attack, couldn't help but be horrified. Beside him, Long Zhanye was full of excitement. Brother Chang'an, what 16th generation machine? This is a 6th generation machine, right? Don't talk nonsense. With this kind of weapon, from now on, who would dare to violate my Chinese airspace? Even Eagle's airspace, we can enter and leave whenever we want. Who can stop the devil's mecha? Who can resist its horn of attack? Battlefield right now, China's strategy is peace, not aggression against other countries. At this time, Tang Lao spoke out in time to remind him, he knew that with Long Zhenye's character, he would definitely do this kind of thing, which was why he was made the commander of the Central Military Region, and why he handed the demon god mecha over to Chu Yunkai. At the same time, he did not forget to order, go. Immediately arrange for the strategic support forces to cover up the test site and provide electronic countermeasure cover if necessary. Our enemies can be watching our every move from space all the time. Yes, Elder Tang. Long Zhanye ordered right away. However, just as he turned his head, he was called back by Elder Tang. One more thing, by the way, let the Star City Police Department get all the various documents for Comrade Lin Bei, and the military's various passes and whatnot, get them ready. Understood. In this regard, Long Zhanye is dared to be angry. Tang Lao this disposable not to finish the words of the character, really scratching the itchy heart. And at the same time as Long Zhanye commanded, Chu Yunkai looked at the slowly landing demon god mecha, but from the initial excitement, gradually became sad. To think that when I was serving in the Southern Theater before, the Eagle Jam army bullied my Chinese military equipment into being underdeveloped, and dared to send an electronic reconnaissance aircraft to my face to violate my Southern Sea airspace. At that time, my comrades Wang Wei and I were ordered to return fire in our J-8s, but it was said to be a return fire, but in fact it was just being teased by Eagle Jam's electronic reconnaissance planes, because our fighter jets are not even as good as other people's electronic reconnaissance planes. But the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the country is inviolable. As a soldier, you should have the spirit to die for your country. But I hate it. I hate that I was the one who crashed into the enemy plane in the first place, instead of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died in the middle of the ocean to save me. And I, too, wouldn't have landed at the Blue Sea airfield like a coward, not even being able to rush up and beat that Eagle Sauce GI to death. I can only watch that scum who killed Wang Wei, that scumbag who trampled on my Chinese airspace, leave. Saying that, Chu Yunkai slammed his fist on the wall of the fortification behind him. Tang Lao was sitting close to Chu Yunkai. He could even feel Chu Yunkai trembling all over his body. The dead can't come back to life, but the living will always be affected by it. This influence is extremely profound. This influence is extremely far-reaching. But right now, he obviously had to appease the other party first. Elder Tang gently stroked over Chu Yunkai's head and slowly said, Yunkai, Wang Wei, he is a hero, and you are a hero as well, there is no doubt about that. Under the circumstances, he chose to preserve you because he handed over the responsibility of guarding the blue sky of the motherland for the rest of his life to you, and he believed that you could do a little bit of that, and that would fulfill his wish, wouldn't it? Nowadays, China not only has the world's top fighter J-20 developed independently, but also has the magic god mecha, which is comparable to the future sci-fi products. From now on, there will not be any enemy who dares to violate my dragon border. You are a man, and you are the commander of my eastern military region, and you are a prestigious general of my China. In the future, when it's my turn to counterattack, I'll need you to take the lead. At that time, you can't be a wimp for me, understand? Chu Yunkai couldn't help but hold back his tears and said, Elder Tang, if he attempts to fulfill his ambition, he would dare to laugh at Huang Chao for not being a husband. When it comes to September 8th in the fall, I will kill all the flowers after they bloom. The heavenly fragrance will penetrate the White Palace, and the city will be filled with golden armor. Tang Lao sniffed and chose to remain silent, as everything was in the air. Tang Lao, Lin Bei is here. At this moment, Xiao Chanan reminded. Tang Lao hurriedly turned around, opened his hands and smiled, Comrade Lin Bei, you really showed us a wonderful test just now. Where? Lin Bei laughed. The reason why he was able to do all of this just now could be because of the neural connection. How could this be good enough to say that it was his own level? Then, Tang Lao affectionately took Lin Bei's arm and lamented, back then, the first batch of pilots in manhwa were also young, energetic, and profoundly minded rich second generation like you. They, for the sake of the survival of the country and the nation, gave up glory, wealth and ego, and chose to fight on the battlefield until the last moment, until the last man, and defended the dignity of manhwa nation. They are good men, and so are you. But I hope that all the sons and daughters of China will be good in the future. This still needs you to work hard, Comrade Xiao Bei? Lin Bei nodded and said, an inch of mountain and river is an inch of blood. My Chinese children's bones are engraved with blood in them. Even after more than 2,000 years of feudal slavery, they still don't change their color. What I want to do, what I want to strive for, is to awaken this blood in their bones. And a joint military training exercise is what I think is the best way to do that. Perhaps seeing that Tang Lao was still a little short on confidence, Lin Bei immediately patted his chest and assured, Tang Lao, just rest assured. In fact, in the private sector, many of us, including myself, are very angry. Why can Eagle Sauce be the world's police? All kinds of muscle show. Why can't we? This is good, the magic god mecha built, I just tested some. A hit, the mountains and rivers broken, full of power. And even if it crashes into a plane, crashes into the sea, there is no such thing as crashing into the sea, in short, unless it's bombed with a nuclear bomb or falls into hot lava, the magic mecha is invincible. If you build a few more, not to mention the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, you'd be sticking your face on the head of the president of Eagle Sauce. Do you think he'd dare to say a word? From this moment on, the sky is dominated by my country, Huaxia. Hearing this, Chu Yunkai couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Good brat. This idea of yours is very much to my liking. Lin Bei, however, raised his eyebrows and said, Commander Chu, you're a big man, why are you still crying? Look, the tears under your eyelids haven't been wiped clean yet. I mean, it's not just the demon god mecha, there are even more awesome star destroyers and aircraft carriers behind it, and they haven't even come out yet. You're excited and crying now. By that time, won't you be directly crying like a woman? You're the one crying like a pussy. Chu Yunkai immediately cursed, but after cursing he immediately changed his words. Of course, if you kid can really build it, I am recognizing you as a master, how about it? I knock, really? You don't think you can't build a star destroyer with the existing technology? I'll just upgrade it a few more times. Lin Bei said excitedly. This TM, but a military region commander And Chu Yunkai was also very generous. You can build it as much as you want. Chu Yunkai, will admit that I lost the bet. He, however, was looking forward to the day of the counterattack. Too much anticipation. The anticipation was itching his teeth. What are you guys betting on? You're still admitting defeat? Am I, Brother Yunkai, the type of person to admit defeat? At this time, Long Zhanya cursed as he walked over after ordering his instructions. Comrade Xiao Bei, I can tell you this. When he and I were doing rehearsals in the military school, the Battle of Zhaozhuang, I led a small team raid, just a step away from his division headquarters, you say. I have brought people to fight up here, and all of them are still elite. Chu Yunkai is just a company's strength. What can he take to fight with me? But he still refuses to surrender, he refuses to admit defeat, he has to fight with me to the point of losing everything. In the end, the victory is still on my side, isn't it? Do you think this is necessary? Not at all. Seeing this, Chu Yunkai was instantly enraged. You Long Zhanya, what's the point of coming here to make trouble? How many years have passed and you're still talking about it? If you're not convinced, let's have a fight. Why don't you fight with Tang Lao? Long Zhanya immediately disliked, however, after saying that and then hastily nodded his head and said, Tang Lao, just now we were talking about the end. How would I talk to Chu Yunkai's general understanding? You're a big man, don't mind, calm down, calm down. This scene, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Meow, this Long Zhanya's face has become, counting dogs, right? 1 second he was grimacing, the next second he became oily? See, this is still a military commander? Chu Yun casually spat at Lin Bei, still not feeling relieved, and then cursed at Long Zhanya. If you're capable, why don't you have a fight with Tang Lao? Tang Lao suddenly became numb at his words. I say, all of you, calm down. Calm down. You're all military region commanders, no longer the carefree regimental commanders of the past, nor the brigade commanders and division commanders who fight every day in military drills. Comrade Lin Bei is still here. Aren't you afraid of losing face? I'm embarrassed for you. Lin Bei, actually, I kinda want to see the two of them fight. You. Tang Lao was so angry that he wanted to faint. Damn it, these three all have backbones, all pricks. Xia Chanan saw the situation is not good, quickly assisted. Tang Lao, you take it easy. The body is important. Don't get angry. However, Tang Lao lifted off Xia Chanan and said, let go of me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Perhaps he felt that he couldn't justify himself and made a point of preaching, remember, don't get angry, anger will lower your IQ. However, Lin Bei always felt that at this time if he gave Tang Lao a bowl of rice, he could even cover it and pick it up again. People like this who were both angry and rational were afraid that they would not be able to rule the world and be a lord in a chaotic world. By the way, Tang Lao, last time when I drove my car and was commandeered to catch spies, under the Dragon River, I found the ruins of the ancient warships of the Three Kingdoms. If the Doomsday warship Jiangdong Overlord is built, I was wondering if I could just go and secretly salvage the ancient warship ruins without testing it? Lin Bei put away his jokes and said, oh, is this true? The Three Kingdoms is a period of our country's starry history, and Red Cliff is the turning point of the establishment of the Three Kingdoms. Being able to find the ruins of the Three Kingdoms Red Cliff ancient battleship is indeed a beautiful thing, but it is also considered to be the continuation of my Chinese civilization, and has made an outstanding contribution. Tang Lao stroked his chin and said in a very serious manner. At this time, Xia Chang'an also reminded, the Dragon Science Academy has an archaeological science academy, so I'll go contact it later. That way, we won't have to expose the existence of the Jiangdong Overlord in advance. After all, the bottom card is to be used at the most critical moment, and cannot be easily revealed. Tang Lao nodded, yes, Comrade Xiao Bei, I'll leave this matter to the Academy of Archaeological Sciences, and when the time comes, I'll need to trouble you to make a run for it. Good. I'll come when the time comes. With these words, Lin Bei was serious. Because whether it was the demon god Mecha or the Jiangdong Overlord, it would end up being incorporated into our military training team. Counting the time, Chief Instructor Qin Ming should have picked out the candidates, so we still need to train them before the Mets are built. Let's see, should we publish a book? Or a video? Let's go with video, it's easier to learn. That's not right. Why don't we just let them play Titanfall? What's the difference between the operation of the real-life version of this Titan mech and the game? It's all neural links, just familiarize yourself with the skills. At most, we'll give them a strategy guide. That's right, that's it. With this in mind, Lin Bei immediately excused himself on the grounds that he was busy with military training. And after Lin Bei left, Chu Yunkai immediately pulled Long Zhanya and greeted him, Old Long do you want to fight with me on the battlefield again? I say brother Yunkai we're both military region commanders now. How can we do something like leading a charge? Besides, where else can we go? Long Zhanya spread his hands and said. However, Chu Yunkai scolded, you Long Zhanya, pretending to be confused when you're trying to understand, aren't you? It just so happens that Elder Tang is also here now. Why don't we talk to him? Just this joint college military exercise you're organizing, I, the Eastern Military Region, want to intervene as well. Once Long Zhanya heard this, he immediately became unhappy. You're being unkind. Obviously my Central Military Region is hosting a special operation. Why would your Eastern Military Region want to intervene? You still want to get a piece of my pie? This is never possible. Shu Yunkai hurriedly explained, No, old dragon, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, the two of us, one of us will lead a team. You see, if we send the army in directly, that will definitely cause suspicion from countries like Eagle Sauce and other countries, making a big fuss about the public opinion of some budding militarism. But then again, this military training exercise is very special and a rare opportunity. I, Shu Yunkai, will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Hearing this, Long Zhanya was confused. This is militarism again, and a rare opportunity. What is this Chu Yunzai trying to do? Tang Lao on the side naturally saw the mystery and understood Long Zhanya's confusion, and immediately explained. What he said, Yun Kai, should mean that the essence of this joint university military training exercise is actually a modernized and futuristic battle. And so far, there has never been this matchup in the world, not even a single truly modernized war. These words, Long Zhanya was able to understand. Because 20 or 30 years ago, Eagle Sauce's battle to seal the gods was said to be a modernized war, but in fact, it was a one-sided massacre, that is, a modernization versus a World War IIized crushing. Eagle Jam's various highly sophisticated weapons, such as strategic bombers, aircraft carriers, precision guidance, satellite positioning, etc., completely crushed its opponents, to the point that the boom fighter didn't even need machine guns because the other side's 60,000-odd anti-aircraft guns couldn't even hit the altitude at which it was flying. You want to say why don't you use missiles to fight? Well, missiles are modern equipment. Since then, the whole world has been trying to modernize their equipment, modernize their operations, and modernize their armies. As for the lack of modernized wars, it is because the only ones in the world that really have modernized armies and are able to realize the 6-in-1 are the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce. But the two countries now cannot fight. A fight, it is a lose-lose, or even a jade and stone burn. Unless the Dragon Kingdom can master the military technology that completely crushes the Eagle Sauce, but this is impossible in a short period of time. But that is to say, this futurization, what the hell is it? At this time, Xia Chang'an, who was on the side, was embarrassed and said that I, the Dragon Science Academy, shouldn't have asked about your military affairs. However, I think you guys can take a look at this. Saying that, he pulled out the cell phone in his pocket. Long Zhanya took a look and was instantly shocked. Good lord, 1,000 mechs and 20 nano spikes? This Lin Bei kid is going to take this equipment and install it in the freshman team? I'd even believe that he's taking it to Rebel. Futurization? Damn, using mechs to train with other students, isn't that bullying? It's bullying. In the beginning, during the battle of the founding of the nation, what were we holding? It was millet plus rifles. What did Eagle Jam take? It was airplanes and cannons. However, under that extreme equipment gap, we still won. Shuyan casually said with righteous indignation, but not long after, he was discouraged, because the Eagle Sauce battle of the Seal of the Gods had already made the role of people smaller, and greatly increased the role of equipment. The emergence of mechs and futuristic armies had brought the role of equipment to a new peak. If in the future, an alien civilization emerges, facing a science fiction army and weapons, how should they face it? The most damaging point wasn't the gap in technology and equipment, it was the complete lack of experience. The unknown was what was most feared. After pondering for a moment, Tang Lao slowly said, Alright, Yun Kai and Battlefield, what you're saying and discussing is all for my Huaxia's rainy day. Throughout history, although we have previously achieved victories time and time again with our superior combat command techniques and tenacious fighting spirit, if we are faced with the technological superiority from the unknown creatures as well as alien civilizations' vehicles, these traditional weaponry on our hands will show great inadequacies in all aspects, shortcomings in every aspect. Therefore, looking to the future, I believe that it is necessary for Huaxia to establish a military force that consists of a brand new combat theory and new weapons and equipment. Since Lin Bei intends to form a futurized military force from the freshman military training force, then it's bound to adopt brand new combat theories and new types of weaponry while being guided by his ideology. Then it's our responsibility to help him complete the construction of this military force. Then the necessary trials and tribulations can't be missing. For this Star City's joint college military training exercise, Shu Yun Kai, you'll be in the background commanding and supporting the college alliance. That Zhang Jisher is quite a character if you feel that the force is weak, despite the fact that you'll be deploying the weaponry from the active force. And Long Zhanya, you'll command and support the dual first-class prestigious schools in the background, but you can't form an obvious alliance. You can't use weapons from the active forces, but you can use the latest high-tech weapons. You have only one purpose, and that is to ruthlessly, at all costs, crush the futurized army of the Defense Science University led by Lin Bei. When Chu Yunchao heard this, he immediately let out a bold statement. Don't worry, Elder Tang. I've already thought of a good countermeasure for this military training. At that time, see how I'll give you guys a big surprise. I, Long Zhanya, won't be inferior either. Although I can't use those weapons from Lin Bei, there are quite a few good things in the high-tech of the dual first-class prestigious schools, so what's there to be afraid of? Brother Chu, when the time comes, don't you want to be knocked down by that Lin Bei kid as soon as you come up? That way I'll be laughing at you for at least a year, and I'll have to go and spread your scandal with all the major military region commanders. Long Zhanya said. You'd better worry about yourself first. Fushan Taosan is a strategic high ground. When the time comes, you'll be the first one Lin Bei looks for. Tang Lao couldn't help but smile heartily when he heard the two of them letting loose with their vicious words, but on the surface, he still maintained his seriousness and said, the final result review will give us a precious experience. In addition, my Chinese sons and daughters have not experienced real battles for a long time. Not seeing blood is not an option. Just practicing physical fitness and willpower is not an option. Not experiencing a modernized or futuristic war is not an option. Without experiencing real battles, it is doomed to be unable to become a true King's Division. If the futurized Mecha Corps led by Lin Bei in the special operation of this joint college military training exercise wins, then don't blame me for having him go from one to another to your military regions to kick ass. Long Zhanye and Chu Yunqiai heard this and couldn't help but secretly rub their fists together. This battle was not only about national defense, but also about personal face. At the same time, Defense University Athletic Field. It was already evening after Lin Bei drove up in his engine heart, and Chief Instructor Qin Ming's side, after a day of screening, had also selected the candidates to control the matches, and now, they were waiting for Lin Bei to assign them. Of course, before that, as the main person in charge of the instructor corps, he had the need and obligation to provide Lin Bei with professional military guidance advice. Student Lin, our military training team this time has a total of 11,630 people, among them, those who are able to manipulate mechs, there are a total of 600 people, while those whose physical quality is comparable to that of a special forces soldier are merely 11 people. As of now, our primary opponent is the 18 Schools Alliance led by Huangpu Military Academy's Colonel Jiang Jisher, and they occupy the Star River's heavenly dangers, so it's not something that can be resolved in a quick battle. From a practical point of view, the first ones we encountered are actually still those double first-class prestigious schools, whose freshmen have varying physical qualities but excellent comprehensive qualities, and occupy mountainous and dangerous positions. From the tactical point of view, we are in a very passive situation, playing one side, the other side will inevitably be attacked. From the strategic point of view, once the bilateral agreement decided to first kill my Defense Science University, then it is 180,000 against 10,000, the disadvantage is too great, even organic armor cannot resist. After all, this is a military training exercise, not a real battlefield, it can't hurt anyone. Therefore, for the allocation of personnel, I suggest that the original 10,000-man division be changed into 2 synthetic brigades, implement multi-service synergistic operations, split the mech regiment individually and disperse it to each company-level unit, give full play to the advantages of the command department of the University of Defense Science and Technology, and achieve interspersed combat, and the specific allocation of troops is as follows. 9 people for a class, 3 classes 27 people for a platoon, 6 classes 162 people for a company. The company has a total of 192 and configured with 2 mechs, and then 6 companies 648 people for a battalion. For battalions 2,592 people for a reinforced regiment. For reinforced regiments 5,184 people for a synthesized brigade, then 2 brigades as our final establishment unit, and the rest of the personnel as a logistical support equipped. This configuration will give me the power to still use the 33rd system when we are in pieces, and a strong troop drive when we are making breakthroughs or defensive counterattacks on the frontal battlefield. It can be described as being able to attack and defend, and it is entirely possible to kill 7 in and 7 out on the battlefield and still maintain combat power. After listening to Chief Instructor Qin Ming's words, to be honest, Lin Bei still felt that the other party had quite a few real ones. But that is to say, if we really follow what he said and line up our troops like this, wouldn't that go against our combat intent? What's our slogan? The first battle is the decisive battle, one battle to determine the end of the world. 7 in, 7 out? That's Zhao Zilong. We want to learn from Huaziki, we want to penetrate the desert, attack the Yellow Dragon, seal the Peach Mountain, and drink from the Star River. Besides, the number of people is too small, isn't it? We have 1,000 mechs and only 600 people to control them, and 20 nanotrooper mechs and only 11 people? Maybe this Cyclone 11 is only so many, but the mecha army is too few. Chief Instructor Qin, I'd like to ask, what are your criteria for choosing a mecha corps to fight? Lin Bei asked. Qin Ming didn't hesitate and said, stoicism, excellent physical fitness, and listening to command. Because mechs are a new thing, It's already good enough to be able to walk in the right steps and master the basic formations at the end of military training, and it's even harder for mechs to form a fighting force. And if one is not careful, but may also hurt other freshmen, so the mech seems strong and invincible, but this is not a real battlefield. Good. Chief Instructor Chin, I understand your strategic intent. These 600 people will be placed under your frontal defense command. But the number of mechs I can have is at 1,000, so the remaining 400 mechs, as well as those 11 people who are comparable to special forces, will be given to me, and I'm going to form a sharp blade that will pierce the enemy's throat. Using the high mobility of the mechs to engage in defense and carry out behind enemy lines sabotage, so that I can form support for you on the front battlefield. This point, you have no problem with it, right? Lin Bei said indifferently. Xin Ming pondered for a moment and said, this idea of yours is very bold. Although I don't know what kind of equipment you're going to equip those 11 people with, it's indeed true that as you said, having a lone army led by you in person can indeed hold all parties at bay. Lin Bei nodded, although he couldn't take advantage of the geographical location and couldn't be sure of the heavenly timing, at least there were people in harmony. However, even if this was the case, it couldn't be done in a single battle. Titan mechs can be invincible in a frontal battlefield, and nano sharpshooters can become sharp blades to decapitate, but when it comes to the attack on the Star River, as well as the Lushan Taoshan, it would not be possible to bombard it with the demon god mechs? And then the Jiangdong overlord for the river crossing? In addition, we also have to unman that descendant of the Endless Star Mansion ship, also give the whole thing, Xiang's Doomsday Fighter as well, so that the land, sea, and air, as well as the entire distance between the near and far center are covered up. It's quite reasonable for such an army to crush those newborn armies, isn't it? Student Lin, there's another very important thing that I need to ask you for advice on. At this moment, Qin Ming said. When Lin Bei heard this, he was a little surprised. This Qin Ming is the chief instructor, military training, he is a professional, he still needs to ask us for advice? What do you want to ask? Regarding the matter of mechs, we have no training experience at all. I wonder if Lin has any training manuals from the Dragon Science Academy here? Qin Ming said. This simple. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and said. He had given the word earlier that the mechs were provided by the Dragon Science Academy, so it was no wonder that Qin Ming was asking. But, forget it, it's better to just say it. Chief Instructor Qin, have you played the game Titanfall 2? Lin Bei asked. Qin Mingji wondered, is there any connection between this and mecha training? I'll tell you first, I haven't played it. Oh, then it's no wonder. Lin Bei nodded and said, actually, this training method, is to go play games. Why? Because the design of this mech from the Dragon Science Academy was inspired by the Ion Titan mech from Titanfall 2. Qin Ming's entire body was confused. A mecha from a game? Wasn't that something that game designers made up just for the sake of how handsome and cool it was? Can it be made real? Look, the rifles, pistols, and even tanks that we used to use can be perfectly transplanted to the computer to form a data, so why can't the game design mechs, in turn, be turned into real objects? Even if I say in the future, the use of video games to partially replace the military training military exercises, and what is the trend, with the rise of e-commerce is a reason, right? Lin Bei again some words, completely let Qin Ming taught. In the end, his acceptance of this new concept is still relatively weak. After all, to play games instead of military training, this kind of thing, is really the first time in the heavens and the earth. What you said is not unreasonable. Anyway, let's do as you say. Who made you the military training commander-in-chief? Qin Ming sighed and said. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile, happily. Chief Instructor Qin, just put your heart at ease. This military training, our Defense Science University will definitely take the top spot. One battle will determine the outcome. Then next, I'll also ask Instructor Qin to find me another 400 freshmen who play 6 games? No problem. Just like that, with Qin Ming's help, Lin Bei quickly put together 1,000 freshmen in the mecha reserve. They had all received the news that they were going to undergo special mecha training before they came. They had thought that they would be handling the mechs for real, or that they would undergo grueling training, all sorts of tactical drills and whatnot. But as a result, after everyone arrived, you tell me that the so-called special training is actually chartering an internet cafe to play games? Forget it, playing games is just playing games. It's probably to let us relax. I think it's also like that. After all, we're going to go for broke when the time comes, one battle to decide whether we win or lose. Tonight is also considered a rare moment of relaxation. Maybe this is the last day to take it easy, and tomorrow we'll start all kinds of difficult training. Outside the Sacred Song Internet Cafe, Lin Bei listened to the freshmen's discussion and felt that it was still necessary to clarify. Because, this was indeed their last moment to relax. A game, when you play it until you want to vomit, is that still pleasure? No, it's already torture. Can't you see that the best way to treat a child for playing games is to get him to play games instead of studying? Of course, there are exceptions, such as reading novels.
Other people don't say, when we first read romance novels, it was blackout, day and night, no shame, and no shame. Well, that's roughly it.
Ahem, that, all eyes to me, I have an announcement to make.
Lin Bei raised his hand and grabbed it. All of a sudden, everyone settled down and just rushed to look at him. Lin Bei looked, good guy, thousands of pairs of eyes staring at us like this, and there are also a large number of passers-by who do not understand the gaze, more or less a little nervous. However, we've spoken in front of tens of thousands of people, so why should we be afraid of this? Just now, I heard some of you were confused about why this special training is a game. Here, I'll be frank with you all. On the one hand, during the day, we have to carry out the daily training with the large troop, and at night, we come here to play games. Because this mech we're going to control, he's the Ion Titan mech inside this game we're going to play later, Titan Falls game, and you guys will be able to control it in reality once you're familiar with the operation in the game. Why? Because the Ion Titan he is neural link operated. Get it? Lin Bei's words could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Some of them questioned, some showed joy. In short, they never expected the training method to be so refreshing. But then, there are people have new confusion, such as they do not have an account. How to pay the cost, who will pay? Even the internet cafe has no Titanfall this game are discussed. After all, this is dozens of G big game, to the internet cafe network speed that,
to go down to what time? So said, in fact, quite reasonable.
And Lin Bei is their bearer, naturally he had to be the one to step in and solve it.
In addition, even though the wallet only had $175 left, I'm sure the principal would be able to reimburse him if he knew about this, right? After all, it was an honor for the school. It's just that I don't know if the owner of the internet cafe is willing to accept it. But wouldn't it be fine to go in and ask? Inside the Holy Song internet cafe,
Lin Bei took the lead and walked in. Before he could open his mouth, the webmaster said in his slightly accented Mandarin, $3 an hour, full of 3 hours get an hour free, 20 for the night, bring your ID card? Lin Bei froze, took out his ID card and said, I brought it. Then swipe your card and charge it, the webmaster said casually. However, Lin Bei didn't swipe his card first, but instead asked, do you have the game Titanfall here? 2 Titans fall from the sky? There is, our internet cafe even organized this event, as long as you can summon the sword core to mess around and kill, it's $500 at a time.
Pay attention, it's cash, or a red packet transfer will do. It depends on whether you have the skill or not. The webmaster picked up a cigarette and said tersely. However, playing Titan with sword core chaos kill for $500 a time? Then I'm excited. We have 1,000 brothers, each 4 hours, that's $9, a total of $9,000, so as long as we kill 18 times, it will be okay? Sword core killing may be hard for other players, but for us, it's a piece of cake. If 1,000 people are matched at the same time, the probability of getting matched with one of our own is very high, right? If we simply match up with them, we'll be able to kill them all. My brother has more than 1 billion points. How many empty seats do you think you still have in the internet cafe?
Lin Bei said with a weak heart.
However, the webmaster was still tugging. I'm the biggest internet cafe in the entire Star City here. It can hold 1,200 people online at the same time. Is it big enough? But there are still hundreds of people here. We come here every day for at least half a month, right? Do you think we can give you a package?
Lin Bei winked and said.
The webmaster couldn't help but laugh. No, I say, brother, how many people can you have? You think you're a social big brother? There are 1,000 brethren, right? You're right, there really are.
Little brother, you're playing with me, right? I can tell you, here. The webmaster had just put down a harsh word, only to see Lin Bei clapping his hands.
Immediately after, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Countless more than one, the entire front desk, the entire staircase, the entire internet cafe, the whole damn thing is nymphets and plainclothes guys.
Brother North. Good day, Brother North. Brother North, when can we start? I can't wait, Brother Peking, will the webmaster be okay? If you can't, ask your brothers to come. We'll definitely take care of it for you.
Yes, we are so many people, just come to a person, can solve the problem, you don't have to come in person. Actually, this was something that Lin Bei had no problem hearing, and the freshmen themselves felt that there was nothing wrong with it.
But the webmaster didn't feel the same way. Damn, so many people just shouted brother? At him alone. What do you mean, you can't let the brothers come? What do you mean a random person can solve the problem?
This, I'm afraid it's not really a social big brother.
And he was just thinking of reprimanding his big brother? Finished.
Brother,
hello, come with Wazi? The webmaster's legs shivered and he almost didn't kneel on the ground, but fortunately he was resourceful and directly pulled out the Huazi.
I don't smoke. Just find a way to help me vacate the empty seats. If that doesn't work, I'll go somewhere else, Lin Bei said indifferently.
Because there were already so many people here, he couldn't kick people out, could he? If he really couldn't, splitting into 2 batches, or 3 batches would be fine. After all, there were just too many people. However, the development of things, however, seemed to be far beyond his expectations. Brother, don't worry, I'll clear the scene for you. Don't you want to charter the venue for half a month? No problem, I don't want you to pay for my internet bill. You just go and play, really. When Lin Bei heard the webmaster's words, he didn't understand. No money? What kind of words are these? Don't worry, we'll give you the money, you deserve it. I just want to ask, if I sword Cormes kill, can I give $500? Is it a one-time thing, or can it be done multiple times? It can be multiple times. As many times as you want, the webmaster said in a panic. Alright then, brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Bei said happily. He didn't expect that there would actually be such a good thing. And soon, the webmaster turned off all the other netizens' machines and refunded their money one by one. Those internet-addicted teenagers at first stormed out, each transforming into a Zwan mom hunter, but as soon as they saw that there were all strong and sturdy guy juices present, they were instantly abashed. On this side, Lin Bei and thousands of brothers playing is not happy, for Ion Titan's proficiency is also soaring. Unexpectedly, the fucking webmaster, actually fucking alarm. And, come our old acquaintances, Li Dongni this colorful girl. All give me not to move, hands up. Great, the police are here. Officer, it's them, they're here to cause trouble on purpose. Officer, how come you're only one person, where's the backup? When the webmaster saw Li Dongni come in with a gun, his heart couldn't be happier. Just now, it was hard for him to stabilize this group of black sharks, or else he was afraid that his little life would not be saved. And now the police came. As long as they are all detained, casually check the evidence of crime and so on, then you can make a lot of money. He worked as a webmaster, but January $2,000, but report the black jerks clues, the minimum is $200 to $5,000. And these people in front of him he just counted in the backstage machine, a full 1,001. This can certainly be counted as a first-class clue. A first-class clue is at least $10,000. It is not possible to guarantee that these black hands of any more crimes may also be rewarded $100,000. As the saying goes, the rich and powerful are in danger. But why is there only one cop, and she's a woman? Reinforcements are still behind us, there are many people on the other side. I'm worried that you'll be threatened, so I came here first. Quick, you hide behind me, I have a gun in my hand, they don't dare to come over. Li Dongni hurriedly greeted. She has now been demoted to patrol police, every day just in the street patrol. Today is the first day to the post, encountered such a big piece of the case, which if taken down, will certainly be able to return to the criminal police position. In the end, or to blame for her did not stop Lin Bei through the river. If not Lin Bei has a magical car man, I'm afraid she will really have to be ordered to fire. But the real reason for the demotion was still because of the injuries and the fear of retaliation from the spies, and then again, it was because her sense of justice was too overwhelming. Even when she got into a car accident and was seriously injured, she still dared to fight for her life to catch the spy. Now, even though she was outnumbered by the enemy, she still dared to protect the people single-handedly. The freshmen are all wondering why the police are here when they're playing a good game. They had wanted to go up and ask what had happened. As a result, Li Dongni directly took a gun and aimed it at them. They're defense students which cannot recognize, this is a real gun. Simply outrageous, right? At the same time, inside the most luxurious box in the entire internet cafe, Lin Bei had just received news from both the Central Military Region and the Dragon Academy, that the Doomsday Warship and the Doomsday Locomotive had actually been built at the same time. Knowing that the time when the Doomsday Locomotive technology was sent over, it hadn't been that long, which meant that the researcher in this branch called mechanical engineering was really putting his life on the line to build it. And the other side is not for the money, or what honor, is completely for my Chinese science and technology can be 100 feet further. This noble quality, really worthy of admiration. Brother Bei, the police seem to be here, seems to have entered a murderer or something? The police are still holding guns. It's still a female cop, she's quite pretty, she just looks so fierce. The fierce you said, is that the fierce I think? Damn you, Brother North is still here, what are you thinking? Brother North, what do you think we should do? At this time, a few freshmen suddenly came outside the box, and when Lin Bei heard the situation reported by these few people, he also felt puzzled. What were the police doing here for nothing? A raid? Could it be that someone wasn't 18 years old? But that's no need to take a gun. Don't panic, I'll go take a look, Lin Bei said indifferently. As a bearer, he naturally had to have a bearer's demeanor. Moreover, the law and order in Star City was a bit chaotic, so it seemed like it was only right to have a RoboCop patrol. Thinking as he did, Lin Bei walked towards the bar. Found a female police officer standing there with a gun in her hand. Hey, damn, isn't this Officer Li Dongni Li? I knock. Big water has hit the Dragon King Temple. Officer Li, why are you here? Hey, weren't you a detective before? How come you transferred to the patrol police? Lin Bei said curiously. And as soon as Dong Nili saw that it was Lin Bei, she hurriedly went forward and pulled him behind her, and urged, "Come behind me. They, all of them, are the Black Shibuya Club." Nima, the Black Shibuya Club? What kind of black club is that? This is a misunderstanding. And you just took our hands? Officer Lee, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Bei just wanted to explain, but at that moment, someone from the freshmen shouted, "Brother Bei was arrested by the police? Crap, what the hell, she dares to arrest our bearer. Crazy. How dare she? There must be a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding can arrest Brother North. Do you think it could be that Jiang Jesher? Crap, when you say it like that, I also think it's possible. That little bald guy is fighting us, just waiting to screw us over." The crowd said one thing to each other, however, when it came to Dong Nili's mind, another picture appeared. Two black club groups, for the sake of the battle of interests, and began all sorts of collusion, all sorts of plots and tricks, all sorts of straw men, all sorts of illegal crimes. And Lin Bei? Obviously it's their boss. Comrade Cop, please let Brother North go. Yes, Brother North has a deep background, you can't grasp it. By the time you catch him, you'll have to release him again, he didn't break any laws, wasting our time. Can you afford to pay for this? Comrade police officer, I advise you rat tail juice. Don't be impulsive. As they spoke, these freshmen even got closer and closer. Lin Bei reacted at this time. Nimas, you are all defense students of the Defense University, so naturally you are not afraid of the police. But now that people think you're the Black Asteroid Society, if you're doing this, you'll obviously be considered to be doing whatever you want based on the number of people. And the source of this is simple enough? It must be this heartless webmaster. I knock. Lin Bei just wanted to explain, but at this moment, was directly dragged by Li Dongni dragged to. We don't know where. In short, on one side there is a gun pointing at our head, on the other side, there are also two balls pointing at our head. All of you, back off. Or else. Or don't blame me for being rude. Dong Nili panicked. The opposite side looked at her with a gun and still dared to move forward, obviously not afraid of death. After the gun lost its threat, even she herself could not be saved, but capturing a thief is the first thing to do. As long as she threatened Lin Bei, then there was still a chance of survival, and at that time, when the large army came over, all the criminals would be put to death. Then look at those freshmen, originally still worried about Lin Bei, but take a look, meow, you're fucking called hostage taking? An extremely beautiful, hot body of the big beauty put you in the arms, and when the squirrel was buried by the fans in the that what inside the same, this TM called hostage taking? Comrade police, must be calm. That, you do not hostage North brother, you hostage me, okay? Yes, my life is light, you hold me, officer. What a guy. Are you trying to take advantage of me? What are you hesitating for, Officer Lee? Do you still want to change? No, I'm just going to burst the bubble. Officer Lee, listen to me, we are all freshmen from the University of Science and Technology, not a black club. We are here, is special training to play the game, college joint military training exercises, you know, right? We are participating freshmen. Lin Bei immediately roared. Only when he roared, the webmaster was directly confused. You're not a social big brother? This time, Lin Bei didn't say anything, but instead, one of the freshmen droned, who the hell are you, Black Shiba Club? Brother Bei, he's the bearer of the Defense Science University, the one who took the first class merit, you don't fucking know? Blind? This. Agu. The webmaster's mindset TM instantly collapsed. If they weren't Black Shiba Club, then wouldn't his report to get the bonus be yellow? Not only that, he had returned the orders of all the people in front of him, the boss knew about it, he certainly could not spare him, and would even lose his job because of it. Li Dongmi was also confused, pulled Lin Bei away and said, are you really not a social big brother? You're really not a black club either? Officer Lee, if you don't believe me, you can look at our student IDs, Lin Bei said in aggravation. When Dong Nili heard this, her tears welled out, and she even squatted on the ground. She was so aggrieved in her heart. She was only trying to protect the people's vital interests, trying to uphold fairness and justice, but why, every time she wanted to uphold justice, she encountered Lin Bei, and then she committed another big offense. The webmaster reported false alarms, but she directly called the armed police over. This pot can be deducted on the webmaster, surely, or on her. This time, I'm afraid that even the auxiliary police cannot be. This. Lin Bei still encountered a girl crying for the first time, and for a moment he didn't know how to get it. However, he also guessed that it was probably related to himself. That I'll handle this matter, you guys hurry up and train, make sure to familiarize yourselves with the skillful operation of the mech. Lin Bei commanded, and the crowd resumed their positions. As for the webmaster's words, Lin Bei had to make him properly apologize for his mistake. As for himself, he naturally followed Li Dongni to the police station. A group of freshmen did not see, but Lin Bei saw, meow, on our more than 1,000 people, afraid not to come more than a dozen cars of armed police, and when the captain of the armed police Gu Jianfeng learned that it was a misunderstanding, the faces green, just did not have a seizure. And finally, about Li Dongni's punishment results also came out, directly demoted to auxiliary police. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt after understanding the causes and consequences of the matter. This Dongni Li was an outstanding graduate of the police academy, and on her first day in the academy, she encountered the King of Thieves selection contest. At that time, the King of Thieves was arrested, the major thieves in order to compete to be the King of Thieves, in the Star City, all kinds of crimes, all kinds of burglaries across the board, the police department and the residents cannot be disturbed. But unexpectedly, Li Dongni actually knows a hand of netherworld skills, pickpocketing. Directly steal all the things of those thieves, successfully become the King of Thieves, and then directly killed them all in one go. Made a great achievement. That's the reason why she can be a criminal police officer right after graduation. Moreover, when she was in the police academy, she was still recognized as the school beauty. It's a pity that she met us, TSK. And, such a good person, can't she be used by us? Officer Li, let me ask you something quietly. Outside the police station, Lin Bei chased after Li Dongni and said. When Li Dongni saw Lin Bei, she was furious. Her face was turned away, and she didn't even return her head, not even looking at her. Lin Bei touched his nose and said sheepishly, what I want to ask is that, do you believe in light? As soon as Li Dongni heard this, her body stopped instantly, twisted her head, very angry, looked at Lin Bei and said, will you stop it? It's all your fault that I've been disciplined again. Cough cough, look, you're just an auxiliary police officer now anyway, without an establishment, so what's the point of doing it? Why don't you just resign and follow me? I'll make you the nemesis of evil, the superhero in the eyes of the common people, doesn't that smell good? Lin Bei saw Li Dongni reasoning does not make sense, directly Showdown said. Unexpectedly, these words, directly to Li Dongni angry crying. Lin Bei is really can't see girls shedding tears, so he gave her a few more crumpled after going to the toilet and not used up the paper, axie, forget it, I hope it can't be seen, ahem. After Li Dongni received the paper, her emotions were finally eased a few points, even, but also to say thank you? Good lord, this girl is really simple. However, do you think I'm joking with you? If I say I'll make you a superhero, I'll make you a superhero. You saw the Autobots that day, right? What about when I say, I'll give you a flying locomotive that's no less than an Autobot? You've seen Batman, right? You can drive a locomotive to fight criminals. Lin Bei said as such. And Dongni Li looked back at Lin Bei at the moment and realized that he had a confident smile on his face and even had a piercing light on him. It was simply like, not good. There's a car behind. It's going to crash. I knock drip dash. It was too late. A large truck loaded with goods slid over. Seeing the situation, Dongni Li made a flying leap and directly reversed direction to the left to pounce Lin Bei to the ground. Immediately after that, bared. The front of the big truck hit the courtyard wall as soon as it hit the wall. The body, on the other hand, was directly rushing at Li Dongni and Lin Bei's body directly moving across in the counterclockwise direction of the clock hands. Bang! It then steadily crashed into the courtyard wall as well, making a loud ringing sound. Lin Bei, at this moment, still didn't know what had happened. When he looked up to check the situation, he violently realized that he was fucking robbed off fuck. This big truck, are you sick? Can you drive? Can you drive like this? Fuck. If it wasn't for Tony Lee saving us, we would have almost died. It seems that the nanos must be planned as soon as possible, or else he'll die for sure, like just now. And if there are nanosharp soldiers, when the big truck crashed up just now, it can automatically trigger the passive, mecha wrapped around the whole body, can't die. Bastard. This truck driver actually dared to hit and run. At this moment, a tirade from Dongni Li caught Lin Bei's attention. Lin Bei looked at the truck driver who sped away, Nima, was really angry. Not only did he hit old me, but he also fucking wanted to run away? Engine Heart immediately set off from the parking lot of the University of Defense Science and Technology and chase after the truck with the license plate number Starks. Lin Bei said silently in his heart. After that, he gave the task to Engine Heart. However, Dongni Li didn't know that she was even going out of her way to chase the truck with her legs at this moment. This Nima, or else call her a stupid girl, with this IQ, where could she outrun others? This is not long, will not be able to breathe, right? Alright, don't chase. I've already remotely manipulated the Engine Heart to intercept the other party. Lin Bei caught up and said, just now, thank you for saving my life. However, Dongni Li said, back then, when I was catching spies on the highway, you helped me take out the pieces and saved my life. When the robbers opened fire in the back, if it was an ordinary vehicle, I guess I would have to die again. This time, count me to save your life, still owe you one. I'll return it some other day. This brain circuit. Clear. Anyway, I'll thank you for this. Also, in that situation just now, if there was a locomotive that could super accelerate, do you think it would have been able to catch up? Lin Bei said sincerely. This time, Li Dongni was really confused. Why? I had such a bad attitude towards you, aren't you angry? And, still thinking of coming to help me? Lin Bei froze and confessed indifferently, why should I be angry? If a dog bites you, are you still going to bite me? Ah no, I'm not saying you're a dog, I'm just giving an example. Besides, I'm not trying to help you, I think you're quite righteous and cynical. I want to come up with a new mecha one to create a superhero that fights criminals. Not only that, I want to create firefighter superheroes that save lives in disasters, and I also want to create teacher superheroes that can help impoverished mountainous areas get out of poverty and become rich. To put it bluntly, I just want to push mechs to all professions. This is what I am pursuing, what I think can really lead China to the Sea of Stars. Running to the stars and the sea not only refers to the weaponry or cutting-edge technology can be used for human exploration of the universe, but also focus on our society itself, to create a happy index for the people of Huaxia. Okay, let's go back to the topic just now. Why did I help you? It's because I feel that if I give you the doomsday machine, you definitely won't seek personal gain. With your nature, you can't wait to get rid of all the criminals, and I'm too lazy to fight with criminals every day, so why don't we just let those who are willing to fight with criminals go and break their heads with them? Besides, there will be a joint military training exercise at the end of the month. Wouldn't it be more orderly if there were super cops to help maintain law and order? When Dongni heard this, her heart was greatly shocked. The boy in front of her was only a freshman, 3 years younger than her. But he can have this kind of consciousness? The pattern is too big, right? But, why does it have to be me? Li Dongni said in disbelief. Lin Bei heard this, Nima, immediately came to the fire. Listen well, is not you can't, asshole, I give you the opportunity you do not use Forget it, you like it or not, without you, is not someone else cannot? It's bad luck to meet such a girl. Wait, I want. I want. Li Dongni tensed her body and said urgently. Lin Bei, so? Why, oh, you WILLBELIKETHEM, ABENDONME, question mark. Ha, nothing, I'm so upset right now, I'm not going to give it to you unless you beg me. Just make it hard for you. When Dongni heard this, she was in the middle of a dilemma. The key was to say that she wouldn't beg. However, she heard on the internet that a girl calling a boy's father will make the other party especially accomplished, and anything can turn out. That might as well be. No. That was too shameful. But she really felt very sorry for Lin Bei. The other party has never had any bad intentions, all just her own speculation. Even she was angry, the other party does not feel angry, although the mouth is broken a little, but the heart is still good. And, if there is a locomotive, the locomotive this can be as magical as the other party said, that can definitely successfully combat criminals, greatly curb the incidence of crime. Good, she, Dongni, was going to call it for justice, for that little bit of guilt. Dad, please, give it to me. Li Dongni lowered her head, rose her face, and said shyly. This cry, let's just say, it's too nifty into the soul. I knock. Moreover, calling daddy? Don't you know that my Lin Bei's name means father in a certain dialect? Isn't this still calling us by our name? Ahem, okay, I'll forgive you for now. But the doomsday motorcycle this thing, I have not even arrived at hand, some other day to give you. Bye, silly girl. When it was too late, Lin Bei directly ran away. Li Dongni immediately felt his feelings were greatly deceived, a sense of shame instantly surged to the heart, turned into a mouthful of mother-in-law cursed, son of a bitch. Stop right there. However, Lin Bei that is a man with 8-pack abs, in fact, Li Dongni this is not weak but still weak woman to keep up. Subsequently, Lin Bei got a message from the heart of the engine, saying that the truck had been intercepted and had been reported to the police to deal with, of course, witnesses this kind of thing, but also dumped to Li Dongni to do it on the line. And naturally, he was going to go to the Dragon Science Academy branch first to take out the doomsday locomotive. To be honest, if he didn't have absolute control over all the technology in the mech, Lin Bei was categorically unwilling to hand over the mech. But now it means that we can control all the mechs with a single thought, so it's not much use for us to put it in the warehouse by ourselves, so we might as well take it out, open up the pattern, and contribute to the people, the society, and the country. From the city to the countryside, from the countryside to the city, to the stars and the sea, these three things, is definitely not just talk. If we can achieve this level, are we afraid that they will treat us poorly? Dragon Science Academy branch. Although this appearance is pink, but as long as it's adjusted, it can also be turned into black, and although this helmet defaults to female clothing, it's also possible to change the settings to male. Not bad, it's still very suitable. Lin Bei couldn't help but test the doomsday locomotive immediately after obtaining it. The first thing was to adjust the appearance, as well as the helmet. Secondly, he tested the technologies that he had obtained from the analysis, such as the nano-mecha combat suit technology, the heavy electromagnetic cannon technology, the magnetic levitation locomotive technology, the magnetic power engine technology, the intelligent assisted combat technology, the side pistol technology, the biotracking and positioning technology, and so on. The speed of this locomotive, but not over the demon god mecha, after all, just ground pursuit well, but can fly in the air, in the city speed than sports cars. It can be said, with the doomsday locomotive in the future, the traffic police no longer need to worry about the early morning someone driving a supercar bomb street racing, because, catch an accurate not only speed, there are biological tracking and positioning technology, which is a pesticide background specializing in catching the demon god mecha, that is not generally strong There is also the side pistol, can be loaded with multifunctional ammunition, can paralyze, can penetrate armor, can explode, can cut, simply God. The power of this heavy electromagnetic cannon is a bit big. This cannon down, must not directly more than 100 floors of the building or directly dry down? Well, this technology gives it a lock. Less this stupid girl on the head, directly a cannon down, that scene, TSK. So, for the first time in this heavy-duty locomotive, it's up to us to, send it on its way. Boom. Lin Bei put on his helmet, and with just a single start, he made a surging sound like a supercar engine. Starting it up again, good lord, it flew straight up. If you don't still say that the locomotive is the most nifty and cool, this kind of feeling Geo against the wind, is really nifty and handsome At the same time, Star City, outside the police station. Li Dongni just finished making a statement. It was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. She never thought that in the end, Lin Bei actually all fooled her. Not to mention wasting her feelings. He also let her handle the hit and run of the truck driver. Scum! Humph! Scum! Dongni Li yelled as she rushed into no man's land. However, the next second, only Lin Bei's voice came. Silly girl, who are you calling a scumbag? Ha! Li Dongni turned around and cursed, it's you, asshole. But when she saw clearly that Lin Bei was actually floating in mid-air on a heavy-duty motorcycle, her entire body was stunned. This, what you said, is actually all true. Li Dongni lost her voice. Lin Bei laughed. Why don't you say you're a silly girl? Come, this helmet is for you. Saying that, he directly threw over a second helmet. Li Dongni took the helmet, and to be honest, she was still a bit confused right now. However, when she put on the helmet, she was surprised to find that there was actually something that could quickly eject something like a liquid from the helmet, which quickly wrapped around her entire body, forming a pink mecha combat suit or something like that. This is too amazing, isn't it? Dongni Li marveled. At that moment, the alarm on the heavy mech went off. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and said, this alarm going off means that a criminal with a criminal record on file has appeared nearby. This you mustn't go and take a look in case there's something illegal and criminal going on. Good. I'll believe you for once, Li Dongni said with a resolute look. She was by no means ambivalent about fighting crime. Lin Bei then gave up the driver's seat and stood to the side, waiting for Li Dongni to practice. However, after Li Dongni mounted the heavy-duty motorcycle, she didn't start it. Lin Bei was a bit uncertain. Then, he heard Dongni Li say, what are you waiting for? I don't know how to drive it yet, so I need you to teach me. By the way, what did you tell me at first? It's too late, get in the car. This. Lin Bei looked at Li Dongni who was eager to try, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The key is, get in the car, where do we put our hands? Definitely have to find a solid place, right? But that is to say, where to put it? Online waiting, urgent Lin Bei, why don't you get in the car? Can you not be shy? As a girl, I'm not shy, what are you shy about? Seeing that Lin Bei was still hesitating, Dongni Li couldn't help but encourage her, even though her own face was blushing. I'm not shy, I'm just thinking about how I'm going to teach you later. After all, you're the one who will be controlling this doomsday locomotive in the future. Lin Bei's face didn't change, but his heart was pounding. Since Li Dongni said so, then of course I put my hand directly on the softest, the hardest. It seems that girls' bodies are all very soft and sticky. Forget it, just put it wherever it's exposed. The bones are always harder, right? Then, Lin Bei directly placed his hand in front of Li Dongni's collarbone. Li Dongni's body was shaken, and she said angrily, put it on my arm. Don't put it there. Lin Bei blinked and hurriedly put his hand on her arm and urged, it's too late, any later, and the criminals will run away, hurry and drive. Woo. Li Dongni is not ambiguous, directly opened the gas pedal and rushed forward. Just this dash doesn't matter, what matters is that the Lin Bei people panicked. Scratch. Li Dongni immediately slammed on the brakes. Top. Isn't this a collision? However, not waiting for Lin Bei to react, Dongni Li simply slammed the gas pedal directly forward. Nice guy. When it was too late, it was too soon, Lin Bei could only catch what was there and ended up catching Li Dongni's double ponytail. Then you say I have to say the horse galloped. Or ride. Well, it's better to be honest. Officer Lee, drive slower, the car is too fast, I'm afraid I can't hold it, Lin Bei said with some exuberance and nervousness. But unexpectedly, when Dong Neely heard this, she shivered and drove even faster. It almost didn't send Lin Bei flying out of the locomotive. The good thing was that he ended up grabbing the sides of the locomotive, and then his crotch cooled, and his body had already reached the edge. And by this time, it had also arrived at the scene of a possible crime. Lee Dongni, on the other hand, directly parked the car and said nothing, did nothing. Then Lin Bei naturally didn't dare to say anything, didn't dare to ask anything at this time. Only to see that on the main road in front of them, there were 4 big men who were about to cross the road. Among them, the other 3 men ran the red light as if nothing had happened, and halfway there, they suddenly realized that there was another person missing, and this person was exactly the one who was recorded on the file, who had a criminal record of stealing Wang Tianba. The fatter man immediately shouted, "Tianba brother, what are you doing there? Come over quickly while there is no car." But Wang Tianba, wearing glasses and holding a mouthful of unlit cigar, decisively refused. "I'm a human being with a personality. So I am not going to run a red light." The 3 people couldn't help but freeze. What kind of joke is this, as a big brother, and still not running red lights? What kind of personality is there to talk about? And Wang Tianba obviously had an early countermeasure. Right away, he took off his glasses and said very solemnly, "Please don't use that skeptical gaze to insult my noble personality." However, as soon as his words fell, he was directly framed forward by 2 minions. What personality is not personality? Hurry up and go. Wang Tianba was also anxious. "I've left, but I've lost my character. You guys, you really put me in a bad way, nice guy." When Lin Bei heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Crap. Wasn't this something he had said before? Also, could it be that this Wang Tianba has now changed his ways? Don't move. The light is red now, we can't go through." At this time, Li Dongni opened her mouth and drank. "For people look, ooh, biker goddess, this car is cool, this beauty is also explosive it's that kid in the back, meow, too wimpy, right? All sitting in the back row, still do not dare to embrace a waist? Hey, girl, we don't run red lights, we just have a problem. That's your little boyfriend doesn't even dare to hold your waist. What do you expect him to do? Don't follow him, follow brother. Brother will bring you to a sweet, sweet love, how about it?" The man with the shortest character said with a lewd face. When Lin Bei heard this, meow, "Can we tolerate it? Who said I don't dare to shake?" Saying that, he held Li Dongni's waist from behind. Li Dongni was shaken. She wanted to resist. But unexpectedly, Lin Bei whispered in her ear, "Can't you see? He's harassing you. Officer Lee, I'm doing this to avoid causing a dispute. Not all bad people are so bad that they need to be restrained by the law. Moreover, if you have a grudge against someone because of this, and they keep harassing you behind you without violating the legal quorums, it's hard for you." After hearing this, Li Dongni went all soft, obviously agreeing with Lin Bei's words. "Next, leave it to me." After Lin Bei said that, he got off the locomotive and walked to the other party's side. Because a tall man of 1 meter 8, who himself stood proudly amongst the crowd, and the other party was a short man, this height difference came up all of a sudden. And Lin Bei was also very calm, just took off his helmet and said in the smoothest tone, "That year I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. If you dare to touch my girlfriend, I don't care, the country will step in anyway." The short man wanted to continue provoking, but was directly stopped by Wang Tianba. "Shall Lu wait?" Then he carefully observed Lin Bei, and was suddenly surprised. Aya, you're the freshman who won first-class honors at the opening ceremony? What? He's Lin Bei? The one whose family has hundreds of billions of dollars? Or the country's first-class merit? I'll knock. This Nima, offending this master would mean offending a hero recognized by the public and the country, that was to be poked in the backbone. "I'm sorry, I was just kidding. Yeah, brother Tianbai is right, I'm a human being with a personality too. We won't run red lights anymore either. No more running it, no more." In the end, Lin Bei didn't pursue the matter for the sake of the several people's sincere attitude. A possible offense was stopped just like that? Although it was because of Lin Bei's identity, this kind of advanced prediction left Li Dongni greatly shocked. To know, the first 2 times, she had misjudged and thus suffered a big loss. Silly girl, next you go punish the evil yourself, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first, Lin Bei said indifferently. However, Li Dongni stopped him. "Wait, thank you. Also, the helmet. Can I have it? Give it to you? No, do you still want someone else to ride my locomotive? This is my locomotive, Lin Bei was immediately offended. Li Dongni quickly explained, "I'm afraid that you're wearing a helmet on the street, it's very strange. Or that is to take, also did not ride the motorcycle, in case people misunderstand the car lost, that is not. More so what? Good guy, he still cares about people? Looks like we're not bad at tuning. Cough cough, this you don't care, you go." Lin Bei said indifferently. He had just experienced a car accident, so how could he dare to take off this mecha combat suit? In case another person came in cold, wouldn't that be a loss of life? Okay, then I'll go, said Dong Nili, and then she directly stepped on the engine and left. Lin Bei waited for a moment and also sat on the heart of the engine that came on autopilot. Now, he was going to get the Jiangdong Overlord, and then dig out the ruins of the ancient warships of the three kingdoms that have been hidden under the Dragon River for thousands of years, so that the magnificent history of my China can be brought back to the light of day. Central Military Region. After Lin Bei possessed the licensed speeding certificate and flight certificate issued by the state, he was already able to maneuver the engine heart 7 times in and out of the Central Military Region's air defense identification zone. Of course, in order to keep the veins on the foreheads of the warriors in charge of the radar alert from popping out, Lin Bei just dabbled on the side and didn't go in. In addition to speeding and flying out of life, car accidents and whatnot still have to take legal responsibility, but who are we? That's a good citizen who abides by the law. Some people say that those who only obey the law are animals because they are immoral. But Lin Bei wants to say, without morality, will not be morally kidnapped. Lin Bei then strutted in under the hostile eyes of the guards. You have to say why Lin Bei didn't mind. It's simple, military orders are like mountains. Does he still dare to beat us? Unable to resist the conflict, in wartime, the enemy a provocation to break the defense, the military region is not finished? So as long as the guards do not move, Lin Bei does not mind at all. On the contrary, it is a big deal. However, the general public cannot learn from us. After all, we are people with supernatural powers. After all, we are a person with superpowers. This is not it. We will soon receive another mecha that the country has built for us, the Jiangdong Overlord. Arriving at the hall, Lin Bei wanted to go directly to Long Zhanya, but he was attracted by an old grandpa who was over 50 years old and had gray hair. As for the reason for the attraction, it was really because it was too grumpy. Did you guys come over here on purpose to make me waste my time? I fucking asked you where the ancient warship ruins are, and you told me it's underneath the Dragon River. How hard is it for me not to know that it's underneath the Dragon River? I want you to tell me this nonsense? You say it's confidential or something even if, but I'm an academician of the Archaeological Research Institute. This thing is originally our professional counterpart. Also, I asked you the size, weight, how to salvage, tools and so on. You also do not say, but you said there, you play me not? My Archaeological Research Institute is specialized in researching archaeological programs. You asked us to come, don't you also want us to give programs, suggestions, and references? Yes, that's right. I Archaeological Research Institute more than 30 people day and night research Samsung heap is no progress. But this is better than here can't ask anything, can't say anything to be strong, right? Not to say that it is a waste of our limited life, can only say that we waste every bit of time is the loss of the treasure of China. This call said down, that is impassioned, not at all like an old man said, but rather like a young Zwana. And the Sang Singwi, that is not a certain called Uncle Sam's Tomb Robber's autobiography? Research what? Directly read the novels written by others not on the line? Academician Zhang, don't be angry, our chief will be here soon, the officer advised. However, Academician Zhang Suwa was not buying it in the slightest. What chief is coming? Just now? No, half an hour ago that's what you said. We are people who are useful to the country. How can you make us do useless waiting? You little comrade, full of lies, believe it or not I'll see you later, I'll file a complaint against you. At this moment, an even more violent roar immediately came over. Who wants to complain? What do you mean by waiting uselessly anymore? Zhang Suwa wanted to dislike him, but at a glance at the stars carried on people's shoulders, as well as the left chest representing medals and military honors, colorful, with his butt, he could figure out who was here. Lin Bei just by hearing this voice, he knew that it was Long Zhanya who had come to protect his calf. Good day, chief. Good day, chief. As soon as Long Zhanya came over, everyone in the room instantly stood at attention and saluted. However, just when Zhang Suwa thought that the other party was going to scold him for a while, Long Zhanya suddenly turned around, walked to the other side, and said enthusiastically, "Hey, Lin Bei, you kid can finally come. Good guy, if you don't come again, I don't know how to ease these Archaeological Research Institute's old-timers." The eyes of the entire audience instantly looked towards Lin Bei again. Those one and all were confused. Who is this person? Why is he so familiar with Commander Long? At this time, Zhang Suwa also recognized Lin Bei, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're the Lin Bei who built the flying car? The one who also caught spies and got a first-class merit? Well, there shouldn't be a second one, right?" Lin Bei said with some blush. "In broad daylight, in full view of everyone, how embarrassing it is to praise us. He. Next, Lin Bei will learn some of his own information, all truthfully told the other party, of course, the heart of the engine and what cannot be said, so it can only try to make up a little like And the other party's brain was obviously buzzing at the moment. "What do you mean you were fishing in the Yangtze River when you accidentally caught an iron chain? And there are 11 big fish on this chain? This is not scientific, This is too unscientific.
Moreover, Lin Bei's family is to build cars, engaged in flying cars, with fishing cultural relics and whatnot. Professional cannot be said to be not the right match, it is simply a windhorse and cow. Even he suspected that this was one of Lin Bei's pranks. But since this was an arrangement by the military, one could only choose to believe the state.
Subsequently,
Lin Bei came to the dock where the Jiangdong Overlord was built. The built Jiangdong hegemony ship was a little different from the game. In the game it was about as big as a man and a warship. The volume was almost 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, 20 meters high, weighing as much as 2,000 tons, between a corvette and a frigate, and it could accommodate a combat unit of about 100 people, and it was even more imposing than a normal surface ship. Of course, because of the overdeveloped technology, so much so that Lin Bei could maneuver it alone, while others would need to do it manually. Then there were the technologies obtained from the analysis at that time, such as dual-purpose land and sea warship technology, exoskeleton mecha technology, turbocharging technology, particle energy shield technology, particle light energy tomahawk technology, intelligent combat glasses technology, active phased evidence radar technology, human ship optical chain connection technology,
nano-body repair technology, etc.
Almost every one of them was a cross-generation technology. Lin Bei put on the exoskeleton mech. The general appearance was still relatively handsome, but because it was to dive underwater, the head was configured with a special warfare helmet for oxygen supply, data analysis, and information transfer. And now that everything was ready, Lin Bei naturally directly started the Jiangdong Overlord and dived under the Dragon River once again. The two turbine engines at the stern of the ship started, instantly creating two huge underwater whirlpools, pushing the Jiangdong Overlord to break through the waves, and following the current speed of the Dragon River, the ship's traveling speed once exceeded 60 knots. In addition, because it dived deep enough, there was no major impact on the passing ships and vessels on the river. After 10 minutes of traveling, that carved on the bow of the familiar Sun Lu Chao 3 big words again in front of the eyes. Lin Bei at this moment opened the video broadcast. Ancient warship site found. Now, also need Zhang Academician you guys to guide the survey. See how to salvage up will be more convenient. At the moment, all we can have is a submarine with a tonnage of around 2,000 tons, with enough thrust, because it's the latest black technology from the military, so we can't reveal more. In addition, we can also see that the vast majority of these ancient warships are connected to each other with iron cables. Even though a lot of them have rusted, the firmness is still not a problem, I think. In addition, there are also some ships that will burn. Is there still a need to fish? In the Jiangdong Overlord ship, Lin Bei asked as such.
Yes, definitely. Zhang Suwa blurted out without even thinking.
Every historical artifact, no matter how badly damaged it was a proof that my Chinese civilization had shone brightly, so naturally, it could not be abandoned. However, when he saw the ruins of the ancient warships underneath the Dragon River through the screen, he was instantly shocked.
Into the eye to see.
Nearly thousands of meters of the bottom of the river, almost all of them were shipwrecks. Under the weak illumination of the sunlight, it was only just able to see the outline of the hull clearly, not particularly large, but the number, too many, just too many. There were at least thousands of warships, almost all of which had the charred look of having been burned by fire, and many of which were even covered in Chao Jun's own arrows. Moreover, because every warship is iron-locked chain, encountered fire, the final result is that no ship can escape. All the sand with this place, and the bottom of the ship sailors and generals, in the long years, turned into a fish bait, leaving a body of white bones in this, long sigh. Recorded in the Three Kingdoms, the cover put all the ships, at the same time the fire. When the wind is fierce, all the extension of the burning shore camp. In a short while, smoke and inflammation Zhang Tian, horses and men burned and drowned many people. The army was defeated and retreated, but also to protect the South County. History books for the Battle of Red Cliffs, perhaps just a few short strokes of the description, can change the entire Three Kingdoms period of history in the general direction, and hidden in the historians under the pen of the real scene, has always been more tragic than imagined. At this moment, Zhang Sui, an academician's mind, as if floating out of the year that fire Red Cliff slaughter scene. At first, Chao's army was plagued by the plague. The army was unstable, and heard that Huanggai came to surrender, openly and honestly, but unexpectedly, Huanggai attacked as a fireboat. In the fall and winter, there was an east wind. When Chao's army reacted, the ships loaded with gunpowder were already close at hand. The flames were sky high, and with the wind, they burned more and more vigorously. The soldiers on the rest of the ships, because of the iron rope chain, cannot escape, even from the north, do not know water, in order to survive, but also had to jump into the Dragon River, let the waves, let the Wu army wantonly shot, and even have to be careful to prevent the burning of the stakes that fall down. On this night, Chao's army of 800,000 soldiers collapsed, and Sun and Lu's allied army won with an extremely weak force, laying down the pattern of the three worlds. Governor Zhou Yu became famous in one battle, and his name will be remembered for generations to come.
He was at the helm of the Sun family's warship, riding the wind and waves, defeating Chao's traders, and taking Jingzhou to the west and Shuzhou to the north, a time of great splendor and life at its peak. However, it is also the night when hundreds of thousands of families are destroyed. A general success, but also the destruction of 10,000 families. Hey! Zheng Suwa sighed softly. He knew that it was the heaviness of history that had passed through the millennia and still pressed on his shoulders, above his heart. Perhaps many people do not have such a unique feeling, but since he was a hobbyist of history, and to youth, every time he flipped through the history books, there is always a kind of wordless sense of bleakness and sadness, but also line to the middle age. It is only from this sadness that he realized that the trend of the wheel of history rolling forward and spiraling upwards is irreversible, cold and ruthless, but at the same time, it is also full of vibrant vitality. These ancient warships were not only the proof of that bright history, but also the best medicine to make everyone cherish peace more. Comrade Lin Bei, the number of these warships is too large and linked with iron chains. Considering the fragility of the hulls, it's best to separate them into several phases for salvage. If possible, it's best to have a net capable of fishing them out in batches, and for this reason, sacrificing some of the chains is necessary. Although I don't know what kind of carrier you're using, but, since you said the thrust is high enough, it's still a good idea to consider finding a net first. Through the net, Zheng Suwa said as such. Lin Bei was however a little fretful. Looking for a net? There's no net. Is the internet okay? This seems to be virtual, then fishing nets? Isn't that a leg wrapper? Bah, it's a fish net. It's not that big. It was indeed a bit sad. When he was depressed, Lin Bei once again examined the technology on the Jiangdong Overlord. There was the exoskeleton mecha, which was quite sturdy. There was also the particle light energy tomahawk, which seemed to be able to accumulate solar energy and then explode into an extremely strong thrust, and there was also this particle energy shield technology, which could wrap up the warship. This technology has 100 million point cumbersome. After all, the energy of the warship, 360 degrees without dead angle protection, it is not as good as directed to engage in a capacity shield protection. It seems to have this function that if this light shield in turn wrapped around the wreck? What about wrapping the light shield around the wreck? Lin Bei called out to him. At this moment, a very bold idea surfaced in his mind. That is to directly use the light shield to link all the shipwrecks, and then rely on the human ship light chain connection technology to connect the Jiangdong Overlord, and then use the particle light energy tomahawk to provide a large enough thrust. Perhaps slow is a little slow, but it is useful. Just say it and do it. Academician Zhang, I have a way here that can salvage all of them at once, but the technology is too advanced to show, so I'll cut off the video first. Lin Bei said, not waiting for Zhang Suwa to react, he directly turned off the video. Subsequently, on the command stage, the Jiangdong Overlord was maneuvered to eject one energy light shield after another, which in turn contained the nanoparticles used for nanobody repair, which could act as a direct link to the light shield. From the panoramic view, at this moment, the Jiangdong Overlord was just like a huge bubble spitting machine, unable to spit out yellow light, and then gently wrapped the wrecks, while the iron chains in the middle of each ship were attached to nanoparticles. Using the nanoparticles' powerful repairability, it directly made the chains shine like new. It was really magical. Afterwards, Lin Bei took the particle light energy battle axe that was taller than a human, and wore the exoskeleton mech directly out of the hatch. Who dash? In an instant, the raging dragon river water pushed Lin Bei a dozen meters away. Luckily, it was only after finally relying on the thrust of the particle light energy battle axe and forcibly impacting against it that it stabilized and quickly approached towards the Jiangdong Overlord and then linked up. Right now, everything was ready, so, Jiangdong hegemony, started up. Baird. Boom. Only Lin Bei urged the particle light energy battle axe while urging the Jiangdong Overlord to start its engines. The surging roar caused the surrounding river water to start fluctuating, while the river water near the engine directly turned on evaporation mode. At the same time, on the warship in the Dragon River, Zheng Suwa was so furious. Damn it, Commander Long, why do I feel that this Lin Bei isn't very reliable? Logically, fishing for something like this should be done in multilateral consultation with our Archaeological Research Institute, discreetly and as if after a seminar, so as to ensure the success of the operation. If he's so engaged, then what's the point of us? In case the artifacts are damaged, can he afford to pay the responsibility? When Long Zhanye heard this, he was too weak to look directly into his eyes, because, if the other party knew how important Lin Bei was to the country, he was definitely going to feel heartbroken. Lin Bei, that was still indeed much more important than these artifacts or whatever. Because what the artifacts represented was the past, what Lin Bei represented was the future. Ahem, Academician Zhang, haven't you noticed that the river has become wetter than usual? Long Zhanye said. Zheng Suwa heard this but became even more angry. Commander Long, I'm a very short-tempered person, but I respect you, so I'm acting very jaded, but please don't pull away from the topic. However, as soon as Zheng Suwa's words left his mouth, the entire river surface suddenly became choppy. Immediately afterward, he saw a submarine as big as a 10-story building leaping up the river. And at the top of the submarine was a mecha warrior with a big, flaming axe? This is incredible. The military had actually started researching such sci-fi equipment? Zhang Suo was greatly shocked in his heart. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Only to see that the mecha warrior was connected to a yellow warship full of sci-fi appearance, while behind the warship were linked countless golden-colored bubbles, and inside the bubbles, weren't they the same sunken ships that he had just seen under the river bottom? 1, 2, 3, enough dam, in front of the dam, all dam ship ah. And these boats, just let that one mecha warrior directly pull to the shore? Reacting, Zhang Suo hurriedly closed his eyes and said, Commander Long, I didn't see anything, I won't say anything. I'm very happy that the country has been able to develop these things, but I still have an even more arduous mission calling me, so I have to stay useful and continue to contribute to the country and the nation. I'll go over the non-disclosure agreement as well as the 4 regulations once again, Commander Long, But before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Long Zhanya. Alright, what are you pretending to be by sticking your pig's nose in the onion? Seeing is seeing. Here I can give you to the bottom of the Archaeological Research Institute's work in the future, can be used similar to this technology, probably until after the military to civilian use, you according to the national regulations on the line, you an old comrade's ideological awareness, Long Zhanyi is not clear? Zhang Suo took a long breath and said, in that case, very good. I really thank Commander Long. Of course, he was still greatly shocked in his heart at the moment, because the country's technology had actually all reached such a point. On the shore, the ancient warships that had sunk in the Dragon River for thousands of years had finally seen the light of day, and were quietly stranded right here on the Earth. In the future, the fate of these ships will be used for archaeological research, will also be used for the world condolences visit, just hope that when the time comes, there will be people who have followed the past choose to remember history, cherish the hard-won peace, rather than in these wrecks engraved on the XXX to this place it. Well, this point must be completely prohibited, after all, it is our salvaged, will not let the tourists to do so. Comrade Lin Bei, this time you have made a great achievement for our Chinese civilization, turn around, I will give you a commendation how? At this time, Long Zhanya came and said. Lin Bei looked over, behind him, Zhang Suo and the others were also descending from the warship to the shore. But, words of commendation would be, Commander Long, don't bury me. Am I the kind of person who is good for a great cause? Give me 10 commendations. Lin Bei said indifferently. Long Zhanya's face went numb when he heard this, that is to say, can we have some face? Lin Bei saw that Long Zhanya's face was almost green, so he immediately laughed, Commander Long, just kidding, you're still taking it seriously? Ahem, about this ancient warship ruins I am also responsible for salvage, the next thing, but also need to Zhang Academician they are responsible for. However, I also have a request, that is, I hope that this ancient warship in the future the preservation must be intact, must not let people do damage This time, it was Zhang Suo who spoke, Comrade Lin Bei, just rest assured. The ancient warship is not like the Great Wall, or the 520 boundary monument, although he is also immobile, but we can set up barriers to isolate the distance between the tourists. Moreover, here, the Star Province should be attracting investment and become a Three Kingdoms history as the theme of the scenic area. After all, this shipwreck is too much, not as good as in situ preservation. In addition, this shipwreck see the light of day, will certainly cause a sensation all over the world at that time, and can export my Chinese culture to the world, to raise our country's prestige Influence the whole world? Good lord, this is just an ancient warship. Is it so awesome? But think about the Samsung pile, that was also a global sensation. Inside, Academician Zhang, do you think there will be a day when the whole world will have to speak Chinese, and the whole world will have to recognize Chinese characters? Lin Bei asked. However, Zhang Suo said with a bad smile on his face, little comrade, you're asking an interesting question, books with the same text, cars with the same track, that's something only Qin Shi Huang could do. Do you still want to unify the Blue Star? That must be impossible. Lin Bei waved his hand and said. But in his heart, he was so excited. Since it was only necessary to unify the Blue Star like Qin Shi Huang, to achieve the same language in books and the same track in cars, wouldn't it be better to not learn any more English? Moreover, the strongest computer department in the University of Defense Science and Technology now uses English letters as the main language of the program. Why can't we use Chinese characters? When artificial intelligence was launched, it would be possible to find out a brand new operating system created by Chinese characters. Lin Bei left it all to Zhang Suo and the others, while he came to another secret military base in the Star Province. Because here, 1,000 Titan mechs for military training and launching troops were being produced, as well as nanopointman mechs that could save their lives in critical moments. At the same time, with the unearthing of the ancient warship site, all the major news media around the world reported on it. Some people said, This is another great shining treasure of our Chinese civilization. Some people said, whether it's the past, present, or future, war is evil. If you don't believe me, you can go look at these shipwrecks, thousands of them, one fire, hundreds of thousands of families are all broken. These are all intellectuals, rationalists. But there is no lack of some self-media. Take the opportunity to rub the heat, engage in the secret of the three kingdoms. A variety of wild history is endless. There are some female frequency authors, and therefore the brain, wrote such as The Eve of the Red Cliff, I Sing and Dance for the Zhoulang Dedication, Soul Through the Small Chow, The Opening of the Game Was Locked Bronze Sparrow Bridge, and so on. The book. The first book is good to understand, that is to say, to offer a wonderful plan for Zhoulang, and then peace in the world, but it is a pity that the loss of the lady. Ahem, no, it is peace in the world. The second book is a bit interesting, became Xiao Chow, was locked in the Magpie Bridge, the opening of the Chow thief wants her to serve bed? This, Nima, as a male reader, also a little want to see. It's just a pity that you can't substitute yourself as a female, right? So, some male authors also began to play on the theme, such as The Opening Battle of Red Cliff, I dressed as a soldier of Chow's army. This book, dressed as a soldier must be burned to death, go to surrender? Wouldn't it be crazy for a man to surrender? What else can I do? In order to live, can only change history. To the Chow thief bold prediction will blow the east wind, Zhuge Liang will borrow arrows from the straw boat, Huang Gai will fraudulent surrender and then a big fire burned 800,000 army chanting. In short, the domestic heat about the ancient warships does not rest, the international heat about the ancient warships, but also by some people with ulterior motives to hype up. For example, what China since ancient times is a fighting nation, warlike, do not love peace, and then for example, take the title as China since ancient times has the tradition of hand-to-hand combat or something, we are saying, make the world which country does not have civil war like right? Moreover, the other side is also deliberately provoking conflicts between the various ethnic groups in China, but also very effective. For example, there is a netizen in the eastern provinces, Sohair, said hundreds of years ago the peoples are a family, I also think so. And whenever I read the Yufei full of red, will be boiling blood, cannot wait to roll up his sleeves to follow to do, but bad is that the original fight is my own. So, dying of illness startled to sit up, barbarians are actually my own? Another example is the flash east of the netizens have been to the children of Yin Huang self-proclaimed, and later realized that Yin Di Huang Di fight is their own ancestor Qi. Of course, these are just netizens' flirtation, for some very individual countries to engage in colorful speech, in China's netizens that can really be a fiery eyes, not to be moved. The other side of the behavior is also just adding to the year of laughter. The eyes of the world, at the moment almost all placed on the ancient warships, even the heat of the joint military training exercises were once covered. But in the shadows, there were dark currents. The eastern waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the command room of the Eagle Jam 7th Naval Fleet aircraft carrier, Admiral Kevin was sitting on a plywood sofa, drinking coffee, and looking at the soldiers who were playing basketball in front of him, as well as the endless sea, shaking his legs. And on the small table beside him was a copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which was already a little wrinkled. Drinking another mouthful of coffee, Kevin then shook his legs and said to Major Jim beside him, "The Dragon Kingdom is really smart this time, first holding a joint military exercise for colleges and universities under the pretext of the Star River, thus achieving the purpose of sending troops to seal the river for retrieval. And then favored at this juncture, and then made some ancient worship ruins. The Dragon Kingdom's move is tantamount to completely blockade the Dragon River, so as to gradually and progressively find out those very threatening agents in the intestines." However, the more the Dragon Kingdom panicked, the more it showed that they didn't have any solutions to this. And the more they panic, the more they fear the technology will be leaked. Major Jim, have there been any new developments on the 12 agents underneath the Dragon River? Major Jim immediately reporting to General Kevin, according to the reports from the agents, they are all hiding under the Dragon River, and since the banks are all guarded, they are unable to break through, and because of the food emergency, they can only disembark and popularize the food in uninhabited places. In addition, although the transmission process of the flight control technology was destroyed, a copy was left behind. Not only that, our agents were also informed that the Dragon Kingdom had some new technology, and it was this new technology that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to fish up nearly 1,000 ancient warships in the Dragon River. Hearing this, Kevin instantly put down his coffee, and after a little searching, said, "This kind of technology one presumes should be used for large ships to fish. In recent years, my great Eagle Sauce country has had warships crashing into the sea from time to time, and because of the lack of technology to fish them, they have suffered heavy losses. If we can obtain this technology from the Dragon Kingdom, it will save Eagle Jam a lot of money, and I will be able to enter the octagon as a result. Major Jim, immediately send a message to the military and tell them to immediately send the Navy SEALs as well as frogmen over, and take advantage of the opportunity of the Dragon Kingdom's Star City to hold a joint military exercise for colleges and universities to fish in troubled waters, and pick up the agents in the Dragon River in one fell swoop." Yes. General Kevin. Major Jim immediately led the order. Kevin then exhaled a long breath, but it was no longer as relaxed and cozy as it was just now. Over the past years, the Dragon Kingdom has been groping our great Eagle Sauce Kingdom to cross the river, and has made us go bald, and now, we are merely here to demand a little interest. After all, it was you who plagiarized first. On the other side. Inside the Central Military Region. Inside the Military Region Commander's office. Long Zhanya, after getting the latest intelligence, immediately slammed the table and laughed. Great, these sons of bitches foreign devils, wait for our old dragon to catch a turtle in a jar. This time, our intelligence officer has made a great achievement. Admiral Kevin of the 7th Fleet thought he got the message from his own agent, but in fact it's just our intelligence agent using your equipment as a disguise. Right, I almost forgot, this good news, we have to tell Brother Yun Kai about it. Subsequently, Long Zhanya made a call directly to Chu Yung, who also answered in seconds. Hey, old dragon what wind blew you here, tell me straight, what's the point of hitting my phone? Chu Yun Kai said on the phone. Long Zhanya, on the other hand, laughed cheerfully, that's not the bait finally taking the bait? I can first say well, this Eagle Sauce sent these Navy SEALs, as well as Frogman Special Forces these, you cannot give me in the estuary on the take, must give me to put a long line, fishing for big fish, understand? Understand, we cannot know your mind? You just think this time to get the Special Forces, next time and continue to get a batch, shelving this crazy set of children right? I also with you to the bottom. Behind my Eastern Military Region but to cooperate with the play, this caught the benefits of the entry agents cannot let you old dragon a person to take, I Chu Yun Kashu can have a share of Chu Yun Kai said. He, no problem. Brother Chu there's one more thing I want to ask you about the joint military training exercises how are you preparing? I don't have any ideas here yet, but it's so hard to catch an opportunity to make this Lin Bei kid suffer a bit, we definitely can't let it go. Long Zhanya asked. Chu Yun Kai opened his mouth and said, then you don't have to worry about it, this joint military training exercise Chu Yun Kai, have long thought about how to fuck him, his grandmother, is not just to take the mech? I'm afraid of nothing. In front of a real war, a mech is just a consumable. This time, I'm going to let him know what the real military training is. My goodness, you couldn't have invited the Blue Army God of War from the Western Military Region, right? Long Zhanya was surprised, that kid, he's not very serious, it will seriously affect the fairness of the maneuvers. Chu Yun Kai denied, old Long, am I Chu Yun Kai that kind of person? Impossible, absolutely impossible No, there's really no such thing. But Chu Yun Kai, this bad old man is very bad, he, Long Zhanya, would eat his words? Immediately after hanging up the phone, he immediately gave orders to the messenger, immediately order the chiefs of staff, have them all sent down to the major universities. In addition, give me the military aircraft, armed helicopters, drones, robot dogs, kayaks and whatnot, don't care what kind of equipment, all give me to use, there is also that anti-nuclear armament, also want to all give me to the double first-class colleges and universities to be listed in, fast, the faster the better. Yes. Although the commander was shocked in his heart, this was all active equipment, wasn't he afraid of being exposed? But since it was the military region commander's order, he could only do as he was told And Long Zhanya couldn't help but ponder again after giving the order. This Chu Yun case, completely not according to the rules, he Long Zhanya cannot fall behind? Moreover, who the hell said that a modernized army could not defeat a futuristic mecha army? What kind of bullshit that an EMP blast over, the mech can still turn? Furthermore, this time is not Jiang Jisher's so-called 800,000 against 600,000, if calculated according to the combat power, that is 3 million against 1 million, if calculated according to the camp, that is, he and Chu Yun Cash together to clamp down on Lin Bei, but also occupy the geographical advantage, he is sitting in the director's office, but also occupies the day and the time. As for the people and this has been to let Lin Bei the first battle is the final battle, a battle to determine the universe slogan to cohesion. Now, the time, place, people and, are in our side, can be said to be the advantage is still in my However, there is a little bad, is Chu Yun case can have no fear of remote control, he this military training chief director cannot open the whole field perspective hang up? Inside a confidential military base in Star Province. Here is relying on the mountains to build the military base, people are rare, the mountains are beautiful, and lofty mountains, even if there is a high-definition satellite cannot be detected. Lin Bei had to turn off his cell phone since he was 30 kilometers away from this base to avoid information leakage. And when entering the mountain fortification, Lin Bei realized that this place was really 9 curves and 18 bends, and if he didn't have the lead of his sons and daughters, he might get lost in it, because every place, it was very much like, exceptionally like, as if he had entered a dungeon in general. After traveling for about 30 minutes in a military pickup truck, this arrived at the final destination, a huge underground military factory. All sorts of machinery were being manufactured and produced here, and although each and every one of them was exceptionally slim and plainly dressed, their hands were very powerful, their spines were exceptionally straight and hard, and they had a pair of gleaming eyes with exceptionally good essence. Lin Bei dared to conclude that all their information in the outside world was hidden, and there was only one reason that could support them to work here for decades as one day, and that was the family and the country. Thinking about this, Lin Bei couldn't help but pay his highest respect to these incognito soldiers of the country. Comrade Lin Bei, the Ion Titan mech and the Nano Spike mech sent to us by the Dragon Science Academy have each been built. The Nano Spike's performance is outstanding, but the Titan mech seems to have a little problem with testing. Do you want to take a look at it? A soldier codenamed Oldly said. Lin Bei was however puzzled. He had unlocked the limitations of these mechs the first time he got the news, so why did this Titan still have problems? Comrade Oldly, can you let me take a look at the Nano Spike mech first? Lin Bei said. Oldly naturally had no reason to refuse. Afterwards, he brought Lin Bei to a closed laboratory, and in the laboratory, a blue and white mech was standing there. And the first moment the mech saw Lin Bei, suddenly at its eyes, a white halo lit up, followed by a low voice. Leader, cultivated nanopointman GA-17 beta reports to you. Lin Bei nodded, then extended his right hand. GA-17 quickly turned into a ball of fluid and attached itself to Lin Bei's hand, finally covering his entire body and changing into a brand new set of nanopointman mechs according to Lin Bei's idea. This could make the Oldly on the side look dumbfounded, because when they were testing it, they never put it on directly, not attach it directly. Could it be that there was still some operation that he hadn't mastered? But this couldn't be. It was clearly written in the instruction manual. At this time, Lin Bei didn't know about Oldly's change. He looked in the mirror and found that this mech was damn handsome. Although the mirror can only illuminate the part of the shoulder, but it is this part, but also has been very explosive, okay? And it's made of nanoparticles, so it can change form at will, right? GA-17, can you have the abilities of the second, third, and fourth generation? Lin Bei asked. Leader, I can change into the second generation, third generation, or even the fourth generation, but I don't have their abilities. I need the corresponding nanocore. GA-17 replied. Lin Bei looked at his mechanical feeling fist and was satisfied. Then, he let GA-17 turn into its normal form, attached to forehead. In short, it's the equivalent of underwear, the specific location, that is to say, in the future, when unlimited fighting, no longer need to worry about the egg pain. Well, that's it. Immediately after that, Lin Bei began to conduct a test. A test, if you will, is naturally to test whether the speed of the bullet can surpass the speed of the nanospike covering the entire body. Comrade Oldly, I need to test the safety of the nanospikes. Do you have a gun? Lin Bei asked. Oldly was not ambiguous. He directly took out his own matching gun, a Blackened Type 54 pistol, and said, is it a test of 50 meters, or 10 meters? Lin Bei thought about it and felt that 10 meters was about right. Then, you give me the gun. Lin Bei said. Oldly was a bit confused by this. Comrade Lin Bei, you're the one testing, why do you need to take the gun? Lin Bei blinked and didn't say anything. Instead, he directly let the GA-17 cover Oldly. Oldly immediately felt creeped out. Comrade Lin Bei, you're testing with me? That's not very good, is it? I'm completely unprepared. Lin Bei immediately comforted without changing his face. Don't worry, I'm big. No, I'm very accurate. It's very safe. Just take proper precautions. You cannot trust me, but you can never not trust GA-17. But then why don't you try it? Oldly panicked. But it was all at this point. Of course Lin Bei was decisively using the authority of the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy to press Don't worry, I'll just hit the foot. The big deal is that I'll lose my heel and toe. After the test, no matter if it's successful or not, you'll be credited. This is also a contribution for the country and the people overall. Oldly, let's go. Hey, wait, me. Bang. Lin Bei immediately flung the gun over. However, the bullet didn't hit Oldly's toes, nor did it hit GA-17's mech body, but was directly wrapped around GA-17 in turn. The feeling and strength of this fluid is the same as the venom in TM Spider-Man. Safety performance, full marks. It's just that the recoil of this pistol has a little bit of a small big The hand is still a little numb. At this point, after the gunshot, Oldly's nerves finally loosened up. Thank God, nothing happened at all. Lin Bei also laughed. See, isn't it strong? Trust me, it's right. Oldly didn't say anything, but Lin Bei knew in his heart what the reason was. No, right then and there, he silently brainstormed the scene of knocking the electronic wooden fish in his heart, which was also considered to accumulate some mean virtue, and also will not treat people poorly, okay? Ahem. Immediately after that, Lin Bei arrived at the laboratory where the Titan mecha was manufactured. Here, as soon as the Ion Titan saw Lin Bei, he shouted, Kubo, is that you? But that is to say, BT-7274 is an Ion Titan? There's a bit of a nervous breakdown. Lin Bei said in a serious manner. No, I'm Lin Bei. But unexpectedly, the Ion Titan's brain circuits were clear, and he directly said, Lin Bei means dad in the dialect, so you're my dad? And who's my mom? Lin Bei directly filled his head with question marks. Nyang Lo, you're an artificial intelligence titan, not an artificial retarded titan. Hello. Dad, who's my mom then? The Ion Titan continued to ask. In response to this question, Lin Bei didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to these researchers in the surroundings who were each wearing black circles under their eyes. The reason was simple. Because we're just spreading the spark of technology, and it's still them who really birthed it. And when these researchers felt Lin Bei's gaze, they couldn't help but show a hint of a pleased smile. Look, this is the result of all of them working together. However, in the next second, the Ion Titan said, Dad, are you the Emperor? But if you are the Emperor, why do men and women eat all? At this moment, almost everyone was fucking floored. Old Lee even wanted to directly curse, motherfucker, who put the retarded program in this. After all the hard work, day and night to build it, the result is to build such a thing? It looks too unintelligent. Lin Bei, quick, immediately give me this Titan to dismantle and rebuild. Nonsense. This Titan weighs 2 or 3 tons, and at least 2.5 tons of it are backbones. Ion Titan heard this, instantly released the sound of a child crying, however, was downloaded from the internet to simulate the kind of crying, although very heartbreaking, but the special meow not to change cannot. Such a Titan can also go to war? If you let the freshmen know that they will have to manipulate this thing to participate in the exercise, I'm afraid that they won't lose their confidence even before they fight, right? Give you a chance, why don't you use it? Lin Bei hated Iron Titan, hated Titan for not being able to use it, said. And the Ion Titan knew it was wrong and immediately begged for mercy. Daddy, please love me again. Lin Bei was instantly speechless, he even hated to directly explode his mouth, but in the end, he held back. Can you switch to a more normal mode? The Ion Titan instantly activated the 3 major protocols in the system after receiving Lin Bei's command and became serious. Agreement 1, connect to Iron Harness. Agreement 2, stick to the mission. Agreement 3, protect the Iron Harness. Please give the command. Lin Bei was slightly relieved, then said, connect to Iron Harness. Roger. Then, he only saw the Ion Titan open the hatch of the control cabin. Seeing this, Lin Bei directly drilled in with a silky smoothness, and then began to carry out the neural link. Neural link complete, please give the mission. Lin Bei took a deep breath, then asked, Oldly, there shouldn't be any place to test this inside, is it possible outside? Oldly replied back, it needs to be handled in a classified manner, it may need to be masked for the audition for about 30 minutes, when that time comes, it will come to a martial arts field. Good. Lin Bei nodded. Then, he was led by the warrior to an open-air martial arts field. There were all sorts of obstacles here, such as deep pits, such as 3 levels of steps spaced at a height of up to 1 meter, as well as canopies, electric nets, and so on. The Ion Titan can take multiple positions in battle, attacking, tanking, sniping, all of which are possible. Plus the skills, the first vortex shield, either evacuation or attack, can be held up, resisting damage, acting as a pad or breakthrough roll. The second laser ship cannon, full penetration, basically unusual 50 centimeters thick wall, is unable to resist its power. The range is also nearly 100 meters. And once the laser core is full, it can fire a laser energy shockwave similar to Iron Man erupting from his chest. Basically wherever it sweeps, it will be eroded through. And the weapon on the right hand, the splitter gun, once concentrated by the bullet of the splitter gun, the flesh will gradually fester, and the internal structure of the ordinary wall will be destroyed. Maybe there is no explosion in the visual effect, but the hit is all internal injuries. The next step was to test the overall athletic performance. The first is to test the bouncing power. Ion Titan can easily jump up to a height of 20 centimeters, or a little low, but with the Ion Jet accelerator support, it can jump up to the height of a floor. But in the middle of an alley battle, it will certainly fall because the glass walls of the building body are not strong enough, and its own weight is too heavy. But this is, after all, the equipment of the front battlefield mecha core use. Really, if the alleyway battle, or special operations, that or nano-sharp soldier, this lightweight type is more appropriate. Secondly, the speed of the Ion Titan in terms of steering. There is a certain inertia, just like the tank's cannon rotation, is to take a certain amount of time, can't do like the human body that flexible, but has been counted as a very good experience. When the military training exercises on the battlefield, a large number of Ion Titan Legion appeared, is indeed a torrent of steel, will inevitably be invincible. Of course, does not rule out other schools will have intensive firepower, even if each person a gun, one person a shot, durability is not able to hold out, so Qin Ming chief instructor that lineup, indeed quite good. And when the time comes, we'll just take a lone army deeper. Test complete. Dad, did I do it right just now? At this time, the Ion Titan opened its mouth. Lin Bei immediately had a few more wells on his forehead. Call the leader. Yes, Dad, no, leader. The Ion Titan said seriously. Lin Bei couldn't help but hold his forehead. This Ion Titan would be acceptable if it was a female mecha, but it's a. Hey, don't say it. Next, the test was completed. Lin Bei naturally encouraged everyone at the base and hoped that they could produce as much as possible. And the production given by Oldly also surprised Lin Bei. About the Ion Titan will increase the production by 200 more units. All about the Nano Tipster mech, it will also be 9 more units. This nano pointy soldier mech was a good thing. It could save lives at critical moments. For the extra ones, Lin Bei decided not to give them to the new students, but to give a set to his parents first. Although the nano pointy soldier mech will be transformed into pants, it can also be transformed into a watch, jewelry, and so on, diversifying its uses. As for the usual, do not let them find out. The critical moment, used to save their lives, will also be on the line. Then, Tang Lao, Long Zhenya, Chu Yunkai, and Xia Chang'an, all have to come TM set. They know our secret, belong to their own people. Then next, just need to wait for the right time. Well, seems to have forgotten something, right? An artificial intelligence system. Now these what artificial intelligence is too pitiful. Is pitiful. Almost dropped the generation. Then, to engage in this, it seems as if some games and movies and TV shows have, for example, Iron Man and the artificial intelligence Jarvis, comes with virtual reality technology, can get a set of very fancy things. For example, you can project all the parts of the mecha, and then zoom in and out, and then you can nag again. Then there's the Red Queen from Resident Evil, the Red Queen even, there's the Anti-Bone and with the Anti-Bone there's that thing from the Matrix. That and the AI technology in Black Mirror, this can be applied to the medical field, the use of computer virtual assistants to simulate the working process of the scalpel, which for some difficult cases, such as a crack in the heart, can be scanned first, and then a big data simulation, and then projected, so that you cannot rely on the naked eye, experience, and tablets to judge. It can be very intuitive to judge with the projection. Moreover, artificial intelligence has a wide range of uses, and now the internet plus competition alone is endless, and many ideas have emerged. If nuclear fusion is the ultimate energy source for mankind, then artificial intelligence will be the ultimate brain of mankind. What if all these AIs were analyzed and fused together? Would that directly create a strong AI? Generally speaking, there are 3 characteristics of a strong AI. 1. Reaching or surpassing human intelligence. 2. Has intentionality, with self-goal setting and self-evaluation and cognitive ability. 3. Strong AI has generalizability, with a complete spectrum of human capabilities. Previously, these were just guesses, but Lin Bei had the ability to parse the black technology of games and movie dramas, which had a million possibilities. In the next few hours, Lin Bei buried himself in the dormitory, still attending military training during the day, and soaking in the Godwill supercomputer lab at night. On the one hand, it was because after the AI came out, there had to be a carrier big enough to take on its main body, so a supercomputer was the best choice. On the other hand, meow, that also has to be the supercomputer's network speed, performance and so on, simply explosive. Okay. If it wasn't for the sake of coming up with an AI, Lin Bei wouldn't be playing games for every few hours before fondly taking a bit of time out to parse the AI. The game Lin Bei plays is not a 3D masterpiece, it's just a simple fireline crossing. Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. This 300 million elementary school students gunfighting game has been around for more than a decade now, and most people think that this game doesn't have many people playing it anymore. But the truth of the matter is to say that this game endures. Moreover, the elementary school students back then have all grown up now, such as such as roommate Huang Zita, Yang Kjia, and Chen Yada. Our words, we didn't play this game back then, just recently played. Well, that's it. Of course, we don't just focus on playing blasting, brushing biochemistry, and fighting challenges, but the guns in the game can also be analyzed. Ordinary GP guns, even if it is not useful, we analyze. That is the Fire Unicorn. Thor, Barret Doom, Coil Dragon, Inferno Gatling, Sandhawk Shura, Sandhawk God of Heaven, these heroic weapons, right? As for the melee equipment, that's Kirin Stinger, Prime, Dragon Tsunami, Dragon Slayer, and so on. Each of these weapons, because they are heroic grade, have attribute bonuses, so they are built with extraordinary effects. For example, Optimus Prime, although it lost its transformation effect, it was hard as hell and could withstand sniper bullets. Another example is the Unicorn Thorn, too nifty sharp, is to bring the hand, randomly swing, all have the sound of breaking through the air. And firearms these, such as the God of Thunder, hit out of the bullet, with the effect of electric shock paralysis, Fire Unicorn, with the effect of flame, Barret destruction, directly as a shot explosion, not with you kidding. But the most Lin Bei surprised, that can still parse some of the equipment to hit the challenge, such as in 94 Supernova, directly as a fixed laser 4-round turret. And these, Lin Bei had already ordered the major arsenals to start building them like crazy. Not enough production capacity? Simple, directly pull in all the surrounding nearby military industrial enterprises, engage, and it's done. After 21 years of hard work, Lin Bei now has 1000 titans, nano spikes are even faster, there are already 20, and all types of firearms, less, only 2000 to 3000, but better than a variety of A squad's firepower configuration can reach the following level: 3 people take the fire unicorn, 3 people take the Thor, 1 person takes the Gatling, also 1 person takes the Destroyer, 1 person takes the M94 Supernova. The firepower is still not enough to be afraid of. And still have a firepower phobia? The sky and then the demon god mecha on call bombing, the sea, the river and then come to the Jiangdong king of the wind and waves, just ask TMs who else? At this moment, Lin Bei's heart is not a little inflated, but extremely inflated, right? With these equipment and strength, he even dared TM to hit Taiyuan, dared to directly hit the octagon. Of course, the immediate future is still to get the AI first, when the military training exercises cannot really hit the people, so the need for AI screening. In general, even supercomputers cannot locate the dynamics of more than 100,000 people, so you need to use artificial intelligence AI, with his far supercomputing arithmetic to simulate the situation on the spot, so as to carry out real-time and accurate determination. Now, this mix of nagging Jarvis can make the captain's bet AI sauce, pesticide AI sterilization, is the absolute enlightenment and other artificial intelligence products, has entered the output countdown stage. And Lin Bei has also long arranged the device about virtual reality in the supercomputing laboratory, and set to give the soon-to-be-bred AI a chance to self-image, and the reason for the choice is random, just to see if there are any surprises. He was looking forward to whether a red queen-like AR, or a mecha AR, or an male AR would appear next, this or not. Right now, the time has entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1. When the screen numbers cleared 0, a completely white body appeared in front of Lin Bei's eyes. In just an instant, Lin Bei meowed and blushed. Because, damn it, wasn't this the famous AI girl of the AI Society, Princess Xian Gui? Or was she dressed in a very moody and fun kind of dress? Master, please command Xian Gui to your heart's content. Meow 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 master, when I analyzed the computer's hard drive, I specially chose the image based on the female characters of the games you clicked on the most. You must really like it, right? Scratch that. This lab is monitored. Quick, you change your clothes, the normal kind. Lin Bei said in a hurry. Subsequently, with only a flicker, a soft and sticky girl dressed in white appeared in front of Lin Bei, with her name attached to it. Master, I didn't expect you to be shy, since Master likes AI maiden Xian Gui, then I'll be called Xian Gui from now on, okay? Okay? Said Xian Gui. She even jumped over to shake Lin Bei's body and pampered him, but realized that she didn't have a body at all, and couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Master, you cut a bit of corners when you manufactured me, Can you give Xian Gui a great body? Lin Bei, what kind of body is called awesome? Xian Gui, it's a body like those teachers' bodies in Master's computer, it's awesome. Quick, stop, don't drive. There's surveillance. If I'm found out, I'm afraid that my right to enter the lab will be blocked. Lin Bei sweated. This AI girl is also too devilish. This would not be able to carry it sooner or later. Alright master. Xian Gui said with some loss. Lin Bei didn't bother to comfort her. Meow, if he comforted her, what if she became even more excessive later? Master, does it look good? At this time, Xian Gui asked again. Lin Bei looked up and was directly confused. Stop, hurry up and delete all those things in your head, yuck, in the program, pay attention to privacy. Pay attention to your master's my privacy. Lin Bei cried without tears and said, oomph, just don't. Good guy, actually talking back? This wasn't an AI, but it was too intelligent, right? Unable to do anything else, Lin Bei could only use his creator identity to forcefully delete some of the more private dongs for her, and then he started testing. This test revealed that Xian Gui's arithmetic power actually reached a terrifying 300 plus, and the unit was a supercomputer. With this kind of arithmetic power, not to mention running a military drill with over 100,000 people, or even a StarCraft war, that would be more than enough. And wait until the time of military training, I used to monitor the whole field, and then split, to us as a staff, and countless strategies and arithmetic analysis, but also have a peek at the whole field of information. The other school's various strategies are not afraid of, all kinds of whereabouts are also know it like the back of your hand. Lord Silver, what bad things are you thinking about? What a pity. Xian Gui can't help Lord Silver with these problems yet. At this moment, Xian Gui took advantage of Lin Bei's pondering and pounced over once again, and licked her lips. Xian Gui, don't call me Lord Silver, call me Master. Actually, Oni-chan is fine too. Lin Bei blushed slightly. Xian Gui immediately gave Lin Bei a heart-to-heart. Oni-chan, you can definitely give Xian Gui a full sense of happiness. Nice guy. Do you fucking want to eat chorizo? Fans. The group understands it all, ahem. If this state is taken out and faced with a national audience, or even a global audience, it's easy to die socially. No, we have to think of a way. If there's really no way, then we might as well rebuild Xian Gui. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's eyes gradually became gloomy. Shen Gui took a look and immediately panicked. Oniai-chan, da-ba-o. Lin Bei directly showed his cards and said, Shen Gui with this look I'm really worried about whether you'll be able to organize a joint college military training exercise because when the time comes, my social death is a small matter, but the key global viewers will think that I, Dragon Kingdom, have invested more than 100,000 people to come to make fun of me, and it will be a laughing stock Shen Gui froze at the words, then got angry again, clasping her hands on her chest and saying, her small chin raised, humph, Lord Silver actually doesn't believe in my business ability? I'm a woman who combines high-end products derived from major games, movies, and other AIs, and I'm a woman who stands at the top of the AI pyramid. Isn't it about being professional? Watch this. After saying that, Shen Gui made a turn and directly turned into a national-style costume. Shen Gui? Lord Silver, would you like to enjoy my concubine's dance? Shen Gui said with a wink. Afterwards, she began to dance a very proper, ancient-style, exquisite and outstanding Chinese dance, fluttering like a shock, as if swimming dragons, as if the sky descended to the earth's fairies in general. Beautiful Lin Bei could not help but applauded when he watched it. Of course, it was not for love, ahem. But if that's the case, that's actually still not enough. After all, it's to appear in a virtual image. In addition to clothing, the main thing is still the narration and interaction. It must be up to standard. Lord Silver, next I'll perform my hosting skills for you. Ahem, listen up, I'm only going to say it once. Then, Shen Gui then jabbered, sparingly spoke a whole lot, although Lin Bei couldn't understand, but was greatly shocked. It just felt really nymphetically high, news broadcasting and whatnot, that's the flavor Good, when the time comes, you do not give me a chain on the line. Lin Bei nodded and said, and Shen Gui got a bargain and had to get an inch. Her body turned, and she transformed into Tifa again? Shen Gui smiled coquettishly and said, Lord Silver, do I look good? Lin Bei man directly Numbnuts, you're a female hooligan aren't you? Come on, be decent. Shen Gui made another transformation and said, good Lord Silver, how do you like my 30-meter great sword? Lin Bei, you'd better transform back into Shen Gui. After this little episode, Lin Bei discovered that Shen Gui's function was very powerful, not just turning into Tifa, the key is modeling well, that is to say anything can change hell. In the future, if Shen Gui reveals her body in front of the audience, then at other times, wouldn't she be able to change into whoever we want to see? Who should we change first? I'm knocking, waiting online, it's urgent. Lin Bei thought for half a day and realized that his imagination was actually rather lacking, and decided to go ahead and take care of the most urgent things. I remembered that when I got the identity of Xia Chang'an Dragon Science Institute's director, I think there was a promise that I would take out 10 technologies, right? Now just the technology of these guns alone is more than 10, and then a few mechs, tisk, 10 times to complete the task alright. Defense Science University. Inside the Xinwei Supercomputing Laboratory. Dean Xia, look, 108 technologies on this, it's more than 10 times more than what I promised at first, right? Do you think it's necessary to give the Dragon Science Academy to me to mess around with again? Maybe it'll be more than 1,000 technologies by then. Lin Bei took the list Shen Gui had made and handed it over to Xia Chang'an. Xia Chang'an came over to take a look and nodded. Theoretically it's possible, but you're about to have a military training exercise next, so everything will wait until after the joint military training exercise. Lin Bei cursed the old fox, so he let him go. Dean Xia, this is the AI I made, named Shen Gui, and she'll be the one to decide on the injury determination for this military training exercise. Also, according to my tests, Shen Gui's arithmetic power can reach 300 units, and a unit refers to a divine might supercomputer. Lin Bei said as if nothing had happened. And underneath, Xia Chang'an was directly shocked on the spot. What did you say? Equivalent to 300 God's mighty supercomputers? Heavens! How the hell did this happen? To know, the measured performance of the number of floating point operations per second of the Godway supercomputer is 93.01 plop/s, ranked 6th in the world. Shen Gui if it is 300 times that of the Godway, that is 27903 plop/s. Compared to this value, even if it is currently ranked first in the world's eagle sauce, only 1102 plop/s, the gap between this is simply worlds apart. Of course, if you have no concept of the unit plop/s, here can explain, that is as flops, zetaflops, is equal to 100,000 ky equals 10^21 times per second floating point operation, in short, is an astronomical unit of measurement. Mankind has gone through a total of 4 eras so far, the first being the manpower era, the second being the animal power era, and the third being the power era. Now, the development of human productivity has entered the fourth era, the era of arithmetic power, that is, the computing power based on chips and software platforms has changed the mode of production, mode of life and scientific research paradigm of human beings.
And computing power is increasingly becoming the base of scientific and technological progress and economic and social development, representing the development level of human wisdom.
It could be said that having this Xiangui was equivalent to holding the key to buying into futurized technology. What do I do? I'm letting Lord Silver do it. Can't it be that I'm still popping out of a stone?
At this moment, Xiangui suddenly rushed out and said, "Nice guy." Lin Bei hurriedly looked at it, okay, wearing an ancient style costume, meow, stared to death her.
But Xia Chanan was not calm. Is this a program, or artificial intelligence? AR? Virtual reality technology? Xiangui disdainfully said, "What artificial intelligence? I have a name, didn't Lord Silver tell you?"
"Xiangui, please call me Princess Xiangui, alright."
"Oh, Princess Xiangui." Xia Chanan nodded, but on reflection, it wasn't right. This is an artificial intelligence? The level of intelligence is almost close to that of a real person, alright. Comrade Lin Bei, you know the 3 laws of robotics, right? It's dangerous to create a strong AI with human consciousness right now. Facing Xia Chanan's warning, Lin Bei hadn't even opened his mouth when Xiangui added, "How is it dangerous? Humans? Well, I like it a lot, alright. Especially those awesome teachers." No, it's the body. Well, that's it. Good guys.
Lin Bei was straight up calling out good guy.
This AI girl Xiangui is really off.
Comrade Lin Bei, the current technological research about clones or test tube baby cultivation and inputting AI memories is against human decency. So if you want to fall in love, you can look for a real person, of course, robots, if you want to use them as an auxiliary love spice. I think it's also not a bad idea, after all, we're all men, right? Xia Chaman's old face reddened and said,
Lin Baron directly stupid. What the hell, I also give man machine love? Engaged in clone love not? And, although we understand, it doesn't mean it's not a boy anymore. At least that's how it is in this life. Dean Xia, thank you for your concern.
Lin Bei hadn't even finished speaking. Xia Chang'an hurriedly said again, "If you don't mind, I have a granddaughter who is the same age as you, and her looks are still in the past, right?
Her education.
She's barely qualified, but she's also from the same school as you. Besides, she has never been in love and is a flower in the greenhouse, so she is a bit high and mighty.
Of course, I'm not a matchmaker for you and her. I think that if you have her to give you a hand, it should be a not small help, right? Look at you, you're already in touch with state secrets. Is it right not to have a secretary? But letting others, I'm not at ease. You see, I'm also an old man over 100 years old. Why don't you just say yes?" This, Xia Din's granddaughter, seems to be that opening ceremony is very descending wisdom of that silly girl, right? Moreover, woman, will only affect the speed of my pulling out the knife, okay? Inside Adin Xia, you see, I will soon be engaged in joint military training exercises. Surely do not have the heart to engage in other things, this matter, later. Lin Bei said indifferently. He decided to use the trick of procrastination and talk about it later. Unexpectedly, Xia Chanan still didn't give up and said, "Hey, Comrade Lin Bei, look I knew you would not agree. It's like this, I let my granddaughter come to you as a secretary, is hoping to be able to refine her a bit, so that she knows that there are people, outside the sky. Don't worry, just give her a hard time. If not, how will she grow up? How can she become a woman? Right? Besides, don't worry, you don't have to pay her salary. I'll make her pay your tuition. 20,000 a month. This is already my utmost sincerity. How's that? Nice guy." Lin Bei was straight up totally good guy. Granted, a woman will only affect my drawing speed. The rich woman will just change my knife to a better one. A cute girl will change the shape of the knife. Lolita will increase the knife's attack speed. The royal girl will increase the knife's sharpness. Sick girl will increase the knife's damage. Sanwo will improve. Sanwo is still not very realistic. In short, we are like having an extra maid who delivers money. Can we not want this? Dean Xia, I think there is a possibility of negotiation on this matter. So far, I feel the need for the growth of your children and grandchildren for the Dean of Xia to do what I should do. After all, who let the two of us feelings? That is the brotherhood of good, right? Lin Bei said without changing his color. Xia Chanan heart, that is MMP. I give you to send women to send money even if you still want to talk to me as a brother? Under the sky there is no such a good thing. Besides, Xia Chang'an's move is to see Lin Bei as the dragon and phoenix among people, although bold, but will not do against the principle of things, so he is assured to send women. But that didn't mean he didn't care about his granddaughter Xia Evening Qing's thoughts. If Xia Evening Qing and Lin Bei really not possible, then he will not talk about it again, and the reason for doing so, that is because feelings can be slowly developed, day by day. Love is also possible, even if you cannot go together, become friends. There have been intersections, and that is also very good. Well, okay, I won't joke with your old man. This is the nanopointment mecha. Don't look at them just in the shape of a ring, but they can block bullets when necessary. Here, one for you, one for Elder Tang, one for Commander Long and one for Commander Chu, a total of 4. This one is for you. Lin Bei said, took out the 4 oversized rings prepared from behind him, and took out a copy for Xiao Chang'an. And when Xiao Chang'an saw such a large-sized ring, his person was confused. Comrade Lin Bei, how do you wear this thing? Can it really stop bullets? Lin Bei, that's a must. Of course, because the nano is a fluid, so you need to use your imagination to create its shape. Of course, no matter how much the nano compressed, that still has a certain volume. Look at me if you don't believe me. Then Lin Bei made a mental thought, and the panty-like nano spike mecha immediately wrapped around his entire body. Xiao Chang'an took the ring, and with the same imagination, turned a undershirt for him. Dean Xia, let me tell you, martial arts under the sun are indestructible, only fast and unbreakable. However, in front of the nano-pointy soldier mech, it's a bullshit. Because the nano-pointy soldier mech can even block bullets. Lin Bei said. Xiao Chang'an was obviously shocked by this amazing scene, and even directly said, then try punching me? Bang! In the next second, Lin Bei directly threw a heavy punch. But unexpectedly, it directly hit Xiao Chang'an's nose. Good guy. It seems to be a little bit crooked. Ah, it hurts too much. Xiao Chang'an immediately covered his nose in pain and squatted down. Lin Bei hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Dean Xia, it seems like this isn't activated. I'll activate it for you, huh? Lin Bei then moved his mind, and after giving the 4 rings permission, the nanomech directly covered Xiao Chang'an's entire body. Dean Xia, I'll give you a chance to beat my test, so that's always fine, right? Lin Bei said sincerely. Then, in the next second, there was a bang sound. Xiao Chang'an directly punched the shell of the nano-pointy soldier mech? Although Lin Bei didn't know what Xiao Chang'an was thinking in his heart at the moment, if it was him, he would definitely say, poison. Really toxic. He, it's just a pity that it's not our turn. That. Dean Xia, I have other things to do, so I'll withdraw first. Remember to give this nano-pointy soldier to Elder Tang, as well as the 2 commanders' big brothers. After saying that, Lin Bei naturally skipped off at light speed. What's the point of staying here any longer? Counting the time, the mechs and weapons and equipment that were almost transported should be arriving soon. Such an exciting good news, must not share it with everyone as soon as possible? Let's go to the athletic field first. After Lin Bei made up his mind, he walked 30 minutes to the athletic field. But as soon as he came here, he found the freshmen who were training. All of them were breathless and still listless, this face stinking like someone owed them $1 million or $800,000. Chief Instructor Qin, do you know what happened? Why does everyone look unhappy? Corporal punishment. Lin Bei came to the podium to find Qin Ming and asked. Qin Ming, however, sighed and shook his head. It's not what you think. Although I emphasize on obeying orders, I don't go so far as to maliciously physically punish students. The main reason is that the joint military exercise will begin the day after tomorrow, but the medicine equipment you promised haven't arrived, so morale is a bit low. This, Lin Bei said in disbelief, it shouldn't be. I debuted the engine heart earlier, so I still need to worry about it not arriving? Chief Instructor Qin, just tell me the truth. Qin Ming was about to say something, and then said, I think you'd better take a look at this first. With that, he took out a cell phone. In the cell phone was a video, and the owner of the video was none other than Jiang Jieshi, who was having a big military parade there. Not only are there all kinds of active weapons, such as 99A-style main battle tanks, for style infantry fighting vehicles, PHL-11 style 122mm self-propelled rocket launchers, PLZ-07 style 122mm self-propelled howitzers, there are also fucking anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank missiles. And the students inside, 18 schools united together, 120,000 people kicked in the right direction, to engage in a big parade, the same as the TM National Day Parade. No, it's as shocking as Mao's steel flood that shocked the world. As far as the eye can see, it's full of well-equipped freshmen. Those who don't know think it's the elite, the regular army, but they're just students. Damn, this is Long Zhonya's bad old man's ghost. The good pseudo-army, all of a sudden let him into the national army. No wonder this Jiang Jieshi arrogant, this is a bird gun. Fortunately, there is no J2-0, Boom 2-0, the rocket force and strategic support forces and aircraft carriers in other big countries, or this battle is really a billion points difficult to fight. And later, Jiang Jieshi's flames are also very arrogant, but also bluntly said that Defense Science University game training is actually a negative attitude to avoid war, and then engaged in a whole lot of offensive words. The freshmen of the University of Defense Science and Technology, that can be all hot-blooded, to put it bluntly, that is still in the middle of the two, can be subjected to this bird anger? Furthermore, the media on the network is almost a fall of praise Jiang Jieshi 18 School Alliance, and even called it the ceiling of the parade of colleges and universities. At the same time, also very not optimistic about the Defense of Science and Technology University can survive the first day. Of course, here, the reason why they mope also found the reason, very simple, that is, we do not have this bearer to them to support the scene, aggrieved it. But we are saying, this is also called the college parade? How dare we call this a ceiling? Chief Instructor Chin, can you stop the training for me? I have something I want to say to everyone. Lin Bei returned his cell phone and said, hey, good. Xin Ming sighed slightly, although this issue was too tricky and he didn't have much hope for Lin Bei. But after all, Lin Bei was now the chief commander of the military training, so he took the cell phone and started to call for all to stand at attention. At this time, Lin Bei also stood at the very front of the podium, making sure that everyone could see himself. And as expected, when the tens of thousands of freshmen present saw Lin Bei, each one of them was so excited that if it wasn't for the instructors of each class stopping them, I'm afraid that they all started cheering on the spot. Because Lin Bei was not only their leader, but also their idol, a spiritual leader, a hot man who could build a mecha supercar. On the podium, Lin Bei paused before asking a question. I heard Chief Instructor Chin say that the morale of our Defense Science University student army is weak. Why is that? It's said that it's because the alliance leader of the 18 Schools Alliance, that is, the Whampoa Military Academy School, Jiang Jisher, he attacked us in terms of public opinion and crushed us in terms of morale. Their military parade, not only do they have active weapons, but they also have a massive legion, more than 100,000 people. It's just like a fucking torrent of steel. If you say it's because he wants to plot against us, I guess there are some people who damn well believe it. Of course, the outside world's evaluation of them, called the ceiling of the college parade. But let's just say, this is also called a college parade? Also dared to call the real parade ceiling? Of course not. Our Defense Academy's bearer, Defense Science University, has yet to conduct a grand parade, so why should we give them the name of the ceiling directly? Speaking of this, right away, a freshman shouted, then when are we going to have a parade? Also, when will the mechs, various gun equipment and whatnot that you promised in the beginning, Brother North, arrive? This shouted question of his immediately aroused the curiosity of all the freshmen. The crowd said one thing to each other, and the scene immediately became noisy. And knowing that everyone needed to have such a cathartic time, Lin Bei quietly waited for them. When everyone saw that Lin Bei didn't say a word, gradually, some people stopped raising a ruckus. Not long after, when the others didn't have the solidarity of the people around them, this atmosphere of catharsis was also destroyed, and for a while, everyone was quiet. Only then did Lin Bei slowly open his mouth, for everyone's eagerness to prove themselves, I understand. After all, who doesn't want to represent the University of Defense Science and Technology to show their face in front of the national and even global audience? But then, everyone does not need to be anxious at all. Because, the real bull, always in the last shot. You see, in these 2 days, first the 18 School Alliance, then the double first-class schools, and then the 7 Sons of Defense and other major universities in the country, basically all the parade is over. Isn't it just our defense university? As the grand finale, we still have to suffer? That's not good. We're number 1. Don't you want mechs and equipment? Then why don't you take a look at what's inside the big truck that's slowly approaching? After a few words, the crowd looked outside the field. Outside the track and field, at this time has already been filled with one big truck after another, from the door, has been lined up to the line of sight, full of fucking thousands of meters. The eye estimate are several hundred well. Look at the sky above. There are even military helicopters for material transportation. When the driver opened the closed door of the truck, what was revealed inside made everyone look dumbfounded. Only to see a full floor as high as the Ion Titan mechs, from the truck tumbled down, standing majestically above the road, not 1, is 2, 10, 100, 500, stretched out, directly over 1,000 units. Okay. For ordinary freshmen, it was already very shocking, and for the mecha special warriors who had been in special training for a full 21 days, it was hungry and thirsty. They play Ion Titan every night, are looking forward to can really control Ion Titan this day, and now, Ion Titan in front of them, this is the king look green beans, bah, is dry firewood, no, in short, on the damn that kind of feeling is difficult to describe, just can't wait to want to rush over to have a good time kind of. Damn, I've been waiting for this day for almost a month. Every day playing the game, people are almost vomiting, now you finally tell me, can control the real Ion Titan? Confused people are still waiting, smart people have already rushed up and started establishing neural links. Crap, you old six, first come first served, spell it out. Charge. There were hundreds of trainees on the scene at once, disregarding discipline, rushing forward and backward towards the Ion Titan. It was the instructors who pulled and tugged on their uniforms, but they were not able to stop them. Of course, there are also unlucky people were more than a dozen students under the body, which did not rush out. Lin Bei naturally wouldn't stop them. Discipline? Definitely, but not now. Now he wants, is to let every new student is excited, are cocky, because, the first battle is the final battle, a battle to determine the end of the world and let him some surprises. he is about to lead the 400 freshmen, because was arranged in a separate team, so it is very good to recognize. A glance will see that more than 80% of them stay in place. This discipline is actually still considered to be qualified, at least then the others stay in the team of those who are more than at least 60% of the iron harness. Such a fighting force will indeed be stronger, but also can be done to the order of the prohibition of crap. There's a fire unicorn? And the god of thunder? This is a prop, right? No, this weight, this texture, and the bullets, they're all real. Oh my god, even weapons from Firefighter? Not only conventional weapons, but also melee weapons. I knock, see this dragon tsunami in my hand? My plants are grassy. Awesome. This is it? Don't look at this Optimus Prime in my hand. This is the king, okay? I slashed it gently. What the hell? The tree fell. It's over. It's awesome. Shit, not to mention the military drill. But during the parade, we'd have one with these weapons, right? I'd like to think that 30 years from now, when my son goes to college, I'll be able to brag to him as a person who has been there before and say, back in the day, your dad had a Gatling Purgatory in his left hand and a Barrett Destruction in his right, and with his hands in his pockets, he didn't even know what a rival was. Bro, you're holding your hands in your pockets and holding a weapon. You're Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms, aren't you? If not, why don't you try my N94 Supernova? Good lord, if you're controlling the Supernova, you can really put your hands in your pockets, and because of the turret, you can control it with your feet. The scene was a mess. Even Lin Bei, the scheduled 400 lone warriors, couldn't resist the temptation of hero-level weapons. This is the charm of a Kryptonite player? Chief Instructor Chin, don't just stand there, hurry up and notify the major media. Just tell them that my Defense Science University will hold a grand parade before the joint military exercise. Lin Bei patted Qin Ming, who had obviously been stunned, and said, Qin Ming had been in the military for more than 10 years, and to be honest, it was the first time he had seen such fancy weapons. Crucially, there was someone else on the scene who tried out an axe and ended up chopping down a large tree with ease. Then the other weapons naturally didn't even need to think about it. They must have blown up. Inform, I'll go and inform right now. Qin Ming said with a fiery gaze. He knew that the Defense Science University was a big bull this time. Lin Bei looked at Qin Ming rushing out excitedly and couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. Where was this? Mecha, guns and cannons, it's indeed a man's romance. But don't forget, we still have AI girl Shen Gue. Ha. Cough cough, all eyes on me. I have another announcement to make. Lin Bei said with a little bit of chi. Air, of course, because the gas is more sufficient. Almost did not boom out a fart. Good thing we grasped, stable, did not wave. The people who were still grabbing at the truck immediately ran back obediently. Why? Because the one who gave them all this was Lin Bei, the head of the Defense University. Lin Bei waited for about 10 minutes. After seeing all the people, he began to command, all of you, stand at attention, at ease, look forward to the right. Received the instruction of the freshman immediately the whole field action neatly stand, and the hands of the weapon in the air drew a dragon track, and then hitched on the shoulder. On this neatness and discipline, well, it's not a pseudo-army, it's a fucking elite. Lin Bei nodded, satisfied. Weapons everyone see? There are rifles, cannons, blades, heavy weapons, and even special weapons. But how should they be matched? Here I'll give you a brief explanation. 3 people fire Qilin, 3 people Thor, and the rest of the 3-piece set is a handful for 1 person. This is the configuration of a squad. Just ask the Gatling and cannons are assigned to the squad. And this firepower is just ask TMs who else. Of course, if you think it's not enough, it's okay. We still have fighters. We still have surface ships. Defending Fushan and Taoshan? Sorry, we won't attack. We'll just use our fighters. What? You're relying on the Star River? I'm sorry, I'll send out my ships and hit you hard. Finally, if you don't have confidence in yourselves, then you should have confidence in the AI Xiangue, right? Let me tell you, this is a strong AI jointly built by our Defense Science University and Dragon Science Academy. It can give you real-time tactical guidance as well as information transfer. Equivalent to 1 person can be used as 2 people, 1 for 10? Sorry, with the aid of artificial intelligence, 1 can be used as 20. Brethren, still the same words, the first battle is the decisive battle, a battle to determine the end. Our goal is to be on the first day of the first day, all the people are TMs to fuck down, so that they completely submit to our might. A word can be said to say the whole field of tens of thousands of freshmen blood boiling. They were dreaming that a military training actually can have a sci-fi sense of mecha. And there are also fireline crossing in those moving 688,998 kryptonite gun artifacts. And even TM's AI girl Shen Gue? This should be the military training that all boys dream of, right? A military training that directly brings all your dreams together. Fantastic, right too? I can't wait for the parade. When the time comes, I'll make sure to let my mom and dad watch it live in real time. And my classmates and teachers in high school and elementary school, I want them all to see my military training at the University of Defense Science and Technology. Don't forget there's the final joint college military drill. In this battle, our Defense Science University will win. That's right, Defense Science University will win. Definitely win. Definitely win. We will win. For a while, the cries rose to the sky. Even Lin Bei was shaken. The penetrating power displayed by the cries of these 10 million people was truly shocking enough. Of course, because some people hadn't played Firewire Crossing, and in order for them to familiarize themselves with the equipment faster, Lin Bei naturally let them go play the game again. There's no better way to speed up your equipment proficiency than playing the game, and if there is, it's to play a few more times. Compared to watching videos and teaching by hand, playing games was obviously more fun, right? And there was a strange appearance in the internet cafes near the University of Defense Science and Technology. In the evening, there are countless young people in groups to the internet. The internet does not play other games, just play Firewire Crossing. The internet cafe owner was shocked. Firefox? Isn't this an outdated online gun game? Why is it still so hot? The other players are also numb. They are not just a step late, all the seats have been robbed. Moreover, you at least play a 3A masterpiece, console game or something, they can still look at it. You tell me to play Fireline Crossing? Not only that, but a lot of new numbers? The rank is smiley? Could it be the big brother? Many players went in to take a look. A bastard, dishes like a dog, let me. The journey of the 10-year veterans who taught the new recruits, who unselfishly taught marksmanship, stance, bugs, and a variety of playstyles, was set off directly. At first, the freshmen of the University of Defense Science and Technology were not convinced. Meow, we are national defense students, you are just an amateur, can play better than him? As a result, the fact is naturally a slap in the face. 10 years of veterans, the strength cannot be underestimated, whether it is marksmanship, stance, awareness, and experience, that is all-round crush. Of course, the reality is unlikely to card bugs, unless this world is a game, but if it is a game, then why can't there be cheats? Like typing in a string of codes and having a Land Comet sports car appear? And after the media across the country were informed from Chief Instructor Qin Ming's side, they immediately arranged for the relevant personnel to prepare for the live broadcast. Of course, because of the confidentiality agreement, these media people came and went, and in the end, only the sheep frequency was qualified to enter. They were very skeptical that this was the Defense Science University deliberately making fun of them, but if Lin Bei knew about it, he would definitely state, hey, this was all discovered by you? The reason was simple, numbnuts, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, making you sing the praises of Defense Science University. And unsurprisingly, these media, after being defeated, one by one began to create another public opinion attack. Well, Defense Science University is a national defense institution, so they attacked very few points, but also quite harsh. 6 News, it is reported that the Defense University will hold a military parade tomorrow, or to boost the confidence of the freshman troops. The rationality of 2, 1 is the Defense University freshman military training period. Many times to go out to the internet cafe there is the phenomenon of playing games on the internet, playing games, including the sky falling 2 iron eggs 300 million schoolchildren stream and so on. As we all know, play more games, belong to playthings to lose their minds, and here, we do not rise to the height of the country. I hope that the new students of the University of Defense Science and Technology cannot forget the national shame, to catch up, more for the country. Secondly, the defense of the University of Science and Technology. This declaration of war slogan enemy of the remaining 31 colleges and universities, and by the weak brigade to build out of the 18-school alliance has been supported by the military, with a large number of modern army, and not long ago held a parade and was praised by the major media is the military training ceiling. So now the defense of the University of Science and Technology under a lot of pressure. The content of the latter is to write the ancient and modern history of the Defense Science and Technology University, as well as the future prospects, this part of the objective, and finally also hope that the Defense Science and Technology University to cheer, or positive. But the overall pull to see can be found. This article, throughout the whole is to elaborate a point, that is, this session of the Defense Science University freshmen cannot, too proud, too complacent, too not self-conscious, too playthings, so need to cheer, so need to work harder. This kind of subtle and sheepish article is much more brilliant and hateful than those articles that are just abusive and attacking. Hey, originally I thought that Defense Science University was particularly brave, but now it seems that it's just an egg hitting the earth and making a fool of itself. Going online every day? I'm really pissed off, I'm really angry. I've worked so hard to send him to the University of Science and Technology, why doesn't he know how to be enterprising and do something serious? After all, the University of Defense Science and Technology is the leader of national defense colleges and universities. Still want to save face, just hope that when the time comes, we'll not lose too ugly it. This session of the joint military exercise of colleges and universities, I am more optimistic about Jiang Jieshi's 18-school alliance, although they one is also to fight internally,
but at least before the enemy, showed the spirit of unity and cooperation, from the beginning of the unpopularity, to the present vaguely have the king of the division of the demeanor. I feel that the University of Defense Science and Technology really need to learn a little. After all, it is also a national defense college. In the future out of society is also to protect the country. The public opinion on the internet was once again one-sided. This time, Lin Bei experienced it himself and realized that these people were not only biased against the National Defense University, they were also biased against the game. What's wrong with playing games without talking about the University of Science and Technology defense? Tang Lao has said that playing games is good for physical and mental health, good for preventing Alzheimer's. It can enliven one's mind and broaden one's horizons. Of course, games are indeed addictive, but we can't just say that games are the root of the evils that poison young people, can we? This parade, Lin Bei felt the need to highlight the charm of the game, show the charm of gaming. Yes, now gaming is a profession, very sought after, right? As he thought, the night flew by, and at the same time, inside the office of the principal of Huangpu Vocational Military Technical School, the school's principal, Jiang Jieshi, instantly became interested after learning about the Defense Science University's upcoming military parade. Wenbai, help me contact President Zhao of the Defense Science University, and tell him that your school is holding a military parade tomorrow, and I want to go observe and learn from it. Jiang Jieshi put down his cell phone and said. The Wenbai in his mouth was his deputy and the vice principal of Huangpu Military School, Li Wenbai. Li Wenbai held up his gold-framed glasses and said in some confusion, Principal, we have the Eastern Military Region as foreign aid, and the most advanced Chinese weapons of the moment, but we still need to go to observe and learn from his Defense Science University? This is detrimental to your majesty when you say it out. In response, Jiang Jieshi just lightly laughed. Wenbai, you see you still forget my words. When dealing with the enemy, never take it lightly. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. This is the instruction from the commander of the Eastern Military Region, Admiral Chu. How could you forget it now? I'm sorry, Principal, I know I'm wrong. Li Wenbai hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. However, Jiang Jieshi didn't forgive him, but pointed out his second mistake. Vice Division Commander, there's going to be a joint military training exercise soon, so you have to change your ideological mindset. By the way, you incidentally tell the student military training commander-in-chief, Li Delin, to make good use of this opportunity and command a few beautiful battles out of the whole. If you can be valued by the military, not only can I bring honor to my Whampoa military school, but also his personal future has immeasurable benefits. Li Wenbai was stunned, and then quickly smiled and said, the commissioner has a high opinion. After saying that, the two couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. No, it should be a laugh. After all, life is rarely a commissioner and division chief addiction. After Wenbai hoofed it and started working, Jiang Jieshi and alone in the office began to think about it. This Defense Science and Technology University of Zhao Wumian president is the domestic famous hawkish figure. In the beginning, on the permission of the freshman commander-in-chief Lin Bei played the first battle as a decisive battle, a battle to determine the end of the world, the slogan, but also once let the world's admiration for him reached its peak. But this parade in the face of pressure from all sides, the national audience is not optimistic, but can endure to the end, is sure to have what killer app. And know yourself and know your enemy can win 100 battles. He went to the Defense Science and Technology University to observe the parade, is to sidestep Zhao Wumian's bottom card. At the same time, inside the Central Military Region Command, Chu Yunkai had already arrived at the military airport on the Transport 20, and Long Zhanya received him. Brother Yunkai, don't come back well. You too, Brother Warfield. After some simple courtesies, Long Zhanya glanced at the Yun-20 behind Chu Yunkai and immediately joked, Brother Yunkai, why don't you fly the J-20 this time? Sitting in the Transport 20. This is not your style. Brother Chu, it couldn't be that the last time you drove the demon god mecha was leaked, right? Chu Yun casually waved his hand as his old face turned red. How could it be? After all, I'm old and in case something happens, it's too late to parachute in. Besides, you've seen the weapons that Kid Lin Bei provided to the nascent army. Not only do they have rifles that can emit fire or paralyze, they also have extremely sharp melee weapons, and Gatling that won't blow up pipes. There are still warplanes in the sky, there are warships in the sea, and there are organic armored troops on the ground. I feel that our more than 100,000 people are still a little bit up in the air against each other. Long Zhanya raised his eyebrows and said, no way? There are still times when your brother Chu is afraid? Let me put it to you this way. This is still just students. If this was the regular army, fighting Lin Bei with active weapons, it would still be a fight. Of course, did you get his nano-pointy mech? My goodness, wearing it, it's like turning into Superman. One punch will put a 20-centimeter thick security door through. I'm afraid that he'll come to such a special force to decapitate me. Without the chain of command, this 100,000 or so student corps, won't it become a scattered sand? Chu Yunkai slightly pondered for a moment and said, we can engage in a blockchain-like command system, to the effect that we don't put our eggs in a basket, we are in multiple terminals, constructing multiple command systems, so that if a command system is destroyed, we can still have countless command systems for combat, so that by letting him decapitate Lin Bei how he wants to do so, we can still do it to profit from the undefeated. Wonderful! Long Zhenya nodded and said, when the time comes, our strategy will be set like this. We will first concentrate 70% of our superior force to directly launch a general effort against Lin Bei, and in case of failure, we will still be able to achieve a pull and make a strategic shift by utilizing 30% of the full formation's force, as well as the force that retreated back from the general attack, which is estimated to be around 60%. In short, as long as we can defeat this Lin Bei brat's military manifesto, it's a victory. However, Chu Yunkai hesitated for a moment, hesitating for a while before saying, this, Brother Long I think it's better to pull back at first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that by that time, instead of 60% of the troops remaining, it would be 30%. Upon hearing this, Long Zhenya's entire body was confused. No way? You can even think of this level of tactics? Old Long, what's wrong with your nose? Chu Yunkai suddenly changed the topic and said. Long Zhenya subconsciously touched his somewhat red and swollen nose and said, being beaten by that old thing Xia Chang'an. Ma, if I say so, he must have been beaten up by this Lin Bei kid and couldn't beat him back, so he intentionally beat me up. Ha? No, why are you changing the subject with me? Change the subject? Long Zhenya, you're so patient. Is this why you couldn't beat Xia Chang'an back and came to beat me? Behind him, suddenly came Tang Lao's voice. Chu Yunkai took a look at Tang Lao. Good fellow, just like Long Zhenya, his nose was swollen. Immediately, he invited credit. Good you Long Zhenya, you can be patient you. How dare you hit Tang Lao? Tang Lao, don't worry, don't dirty your hands. I'll help you beat him up right now. When Long Zhenya heard this, he hurriedly spread his legs and didn't run. It doesn't matter if he didn't run, he suddenly thought, this nano-pointy soldier mecha seems to be personally given to Chu Yunkai by Tang Lao, right? Wouldn't that mean that Chu Yunkai had been beaten up by Tang Lao again? But, if that was the case, then how come his nose was fine? Long Zhenya turned back to look, only to see Chu Yunkai don't foot in the chase, that posture, obviously. Oops mama yeah, sin Tang Lao, you that is really ruthless Long Zhenya, you give me stand still, don't run. While the two military region commanders were still chasing each other, on the side of the Defense Science University, the military parade had already begun. Lin Bei, as the chief commander of the student military training, naturally had to walk in the forefront of all the squares, was the flag bearer belonging to the front of the commanding square, and at the moment was already ready in the ranks, and preside over this parade, that naturally is still the principal Zhao Wumian. To be honest, Zhao Wumian's brain is buzzing at the moment, because how he did not think, a good military training, how to become a joint military training exercises for colleges and universities. A good military drill, how other colleges and universities appeared in the Dragon State active duty troops of weapons and equipment. And this so-called military parade, some equipment is normal, right? But what the hell is a mech? And what the hell are the guns in the game? Of course, what he couldn't figure out the most was this military parade rule. For a military parade to be victorious, then the principal being captured was a major deciding factor. He is already a deputy military region level figure, this if a student to be captured. Wouldn't that be a big loss of face? Moreover, the first thing that is the decisive battle, a battle to determine the end, this is not to push the Defense Science and Technology University into the fire pit? He Zhao Wumian more than once with the Dragon War wild protest and mediation, but people just do not care about him, this really is, sinning However, now that the military exercise was approaching, Long Kuyuan's willingness to take out the latest mechs and firearms equipment still gave him some backbone. After all, these equipments were too sci-fi, equivalent to futuristic equipments, used to fight modernized equipments, equivalent to hanging. Although the number of people is an absolute disadvantage, but the equipment is an absolute advantage, the victory or defeat is still not easy to say. If it is evenly matched, then his prestige will not be preserved. It's just a pity that he can't get the right to command like Zhang Jisher, but it's like a puppet principle Thinking of this, Zhao Wumian couldn't help but look at Lin Bei, who was wearing a nanopointy soldier mech, and secretly sighed that this kid's background was really damn hard. He also couldn't help but look at Zhang Jisher, who had taken the initiative to request to come and observe and learn, and couldn't help but feel a bit of envy. Look at this confident posture, although bareheaded, but young is 18 colleges and universities of the Alliance I heard that there was also a title of some kind of commissioner. And him, Zhao Wumian? The representative of the Hawk faction, the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology, always feel a little bit worse so mean Right now, Zhao Wumian looked at the time, almost to the point, then took a deep breath, and then said in a full voice, I declare that the Defense University 2202 freshman parade checking ceremony now begins. Play the military song.
Raise the national flag. Standard bearers take their positions. Accompanied by the sound of a bugle, the sensational parade ceremony, from this moment, kicked off. Everyone, are you ready? Ready at all times. Good, today there are not only viewers on the internet, but also our parents, as well as family and friends, who will all be watching us through the live broadcast. What we are representing now is the University of Defense Science and Technology, and it's an honor. Now, all of you, follow me and accept the parade. Start. Go. The front of the command square. After Lin Bei received the instruction, he held up the military flag, straightened his back, and kicked up the front step with a strong iron bone. Today, he was wearing the nano-pointy soldier mecha combat suit, exposing his head, but of course, his body was wrapped. And in order to hide the number and personnel of the nano-pointy soldier special squad, the rest of them did not go into battle. Instead, they were grasping for training. But right now, the most important thing was the parade, and the first time every one of them had been inspected. They had been preparing for this for nearly a month, and had the confidence and determination to win to be able to complete this parade well. With Lin Bei taking the lead as the flag bearer, the first square formation of the 2202nd Freshman Parade of the University of Defense Science and Technology had entered the athletic field. The AI girl Shan Gui, who had been preparing for a long time, immediately broadcasted in a resounding tone, now coming towards us is the freshman commanding formation, the Navy, Army, and Air Force Honor Guard. Hearing this broadcast, Zhang Jiesher was a little bit surprised. President Zhao, this time, Defense University has prepared the Army, Navy and Air Force? Zhao Wumian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, because Commander Long had asked him to delegate his authority to Lin Bei, so he had absolutely no chance to find out what kind of equipment the current military training team had and what subjects they had trained in, and besides, it wasn't a good idea to casually reveal the bottom line, right? This, President Chiang, our defense university is a national defense institution, so naturally, we have to train talents from the Navy, Land, and Air Force. Now after the reform of the military branches, there are more rocket forces and strategic support forces. In the future, the direction of our defense science university's training will be the talents of the 5 armies. Zhao Wumian said. Zhang Jiesher couldn't help but look at Zhao Wumian 2 times higher. Because of this answer, it was indeed impeccable. It was impossible to see the reality. He wanted to continue to think of another move, but the next square formation he saw in his eyes made him very surprised. Only to see the front of the command square, wearing a set of white and blue armor. A few simple steps have revealed a confident and calm temperament, and powerful movements, standard to the extreme posture, but also highlights its temperament as a soldier, as well as the glory of the flag bearer. But the key is to say, not a military uniform, is a mech, is a fucking mech. Crazy, right? You're wearing a mech to hold the flag in a military parade? That's just crazy. I've long heard that after military training every day at the University of Defense Science and Technology, the night is to play games. I'm afraid that this is not really playthings to lose their minds. Hey, this mech is handsome, but the occasion is not right. Inside the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of melon eaters couldn't help but spit out. They were originally the iron fans of Defense Science University, and thus chose to come and support it even when the entire network was not optimistic about Defense Science University's military parade and military drill. However, when they saw that the flag bearer of the parade was so childish, they were all disappointed. But there were also Watts Iron fans who found an anomaly, because it damn well seemed to be the mech of the protagonist in Nano Tipster, GA17. My plants, did I see it right? Isn't that the armor of Nano Sharpshooter Bader? I didn't think this parade would be interesting, but you're telling me there's a surprise? What the hell is a surprise? This is a fucking surprise. My fans of the Nano Tip Troopers are simply ecstatic. However, what surprised them even more was still to come. Only to see the square formation steadily come to a point close to the podium, the AI girl Shan Gui once again broadcasted a report. This time, the flag guard is the chief commander of the military training of the new students of the University of Science and Technology, Lin Bei, who is wearing the latest generation of the Dragon Academy's exoskeleton mechs, which are too advanced to be displayed, but in order to keep it a secret, will not do too much to explain it. In short, it's very strong. It's really very strong. This time, the network directly exploded. Too advanced? Can be demonstrated? This Nima is too confident. Nano Spike Mecha? This is a damn nano-level material. Having something as buggy as a nano core, is the technology of the Dragon Science Academy all this advanced now? In the anime this thing can turn into all kinds of weapons. You guys say that Defense Science University doesn't explain it. Is it to hide the weapons? That's for sure. Have you ever seen a military parade, pulling over a few trucks of Dongfeng Express and explaining to you how far it can hit? The point is deterrence, alright. Our enemies will surely try to learn about it by all means, keeping it mysterious, making them scared, making them nervous is the goal. This Defense Science University parade has suddenly become interesting. However, unlike the explosion on the internet, Zhang Jieshi was puzzled. Principal Zhao, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Generally military training parades are broadcast by professional officers. Why is it that when it comes to your school, which is a national defense academy, it has become the voice of a young girl broadcasting? And so unprofessional? For this question, I can only say that this is AI, or artificial intelligence, which is the brain of this joint military training exercise, and is also the latest generation of products developed by our Defense Science University in conjunction with the Dragon Science Academy based on the Shunwei supercomputer as a carrier. Zhao Wumian said as he was told, all of these things were told to him by Xia Chanan. He didn't know anything about the process, but since Dean Xia had given him this set of words, it was just as it was told. As for Zhang Jieshi, on the surface, he stroked his bald head and appeared calm, but in reality, in his heart, he was greatly shocked. This is artificial intelligence. The computer department of the Defense Science University is already strong, and has the Divine Mighty Ultra, which is considered the first in the Dragon Kingdom and the sixth in the world, but he never thought that, how long has it been, that even the artificial intelligence has been developed? Simply horrible. Just do not know compared to the Eagle Sauce world's first supercomputer, in the end will be stronger or weaker. Although the result is unknown to him, he understands that this parade has come to the right place. The bottom card of the Defense Science and Technology University looks very uncomplicated. Immediately after that, the second square formation of the University of Science and Technology Defense entered the ranks. This nasty, all of them are fire unicorns. The gilded dragons were so cool, especially when thousands of people came to the podium and started the three-stage assassination. Every cry was full of momentum. Such an army, is the square just damn filled with the flavor of money, visual impact directly pulled full right? Then next is the Thor, Gatling, Barrett, and N94 Supernova these squares. To be honest, it looks not like a parade, war, military exercises, but like a damn show-off. I'm really a curtain of the lying hell. Why can I only take a wooden stick as a gun during the military drill, but they can directly take kryptonite equipment? Or hero-level weapons? Brothers, I'm really sour. I thought I was just 1 point away from getting into Defense Science University in the college entrance exam. Motherfucker, is this someone else's military training parade? I now instantly feel like the steel torrent of the 18 school league doesn't smell good anymore, okay? I really do. I actually suspect that the Defense Science University parade is not interesting at all. I actually think that all military parades under the sky are that way. I did not expect. Defense Science University is really a damn cow. I would call it the ceiling of military training parades, okay? In the presence of kryptonite weapons, basically no one could resist the temptation. If there was one, it would probably have to be another one. Of course, if there were a billion more of them and they remained indifferent, that could only mean one thing, and that was a lack of money. This was not the case. Zhang Jieshi arched his hand and praised on the spot, Principal Zhao, I didn't expect that your school would have such strong financial resources to actually build an extremely luxurious weapon for all the new students for the sake of a joint military training exercise. This heart, old brother, I admire it so much. That last sentence was obviously said through gritted teeth. Zhao Wumian didn't need to guess to know that it must be because these weapons could easily make people envious and jealous, and when the time came to go on the joint military training exercise, the freshman from his Defense Science University would be holding the fire unicorn, while the freshman from Zhang Jieshi's team would, be holding a black and unattractive gun? It is indeed easy to disturb the military center of gravity. However, he did not know where this military expenses. In any case, the school's finances do not have such arithmetic, or presumably Lin Bei this kid rely on relationships to pull it? Well done, worthy of being a furlong student of the Defense Science University. Thank you, Zhao Wumian said with a rare smile. And at the end of the day, the equipment that came out in the finale, almost everyone didn't expect that this damn, conceptual weaponry that only existed in theory, weaponry that was obsessed by countless military enthusiasts, the heavy armored mech. They actually made it? And not only did they build it, but they also formed a 1,000-man square formation? At this moment, regardless of whether they were present or not, in short, all the spectators who were paying attention to this military parade were completely shocked. Because, what is the meaning of steel torrent? This is the real steel torrent, okay? Just see the athletic field. Watching the scene of the camera suddenly appeared a burst of regular shaking. What followed was a shaking in front of the screen. Many viewers thought that it was the phone that was unstable, and it was only when they reached out to hold it that they realized that it was actually the camera that was shaking. Immediately after that, there was this dull and neat stomping sound. Thud 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 thud. The netizens watching the live broadcast couldn't help but wonder, can't it be, there's a tank coming? But tanks couldn't possibly be this loud, right? Until they saw that thousands of humanoid metal mechanical devices were advancing in a neat and tidy manner, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air for it. Because this was clearly a mecha. And each mech is nearly a floor high, with exaggerated to the extreme mechanical arms, above also loaded with weapons with full firepower, just a face to let a person shudder, right? And not only one, TM full of thousands of units, also formed a square formation. Even if the mecha square what superfluous action or not, what superfluous sound or not, is walking through there, the sense of oppression is also directly pull full right. Because in the face of this kind of steel monster, how to be able to fight when the firepower is opened, it is simply a ruthless and iron blood killing machine, right? At this moment, almost everyone's breathing stopped for a moment. It was also in this moment that some people discovered a hint of difference. And that difference was to say that this mecha was clearly the Vanguard class Titan Ion from two Titans falling from the sky too. Crap, am I reading this right? An Ion Titan? This can be built? This is absolutely real. Look at the flexibility of that walk, and the weapons on the mech's arms, all of them are in line with the laws of operation of weaponry. And all the Titans are neatly organized, just like those soldier brothers in the National Day Parade. It's too awesome. That's not the point. The point is that TM's built the mechs in the game, right? And it's not just one, it's nearly 1,000. What does that mean? It means that the country has not only mastered the mecha technology, but has also been able to realize mass production. Good guy, I'm straight up totally good guy. Mecha Army. ITM still only seen in the novel, even the TV and movie are not so much description, okay? After all, Mecha Army out, funding directly exploded. What do you mean by a real steel torrent? This is the real steel torrent, right? Moreover, you guys think about it, the Ion Titan was built, Iron Man's Mark Mecha Series, Pesticides Mecha Series, Mobile Metropolis Alpha's Mecha Series, can't they be built as well? Crap. Damn, I want to join the army now. No. I'm supposed to get into Defense Science University. Look, is this someone else's military drill? Even the Mecha Army has come out. This is the real ceiling, right? Today, I'll blow up the Defense Science University's military parade. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. And on the podium, Jiang Jisher could not sit still. Defense Science University has this Mecha Army, directly all the way across the push, no one can block, still a fart? Double first-class university to stick to Fushan Taoshan? Completely useless, right? Down the slope straight up, defense my ass. But fortunately, he led the 18-school alliance as a Star River danger, Mecha Army unless there is a ship, or else simply cannot transport over. And if they can't be transported over, it's with artillery, it's with helicopter gunships or whatever, it's completely possible to fight the machine across the river, it's fighting the bull across the mountain, in short, it's just like that. In addition, Commander Chu Yunkai there also possessed a killer weapon in. If this was all Principal Zhao Wungyan's bottom card had, then the ultimate victory would still be his, Jiang Jisher's. Principal Zhao, this mecha square from your school is really refreshing, with extraordinary combat strength. It's no wonder that the Defense Science and Technology University wants to hold a parade after all the colleges and universities have held their parades. It really does deserve the prestigious name of the Defense Academy's bearer. Jiang Jisher laughed. Although Zhao Wumyan was puzzled in his heart, he still decided to commercially blow each other up and said, President John's fallacious praise, the joint parade held by your school in conjunction with 18 colleges and universities also had the shock of a steel torrent, and the ability to be seen. Jiang Jisher smiled lightly, but his brain was running frantically. He hadn't forgotten that the purpose of this trip was to know his enemy and know himself. Principal Zhao, how do you feel about the winning and losing results of this joint military training exercise? Jiang Jisher asked again. Zhao Wumyan also understood in his heart that Jiang Jisher asked such a sensitive question because he wanted to discern his strategic thinking, personality, and so on from it, and all of these could be the core of playing strategy and psychological warfare. How could he give it to him so easily? Principal Jiang, I have always insisted on my point of view. I think the victory of a war often depends on the last 5 minutes. Because war is inherently ever-changing, based on paper strength alone, then Yuan Shao should have defeated Cao Cao at the Battle of Guandu, and Cao Cao should have defeated Zhou Yu at the Battle of Red Cliff. Far from it, say close, when the battle of the founding of the country, China singled out the world's most powerful country as well as a number of allies, paper strength or eagle saw strong, but finally a fight, we directly to the eagle sauce to the head of a blow. But to the second, the third, Eagle Jam learned our tactics, made a targeted strategy, even if my Huaxia final victory, but suffered losses is incalculable, and even once a crisis of total defeat. Once lost, or Eagle Sauce once the use of nuclear weapons, the balance of the war once again fell to who? It's really hard to say. All said, until the last moment, who knows who is the real winner? John, this joint military exercise is a simulated war, we do our best to listen to God's will. Of course, the ultimate goal is still to improve the military quality of my Huaxia Qingjun. Does old brother Jiang agree or not?
When Jiang Jieshe heard this, his entire body froze, and he could only nod awkwardly in recognition. Because he had never thought that Zhao Wumyan's pattern and heart would be so big, and it was no wonder that the other party was a deputy military region-level figure, the idol of countless young students. Then, Jiang Jieshe also wanted to further explore the reality, but Zhao Wumyan did not leak, and finally could only helplessly give up.
And this parade, also in the speech of Zhao Wumyan, successfully concluded. However, the discussion about the parade on the internet intensified. Because only a few 100,000 people watched the live broadcast, and after they sent out the recorded screen content, it didn't draw the desired shock, but instead, endless skepticism. Nano-sharp soldiers? Fire unicorns? Titan mechs? You're telling me this is a military parade?
I'm afraid this isn't a special effects blockbuster. Actually, if the University of Defense Science and Technology can't come up with a joint parade that crushes 18 colleges and universities, it can also skip the parade and make a special effects movie instead of a parade.
Think you can fool me? You know, the eyes of the masses are bright.
Although we often say that videos can't be faked, but you guys don't forget that there's also the special effects editors.
Not to mention how many years the mecha's technology exceeds current technology. Just how much power does it take for a one-story mecha to move and also form a fighting force?
So, it's completely impossible, alright.
And this kryptonite weapon, is it hard to add any special attributes in reality? No kidding. There's also that nano spike mech, the nano core I've seen. I'm also very excited if such technology becomes reality. But, do you know how big the technology generation difference is during this period? It's impossible to realize. In the face of skepticism, there were many netizens who began to argue on the basis of reason, but the opposition balked. If it's true, then why didn't the official media report it?
Now, countless fans watching the live broadcast were speechless. And in fact, after the sheep frequency live broadcast, it is true that a number of media have been informed of the content of the video. But that is to say that the technology in this casually take one out, are at least leading the current technology decades, right? Sheep frequency can broadcast, because he is behind the country.
But these mass media dare not. If this is spread out, randomly deducted a leak state secrets hat, ate on the lawsuit, this his grandmother, will not be the end of the calf?
And not long ago there was the Defense Science University spy theft case. How dare they make trouble at this juncture? Therefore, the freshmen who learned about this matter, their hearts are holding their breath in, and even want to go to the internet to curse with those spammers. But Lin Bei stopped them. Why? Because the meaning of the existence of jets is in the network of the heavy fist. How can you play with the other side where the other side has the advantage? Should have told him to come down to the line, one person, and then defense KU tens of thousands of people.
That's the fucking only way to relieve the anger.
Of course, Lin Bei also knew that in order to eliminate the public's doubts about the Defense Science and Technology University, everything would already be clear tomorrow when the joint military exercise started live.
And tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Because the people of the whole country, and even the people of the world are eagerly waiting for the first joint military training exercise of colleges and universities, tomorrow, is about to kick off. 12 o'clock in the night.
Lin Bei lay on his bed in the dormitory, unable to sleep for a long time. He got up and found that his roommate Huang Zitao's bedside still had his cell phone lit up, so he whispered, "Tao, go to bed early. The fight is going to start tomorrow, so you have to raise your spirits." Huang Zitao sighed long and hard, then turned off his cell phone, rolled over, and then rolled over again. In short, he just couldn't settle down, but he still didn't play anymore. Lin Bei also decided to continue to sleep.
But it didn't take long.
Neighboring bed Chenyata again to get up to go to the toilet, after climbing the stairs, climbed halfway and went down, did not do anything else, but open the computer. Lin Bei would like to advise Chenyata rat tail juice, do not affect everyone's sleep, but we are all hot, cannot sleep, right?
It is better to go down to see what he is doing.
As he thought, Lin Bei put on his clothes and went down to the bunk, and found that Chenyata was not playing games or brushing up on his drama, but was studying maps and tactics.
Isn't this the tactical map of the Teutonic Kingdom's blitzkrieg on Porin in the first place? What, do you want to replicate this at tomorrow's military drill as well?
Lin Bei patted Chenyata's shoulder and said. Chenyata sighed slightly and said, Brother Bei, you also know that we don't have the advantage in terms of troop strength. Based on the information I've gathered so far, tomorrow, the 18-school alliance and the dual first-class prestigious schools will directly launch an onslaught against us. I'm studying this tactic because I want to concentrate my superior force, then choose a weak point as a breakthrough, mass the superior force at the breakthrough point, and launch a sudden attack to make a breakthrough in the intended direction of the breakthrough. This method of warfare, whether it's called blitzkrieg or great depth strategy or not, has high requirements on the mobility of the troops, and our mechs are able to do that. Of course, that pure mech unit of yours, Brother Bei, is a very good sharp blade to attack the dragon straight.
To be honest, Lin Bei was confused after hearing that. What does it mean by blitzkrieg? What does it mean by a great depth strategy? He just happened to have seen this map, but what do you call this? It really involves a blind spot. Well, at this time, has not said anything. Yang Keiji spoke up. The brother, Blitzkrieg and the Great Depth strategy is different, right? Blitzkrieg is to invest maximum force on the first assault, that is, to concentrate nearly all of one's armored forces and launch a decisive assault. After breaking through to the enemy, the breach is left to the infantry to occupy and expand, with the follow-on forces merely required to be able to replenish the battle losses of the assault force. The assault force is also not responsible for occupation. Its goal is to quickly destroy the opposing force and eventually force it to surrender. But the strategy of Great Depth is different. It actually includes both defense and offense, that is, Great Depth defense and Great Depth offense. The defense of Great Depth requires the establishment of a large depth, firepower-intensive defensive positions. Look at this diagram of mine, it illustrates this very well. With that, Yang Keiji got out of bed and pulled out his tablet. Lin Bei came over to take a look. Not bad. Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, we don't have it. Crying. And then look at Chenyata, where he kept nodding his head, and his eyes erupted with the light of wisdom. At this time, Yang Keiji began to elaborate again. The Great Depth attack is divided into the assault theory and pursuit theory, and its tactics lie in the breakthrough, routing, and pursuit. Specifically in the main direction of the assault, a large concentration of troops and technical weapons, usually in the total width of the area of the front army, will choose 7% to 12% of the breakthrough section. In this area, will be concentrated in the front army more than half of the infantry, most of the artillery, and all of the tanks, aviation. Good guys, Lin Bei is straight up good guys. These two people really is the real national defense students, unlike us. Oh yes, there seems to be Huang Zitao. I say you three, discussing tactics in the middle of the night without calling out to me? Yo, isn't this Blitzkrieg? Hey, isn't this the Great Depth of field? You two are good at this. At this time, Huang Zitao's voice also came. Lin Bei couldn't help but flirt with his forehead. Really, we have a headache. For the rest of the time, Lin Bei just watched the three discussing to and fro while he was like an outsider. This was a billion points of embarrassment. I think Blitzkrieg is good. I think Great Depth is good. No, still Blitzkrieg is good. No. With all this discussion, why are they still arguing? Brother Bei, you're our bearer, come analyze this for us. Which tactic do you think is better? At this time, Huang Zitao asked Lin Bei directly with anxious eyes. Lin Bei's two eyes were scratching his head. This Nima, how is this going to be answered? But now the three people are all looking at us with bated breath. This. Right, don't we have AI girl Shen Gue? Let her give the answer directly. Shen Gue, quick, help your master me with this question, Blitzkrieg or Great Depth? Which one is more suitable for tomorrow's military drill? Lin Bei said as such in his heart. And AI Shen Gue told Lin Bei the answer through a very hidden eardrum silence sensor formed by the nanospike mech fluid. That is to say, AI Shen Gue, which was 300 times more powerful than Eagle Sauce's supercomputer, was truly nifty. And with the answer, Lin Bei's heart was so relieved, he couldn't spell talent, he couldn't spell knowledge, but we can't just hang on, can we? About the answer to this question, I actually have long been in a certain military commentator's neck read. He is so said, the Blitzkrieg in the final analysis can only be planned for the battle level, is a tactic, applicable to limited war, that is, the hostile country's territory is small, the mobilization capacity and industrial capacity is limited, the war tolerance rate is low. But once faced with a country like the Malbare, which has a vast territory, strong mobilization capacity and powerful industry, there is no more chance. On the contrary, the theory of Great Depth combat is a strategic theory that can be applied to the entire war, and the error rate is very high. However, when applied to our star city, Blitzkrieg is more appropriate. But this is only relatively speaking. The most suitable method of warfare for our kind of mechs armed to battalion level unit troops is actually still our Huasha's interlacing and detouring tactics. You guys look at this diagram. With that, Lin Bei took out his tablet and then opened the picture that AI Shen Gue had prepared long ago. You guys, the so-called interpolation is to penetrate into the enemy's openings or weak points and execute movement. After penetrating through, one can detour, or achieve a diversion, breakout, mobilize the enemy or other objectives. Interpolation, not necessarily for the purpose of detour, also not necessarily through the interpolation. The two were not necessarily linked. The so-called interpolation and detour tactics is to combine the two movements of interpolation and detour to divide and annihilate the enemy. Interpolation and detour, there have been such things in ancient times. Interpolation and detour, there have been such things in ancient times. Then, Lin Bei flashed a second picture. In the Battle of Chongping, Bai Qi inserted two wings of strange soldiers into the rear of the Zhao army's attacking force, cutting off its camps from the rear barracks. He also used 5,000 cavalry to break into between the Zhao army's camps, cutting off the connection between the various camps of the Zhao army, that is, the rear of the battle. After that, King Zhaowang of Qin mobilized the men of Hanoi to occupy the highlands north of Chongping and east of there, cutting off the territory of the state of Zhao, that is, the strategic rear and the front line. This was the earliest form of circuitous penetration. This was the earliest of the roundabout penetration tactics, and for us to do the same. Since they are going to launch a direct total and carry out a siege, then we first have to carry out a counter-siege and use superior forces to make a blitzkrieg breakthrough. Secondly, after the breakthrough, I'm going to start using the meandering penetration tactic, constantly penetrating, disrupting their formation, then meandering, using superior forces to besiege the enemy's weaker forces, prioritizing the elimination of living forces, and prioritizing the elimination of strategically valuable targets. Of course, by that time, we have the help of AI girl Xian Gui, and we can carry out automated full-depth strikes under her command, minimizing command errors as well as strategic control over the entire situation. By then, we can even do it so that brigades don't have to look for battalions, battalions don't have to look for companies, and regiments don't have to look for battalions. We'll just grab the enemy together and be done with it. We have to be like a pack of hungry wolves to prey, but also like a tiger to strike hard. This is the most suitable tactic for our Defense Science University's mecha futuristic army. After Lin Bei's words, the three roommates were suddenly in a state of confusion. Because what Lin Bei had said was too profound, the perspective he stood from was very high, and every time they thought about it in detail, they would have new insights. Even so, they all had the same feeling that it wasn't Lin Bei standing in front of them, but a master with peak human military command skills. Huang Zitao, Brother Bei, Bull. Yang Keiji, this wave, I'm convinced. Chen Yada, I struggled to think of a sentence to compliment Brother Bei, but in the end, I'm sorry to say, I can only say, crap. 6 on my Brother Bei. Where, it's all because of other people's military commentators. Lin Bei was both heartbroken and very happy at the same time and said. Subsequently, the whole night, the four of them were in the middle of a heated discussion, because, the pressure was too much to sleep. And they weren't the only ones who couldn't sleep. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, tonight it was estimated that tens of millions of people couldn't sleep. These people are not other people, but hundreds of thousands of students in hundreds of thousands of schools in the Dragon Kingdom. It was the first time they had heard that military training could also involve joint military exercises for colleges and universities. It was the first time they had been instructed by the Ministry of Education that for 3 days of the joint military exercises, they would be suspended from classes for 3 days to observe the battle, with the aim of developing military literacy. And for the boys, leading soldiers into battle and military confrontation is something engraved in their bones. For girls, although they don't like war, they are naturally in love with those powerful foreign names. On this night, almost every major social media platform was flooded with student groups. With the passage of time, it was no longer just students, even the working people of the society at large, and many elderly people who did not have a job, all joined in the discussion of the joint military drill of colleges and universities. Casually enter the scarf, teasing sound, penguin, Weixin, PaiPaiMan and other various apps, almost all can see the related topic discussion, this universal attention, the heat is absolutely broken billion level. Because the Dragon Country really since the last century, decades, there has never been like today this war atmosphere so thick. Many people miss the last century, not because of that time how rich material, but that era, people's spiritual life is incomparably rich, to the country is full of expectations, to protect the country is also engraved in the bones, put into action. At that time, people's idols were scientists, generals and leaders. Unlike now, it was the so-called fresh meat. Almost everyone foreseeable, or not foreseen for the time being, will inevitably have an ideological awakening as a result of this military exercise. This will be the best of times, and at this moment, the dawn, the start of the live broadcast of the Joint College Military Drill, is the turning point. 8:55 a.m. 5 minutes until the start of the live broadcast of the military drill. The people all over the country had already taken their seats in front of the TV, in front of the projection, in front of the tablet, in front of the cell phone, just waiting for the live broadcast to start. Even though the start of the live broadcast doesn't mean that the military drill has officially begun, they don't want to miss every bit of information about it. And today the tardiness rate in almost all schools dropped to 0 for one reason: all students wanted to be in the classroom with everyone else to watch the live broadcast of the military drill through that multimedia monitor behind the classroom blackboard. They may not be these people in today's military drill, but they all want to get into these schools that can hold joint military drills in the future. Although the screen had not yet been accessed, the number of online viewers of the live broadcast had already reached a staggering 120 million at this point. It was a live broadcast with universal level attention. Of course, because of the need to compensate the nearby residents within the map of the military exercise, it was necessary to insert advertisements to make a profit, and with such a high volume of airplay, a 15-second advertisement could make a profit of 500,000, while if it was a 30-second advertisement, this cost would directly become 2 million. Because the more such hundreds of millions of traffic level ads, the more exaggerated the coverage. The longer the time, the deeper the impression left and the higher the value. Just these 5 minutes before the start of the broadcast alone had brought $20 million of net profit for the military show. And at this moment, the countdown to the live broadcast ended, and the official live broadcast was about to arrive. 3, 2, 1. The live feed is accessed. Those who have long been impatient audience directly began to brush up the screen in the live broadcast, such as front row, first, second, insertion of eyes. The entire screen was filled with words such as front row, first, second, eye insertion and so on. However, when they heard the familiar sweet female voice of the host, each and every one of them got excited. Hello everyone, I'm the host Bing Bing. I'm the host, Sha Sha. Today, the live broadcast of this nationally discussed special action of the Joint College Military Drill will be co-hosted by Bing Bing and I. I would like to give special thanks to the joint sponsorship of Mighty Cow, Wanda, and Rice, etc. No fervor, no youth, the Joint College Military Drill, you and I will walk together. Sheep Frequencies ace host Xiao Sa need not be said, but Bing Bing that is because of a relationship storm and was innocently snowed in for 4 months is now come back? A turn off the screen full of pop-ups, good guy, Bing Bing that beautiful and delicate god face suddenly jumped in front of the eyes again, also with the iconic smile. At this moment, countless netizens were once again moved. It's too unbelievable. I didn't expect that Bing Bing would actually make a comeback for this military exercise. Wife. I really miss you. 555. It's this smile. First love smile. Wow, my DNA at this moment completely touched okay? Shawl hair, fair skin, sweet smile, bright and lovely, the duty of guarding his wife is naturally none other than my husband. This military drill can have ice goddess commentator, really super awesome, okay? And some people intuitively express favorites, and some people euphemistically express favorites. But that is to say, daydreaming does not work, you have to let the urine yellow first, and diabetes still have to go back a little, do not believe you see their pop-ups. The sun shines warmly on my body, but my heart is ice cold. Funny. JPG. Reasonably, there is nothing to see, after all, every day around, are used to see, squinty-eyed smile. JPG. Ice? Isn't she being kissed by me? What? You don't believe me? You see. Kissing Bing Bing. JPG. Dude, we're really just calling it dude. Are you sure this Bing Bing is the same Bing Bing? Of course, because there were too many pop-ups in the live broadcast room, this picture was quickly brushed down. And the live room, ice to see their comeback, there are so many people to support themselves, the heart about the shadow of the scandalous love affair, but also reduced a lot, more into the host up. Yesterday, she was directly overnight to integrate all the manuscripts all together, like this kind of opening up the top tournament live, if successful, it would mean the career again brilliant. And from the perspective of national defense education, she is also really honored to have the opportunity to host this live broadcast, sincerely hope that more young people become rich in masculinity, hope that the whole society is filled with a different kind of vitality, and for the small fresh meat this feminine beauty of attention and worship can be infinitely reduced. After taking a deep breath, Bing Bing began to show her superb oral skills, this time to participate in the Joint Military Training and Drama Special Action of colleges and universities, a total of 32 teams. At first, we thought it would be the spring and autumn and warring states kind of mergers and acquisitions war, or the popular game of chicken in the competition to the end, or similar to the World Cup that kind of one-on-one dueling game, but after all, each participating teammates in the thousands of tens of thousands of people ranging from, and is still, the military training, the champion is also only one, and the strength of all parties, and the strength of the military training. The champion is also only one, and the strength of all parties is not equal. So far as we know, 32 colleges and universities have been clearly divided into 3 major factions. First of all, it is shouted, the first battle is a duel, a battle to determine the end of the world, of the University of Defense, as the defense colleges and universities to carry. The University of Defense is undoubtedly the strongest strength of a single school, but also the most likely to be besieged, so the University of Defense chose to fight with all the direct duel. Thought to form a 31 vs 1 situation, but the fact is that, with 18 strength and student population relatively weak school, was Huangpu Vocational Military Technical School Jiangjieshir reached an alliance. It is worth mentioning, Jiangjieshir is the counterattack against the barbarians' meritorious service, has extremely excellent micromanagement of the military command talent, and for the Defense Science and Technology University's declaration of participation in the war, said directly, to let the Defense Science and Technology University a battle to lead a box of rice, has not yet begun to fight, the two armies before the war started, the two armies began to fight each other, the flavor of gunpowder is full of In addition, the remaining colleges and universities are double first-class schools. One by one they are more or less high-minded, and may also be receiving the stimulus of the same double first-class school Defense Science and Technology University, so did not reach a large alliance, so a long time, are in the preparation of the war alone. But this situation changed alarmingly after the appearance of two student commanders-in-chief who had studied under the Ghost Valley School. The first was the student military training commander-in-chief named Su Chin who, without knowing the means of his life, directly took command of the 6 colleges and universities, rising out of nowhere to form a force to be reckoned with. And then there is a female General Zhang Yi, to the big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, gathered in the military exercise in the power of the week to shrimp 7 colleges and universities, and Su Chin combined, reached a military alliance, but the distance from the 18-school alliance with 120,000 troops, or the strength is too weak. But with the Zhu Rai military exercise Demon Man Guanyi's accession, the strength of the strength or shoulder or even beyond the Jiang Jieshi's 18-school alliance. Of course, the most public concern, or Defense Science and Technology University to the position of a lone school, in the end how long can survive? In the end is the first battle to get boxed, or the first battle that is the duel, really a battle to determine the end of the world? We will see. This set of oral down, not a 10 minutes simply cannot get off the ground well. The audience in the live broadcast room on the one hand praised Bing Bing's excellent professional skills, on the other hand, for the information revealed, it was quite excited. I thought the war declaration of the University of Science and Technology had been fierce enough, and then you told me that the micromanipulation master Jiang Jieshi had brought the 18-school alliance with a total of 120,000 people, which can properly destroy the University of Science and Technology directly. But as a result, you told me that the players of Ghost Valley Zonghenging came behind, directly gathered 60,000 troops, and also fucking came to the military performance demon King Man Guanyi? Who is Man Guanyi? That's the one who abused the Red Army to death, don't want to exist. He led the Blue Army in my dragon country's strongest military drill site Churi River that is 100 battles won, have not tasted a defeat. It's a bit of a downgrade to take the Army's military drill king to participate in the university's joint military drill, isn't it? I still can't forget the look in the eyes of the Red Brigade commander when he saw Man Guanyi in that interview. I can't help it, Man Guanyi would do anything to win the military drill. Is it really good to have him in the college military drill? This military drill is getting more and more interesting. Master of micromanipulation versus the king of military drill, Man Guanyi? Oh yeah, I heard that the University of Defense has kryptonite weapons like the Mech Army in Fireline Crossing, right? If that's true, wouldn't that be a great mix of ancient, modernized and futuristic warfare? Although I also hope that there will really be mecha armies, I think that people should be a bit more realistic. For example, let's first expect the Defense Science University to last a bit longer. Don't let the real battle end in a box. Hey, I think the University of Defense will surprise us, we'll see. I'm afraid it won't be a surprise. Funny. JPG. While the netizens were hotly debating in the live broadcast room, Xiaosa's side started to give up the warm-up promo for the military exercise again. Hello viewers in front of the screen, I'm Little Sa, now we're seeing the preview film for this joint college military training exercise special operation. Let's enjoy it together. As the host, Little Sam, broadcasted, the live broadcast screen cut to the warm-up movie. At the beginning of the preview was the Battle of Red Cliff, where Cao Cao, Sun Quan, Liu Bei, Zhu Galiang, Zhou Yu, Lu Su, Pang Tong, and other historical figures appeared one by one, together depicting the grandiose scene that laid the foundation for a 3-part world. Then linked to the military exercise special operations, the same 3 forces, Defense Science and Technology University seems to be the weakest, but shouted out the first battle is the final battle, a battle to determine the world, a slogan that resonates throughout the world. And the strong rise of the 18-school alliance is not willing to show weakness, shouted you want to fight, then war. The domineering declaration of if you want to fight, let's fight, is quite similar to the style of Genghis Khan, who swept across the Asian and European continents. Even the later emergence of 6 schools and 7 schools of double first-class schools, respectively, shouted out of the cage beast, ready to go. And born without fear. And born without fear, fight to the end. The bloodthirsty declarations. This also confirms Lin Bei's words from the bottom of his heart at the opening ceremony, that is, China has been a fighting nation since ancient times, with a history of more than 5,000 years, only 100 years without war. And this warlike nation, even the young generation, also possesses a superb sense of fighting. But the good war is to stop the war, without war, and give up the army. Is the upper sign, do not see the death of stopping the war? Don't you see the death of stopping the war? All this is the truth. We simulate war, not to fight, but to avoid war. But at the same time it doesn't mean that we are at the mercy of others. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If a person commits a crime against me, do not say anything. If anyone commits another offense, they will be executed even though they are far away. The final scene of the preview movie naturally stayed on top of the word "Stop the battle." And this voiceover, powerful and ironclad, the attitude of my China made a declaration to the world. For a time, there were countless people whose heart's blood was hooked. Yes. Thinking back then, who the hell is not a hot-blooded young man? An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, a billion young people, a billion soldiers. When the motherland was invaded, who didn't want to put on a military uniform, carry a gun and beat the son of a bitch invader? But when it is not violated, who is not a good citizen who is busy for a happy life every day? Who hasn't been a teenager who worries about reading, criticizing society, and worrying about the country every day? Inside the live broadcast room, the host Xiaosa said, "To this day, we still can't forget the previous generations of martyrs to protect the country in a passionate blood. This joint military exercise on the one hand is to improve the students' military literacy, on the other hand, also hope to use this to wake up all the dragon people for the national defense and security of the importance of it." Thinking about this, Xiaosa couldn't help but sigh heavily again and said, "Right now, the enemy's infiltration of our dragon kingdom is pervasive, and the methods are all-encompassing. The places we ignore are precisely what they focus on." Then a wise netizen asked the question, assuming we pay attention to the places we ignore, won't it be impossible to be breached? Here, Xiaosai likewise gave a wise answer. The reason why the ignored place is ignored is because we ignore it. If you in front of the screen didn't get it, then I can give you an example. You have just seen the preview movie, right? Can any of you spot a problem with it? Any problem at all? We're not going to have a vote. You just have the answer in your mind. I'm going to give you all 5 minutes, and hopefully you'll have some eyebrows raised. 5 minutes? The majority of the netizens in the live broadcast room felt incredulous. This preview movie was quite well done. Could there not be any problems? Problems with the words? No, it was very much in line with the values of Huaxia. Problems with the special effects? This special effect is simply blown away. Problems with the transitions? It's comparable to some blockbuster action movies, isn't it? This preview is simply perfect. Almost everyone recognizes it as the best preview of the year, right? It's clear, it's atmospheric. It's better than some of the theatrical blockbuster previews, isn't it? So is it perfect enough to be a problem in itself? But what question would that be? Inside the live broadcast room, Xiaosa saw a group of netizens engaging in a heated discussion, but as the discussion went on, just no one found out what the problem was. To be honest, if it was himself, or Bing himself to observe, he would not be able to detect it at all. Because, this technology is in too much of an anticlimax. Good, now the 5 minutes time has arrived. Unfortunately, through the big data analysis of the pop-ups, none of the online games found the end, but did not give further answers. Here, Xiaosa I will not sell out and tell you directly. This 5-minute plus preview movie, in fact, we did not ask the special effects company to do, and did not even ask a real photographer to shoot, but directly all the various data of the characters to appear into the artificial intelligence, and finally by the artificial intelligence for video production, the final rendering of the effect of the characters, for example, can almost do with the real person without any difference. So the question is, assuming that in the future someone with your parents or boyfriend or girlfriend with the exact same image with you for video, let you give him a transfer, will you be hit? Or, in front of you to put out a character with the real person 1-to-1, you in the case of not touching, can distinguish the real from the fake? Next, it's up to me to unveil the world's first artificial intelligence built by the Dragon Science Academy and Defense Science University based on the Xunwei supercomputer AI girl Xian Gui. As soon as Xiaosa's words left his mouth, light and shadows then flashed in the live broadcast room, and out of thin air, a young girl dressed in a mecha costume appeared. And this young girl also held a laser gun and pointed it at you in front of the screen, saying with a haughty face, "My name is Xian Gui, Xian is Xian, Gui is Gui, it's nice to meet you, would you like to take a bullet?" Good guy. Xiaosa's heart really called out good guy. How did the national style outfit turn into a mecha outfit in the live broadcast? It's too smart, isn't it? Inside Xian Gui's opening speech is different every time. Today there should be a lot of student groups present, so we'll choose something more vivid. Well, today we're a military drill, so Xian Gui should be changing into a costume more suitable for narration, right? Xiaosa hurriedly introduced Xian Gui to the right track. This scene had excited all the wolf friends in front of the screen. Such a lively character, and can be changed. The key also looks very good, very obedient look. Who see who do not want to cough, who see who do not love is not it. The pop-ups are like wife. Not cute. Am I in love again? This kind of, immediately spurted out, directly to the brush screen. Bing on the side had never thought that a holographically projected AI girl would be more popular than her. Stealing her thunder right off the bat was too strong. Despite some envy, and even a hint of jealousy, but to be able to become the anchor of sheep frequency, and to be loved by everyone, she was still very broad-minded, and at that moment, she continued to host as usual. It seems that everyone prefers Sister Xiangue, and that's not it, sucking away my popularity as soon as she came up? However, to be honest, I'm also very envious of Sister Xiangue, especially because of the advanced features she possesses, which not only protects this joint military exercise, but also brings everyone an unprecedented experience. Sister Xiangue, why don't you introduce your features to everyone? Xiangue sniffed and immediately struck up an accent. Ahem, since it's time to teach. Then it's time for me to change my outfit again. Next, please call me Teacher Xiangue, yo. After saying that, Xiangue then turned around one more time, directly transforming into a youthful female teacher, with a droll expression and a serious look, really knocking cute and playful. Next, everyone should pay attention to the lecture. Don't put your eyes on places that have nothing to do with teaching, or else beware of being secretly punished for copying your homework in my office at night. Xiangue said as such. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room, one by one, all of them held, "Ba, is bung bu lai ba. There is such a beautiful teacher teaching, how to call people do not spring, pa, is a heart of knowledge in the stupid? Username old drag, if my teacher used to be like this in class, which dare to be naughty, I must fight with him one-on-one. Username one thought, if I were a parent, I would definitely give my child's veteran every set of such clothes. User with a clear river, with such a teacher, no one skipped class. User main city crusher, teacher. May I ask how to listen to the lesson if you can't concentrate? User DYR8Z5 Waxed, teacher, I'm 32 this year, can I come to your class, I mainly like to read. User blind hook 8 nonsense, when there is such a teacher counseling, I am still afraid of not being able to get into college? What serious teacher wouldn't find this kind of cooperation and motivation strange? Not only is it strange, but it's also outrageous. Because they didn't say anything, they didn't teach anything, they just changed their costumes and acted cute, and they gained the love of countless men, women, and children? Just as the teachers were lamenting the fact that the world was going downhill and that face value was justice, Xiangue turned on her superb professionalism. Ahem, so now I'm going to explain 3 points, each point is a key point, don't miss out on each point, make sure you look at it clearly. Otherwise, don't blame Xiangue for not being polite. As she spoke, Xiangue flipped and changed again, turning into an imp schoolgirl. But that's what we're saying, who wouldn't want to miss it if they saw it? Such an imp, you're not polite to us? Please be more nonchalant. Then, Xiangue took on the image of an imp, with a pair of demonic horns sprouting from the top of her head, and said with a very oppressive feeling, all listen to me. First, I'm sure you've all seen the map of the military drill. It's the southwestern part of Star City. The exact location is between Star River and Fushan Taoshan, between the university town and the suburbs. And the form of the map broadcast, as you can see, is the same as the technology of the preview movie, using his holographic projection technology. In addition, Xiangue is also depicted using projection technology. So, it's better to obediently collect your thoughts and listen attentively. Then, Xiangue zoomed in and out of the map, shifting left and right horizontally, with all sorts of operations being extremely smooth and dazzling to look at. And with the details of the holographic projection, even a grain of sand on the street could be seen exceptionally clearly. This could make the audience in the live broadcast room look that way. I didn't realize that it's only been 2,202 years and human technology has already reached this level? Isn't this only found in movies? Iron Man? Can it be that my Dragon Kingdom has even built Iron Man? Hiss dash. You say that, I'm kind of convinced that the Titan Mecha and Nanospike Mecha of the Defense Science University could possibly be real. It can't be. After all, that generation difference is too big. But something like holographic projection is still something that can be realized in recent years. It's really amazing that Huaxia, can be so many years ahead of schedule. It's just a pity that Xiangue's wife is also a projection, 555. Good guy, you don't like the second dimension, paper people, Hatsune Miku, and all that? Projection won't do? The heat of the topic on the internet about Xiangue instantly came up, while the AI girl Xiangue was still continuing to explain the military drill at the moment, continuing to come up with shocking black technology for the military drill. Secondly, in order to safeguard everyone's cognitive level of the military drill, and to maximize the possibility of improving everyone's military literacy, we've specifically adopted the form of live main screen and subscenes, and have set up one virtual live room for the main screen in the entire field, as well as 32 live rooms for the subscenes live shooting, and each of them will have 648 drone cameras for tracking and photography, for a total of 20,736 drone cameras to ensure that every exciting moment is captured in the eyes. Thirdly, the large amount of footage will lead to information overload, and the human brain will not be able to react clearly. This is something that you don't need to panic about. There are two solutions from the Military Exercise Special Action Directors Group. One is to rely on my thinking brain for big data analysis and screening, and the other is that professional military commentators will be assigned to each and every live broadcast room. Fourth, the layout of each camp's layout on the map will be lined up and arranged in the main screen's virtual live broadcast room, relying on the joint calibration of the camera and the host computer, which can provide real-time military and chess projections to ensure consistent progress. Fifth, naturally, is also the security issue that everyone is most concerned about. Because the teams participating in the various universities are using active weapons, they are equipped with simulated ammunition. Taking firearms as an example, the bullet shot will have the same recoil, and the range of the bullet will not be affected, but the bullet shot will only leave the cartridge case, which will then be turned into a cloud of nitrous oxide. So how can you determine whether the bullet flight trajectory is hit or not, or whether the bullet has been blocked during its flight? Here, a large number of drone cameras provide a high-speed capture system, and at the same time, the data will be transmitted to the brain. That is, real-time simulation will be carried out through the powerful arithmetic to support the ending is hit or blocked. The judgment of the injury of the players is also based on the powerful arithmetic, the touching parts, the type of bullets, as well as the overall physical quality of the players to make multi-dimensional judgments. Then there are some people have doubts, in case the foot is shot. In fact, the foot is fine, you can continue to jump. This is not a card bug? We give the program is in the military exercise clothing for paralysis and pain processing, will be very realistic simulation of the state of the battlefield shot. In addition, when it comes to weapons of mass destruction, the real military drill site will carry out a fixed point explosion, that is, to provide an area for the exploding party, followed by a strike in another safe area. If during the period of time there is an enemy present in the explosion area, there will be an explosion sound effect. And in the screen we will add a billion special effects for the visual effect to supplement. Lastly, once a student is injured, we will immediately organize medical personnel to rescue them in a helicopter, and the helicopter will be painted in Red Cross, belonging to the neutral camp, and any team attacking the neutral camp will take the punishment of combat attrition. So don't try indulgence so easily. Speaking of this, Xian Gui transformed into the image of a female nurse again. It could be said that this commentary, Xian Gui had really done her best. Big where it should be big, clear where it should be clear. It was simply the fighting Kuan of commentary, ergo, still the only female Kuan. After Xian Gui finished her narration, most netizens, although they didn't understand much, but they had a feeling that the black technology of this military exercise was really Nima strong. Just the brain this one, all rely on big data processing, it is too strong to be ridiculously good. You know, that's nearly 200,000 people's data, but also real-time processing, which is more powerful arithmetic can do. Ordinary people do not know, but those foreign research experts in the relevant aspects of a calculation, directly confused. Because really want to do as AI girl Shen Gui said to provide nearly 200,000 people's data real-time processing, that computing power is the Eagle Sauce ranked the world's first supercomputer at least 50 times more. To know that the Eagle Sauce is only 1100 plop/s, 50 times, that is at least 55,000 plop/s. At this moment, countless foreign research experts were all shocked. Of course, if they knew that Xian Gui was actually 300 times the supercomputer of Eagle Sauce, I don't know if their eyes would directly fall out. And now, the military exercise was about to enter the countdown, and those commentators who had long been prepared began to make their appearances one by one under Mr. Xiao Sa's introduction. Let's thank AI girl Xian Gui for her wonderful introduction. Then next, let's invite the commentators from the major sub-screen live broadcasts to enter, while our main screen virtual broadcasts also have the honor of having all the members of the Military Commentary and Analysis Bureau. First of all, let's invite our Naval Specialty Direction, Bureau Chief Zhang, who was famous for destroying 32 large destroyers of the Eagle Sauce in a single battle. Secondly, let's welcome Political Commissar Jean, a military expert and scholar widely loved by college students, whose book The Future Must Be in China has had a far-reaching impact both at home and abroad. Lastly, let's welcome Deputy Bureau Yin, Deputy Bureau Dai, and special guest military commentator Fong Dabing to enter one by one. Let's welcome them with the warmest applause. Inside the live broadcast room, a tall man who was handsome and possessed the demeanor of a great general walked in, and the viewers instantly recognized him as Bureau Chief Zhang. And behind him was Political Commissar Jean, who always carried a bright smile. Then, it was Deputy Bureau Yin, Deputy Bureau Dai and Dabbing Fong who entered one by one. After a brief introduction, Little Spar began to interact with the commentators. Little Sparrow, hello, Bureau Chief Zhang, I'm the host Little Sparrow. The special operation of the joint military training exercise for colleges and universities is about to begin in half an hour. Do you and your colleagues have any thoughts on this special operation? Bureau Chief Zhang searched and then spoke eloquently. I'm a rear admiral in naval weaponry, so I may not be too familiar with the specific operations of the military exercises, but I've been observing the international situation over the years, and I still have a relatively thorough grasp of the state and psychology of some countries, so I can provide you with some help in this regard. Here, regarding the tactical strategy, we have to rely on the special guest military commentator, Fong Dabing, who is a doctor of military science from the Defense Science University, and also the former director of the Military Training Teaching and Research Office of the Battle Teaching and Research Department, with an extremely high level of military literacy and excellent military skills, and is a very good talent. After Bureau Chief Zhang finished speaking, Fong Dabing hurriedly thanked him. Seeing this scene, Political Commissar Jean couldn't help but laugh. They say that Fong Dabing is the next successor to the director of the Bureau of Military Commentary and Analysis. I don't think that's an overstatement at all. Don't mention it. Political Commissar Jin's words are a bit biased in favor of power for personal gain. In reality, our Military Commentary and Analysis Bureau is still mainly based on those who can do it. Bureau Chief Zhang hurriedly patted Political Commissar Jin's shoulder and laughed. By the way, to give you another brief introduction, Political Commissar Jean is a doctorate from the Institute of International Relations, and has a set of experienced and practiced theories on the future prospects of the world's countries, with a very unique vision. Political Commissar Jean, here you might as well be able to say which military training team you are most optimistic about? Political Commissar Jean gave Bureau Chief Zhang a meaningful look before blurting out. That would naturally be the Defense Science and Technology University. Let's not look at the 18-school alliance and the double first-class prestigious schools that occupy a very large majority of the troops, but in our 5,000 years of Chinese history, cases of weakness overcoming strength, and less overcoming more, abound. And although the alliance is large, but the management and command is very difficult, although the Defense Science and Technology University is small, but they are all elite soldiers. Of course, the battlefield is ever-changing. Who wins and who loses is yet to be known. Specifically, we still have to see how the final result will be. Bureau Chief Zhang nodded. They had received instructions today from General Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region, with the purpose of coming over to conduct a strategic snub to avoid the over-the-top black technology of the Defense Science and Technology University from bringing about panic and unnecessary trouble, while at the same time successfully achieving the goal of invigorating the nation and awakening a high level of national defense awareness. Then before the war, it is necessary to pave the way for everyone first. Then Deputy Bureau In, Deputy Bureau Dai, what do you guys think? Bureau Chief Zhang asked again. Deputy Bureau In answered first. Personally, I'm more optimistic about Jiang Jiesher. Oh, that's the team from the 18-school alliance. First of all, Jiang Jiesher is a decorated participant in the counterattack war against the barbarians, having been on a real battlefield. Some people might question, is there such a big difference between having gone to war and not having gone to war? The answer is yes. Take the military academy training officers as an example. Facing an enemy heavily guarded hill, to our side is extremely important strategic pivot, do not take down, then cannot complete the task, will make the entire defense line was pulled open and opening, which led to the collapse of the whole line. So this time, you can't attack, what will you choose to do next? Most people's choice is to continue to charge. Our sons and daughters are not afraid of sacrifice, not afraid of difficulties, even if the combat attrition to the last moment, but also to take this hill. Of course, if we can't attack for a long time, then we'll go in a different direction, such as using enemy fatigue tactics and attacking around the clock. But in reality, the officers who have really experienced the war will never do this. They really understand the psychology of the soldiers. In a place where a long attack cannot be, will immediately change the direction of the attack, because this direction is already lying all over the dead bodies of their comrades. The time of the charge is not terrible. When retreating, ask who looks at just what their own comrades are laughing and joking at the moment has fallen in a pool of blood, who cannot be afraid. Who would dare to rush when they know they are going to die? Soldiers are not really fearless of death, but because there is something more important than death in their hearts to support them, they are willing to throw their heads and spill their blood. For the student army, this fear would be amplified even more. That's why Jiang Jiesher has experience in practical micromanipulation that no other team can match. Everyone hadn't expected that a mediocre deputy director dean would be able to speak about such a profound and thought-provoking case, which caused many people who hadn't been familiar with him before to have a bit of reverence for him. Bureau Chief Zhang also applauded for it. Very good, very well spoken, this point of view is very convincing. So Deputy Bureau Dai, what about you? Deputy Bureau Dai scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, actually, I was going to say that I'm more optimistic about the dual first-class prestigious schools. After all, they have many high-quality talents, and these high-quality talents are not weaker than the Defense Science and Technology University, DSTU, or even more active than DSTU, and even more capable in certain aspects. But after all, war is war, and a military exercise is a simulated war, which is equally cruel. Now that I've heard Vice Bureau Yin's point of view, I'm even more optimistic about Jiang Jiesher's team. Political Commissar Jean, I'll state again here that I remain optimistic about Defense Science University. Also, Bureau Chief Zhang doesn't take sides, he has to think holistically, so his attitude will be neutral. Good, now that our commentator has profoundly explained the pros and cons of each power to everyone, so let us now hand the screen over to our Central Military Region Commander, General Long Zhanya, who will be the one to open the final military exercise launching ceremony. Of course, before that, we still have to remind those of you who are in tall buildings with astronomical telescopes wanting to watch the military drill scene up close, to be safe. Xiao Sa said as such. He glanced at the number of live broadcast viewers, which had now reached a terrifying 120 million, and the number was still rising wildly. This level of live broadcast was still rare in his life experience. This military drill will also be an indelible highlight in his career. Subsequently, the live broadcast screen turned and came to a virtual live broadcast room. And in the virtual live broadcast room stood a general who couldn't see his face clearly, but had an extremely imposing figure. Everyone, I'm Long Zhanya, the commander of the Central Military Region. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to meet you all with my real face and original voice due to state secrets. This joint military training exercise special operation will be conducted under the direction of my Central Military Region throughout, so please get ready. All departments at the scene are ready, the sand spotting has been completed, and the military drill operation has entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, I now announce that the military drill has officially begun. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the live broadcast screen of hundreds of millions of people instantly fell into a black screen. Countless netizens were frantically sending out pop-ups and brushing the screen at this moment, because the long-awaited joint military training drill for colleges and universities had, at this moment, officially opened. However, just at that moment, the live broadcast screen fell into a continuous triple warning. At first, everyone thought that this was a warning for the start of the military drill. However, when the live feed was accessed, and this warning was still shaking in front of the screen, the picture style instantly became bizarre. Unsure of what was going on, Xiao Sa immediately frowned and asked, Xian Gui, this warning has appeared more than 3 times, is this a major crisis, or is there some loophole? Almost everyone was focusing on this one question. However, Xian Gui replied back, the system is running all normal, this should be some sort of extremely ranged lethal weapon that has appeared on the battlefield, which is why the highest level warning was triggered. Highest level warning? This Nima just came up and directly released a king bomb? As a result, you're telling me that it's directly opened up? I just want to know who did this, meow, so overbearing. It couldn't be the Defense Science University, right? Crap. I also think it's possible, after all, people's slogan is a battle to settle the world. I think it's possible that the 18 School Alliance directly launched a general attack on the University of Science and Technology. After all, military exercises, what powerful weapons can there be? That's not right. You guys look quickly. On the battlefield, the armies of the 18 University Alliance and the double first-class prestigious schools are retreating backwards. No, what the hell, where's the Defense University? Defense Science University doesn't seem to be moving in place. Good lord, you guys look! Defense Science University actually did move the Ion Titan into the military drill. I knock. And the Fire Unicorn. Thor. Meow, is this really a military drill? It feels like it's full of kryptonite players. So all the military training at the Defense University was real? Oh man, mechs, thousands of mechs, an army of mechs. I'll tell you why the other 2 schools retreated. Facing an army of mechs, how can they fight? Fighting my ass. Not bad, the mecha army does deserve the highest level of alert, guns, cannons, and I'll go. The Defense Science University's freshman army is each equipped with a mini version of AI girl Xian Gui? This. Brothers. I'm sour. Defense Science University is putting together all the romance for men all in one place. Nope. Why has the Defense Science University's army started retreating as well? What the hell is happening at this scene? I knock. This hasn't even begun to meet, hasn't even begun to fight. Why do I feel like my brain isn't enough? Who can tell me what's going on at the scene? I'll knock. At this moment, not only was the crowd of netizens dumbfounded, even the host of the main screen and the military commentators were dumbfounded. This Nima, this military drill, it didn't follow the routine at all. Okay. We can see that there is an anomaly on the field. All 3 armies are retreating. So what exactly are they selling in their gourds? I believe it won't take long to find out the answer. Next, let's wait and see. Seeing that the form was not right, Bureau Chief Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth to stabilize the scene and said, because if even they were not calm, then the audience would be even less calm. The political commissar Jean on the side couldn't help but quietly give a thumbs up to Bureau Chief Zhang. Look at the person's words, saying the same thing as he didn't say, but with so much of the meaning of commenting on the actual situation, or else he's the war negligence bureau chief while he's just the political commissar? And at the moment above the battlefield, the 18 School Alliance totaling 120,000 troops poured their nests to the north and retreated, even with the troops across the Star River from the University of Defense Science and Technology all the way to the north. As for the 60,000 troops of the dual first-class prestigious schools, they also followed the retreat at the same time as the 18-school alliance retreated, but of course, from the entire posture, it was obvious that they were embanking the suddenly retreating 18-school alliance single-handedly. Only the 11,000 warriors of the Defense Science University were still confused where they were. Inside the temporary command room, Chief Instructor Qin Ming was puzzled. You guys said that these two powers chose to retreat at the same time. What exactly is their strategic intent? Is it to abandon this vast depth? But we wouldn't spread out our mere 10,000 troops. Wouldn't that allow them to break them down one by one? But if that's not the case, why retreat? Principal Zhao Wumian also felt strange. Qin Ming, your question hits the nail on the head. The other side has superior forces. A direct army press would have brought us tremendous pressure on the front battlefield, but they retreated instead. Therefore, I think it's possible that they wanted to use artillery to cover our troops with firepower as a way to minimize their losses. After all, their unfolding intentions are nothing more than to destroy us first, before destroying the other force, and then finally engage in infighting. At that moment, Chen Yada, who had been authorized as the chief of staff by Lin Bei, retorted, "It won't be a cannonball. Look at the diameter distance between the enemy and us, it reaches more than 10 kilometers, this distance if it's a cannonball, then there are extremely high requirements for accuracy. The other side doesn't have precision-guided missiles, and our wearing mechs are fully maneuverable, so the probability of being hit is minimal. Instead, I think that they might be afraid that our Ion Titan mechs are too strong in the frontal battlefield, so they choose to fight a tug-of-war. Because our strategic goal is to have the first battle be a decisive battle, a battle to settle the matter, then we will take the initiative. But if we take the initiative, then it's the same as entering the trap that they have set up, just like a trapped beast." After Chen Yada's words, Zhao Wumian was a bit surprised, while Qin Ming on the side was a bit stunned. Although Lin Bei didn't know what was going on in their minds, if it was him, he would have said, "This kid is really a fucking genius," analyzing in a decent manner. However, Lin Bei didn't know why, but there was always a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He came to a deserted place and summoned Xian Gui. "Do you know why the other side is retreating?" Xian Gui replied, "Because the other side has used a small tactical nuclear bomb. It's about to explode in 10 minutes. The bomb yield is about 500 tons, and the explosion area covers a 5 kilometers radius. The core of the explosion is exactly near the army where the master is." I rubbed it in. Lin Bei heard this answer. People directly numb. Okay. He just came up and went straight to the nuclear bomb? Crazy. This is a drill, okay? He had thought that he had already been very bad with the mechs, but the other side actually went straight for the nukes. Now, it's okay to get nukes, but the point is, how can a weak brigade have nukes? Meow, if you say Long Zhanya didn't get involved, the ghost won't believe it. Of course, the most important thing now is to ensure that there are living forces, otherwise a nuclear bomb all hiccups, that is not male. 10 minutes to run at least 5 kilometers or more, even with wings cannot run away. Unusual bullets can't take down a mech, but in front of a nuke, all beings are equal. Fuck, everyone, there's no time, let's retreat. Retreat in all directions. Run as far as you can. At this moment, Lin Bei directly slapped his hand on the tactical map and violently drank. The few people around him were confused. No, why are we retreating? I think the other party's strategic intent has already been recognized by me, so we can totally make a plan out of it. Chen Yada said in confusion. He even felt that it was because Lin Bei was afraid that he would steal the limelight. However, Lin Bei didn't have any time to say more to him and directly scolded. "I'm the chief commander of the Defense Science University's military training, and for this military exercise, I have the biggest order. Immediately have all the troops evacuate to the south at a rapid pace, if not, those who violate the military order will be directly shot for me." Shit, the nukes are coming, why are we still standing still? Run! Give the order. Nukes are coming? The three of them were stunned. It's just a military exercise, who the hell would even have nukes? Is this news true? It seems to be a fine reasoning, but also very reasonable, right? Because the nuclear bomb is coming, so the other side all retreat. Damn, the other side is really shameless. Qin Ming was instantly enraged. Chen Yada also couldn't help but curse. The opposite side is truly unable to play. Cat up. Only Zhao Wumian still retained a trace of elegance and sanity, and just faintly said, "I'm going to fuck you. Hurry up and give the order to run away." And after the order was given, almost all of the freshmen were confused. What is this? Why did they suddenly have to evacuate? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, but shooting means directly losing the qualification for the military drill, and this opportunity, I'm afraid, will only come once in this life, so almost no one dared to object, and all of them did as they were told. And at this moment, Lin Bei on the other hand was racing against time. Because just now, in the effort of talking and conveying orders, there was a delay of another 2 minutes, and there were only 8 minutes left. 8 minutes. At least 50% of the troops would be lost here. No way. He had to think of another way before he could do so. Xian Gui, is there any way to increase the survival rate? Lin Bei asked. And Xian Gui gave a quick answer, yes master. Freshmen equipped with Titan mechs can run at full speed, about 1.8 kilometers or so, and as long as they don't come out, it's possible to use the mechs to open up and dodge the shockwaves and radiant energy. And other freshmen can choose the nearest human defense project, usually basement, subway, air defense shelter and underground garage or something like that. If not, then there can only be a cave to drill a cave. There is a deep ditch into a deep ditch. In short, concealment first. Good, order it down immediately. Lin Bei said. Afterwards, he meowed at Zhao Wumian and said sorry about that, and then directly put him into the nano tipster mecha in Zhao Wumian's puzzled eyes. Meow, if Zhao Wumian hiccuped, it would be a direct mail. There was still 5 minutes left and 30% of the troops had entered the safe zone. This data was too scary. Lin Bei intensified his urging. Another 3 minutes passed, this time 60% of the troops entered the safe zone, but this troop loss ratio was still unacceptable. Lin Bei's voice was almost shouting until it smoked. Luckily, with only 30s left at the end, almost 72% of the troops were able to retain their vitality. Of course, the other 28% of the troops were mailed. Is this fucking the cruelty of war? Just because of a difference in information, so it led to thousands of people dying? Lin Bei said with some disbelief. And at this moment, above the sky, the loud sound of Boom 20 gliding past suddenly appeared, followed by a small tactical nuclear warhead with a diameter of 2m and a length of 3m being dropped at a fixed point. Boom! An extremely loud sound instantly erupted from the military drill site, and the earth began to shake as if a 7.2 magnitude earthquake had occurred. An endless fiery exposure then engulfed everything around it. Even though this was all a nuclear explosion scene simulated by AI girl Xian Gui through holographic projections and oversized somatosensory equipment, but it did so in a way that gave everyone that immersive feeling. At this moment, whether it was the military drill site, the live broadcast room, or the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, they were all shocked. So this is the feeling of being nuked? It's hard to describe, it's just really shocking. My god. Damn, I went to the toilet to watch the live broadcast, saw the nuclear explosion, almost dropped my cell phone down the toilet, scared my dad to death. The first time they release a nuclear bomb, it's just too fierce, right? You tell me this is a military drill? What kind of hatred is this? I didn't expect the scale of this first military drill to be so large. If this is behind, won't it become a nuclear explosion beating each other up? Hiss. That scene. Dare not imagine. This wave, Defense Science University is really fierce. Opposite this is directly under the dead hand. The audience in the live broadcast room, at least tens of millions of people have sent candles, good luck, goodbye, and other pop-ups for the defense of science and technology, because under the nuclear explosion, but also talk about what military exercises? People are all hiccups, okay? However, the live broadcast crowd received the data, but was surprised. For example, Xiaoxia got the report, directly exclaimed, friends of the audience in front of the screen, the latest news, according to the AI girl Shen Gui's detection and judgment, the number of people who survived the nuclear explosion site Defense Science and Technology University is 7,921, which is equivalent to 72%, Defense Science and Technology University loss of 30%, but they still have the power of a battle. They still have a fighting chance. Nice guy. Still not dead through and still maintaining over 72% of their strength? That's a billion points of cowhide. The millions of viewers in front of the screen are curious, how on earth did they survive the nuclear explosion? In this regard, after a comprehensive analysis and consideration, Secretary Zhang gave his judgment, under the small tactical nuclear bomb can survive. Basically the probability is not great, because the small tactical nuclear bomb stealthy, fast, if the air to intercept, but will cause the air explosion after it is a big mushroom, the range of the wave will instead be more extensive, more difficult to survive. And the University of Defense can do this miraculous feat. I think it is their early detection of the strategic intentions of the other side, and instantly formulated a nuclear defense initiatives, so that it is possible to do this. In addition, anti-nuclear engineering in our country is a large number of buildings, such as general underground garages, basements and so on, are able to prevent nuclear explosions as well as nuclear radiation, of course, if in the center of the nuclear explosion lot that is not good. Countless viewers immediately brushed up in the live broadcast room long brain long cheese original so and other pop-ups. At this time, Bing Bing took over the microphone and said into his mouth, fellow viewers, the format on the field has changed again. We see that the armies of the 18 School Alliance and the dual first-class prestigious schools have turned around and rushed the remnants of the Defense Science University's forces located in the northernmost part of the nuclear explosion to launch a general attack. May I ask the guest commentator Fong Dabing, who has a lot of research and tactical strategy, what do you think about this? Fong Dabing picked up the microphone, and after a little thought, he spoke eloquently. After the nuclear explosion, in fact, I have already figured out the strategic intentions of the 18 University Alliance and the dual first-class prestigious universities, and they will next take a siege stance against the forces of the University of Science and Technology Prevention. As the saying goes, 10 and surrounded, they have an absolute superiority of troops, and you see, they have all prepared their anti-nuclear clothing, that is to say, within the time stipulated by the military exercise, they are free to travel through the nuclear explosion area. Then in this way, the Defense Science University will be attacked suddenly from within the ignored nuclear explosion. Then Zhang Jieshur and manhwa's party's army would press in and directly eliminate Defense Science University from the game in a crushing manner. In this way, it seems that the Defense Science University's previous bravado will perhaps be breached on the first morning of the military exercise, but the battlefield is ever changing. And just as the Defense Science University was able to retain a sufficiently large number of soldiers, it may be able to once again emerge from this situation with a resurgence of desperation. Alright, next let's give the picture to the scene once again. After Ice summarized his speech, he once again pulled up the suspense of whether or not Defense Science University would be the first to be eliminated. The number of voting participants on the relevant topic had already reached a huge 20 million, with more than 89% of the people feeling that Defense Science University's pride and joy would be defeated. At the same time, on the field, the temporary command office of the 18 School Alliance. After the school's Zhang Jieshur reported on the line with the commander of the Eastern Military Region, Xu Yunkai, that the nuclear bomb had exploded at the designated location, Xu Yunkai immediately announced the launch of a full-scale offensive. Subsequently, being in the communication room outside of the military exercise, Xu Yunkai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Bei, this kid, is categorically unable to imagine that I would get a nuclear bomb in the opening round. This strike went down, and although there was no elimination queue, I think that it must have already suffered a great deal of injuries, and was unable to take a hit. This point, I'm afraid that even Long Zhanya can't think of it, right? He. It's just a pity that Long Zhanya, this girl, is actually such a chicken thief that he actually followed my troops and retreated. However, after taking out Lin Bei, your next opponent will be you. This can't be prevented. Then, Xu Yunkai asked Zhang Jieshur to send 30,000 troops of his own, heavily guarding the key points of the Star River's northern domain, just waiting to quickly launch a surprise attack on Long Zhanya after clearing the southern battlefield. However, Xu Yunkai did not expect that Long Zhanya would be surprised by his tactics though, and was even confused when he saw the 18 School Alliance retreating. However, he had prepared for a confrontation with Xu Yunkai early in the morning. So when he saw the 18 School Alliance retreat, he immediately ordered his troops to return to defense. And the next intelligence reported over by the Blue Army's undefeated brigade commander, Zhu Rai military performance demon manhwa, confirmed this. Of course, it was still necessary to be able to give Lin Bei a painful blow, so that he would know that there were still people in this world, and that there was a sky beyond the sky. After all, it was also for the sake of his growth. Thinking of this, Long Zhanya couldn't help but laugh heartily. Throughout the battlefield at this time, the Defense Science University is located in the northernmost nuclear explosion led by Huang Zitao troops can be found. From the north, east, and even west, there are a large number of troops toward them quickly assembled. They rolled with the wind and dust came, raging, fierce as fierce, a glance over, more than 10 kilometers of land, all with guns and tanks, helicopters, armored vehicles, mechanized troops. At a closer look, these equipment are all the strongest suits of the current soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Nima, spare Huang Zitao led the mecha troops, at this moment also cannot help but curse. This is clearly the central military region intends to screw their Defense Science University just now also came up on the release of nuclear bombs. Meow, uncle can tolerate, and cannot tolerate Brother North, the enemy invaded in force, the number of extremely large, the visual estimate of 40,000 to 50,000 people. We came up on the 30% attrition, fell on the bottom of the sky, which must be a discount to find the scene Brother North. In the communicator, Huang Zitao reported as such. Lin Bei, on the other hand, didn't immediately reply to Huang Zitao. At first, he also thought that the other side was just a team of weaklings, but now he realized that the opposite side actually had military region-level support, and ate the pawn of recklessness and carelessness. But from now on, he would directly utilize the AI Shen Gue Maiden to turn on God's perspective. Having been beaten, he definitely had to hit back hard at the opposite side. Shen Gue, give the data of the enemy's offensive end as well as a strategy to deal with it, Lin Bei said indifferently. Afterwards, Shen Gue quickly replied, the enemy army has a total of 102,145 attacking troops, taking battalion-level units as the basic unit of command. In the case of not yet knowing the opponent's backhand, it is recommended that we don't easily use the Demon God Mecha as well as the Jiangdong Hegemony, and we can let Huang Zitao's department defend the area, and wait for the enemy to encircle the area 10 to 10 times, so that we can blitzkrieg breakthroughs from the inside, and surprise attacks from the outside, while the air can also be used for the attack. When the enemy is surrounded by 10, they can break through from the inside in a blitzkrieg, or from the outside in a surprise attack, and in the air, it's also time to send out the demon god mecha to carry out a massacre, and in this way, they can eliminate most of the enemy's living forces in one fell swoop. Good guy, this Nima. The other side is not attacking 40,000 to 50,000, is Nima's broken 100,000. Is this really a duel? Currently the enemy does not have a god's perspective, and definitely thinks that most of our troops have been wiped out, so if Huang Zitao is allowed to defend that piece of land, he will definitely be considered the last living force. He, on the other hand, would need to quickly mobilize his troops during this period, and must wait until the enemy forces were slack, that is, when they were in a big siege, before he could strike. After finalizing his idea, Lin Bei hurriedly instructed, Huang Zitao, I order you to immediately find a stronghold that you can hold on to, at least until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we succeed, we will be able to sweep the incoming enemy in one fell swoop, so you have a very heavy burden on you, but once you succeed, you will be the biggest contributor to the victory or defeat of this military exercise. You are the reincarnation of the Blue Jade of the Ming dynasty who defended Hongdu, the god of war. Lin Bei was almost roaring. However, Huang Zitao's entire body went numb after receiving this order. He meowed. Huang Zitao, originally had more than 4,000 people. Now that a nuclear explosion went down, there were less than 2,000 people left, letting him have more than 2,000 people to fend off an attack of 40,000 to 50,000 people? This is impossible to think about. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice reappeared beside his ears. Huang Zitao, you want to resist orders on the battlefield, don't you? Playing guerrilla will only put you in a situation where you're trapped, but if you're holding out, when my Defense Science University reinforcements arrive, you'll be able to kill the enemy hand-to-hand as if you were cutting up melons and chopping vegetables, and by then there'll be merciless bombardment from the 6th-generation fighters as well. If not, when the enemy army reacts, what else can we do to annihilate the opponent in one fell swoop? The other party is so arrogant that they are bound to be gullible in turn, so this is our best chance. So, you understand the importance of you now, right? Huang Zitao took a deep breath, an unusually bright light gradually rising in his eyes. Yes, he came to participate in the military exercise, itself was to experience the addiction of war, not to mention increasing the honor for the Defense Science and Technology University, purely for the sake of his brothers. Huang Zitao also had to go out of his way. Is Huang Zitao crisis? North they will not help? Could it be that Huang Zitao did not even have the courage to face an enemy army several times larger than his own? In the beginning, since the choice of the University of Science and Technology, then it should be thought that there will be a day of sacrifice, whether for the victory of the troops, the victory of the school, or the victory of China. Huang Zitao should have this realization. And, as long as it is a man cannot stand this bird gas, asshole, come up to throw nuclear bombs, completely without martial arts, the other side is simply too deceitful. Fuck it. Today I, Huang Zitao, will usher in a sure victory for the army. Huang Zitao violently yanked off the military cap on top of his head and roared with righteous indignation. All hands on deck. Immediately march to the junction of the West 2nd Ring Road and the South 2nd Ring Road. Rely on the favorable terrain and start sniping at every level. Our goal this time is to hold the enemy's attack for at least 5 hours. After all have been stationed, destroy the viaduct with explosives to avoid giving the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. The key to the success or failure of the defense science exercise depends on all of you. After he gave the order, more than 2,000 freshmen immediately began to act in an orderly and step-by-step manner. Although they for the next sniper tens of thousands of people attack, more or less some fear, but the thought of those who opened the game on the nuclear bomb killed in action classmates, friends, it is very damn suffocating. In order to this military exercise, all of them have been looking forward to nearly a month, every day without fear of hard work and difficult drills, just for today. As a result, you're telling me that they're going to be faced with a nuclear bomb and then a huge army? They at least had the power to fight, but even if it was the last battle, they had to fight until the end. At this time, Lin Bei delivered a speech through the AI watches bound to each combat unit. Hello students of the Defense Science University, I'm Lin Bei, the commander-in-chief of this military exercise. Regarding the heavy responsibility of defending against the enemy's massive attack, I believe that Huang Zitao has already given you a clear explanation. Here, what I want to say is that you are not fighting alone. Because on your shoulders are the hopes of your teammates who have already been killed in battle. If they are still alive, they must be more eager to defeat our common enemy than you are. If you don't believe me, you can look back and see the Red Cross helicopters from the central military region that were used to pick up your fallen comrades are already hovering in the air near the nuclear explosion, and look at their eyes, look at their expressions. What reason is there not to fight for them? Even if it's for ourselves, to win honor, to live on our feet and not die on our knees, so fight. Gentlemen, the only way to avoid 100 punches is to fight one. If we let them know that I, the University of Defense Science and Technology, am soft and easy to bully, then what face do we have to face our parents who have been supporting us? What face do we have to face the hundreds of millions of people in the country? Take a step back. We can all be students of the University of Defense Science and Technology. The future is to protect the country. What we represent has always been the image of the country's national defense. Everyone fighting one punch to open, lest 100 punches to come. Hearing these words, the crowd somehow remembered another wise saying in their hearts. And this is that people do not offend me. Why should I offend? But if someone offends me, I must offend, otherwise I will be humiliated again and again. Isn't the current situation the truest portrayal of these words? A come up to give a nuclear bomb, followed by a large army pressure. If they wimped out, then the other side will be like driving rats. Catching pigs is casually toying with them. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its strength, do you really think we are sick cats? This time, I will let the other side taste my power. I'm not a bully. Come on, you dog-eyed things, obediently eat a bullet from your grandfather me. In just a few minutes, the morale and fire of the troops came up all of a sudden. And this was precisely the change Lin Bei wanted to see through the AI girl Xian Gui. Of course, in order to reduce their pressure, Lin Bei backhandedly had the AI girl Shen Gui turn on the self-aiming mode, the so-called assisted shooting, for each and every one of them, while in the event of danger, it would in turn issue warnings and give hints on how to deal with it, or position themselves, or counterattack, and lastly, provide tactical support. And all of these will be expressed through the watch connected to the combat helmet in a form similar to the game interface, which is equivalent to the real battlefield to open only the game only hang. Meow, Lin Bei still didn't believe it. With the hang on, he still couldn't do anything about this area of 100,000 people. At the same time, inside the main screen virtual broadcast room, the invited military commentator, Feng Dabing, saw the changes in the Defense Science University, and immediately made a judgment. We now see that the northernmost troops of the Defense Science University are all assembled on the second ring road. Of course, those big guys in mechs are still under the ring road, and it looks like they're trying to rely on the heights of the second ring for a defense of the favorable terrain. In addition, they blew up the entrance to the ring road as a very smart behavior. Of course, here is not really blew up the ring road. After the military exercises, you Star City residents can still pass through normally. But in this military exercise, the loop will be labeled as damaged and will be impassable unless it is repaired. So here's where the audience wonders, if they can blow up the high ground, so can the enemy? I expect the defense of science and technology must be the existence of some kind of precision anti-missile system. You can see the defense of science and technology mechs. It is obvious to have this kind of function. Of course, for this kind of tactic of sticking to one place, Defense Science University should be thinking of letting Nisi is trying to let Huang Zitao department to carry out a block, and then wait for Lin Bei's side to gather a large force and then carry out a pincer attack. After all, at present, the 18-school alliance and the double first-class prestigious schools still do not know that the Defense Science University survived 70% of the troops. However, if it's me doing the blocking, I'll most likely choose a movement war, and turn my troops into zeros with the 3-3 system as the core, giving full play to the interspersing and deterring tactics, which will be much more effective, and at the same time, it will require a high level of combat power for the troops and combat literacy of individual soldiers, which is usually very difficult to occur in a student army. Apart from Feng Dabing, Deputy Bureau In as well as Deputy Bureau Dai also held similar views, believing that this wave from the Defense Science University might work if there were enough troops, but in the face of an absolute difference in numbers, it would not work at all. Political Commissar Jean, on the other hand, held a different viewpoint, believing that the Defense Science University would definitely be able to achieve its strategic goal, and said as follows: Dear viewers in front of the screen, you should not see that I am a doctorate in international relations, so perhaps I am completely unable to see through the tactics of war, military drills, and whatnot. Not so. International relations is essentially, or psychology, can control the strategy between the great powers and the great powers, can provide us with strategic design references, and to be in the specific international relations like a fish out of water, swim with ease, relying on the human heart is still in fact the control. A country, inseparable from the various components of the people, study the psychology of the various components of the people, is the basic skills of international relations. Here I can tell you, when a team is united as one, with a unified goal, and has a state of mind that will not stop until the goal is reached, the energy he can play out is beyond your imagination, which has been proven many times in the history of our army. Both sides of the viewpoints are justified. For a time it is really difficult to make people believe in a certain side. In this regard, the experienced Xiao Sa immediately chose to give the perspective to the scene again, let the facts to determine the correctness of a party's point of view, or are not correct. But no matter what, this military drill was even more wonderful than imagined, mainly because it was too unexpected. On the other hand, Long Zhanye and Chu Yincai's side, while ordering their troops to attack, they also found out through the scouts that the Defense Science and Technology University had all of their troops assembled and trapped on the Second Ring Road, and the entrance to the Second Ring Road had already been blown up, obviously wanting to resist and fight against the beasts. Of course, because the Jiangdong Overlord and the Demon God Mecha hadn't even come out yet, they didn't dare to gather their troops too close together, or split up into batches and enough echelons just to avoid Lin Bei's surprise attack. But that didn't affect their entire army in the slightest. It's just that they never expected that after a round of flurry of fire at a distance of 1500 m away from the remnant brigade of the Defense Science University, there would be a combat attrition of nearly 1000? To know, the effective range of the common rifle is 400 m to 600 m, the maximum range is only 1000 to 1500 m, this 1500 m can still hit accurately? This is a real joke, isn't it? Just as Long Zhanye and Chu Yincai to think about countermeasures, there are several rounds of gunfire, combat attrition directly reached 700 people. Both of them were confused. If the Defense Science University kept up this rate of harvesting, then even giving 1 million people wouldn't be enough to fight. Order the troops to retreat immediately. Everyone don't cross the 1500 m red line. This heck, thanks to the nukes given at the beginning, or else if it was really a fully formed Defense Science University mecha corps, hell knows how hard it would be to fight. At this moment, Long Zhanye and Chu Yincai had to admit that they had 1 billion points of panic. Inside the 18 School Alliance's temporary command post, Jiang Jieshi was analyzing the current offensive stance with Chu Yincai, and after using binoculars to fully observe the basic posture of the defending troops of the Anti-Science University, he came up with the result that the siege would inevitably result in heavy losses. Because in order to prevent the current shooting accuracy of the University of Science and Technology, although the number of people only 2,000, but a round of flanking shots can be nearly 1,000 people killed in action. Even though this person is all dead on the side of Long Zhanye, but next they certainly will not be stupid enough to directly rush forward to send death. At this time, Jiang Jieshi, who was a decorated warrior in the counterattack against the barbarians, gave his insight. Commander Chu, I think that we can take the form of artillery bombardment next to form of firepower suppression on the Defense Science University, and we can send out scouts to carry explosives to creep forward, open up mountains when they encounter hills, and break rocks when they encounter rocks. Swarm drones of a first-class university. First of all, the swarm drones can be launched 180 at a time. The double first-class prestigious school has at least 200 such vehicles. Launching them at the same time, it will definitely catch the Defense Science University off guard. Secondly, each of them can form a strike against the enemy, belonging to the mandatory kill sequence. Then it will also definitely consume the ammunitions, and the loss of ammunitions will actually be even greater when they are caught off guard. Chu Yincai nodded and said, "You're right, but it's not a simple matter to get the dual first-class prestigious university to deploy all of its swarm drone battle groups. This is because after eliminating the Defense Science University, it will be our showdown with him." Jiang Jieshi immediately arched his hand and smiled. "Commander Chu, my adjutant Li Wenbai is a good hand at diplomacy and can take on this important task. And the student commander-in-chief Dellen is also a top-notch person, completely capable of organizing this attack. He is my favorite student. This point is not that I am nepotistic, but Dellen does have the strength to do so." Although Chu Yincai's heart is still with suspicion, but this military exercise is still Jiang Jieshi to dominate, so appropriate decentralization is also conducive to the subsequent advancement of the war, so he promised, "Go on. I'll be waiting for your good news here." Jiang Jieshi hurriedly led the order, and then began to make the arrangements in a tight manner. And above the battlefield, Huang Zitao's ministry had only given the other party a headshot, and as a result, the other party immediately shrank their heads like a turtle? Motherfucker, I should have known that just now. Directly open the full automatic Moru and a few rounds. Dude, don't you know that the fire Qilin has a huge recoil? It's only the first 3 rounds that are steady as a dog. I'm holding a Thor. The Thor's recoil is the smallest. It's too bad. If it wasn't for the fact that my N94 Supernova has a limited range and isn't as far away as your rifles, I would have to give them a heavy blow. You know that within 400 m, the N94 Supernova is invincible. Alright. It's okay, I'm holding a cannon, the range is far enough. But it has to be used to hit a valuable target. At the very least, it has to be a battalion commander or above, or else I'd have to take 2 rounds to destroy the other side's prestige. Listening to the complaints of his comrades around him, I don't know why, but a hint of bad luck appeared in Huang Zitao's heart, because no matter what time it was, being gullible was undesirable. And with the opposite side retreating urgently, they would definitely find a way to make a comeback, and could not be avoided. Everyone listen to me, keep alert at all times. The opposite side has a lot of people. There might be a large-scale surprise attack. All give me a good eye on their position. Huang Zitao roared. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the battlefield above the cannon roar. In the blink of an eye, thousands of artillery shells were pouring into the sky, raining down. This meow is directly saturated strike ah.
Motherfucker, listen to my order, and 94 Supernova Squad and Gatling Squad collectively aim at the sky, snipe the shells with me.
Huang Zitao gave the order. Everyone in the room decisively struck. Although in general, the trails of artillery shells were very difficult to predict, but they had AI Girl Shen Gue, a super strong physical plugin that directly told you where to sweep, where was the advance, the kind that would surely hit accurately. This was definitely a case of copying the guy and doing it ah.
Baird.
Bang 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 bang. By ubu. Bang 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 bang. Da day. Bang 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 bang.
After a few rounds of flanking fire, only countless lasers suddenly appeared in the military drill class, and after almost every laser sweep, a burst of huge smoke from artillery shells exploding in mid-air would occur, and the fire snake pulled up by the Gatling, also at this moment like a pear blossom storm sprayed out, forming an impermeable wall of a fireline net. All the shells will be blocked in the distance from the second ring line position outside the 500m. The end result was also shocking. Almost all of these shells that posed a deadly threat to the Defense Science University's second ring position were blocked, while those that were farther away from the position exploded directly, but posed no threat at all. Though a few more rounds of flak followed, almost all of them were blocked by the Defense Science University with the same invincible defensive stance. But let's just say that taking lasers to explode artillery shells with extremely high firing speeds, and oh, I think there were Gatling bullets as well.
Is that, reasonable? It seems very unreasonable. In the real world, how could there be such outrageous accuracy in weapons?
In this regard, although Secretary Zhang's heart was also very shocked, he still immediately carried out a clinical strategic flimflam regarding the Defense Science University's ability to intercept all the effective artillery shells of this technology. I think it is possible to realize, because the artillery shells are not compared to supersonic missiles, the speed is still not as fast,
and the ballistic landing point is almost no need to think about it, and that's definitely the second
ring line where the Defense Science University is in position.
The second ring road position of the Defense University.
Then as long as you do targeted advance prediction, there is still a good chance to intercept with bullets and lasers. And the audience, because Secretary Zhang has had kelp wrapped around nuclear submarines and Hayes anti-missile precedent in, so most people will still believe it. Only those who really understand the military realize that, meow, Secretary Zhang is simply a bunch of nonsense Of course, does not rule out that there are some extremely individual countries will be this set to learn the past, and then make what kind of human tragedy is not certain. This is also another function of the War Neglect Bureau anyway but on the battlefield of military exercises.
Zhang Jiesher got this result, then fucking very angry. It is said that when the cannon goes off, there are 10,000 taels of gold. They couldn't possibly loot money, so every shell they shot out was precious, because there was no logistics, so one shot was one less And these 3,000 or 4,000 rounds of artillery shells go down, all of a sudden, almost 10% less inventory, but also not an inch of success, only consumed a little bit of the other side of the ammunition, simply suffocated But if 3 times the attack lost, will have a great impact on the military heart. In this case, we'll have to use some special weapons. Thinking about this, Zhang Jiesher immediately dialed the phone with the student military training chief Commander Li Delin said, Delin, immediately pull the electromagnetic cannon to the front line. This attack, be sure to priming against the University of Science and Technology's defense line, otherwise the strength of the attack again and again, the impact on the military's morale is very large. You as a commander-in-chief, you should be very clear about this point, right? Li Delin immediately stated, don't worry principal, Delin swears to fulfill the mission. Then he hung up the phone, transferred from the gun division to the logistics division, and had the logistics division bring the electromagnetic cannons that were even bigger than the 4 tanks, a total of 8 units, to arrive as close as possible to the range and within the superior field of view. You know, the electromagnetic cannon that is a weapon of mass destruction without gunpowder, light, or boom, and faster, it can't be blocked at all. With the electromagnetic cannon, this time, let's see how the Defense Science and Technology University can still defend itself. At the same time, on the battlefield, Huang Zitao found a very bizarre scene. Originally, the 18 School Alliance Army was still eager to try. Now one by one, there was no figure. In the huge battlefield, apart from the people on their side, they couldn't even see a single opponent. In response, Huang Zitao keenly wanted to turn to AI girl Xian Gue for help, but at that moment, shoo, bang, a blue cannonball swept past the eyes at an extremely fast speed before striking the small hill under the second ring and exploding with a loud bang. The power of this shell was at least 4 kg TNT equivalent. It directly leveled the hill. If this had hit the second ring position, it would have been a one-shot hiccup. Luckily, the military drill system didn't give any indication that the second ring position had collapsed, which meant that the opposite side's shell had missed. But still more critical is to say, no sound, no fire, hit to realize that the shell came. Motherfucker, go 2 people to show me the crater. What kind of weapon is this? Huang Zitao hurriedly ordered to check it out. While the two comrades who were controlling the Ion Titan Mechs, one was responsible for alerting and the other was responsible for checking it out, and in the end, after analyzing it according to the AI girl Xian Gui, it turned out to be a electromagnetic cannon. Warning! Warning! There are multiple incoming electromagnetic cannons. Please pay attention to tactical evasion. At this moment, everyone's ears rang with the prompt from AI girl Xian Gui. Huang Zitao's heart couldn't help but tighten. Electromagnetic cannons had a long range, a high rate of fire, and were also concealed and powerful. This was a disaster. 18 School Alliance Frontline Electromagnetic Cannon Battalion. Li Delin slapped the head of the 2nd Battalion commander of the electromagnetic artillery and cursed, "Motherfucker, you actually hit the wrong way. Don't you know that the electromagnetic artillery has to be stored for 5 minutes before you can get a shot?" The 2nd Battalion commander quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my first time to fire a gun. I'm a bit inaccurate." Li Delin stared at the 2nd Battalion commander with a slightly deeper meaning, and then he didn't care anymore, but waved his hand and drank with his big mouth. "When the cannons go off, there will be 10,000 taels of gold. This time, all 8 cannons will fire. I'm going to bombard the Defense University, and I'm going to let the Defense University get a cannon to get a meal, and all of them are going to get out of the way. Those who did a good job, hit the target, and dismantled the defense line of the University of Defense will be the first to take the credit." As he yelled, the freshman warriors underneath were all energized, and all of them couldn't wait for the 2nd Battalion commander to open fire. The 2nd Battalion commander was also infected by this atmosphere, and with a flip of his cap, he scolded, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" At once, 8 rounds of electromagnetic cannons fired in unison, and 8 blue rays of light bounced out, followed by thump 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 thump. Curry curry! Bang bang bang! There was a big explosion that was almost visible to the naked eye on the Defense Science University battle line that was separated by 20 to 30 kilometers. This made Li Delin so pleased. You know, he is a student commander handpicked by President Jiang Jieshe, and his side's battle strength is 800,000, while the other side, even if a person's strength is 6, that is 800,000 against 600,000, the advantage is in Maya. But Li Delin, in addition to the army press, there is a sharp weapon, all kinds of military support. Simply win, right, and hit or Defense Science and Technology University, by his own hand destroyed, will certainly be valued by the military, then the future into the military is also imperative, ha ha ha. On the other hand, Huang Zitao's side was not so lucky. Each electromagnetic cannon came silently, and there is no way to block it with bullets, but fortunately there is an AI girl Shen Gui directly open the physical plugin, so it can be partially intercepted, because there are still some that do not need to be intercepted, and directly hit the crooked, but there are still those that did not hit the crooked, can only use the mech to carry. The defense of the mech is not bad, open the ion shield, can resist a shot, but in the long run, the pair of spraying consumption of energy is completely rowdy. If the enemy couldn't encircle their side, then they wouldn't be able to reach their strategic goal. For this reason, Huang Zitao also quickly decided to gather a 30-man mecha squadron, led by him personally, and prepared to go in alone, using the electromagnetic cannons as an imaginary enemy to carry out a decapitation operation. Reporting to Brigade Commander, the 1st detachment is assembled. Reporting to Brigade Commander, the 2nd detachment is assembled. Reporting to Brigade Commander, the 3rd detachment is assembled. Soon, the mecha squadrons drawn from various units had already assembled and were standing by to be inspected by his temporary brigade commander Huang Zitao. Ahem, although he was a temporary brigade commander now, in the future, with his own. No, it was Bei's efforts, he could still be a real brigade commander. No, not to mention a real brigade commander, it's a real division commander, a real army commander, a real. It seems like it can't go any further than that, haha. In short, North Brother got the road to heaven, they're brothers and sisters, the same chicken and dog, is a cow and horse. Forehead, in short, together ascension. After Huang Zitao packed down his excitement, he became nervous once again, because next, he was going to go deep into the enemy group. Ahem, all eyes on me. On my command, turbo acceleration activation, all hands on deck. Only to see him give the order. The turbine devices behind the 31 Ion Titan mechs activated, spewing out long streaks of flames as they sped towards where the 18 School Alliance was. Because of the AI girl Shen Gui's open-ended guidance, the target was pointed directly at the location of the electromagnetic cannons. And after scouting this news, the scouts of the 18 School Alliance immediately reported it to Li Delin. Report. It's not good. The Defense Science University has sent a mecha squadron that is coming towards us at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Li Delin, however, didn't panic at all and picked up his binoculars and observed, there are only 31 people on the other side. 31 people are just a drop in the ocean in front of the 70,000 troops of my 18 School Alliance and the 30,000 troops of the double first-class schools totaling 100,000 troops.
Pass on my order, immediately send out armored car units to pursue and intercept, as well as helicopter gunships to form echelon attacks in the air. Make sure to snuff out this lone army for me.
Yes. The scouts immediately led the order. And Lee Dellen then even said to everyone in the frontline command, "Gentlemen, you've all seen it, right?
The electromagnetic cannons are posing a great threat to the Defense Science University's army, which has forced them to take the initiative to send out troops to attack, and this is exactly the opportunity for my 18-school alliance to attack. I order Zhao Dongchuan to immediately send 4 additional EM cannons to be set up here on the map to form a horns attack on the Defense Science University position. Give me more force and hit them hard. Give me the chance to beat all of these little turtles out of their shells and then wipe them out in one fell swoop."
Yes. Zhao Dongchuan immediately led the order.
Then next, it was the turn of the question of who would meet the battle. Lee Dellen searched for a moment. He actually wanted to meet this Lin Bei by himself. After all, the other party had just enrolled in school and had taken first-class honors, and the army had opened the way. This fame, it was too big, right? But after all, he was the student military training chief commander of the 18-school alliance, and there was still a gap with the student military training commander Zhao Dongchuan and such, and there was also a gap with Lin Bei because Lin Bei was only the chief commander of the Defense Science and Technology University. Gentlemen, the first battle of the Defense Science University was nuked, the remaining but the north of this one-weak brigade. The other party that has the guts to dare to go in alone is not Lin Bei, and is carrying a strong brigade of mecha legions. You guys, who dares to fight?
Lee Dellen asked.
Upon hearing this, the people underneath immediately whispered. This reaction Lee Dellen thought was normal, because it was the Mecha Legion. They were all freshmen, they were all young people, they hadn't handled a mech. Had they not seen films and movies about mechs?
That iron lump, the damage explosion was good, right? This time, Lee Dellen in turn felt a little tricky. This no one on, looks like he is the commander-in-chief, very beautiful face just at this time, only to see a brow clear, crooked, eyes slant, handsome, ugly, talon clap-clabbered drink. You do not go on, I do not go on, everyone is a wimp. Allied Lord Delin, our school has the peerless Admiral Panfong, who is both wise and brave. Let him go forward, and there are ways to cut that Lin Bei down to size. Good. Lee Dellen immediately praised. Brother Suikai, it's still you who has to play the lead at the critical moment. Where is your Admiral Panfong? Get in touch with me. Tell him, I want to give him a boost.
If he's able to capture Lin Bei alive, then he'll be the head honors of this battle. If he's able to finish off Lin Bei, that's also a great honor, Lee Dellen said with great bravado. In his opinion, Lin Bei was the leader of the entire Defense University. If the Defense University did not have him, it would be without a backbone, fragile as a thin sheet of paper, and in the face of their 18-school alliance army, they were afraid that they could only surrender obediently. And was addressed as Zhang Shizai also arched his hand and smiled. Brother Dellen, rest assured, old brother, I will make sure to bring your words to.
Subsequently,
Zhang Shizai then told Pan Feng about Lee Dellen's original words, and indicated the mission of this strike. While Pan Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. That mecha thing is flashy, there's plenty of ways to deal with it, and capturing Lin Bei alive is also simply easy. This head honors is already in the bag for me, Pan Feng. Suitably, tell Chief Commander Dellen, and watch me settle the battle within an hour, Pan Feng said, and led his troops towards the front line. And Zhang Shizai also brought Pan Feng's words to Lee Dellen. When Lee Dellen heard it, that naturally made him even more satisfied, so he sat back and waited for Pan Feng's good news. However, all of them didn't know that at this moment, Lin Bei was gathering the scattered troops of the Defense Science University and then preparing to deal them a fatal blow. The Pan Feng they had sent out now was only facing Huang Zitao's troops, but it was this Huang Zitao unit that had fought a battle that made them cringe in fear. Of course, on the battlefield, Pan Feng was oblivious to the fact that he was still complacent.
A team of only 31 men dares to charge into my 100,000-strong alliance army? Does he really think he's Zhao Zilong reincarnated? Immediately order the troops, rockets are waiting. 1 round of fire, direct fire suppression, and mechs? It's just a bigger toy. Pan Feng ordered as such.
As for his men, they were all motorcycle mechanized units, and each motorcycle was equipped with a rocket launcher on top of it, totaling 400, each of which was capable of firing another 12 rounds of rockets, as well as 2 boxes of 24 rounds of spare ammo. Once this order to fire was given, swoosh snap snap, the 400 rocket launchers fired in unison, just like TM's woolly bear Kokyasha, instantly forming a firepower net formed by the rockets, scattering towards Huang Zitao's mecha squadron at a rapid pace.
However, after the first round of firepower suppression, the mechs of Defense Section Generosity were unharmed, and none of them were scrapped? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Pan Feng, who was observing the battle with his binoculars, couldn't believe it. Even if this TM mech was made of alloy, it was impossible for it to not have a single scratch under such intense firepower.
That, Brother Feng, could it be a lack of firepower? The adjutant beside him reminded.
Pan Fong froze. Not enough firepower?
Not enough. Then hurry up and get the helicopter gunship battalion on board. Motherfucker, a single-armed helicopter was equipped with 2 machine guns with 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 2 machine guns with explosive steel rounds, for anti-tank missiles, 19 rockets, and a battalion that was directly TM equipped with 90 armed helicopters. 3 times the strength of the mecha squadron, surging firepower. Even if a striped chicken came, it would have to give him a center point comb before leaving. Poo 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 dash. Hair. Soon, under the adjutant's transfer order, 90 helicopters flew through the air, a huge piece, like covering the sky. Then they quickly ran to kill the location of the mech squadron led by Huang Zitao. Reporting to the chief, the first detachment of Wushu sharpshooters has arrived at their destination, please instruct. Reporting to the regimental commander, the second Wuxi detachment of sharp blades has arrived at its destination, please instruct. Reporting to the leader, the third detachment of the Armed Forces Directive, Bloodhand, has arrived at its destination, please instruct. After Pan Fong received the feedback, he wasn't ambiguous either, throwing his hat in the ring and instantly drinking, fight. Hit me hard. Hit it with smoke. The command was given. The 90 helicopter gunships opened fire. Day. Bang, 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 bang. Bayubio boobiu. Chirp. Accompanied by the rockets firing together in unison. On the front battlefield, the Pan Fong department of the 18 School Alliance, directly transformed into an arms dealer from hell, ammunition with no money, to all the people at the scene of the military exercise, as well as all the people in front of the TV screen, all staged a firepower coverage of the famous scene. But it is not expected that this move angered Huang Zitao, who was advancing at light speed. Malagobis, I thought the raid will be sniped by airplanes, artillery, tanks and so on. The result is to send a weak brigade that can only fire artillery? Don't you know that rockets are useless against our ion titans? It has a light shield. If they can't even destroy the light shield, what are they playing at? But that is to say, you also want to think of the dance? Huang Zitao's pair of eyes suddenly turned scarlet. A hand missile was thrown out, and then accurately hit the nearest helicopter gunship, followed by a bang sound. The weapon device on top of this helicopter gunship was instantly shut down by the AI girl Xian Gui. The drone monitoring the battlefield immediately shone a red holographic projection of killed in action on it. But Huang Zitao's abuse wasn't over yet. Immediately after that, there was a second shot, a third shot, all accurate hits, and then later, not only firing missiles, but also took out a smart pistol. Anyway, with the AI girl Shen Gui's precision guidance, blind hook aid indiscriminate shooting, can shoot the helicopter's pilot, or the location of the tail, so that the helicopter directly on the helicopter was scrapped. He alone, in 5 minutes, directly blew up 13 helicopter gunships. Not to mention, there were 30 similarly equipped mechs behind him. Chief, it's no good, all 90 armed helicopters are completely destroyed. That Defense Science University's mecha army suddenly attacked me, up as a share, snapped another pistol cold shot. There are people to their own mecha chest I do not know what inserted, and then the whole person directly stormed, even can take to the air with a sword dry explosion of the helicopter gunships. If it is not protected by the military drone, I am afraid that all the aircraft will be destroyed and killed. Regimental commander, the brethren can't hold out. I'm honorable. Do. Pan Fong heard the report given to him by the commander of the Wuji battalion, and it was a straight up fuck motherfucker, this group of Defense Science University's mechs are what the hell is built. My TM fire coverage can't penetrate even if it's not, but also TM can storm away? You're telling me that such a heavy iron lump can still be mobilized? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be the Wuji battalion commander who made some kind of low-level mistake, and intentionally put it on hold to compare blindly with me, fearing that I would beat him up at the end of the military exercise. Pan Fong savagely grabbed the binoculars to look at the front line, as a result, immediately saw a group of mechs chest do not know what inserted, and then a jump of more than 10 meters, Also holding a heavy sword, a rocket launcher with a sword, a little friend with a sword, this devastating propulsion speed was like the scythe of death. Run! Pan Feng's mind suddenly gave birth to this thought that he used to think was absurd, but now it was incredibly true. Because if you don't run, damn it, you're going to be killed. However, Pan Fong didn't expect it. Huang Zitao's ministry's mecha unit, after catching up, casually fired their machine guns and then continued forward, directly ignoring him. Pan Fong? Too arrogant, this is completely disregarding me, Pan Fong, as an opponent. Pan Fong was instantly infuriated, his hands clenched into fists, his teeth itching with anger. He, Pan Fong, had been a strong man since he was a child, and wherever he went, he was an unignorable presence to the weaker people around him. And now, someone actually dared to ignore him?
This was simply a great disgrace to him. Thinking that after taking out my artillery and helicopters, I won't have any backup? Adjutant, immediately order me to go to the armory 1 kilometer away and take out all 500 rocket launchers inside. Blast the motherfucker. Blast the fuck out. Pan Feng was hissing in an almost roaring manner. However, he was not expecting that the location of the armory had been discovered long ago. Commander, please note, in your 3 o'clock direction exists place a large amount of arms, suspected rockets, missiles and other storage places, suggest to Shadow AI girl Shan Gui said as such. Huang Zitao immediately became interested. He, Huang, had sworn an oath that he would not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. This blowing up arms to have a shot at nothing, naturally, he couldn't miss it. Directional turret function activated. Activated successfully. Ion cannon energy storage. Energy storage completed. Fire. Shoo. Boom. Only Huang Zitao was seen firing a cannonball that went straight into the soul, hitting the core of the arsenal perfectly. And under the special effects of AI girl Shan Gui, this arsenal carrying tens of thousands of tons of ammunition instantly exploded, directly blowing up a large, thick and black mushroom cloud, and the entire ground trembled 3 times. Above the battlefield. Not to mention the fact that Pan Feng was in a daze at the moment. Even far away from the battlefield, Li Delin knew just by hearing this sound that Pan Feng had lost. Not only had he lost completely, but he had also blow up the armory. Report, Pan Feng's ministry was given by the Defense Science University Army to penetrate, even the arsenal was blown up. Alright, I know. Probe again. Li Delin waved his hand in annoyance. However, just as this messenger went down, another messenger came again. Report. The Defense Science University's mecha squadron is less than 3 kilometers away from the command post. Please evacuate immediately. Good guy. Li Delin was straight up calling out good guy. At this rate, 3 kilometers would only be a matter of 45 minutes. But Li Delin did not believe that no one could stop the other side. Sent to capture, not captured, but also lost the frontline arsenal, was easily torn apart by the other side of the line of defense. If the other side to beat themselves to escape in a mess, what face to see the commissioner? What face to see the principal? Thinking about this, Li Delin slammed the table and drank to the commanders of the 17 School Alliance. Gentlemen, the time to test our true skill has come. The hundreds of millions of viewers are now watching us in front of the screen. If we are weak, think about how you can survive. One mouthful of internet spit can drown everyone. So, if you have the ability to fight, hurry up and come out. This is no longer the time to bide your time and hide. However, the truth was that none of the people present had stepped forward. The reason is very simple, Pan Feng's strength, they are all witnessed. People are even afraid of artillery, and then go on, but also go to lose face. Li Delin also understood this, so he was helpless. But just as he was about to give up and retreat, at that moment a man stood up violently. Li Delin thought that he was going to personally go to war, but to his surprise, the man said, everyone doesn't chew on the difficult bones, so let's all just wait for the enemy to chew us all up. Commander-in-Chiefly, I have zeroing Admiral Xing Daorong, who has the courage of 1,000,000 men and is good at mechanized large regiment warfare, so I will be able to cut down Lin Bei's little boy under the high wall. Preserve the safety of your fellow officers. Redeem the prestige of my 18 School Alliance. Good guy. Li Delin was straight up calling out good guy. Good brother, it's still you. With your executioner Admiral Xing Daofeng, we will surely be able to cut down the enemy under the high wall. Li Delin praised on the spot. But unexpectedly, he pronounced the name wrongly. Commander-in-Chiefly, it's Zero Ling Admiral Xing Daofeng. Not some execution Admiral Xing Daofeng. Don't count so much at this critical moment, hurry up and let him go on. Everything depends on you. Li Delin immediately urged. The man couldn't push back, and immediately started ordering down. And this time, Li Delin beat his drums in front of the formation, raising the momentum to the extreme. Subsequently, a modern mechanized force consisting of 300 armored vehicles and 100 tanks was seen, as if it was a torrent of steel, rolling up 1,000 piles of wind and dust towards Huang Zitao's mecha squadron and killing them with a high song. In this battle, 400:31, both equally armored, Xing Daorong thought he had no reason to lose at all. And not only that, he was going to kill the other side directly in seconds with a devastating gesture, and then press down to the second ring line in one fell swoop, delivering a fatal final blow to the last living forces of the Defense Science University. However, when actually coming into contact with the mecha army, he realized that his blitzkrieg had become a joke. A large number of mechanized armored troops have been detected ahead. All hands on deck. Turn on the turbine propulsion immediately. We can leap more than 10 meters in a single bound. The cannons on the other side can't hit us at all. And we, on the other hand, can be just like TM stomping on a king. Brothers, fuck him to death. Huang Zitao gave the order. All the members of the mecha squadron were all TM excited. They played for almost a month of the Sky Fell 2 Titans, never be abused like a king, today but can crush the enemy with the same as crushing the king, motherfucker, surely want to give it to the mother on the painful bang bang 2 punches you drive 99A, I drive armor no not? Speaking, only to see an iron harness manipulate the Ion Titan open the sword core, a leap to the forefront of the tank on top of the first to lift the lid, and then aimed at the inside of the direct-a-missile shot, from the middle of the inside, a fatal blow. This trick is used by almost every iron harness. And at the moment, above the battlefield, almost every 3 tanks had suffered the aggression of a Titan mech. As for the armored vehicles, well, this thing is like a cockroach, it can't hit a Titan at all. The armored car slides and shovels over, and I control the Ion Titan to directly flip him over, and he still can't turn over as well. And it looks like the tank did the same thing. However, the tank can still turn around by not being able to rotate the turret, but the armored car can. I don't know everyone has seen the 7-star ladybug turned over, just like the tumbler, just can't turn over, is to play. Of course, play after play, Huang Zitao still relied on the AI girl Shen Gui to discover the enemy's energy bank, followed by another missile down, directly letting the 18 School Alliance's mechanized carrier's range of motion shrink by at least 30% or more. At this point, Lin Bei, who was silently watching the battle in the background, couldn't help but praise him. Worthy of being a descendant of a soldier, he didn't dishonor his father's reputation. Well, that's right. Huang Zitao's father is a soldier, we are a military school student, also equivalent to a soldier, is so right. At this time, on top of the battlefield, Huang Zitao had already led the crowd to arrive at the electromagnetic cannon camp without any cover. At this time, the electromagnetic cannon was still ravaging his muzzle, but the scythe of death had been placed behind it. Everyone, on my command, fire. Huang Zitao gave the order. The 31 Ion Titan mechs directly opened fire. The fierce cannon fire blasted straight onto the electromagnetic cannon device that was as big as 4 tanks combined. Accompanied by rumbling explosions, the 8 electromagnetic cannons had all been destroyed. Huang Zitao had thought that the electromagnetic cannons had all dried up, but he didn't realize that the electromagnetic cannons were still shelling his second ring position. That is to say, there was still one more. Shen Gui, please tell me, where is the other electromagnetic cannon? Huang Zitao asked. And the AI girl Shen Gui quickly gave the exact location. Huang Zitao didn't even think about it, and straight away swooshed towards the location of the other electromagnetic cannon. And the billions of viewers who witnessed Huang Zitao's feat were all stunned. You know, there are only 31 people in the Defense Science University. Yes, a lone army deep into the enemy's camp, not only can sheath like a sharp blade to thwart the enemy's attack, but also able to swing the dragon's tail to blow up the enemy's logistical stockpile and whatnot. It's really awesome. It's hard to believe that mechs assembled into armed forces have such a powerful energy. No wonder so many people love mechs. Mechs now is not only a man's romance, but also my romance as a female college student. Right, I also want to have a mech like this. You guys say that nano-sharp mech of Lin Bei, the military training chief of the Defense Science University, should be believed to be real this time, right? Hiss. That thing's technology level is even higher than the Ion Titan mech. I'm suddenly starting to look forward to Lin Bei's expressive power. Lin Bei is gathering an army there, he still has at least 700 to 800 mechs, if all of them were to be put into battle, hey, not to mention 100,000 people, I think another 100,000 would be able to defeat them. That's right, after all, there's still a gap between a modernized army and a futuristic army. After the audience on the network was convinced by this miraculous attack by Huang Zitao, there were quite a few people who had already begun to support the side of the Defense Science and Technology University, DSTU, believing that DSTU still had the power to turn the tide in this battle. But the military commentators in the live broadcast room did not think so. The first is Fong Dabing's commentary and analysis. The combat power embodied by the mechs led by the Defense Science University's Huang Zitao department is quite amazing, and in this battle operation to decapitate the 18 School Alliance's EM guns, not only did they thwart the 18 enemies' interception and attack operation twice in a row, but they also twice destroyed targets with high strategic value, so it can be said to be perfect. However, this was, after all, a military exercise special operation that simulated a real battlefield. And on a real battlefield, the success, or failure, of a battle operation could not determine the outcome of the entire battlefield victory. In addition, Zhang Jie's strength you may not understand. I once fought with him at a retired veterans reunion, when I did a military chess projection. You think, he is meritorious, is the battlefield down, and I am specialized in the study of tactical strategy, military chess deduction and more inclined to tactical strategy, but the result is that I lost a mess. The reason is that the principle of the Zhang Jie's war micromanagement level is particularly strong, to the extent of the outrageous degree. I dare to conclude that if he were to command these 100,000 troops, he would truly be in control of the entire situation. At that time, the balance of the war will be greatly tilted in favor of the 18 Schools Alliance. Von Dabing's words could be said to be incisive, reasoned, and very persuasive. Those who were originally a little shaken in their hearts now stood firmly on Jiang Jisher's side again. The reason is very simple. They are even Von Dabing cannot beat the micromanipulation master. There are 100,000 people, Defense Science and Technology University with what to fight. This is if the average person manipulate 100,000 people, that at most are well trained, 10,000 v 100,000 or have to fight, but if the other side is the stream of famous generals, the difficulty is like heaven, basically will not be defeated, okay? You don't see the famous generals of the Tang dynasty fighting against each other? You out of the strange soldiers, I prevented the strange soldiers, you out of the positive, I also out of the positive, but also in and out of the degree. You're not going to win again, are you? No, after a round of battle, a new round of soldiers will come on the battlefield. You want to use the change of soldiers as a surprise attack? I'm sorry, it's been predicted. Therefore, the famous generals against each other is no longer a matter of tactical strategy, but simply who has more soldiers, who is stronger in battle. And this was naturally Jiang Jisher's original intention of coming up with this battle power calculation system. Of course, it was a pity that he had met Lin Bei this time. He was, right now, also annoyed to no end. Commissar, the situation on Man Guangyi's side is roughly like this. They think that the army that even our 18-school alliance can't defend, they will definitely not be able to defend it when they come to fight, so they've been sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Also Delin's side is already starting to withdraw. Li Wenbai said somewhat bereft. And this is the third time that Jiang Jisher has heard the refusal of the dual first-class prestigious school. He knew that this was just a pretext for the other side. The purpose is nothing more than to recognize themselves and the Defense Science University two tigers. He also understood that Li Wenbai, as a capable diplomat, had missed out this time, not because of his ability, but because Li Delin's play on the frontline battlefield had been too disappointing. Not only did he fail to build the opening, wasting thousands of artillery shells, the two intercept failures in the back, even if the failure, but also TM lost all the strategic materials, even such an important electromagnetic artillery killer is also gone. Obviously, the army is a large force, take the initiative to attack, should be to crush, and finally was beaten to lose armor and mechs, and fled in a state of disarray. Just thinking about this, Jiang Jisher's face was hot and painful. Moreover, he couldn't help but slap the table and cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, Delin is incompetent. It seems that I have to come out of the mountain. Wenbai, you go to Man Guangyi's side again. This time, I don't want him to send troops. I want to let him see what is the real peak of the art of micromanipulation. This is definitely not the usual military exercises to engage in a couple of times to learn." "Yes, Commissar. Guarantee to complete the mission," Li Wenbai said with a very excited look. To know, the reason why he Jiang Jisher respected, and even vaguely have a few points of personal worship, entirely because he saw that the level of post-mortem war micromanipulation already can be called art, and on the art, he is still absolutely the pinnacle this time, can really have Defense Science University good fruit to eat At the same time, on Lin Bei's side, he had also successfully reunited the western line of troops with the southern line of troops, totaling more than 4,000 troops, while the eastern line of troops had stayed behind with less than 800 people. They would be responsible for guarding Principal Zhao Wumian. After all, if he was captured, then the Defense Science University would be mailed off. Of course, it was this force of over 4,000 men that had a mecha force of 900 units. Such a strong brigade directly rushed into the opponent's 100,000 people camp. It was really as easy as cutting a melon and chopping vegetables. Moreover, the double first-class schools that had been stuck in their original positions and had not advanced were finally willing to come out of their nests. Although I don't know why they didn't arrive at the frontline battlefield, but since they are within our striking range, don't blame us for not being polite. Lin Bei immediately waved his hand on the tactical map, drew 3 circles, and faintly said, "Here, and here, and here, I, Lin Bei, will eat it." Subsequently, the mecha army marched out. The freshmen of Defense Science University had been waiting for this moment of counterattack for a long time. And now, the mecha army marched out, and there would not be an inch of grass left. "Master, the situation at Huang Zitao's place is a billion points of bad news. According to the intelligence gathered, Principal Jiang Jisher of the 18-School Alliance will personally take command." At this moment, the sweet reminder of the AI girl rang in his ears. Lin Bei thought about it briefly and decided to ignore it. The reason was simple, Jiang Jisher's entrance. This might be the reason why the double first-class prestigious schools followed suit. We can't act rashly at this juncture, and when they all slack off, that's the moment we sheath our blades. Until then, let's give Huang Zitao a little bit of a hard time. At the same time, on the front battlefield, the 30-man mecha squadron led by Huang Zitao had successfully smashed another electromagnetic cannon device. Because he had already acquired the location of where the opponent's frontline command headquarters was in advance, he still wanted to be a bit greedy, wanting to do a straight-up decapitation operation. And the initial tactical action was very successful, hitting Li Delin that was throwing away his armor and fleeing in a mess. Li Delin flew a few times to escape the encirclement, came to the Xinjiang River, but he has no face to see the school Jiang Jieshi, and then turned along the Xinjiang River to the north. Huang Zitao, if the battle line to the north, that will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of returning to the defense, so then also can only stop. But at the same time, he actually received the news that the second ring road position was under siege. Brigade Commander, we've been attacked by swarms of drones from the dual first-class prestigious schools, as well as heavy artillery fire from the 18-school alliance. Requesting support. Requesting support. Good guys, Huang Zitao, was straight up calling out good guys. The frontline commander-in-chief of this frontal battlefield, Li Delin, had already been driven by him to the north of the military exercise battlefield. Who else TM could command? Can't it be that the double first-class school to take over? This is even more unlikely. Although the two sides were allies, they were definitely still hostile in the end. It was impossible for them to give up their military power. Huang Zitao hurriedly checked the map of the enemy's firepower distribution near the second ring road position provided by AI girl Xian Gui. At this glance, he was almost shocked. 30 regiments of troops, forming 3 encircling circles in the center and outside, and each 3 regiments forming a hand with each other, but also the ground, the air, and the Star River, forming a trinity of striking power. There are at least 800 cannons, 500 tanks, 1,000 armored vehicles, and 200 helicopter gunships. This is to end the second ring's lair in a single pot of rhythm. You must hold on. I'll be back. Trust me. I'll definitely be back. Huang Zitao shouted. He was now a bit far from the second ring position, so if he wanted to go back, it would be impossible without more than half an hour. Moreover, just as he finished speaking, the AI girl in front of him, Xian Gui, sent another alert. Warning, warning. A large number of helicopter gunships have appeared ahead. Please prepare for battle. Huang Zitao couldn't help but frown slightly at that moment. Armed helicopters weren't a threat to his troops at all, and this had already been proven by the facts, so it seemed that the other side had come with a mediocre talent this time. All of you, sword corps ready. Destroy the enemy helicopter gunship sequence for me. Huang Zitao gave the order. The 30 Ion Titan mechs plugged into their sword corps once again and entered the storming state, then leapt a dozen meters and raised their indestructible heavy swords. But what was surprising was this. When the heavy swords hit the helicopter gunships, all of them directly avoided them in a very slight but effective manner. The first round of attack by Huang Zitao's division's mecha squadron fell completely flat. Immediately after that, there was a heavy artillery counterattack from the 18-school alliance side. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Bang 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 bang. Da-day. By-u-bu. This wave, it was good that the Defense Science University had an ion shield to defend itself in time. But dealing with the next attack, it wasn't so lucky. This was because Huang Zitao knew that the 18 schools alliance had come to a handful of sieges this time, and although his tactical objective of destroying the electromagnetic cannons had been achieved, the strategic objective of defending the second ring position was in jeopardy. Under such circumstances, as a commander, he could definitely only abandon his vehicle to protect his commander-in-chief and try to return to defense by all means. But this also led to a breakthrough. Motherfucker, this helicopter gunship is too nimble. I was a hair away from hitting it. I can't hit it, but it's always strafing in front of my mech. Good brother, it's now. The other side's helicopter gunship is out of control. Crap. Eat my sword. I'll fire a missile. I'll direct a cannon blast TMA. Just like that, the 3 blasts unexpectedly hit towards a helicopter gunship at the same time. The helicopter, which was originally out of control, once again dodged these 3 attacks in a weird position, and instead, directly allowed each of these 3 attacks to hit the Ion Titan mech. Boom! Ka. Ch shang. Grandma, you hit me, I'm fucking directly scrapped I go. Me too, I knock. This helicopter gunship is a hangman, isn't it? Can it even dodge this attack? The comrades might not have realized it yet, but Huang Zitao had already keenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked the AI girl Xian Gui, is it possible for the other party to have the same artificial intelligence as you? Otherwise, why would they operate at such a delicate level? AI girl Xian Gui returned, no one can be as intelligent as me. Such a level of finesse in operation has indeed happened in history. In addition, there are still people in history whose level of micromanipulation is higher than the schoolmaster, Jiang Jieshi, who is currently micromanipulating the battlefield, and it's not just a little bit higher. Huang Zitao nodded his head. That person was regarded as an existence equal to God by the West. But then immediately TM shook his head. This is Jiang Jieshi. Jiang Jieshi. Even if he wasn't as good as that person, he was still an extremely terrifying micromanipulation master. Just the way he sold a hole and then gloved 3 Ion Titan mechs, it's already ridiculously strong, and he's already counted the hearts and minds of the people, right? Calm down, calm the fuck down. Huang Zitao immediately panicked. But even he himself couldn't remain calm at this moment, because the attack launched by Jiang Jieshi was too piercing, too damn swift in short, fast, accurate and ruthless. Bang 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 bang. Da did day day day. Rumble. Above the battlefield. 50 cannons suddenly attacked, turning into a rain of artillery. However, the mecha army of Huang Zitao's ministry had just directed an ion shield towards the front, and behind them came a fierce attack of thousands of rockets. At this moment, the enemy was attacked from the back. Huang Zitao had no choice but to choose to temporarily switch formations, forming a front and back resisting formation. Although the formation was successful at the last minute, but it was too late. This wave of attacks directly lost more than a dozen mechs that were caught on both sides. Is this the true meaning of modernized warfare coverage? Is this the so-called master of micromanagement in war? It's a bit scary.
Brother North, I can't hold out here, requesting support. At the critical moment, Huang Zitao could only ask Lin Bei for help. Originally, he didn't report too much hope, but he never expected to receive an extremely positive reply from Lin Bei. I'm coming. This time, it's our turn for a big counterattack. Brother North, you got back to me, crikey. We have reinforcements. Brothers, hang in there. Brother North's army is coming. It's time for the big counterattack. Huang Zitao instantly roared with joy. This inspiring news also spread in an instant. Even though there were still a dozen of them left, almost every single one of them was incredibly excited inside at the moment, because they only needed to hold on a little longer to accomplish their strategic goal and reach the top prize. Motherfucker, give it up. Charge. I don't believe it. A mere 100,000 people can't hold us dragons among men? Brothers, follow me in blood, kill back, kill. Above the battlefield. The mecha squadron of Huang Zitao's ministry, to be precise, was already only a squad in strength. But even so, not only were they not fleeing, they were instead going to launch a final attack. Jiang Jieshi, who was personally present on the battlefield from a distance of 5 kilometers away, obviously noticed the change and had a lot of worries in his heart. It's understandable for a trapped beast to fight, but a trapped beast is still going to counterattack. Are there reinforcements coming? Jiang Jieshi frowned. However, Li Wenbai waved his hand and laughed. Commissar, this is impossible. Under a nuclear bomb, all beings are equal. The Defense Science University is now left with only the remnants of a weak army trapped in the second ring road. And you, Commissar, use your troops like a god. Under your divine might, the second ring road position is also within reach. The top 2 universities don't want you to take all the credit, and have already sent troops to get a piece of the pie. I think the committee chairman should focus more on the next line with the double first-class university. Jiang Jieshi looked at Li Wenbai with sharp eyes like a blade. No one knew Wenbai's character better than him, who was his direct superior. Therefore, where Wenbai said to ignore, he had to pay attention to it, and this often had a strange effect. Then go back a million steps to say, more to leave a few backhanders is also excellent. Well, Wenbai, immediately pass on my order for the troops located on the east bank of the Star River to prepare for battle, just in case. Jiang Jieshi commanded. Although Li Wenbai was puzzled and thought that he was being overly concerned, but after all, it was the commissioner's order, so he had no choice but to do as he was told. And the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the screen saw the Defense Science University being attacked by Jiang Jieshi's heavy artillery fire. It was a straight-up joy. I really didn't expect that a joint military exercise between universities could be so exciting. Yes, in front of Li Delin's 2 great generals of the next meal, lost provisions and lost soldiers, after Jiang Jieshi micromanipulation with soldiers into the God, Trinity all-round strikes, is simply the pinnacle of the art of micromanipulation. On this fire coverage of the big scene, I just want to say 2 words, addictive, really addictive. But this wave of Defense Science University is probably hard to withstand such a fierce attack, right? That's not necessarily so. I think that when Eagle Jam led the so-called Allied forces to brazenly launch a Christmas Eve offensive against manhwa, to dry bomb manhwa army before Christmas, and then return home for Christmas, the result naturally was that the so-called Christmas Eve turned into a murderous night for my Chinese sons and daughters. So, until the last moment of the battle, it's better not to jump to conclusions so early. But I think the second ring road position should be about to fall, right? After all, it's 20 times the number of troops. With a force of 100,000, even if it's 100,000 pigs, one pig arching over it would still be able to arch over these 2,000 or so people from Defense Science University, right? I can only say that in front of absolute strength, these 2,000 or so people from Defense Science University are still not enough to look at. In the main screen live broadcast room, millions of viewers had a heated discussion on the topic of how long it would take for the Defense Science University's second ring road position to fall. And there were also tens of millions of hundreds of millions of viewers, because of the different degrees of diversion of the various sub-screen live broadcasting rooms, resulting in each subscreen live broadcasting room having 8 or 9 million viewers. As the saying goes, there were many eyes. No, every new thing that happened above the battlefield could not escape their eyes. Crap! You guys, look at Live Room 7, a huge strip of airplanes has appeared here. Do airplanes use strips? Use the rack. Rack ha! Hiss! I knock, the appearance of this airplane is so damn sci-fi. Wait, isn't this Lubu's Doomsday Mecha Stargen Skin John Blue Mecha in Pesticide? No way, even this Demon God warplane has been built? Only to see above the battlefield. A blue and white sci-fi warplane sped from the west, with an ethereal figure that looked like a heavenly flying fairy. Just this landing alone, the special effects were straight up pulled out all over the place, and it was more fancy than any unusual warplane landing. If you're asking how this is useful in actual combat? Sorry, of course it's useful. It opens with a bang, and it directly damages the enemy's spirit. And look at this shot. Boom! It blew up 10 battalions. It's a huge power, isn't it? 10 battalions of freshmen. 10 battalions of freshmen. What happened? Where am I? What am I doing? Huh? Why am I hanging? Well, that's right. The attack of the Demon God Mecha was just so plain and simple. And at this very moment, Lin Bei was fully dressed in his nano-spike battlesuit, maneuvering the Demon God Mecha number to descend from the sky, and then assumed the form of a mecha, which was the nightmare of this world. Holding the Fong Tianhua halberd in one hand, just standing there was tantamount to announcing that from this moment onwards, the battlefield would be dominated by him alone. Crap! Quick eye, fire! Fire fire fire! Fire! Never let that big guy come over. Above the battlefield, the nearly 4-story tall Demon God Mecha brought a huge shock to the mind of the enemy. They didn't have the slightest doubt that a single swing of the Demon God Mecha number could dry bomb a company's troop strength. That was why they wanted the Demon God Mecha to move yet and directly open a fierce attack. However, what shocked them was that all the guns and ammunitions hit the Demon God Mecha, directly emitting a ding-ding-ding sound, and could not penetrate the Demon God Mecha's defense at all, and could not even leave a scratch. Brothers, I, Lin Bei, am back. The victory or defeat of this battle depends on all of you. Now, it's our turn to counterattack. All of you, come with me and kill the enemy in blood.